Chapter 1. Sentence to the Frontier. At the borders of the great Jin dynasty, there stood a medium-sized, weathered black fortress, exuding an air of desolation. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the fortress's dark hue was a stain of dried blood. On the walls of the castle, "You insolent wretch, dare to defy me? I shall beat you to death." A burly man delivered a fierce kick to Ning Chuan's abdomen, causing him to double over in excruciating pain. "I have taken a liking to your food. It is your honor. Not only do you refuse, but you also dare to resist. I will kill you." The imposing middle-aged man continued to kick Ning Chuan while hurling insults. "Brother, the army of the Golden Tent Khanate is about to besiege the city. Conserve your strength." A nearby soldier, observing the spectacle, cautioned. "Damn it, remember my name Li Huai. From now on, you must provide me with half of your food." "Did you hear me?" Upon hearing this, the burly man finally ceased his assault. The conflict had arisen over a mere corn cake. Both Ning Chuan and Li Huai were convicts sent to the frontier as punishment. After 2 arduous months, they had traversed 3,000 miles, their straw sandals worn to tatters, their feet bloodied as crimson streams flowed from the tattered footwear. Their bodies utterly exhausted. They had hoped that upon arriving at Black Iron City and entering the Black Iron Army's camp, they would be treated to a hearty meal and a moment of respite. To their dismay, they were met with nothing but a hard corn cake. Such meager rations were far from sufficient. Exploiting his physical advantage, the burly man attempted to seize Ning Chuan's food, resulting in a violent altercation that led to both being thrown onto the city wall by the Centurion, Zhou Han of the Black Iron Army. "You wish to fight? Then go and battle the Tartar forces of the Golden Tent Khanate." Thus, after their exile of 3,000 miles, Ning Chuan and Li Huai found themselves not only starved and deprived of rest, but also cast onto the city wall to defend it. Infuriated, Li Huai took out his frustrations on Ning Chuan. "Li Huai, I shall remember you." Crouched on the ground, Ning Chuan took a moment to regain his composure before laboriously rising to his feet, firmly etching Li Huai's name into his memory. Fury blazed in his eyes, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, as boundless hatred roiled within him, seeking an outlet. Once a transcendent being, he had been reborn as a young nobleman from a fallen family. Despite their decline, his ancestors had bequeathed enough wealth for Ning Chuan to live comfortably for a lifetime. Unfortunately, due to certain peculiar circumstances, his family had forbidden the pursuit of martial cultivation, the very root of their downfall. Thus, as a traveler in this new world, Ning Chuan had relied on the 300 Tang poems to become a renowned and charming scholar in Xinjiang. Subsequently, his family arranged a marriage for him with a woman of exquisite beauty and graceful stature together. They formed a perfect match of talent and appearance. Just as Ning Chuan believed his life of bliss would continue, a squad of royal guards stormed into his home, summoned by his betrothed, who accused him of composing a subversive poem. Ning Chuan felt profoundly wronged, yet soon, the royal guards discovered a satirical poem in his study. As he gazed at its contents, confusion enveloped him. Before his transmigration, he had been an ordinary individual, familiar only with the 300 Tang poems and utterly incapable of composing any other poetry. Thus, this was unequivocally a blatant slander. However, the captain of the guards merely smirked. "The handwriting of this satirical poem is strikingly similar to your own," he remarked. "And would your fiancée falsely accuse you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan turned in disbelief towards Lu Ruyen. He could hardly fathom that it was she who had reported him, yet he had indeed not penned any satirical poem. Once the poem reached the ears of the emperor of the Great Jin, it incited his wrath, prompting him to consider executing Ning Chuan immediately. Although the Ning family had fallen on hard times, their ancestors had once achieved great military feats, and Ning Chuan was their only surviving heir. Thus, the emperor spared his life. However, while he escaped the death penalty, he could not evade punishment. Given the illustrious history of the Ning family, their estate was to be confiscated, and Ning Chuan was to be enslaved and dispatched to military service. Should he achieve merit in battle, he could redeem himself. If he were to perish on the battlefield, it would be deemed his rightful fate. The emperor's decree irrevocably sealed Ning Chuan's destiny. With no means to resist, he resigned himself to the fate of conscription. Yet, on the very day of his departure from Shengjing City, he chanced upon his fiancée being held in the embrace of another man. She revealed to him the entire truth that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by her. The satirical poem was her creation, and she had merely imitated Ning Chuan's handwriting. In that moment, Ning Chuan felt as if his heart would shatter. He longed to strangle his fiancée. Meanwhile, she laughed heartily, reveling in his anguished expression, cradled in the arms of another. This day, Ning Chuan remained perplexed as to why she would act in such a manner, leading to the ruin of his family. What benefit could this bring her? Lu Ruyan, one day, I shall return to Shengjing City and exact vengeance upon you and your paramour. He hissed through clenched teeth. If not for the fire of hatred fueling him, as a pampered young master, he could never have walked 3,000 miles to the desolate frontier. Now he was being bullied over food by Li Huai. He vowed not to let any of them escape. Yet, would he even survive this ordeal? Situated adjacent to the golden tent of the Khanate, this region was rife with conflict, and all soldiers lived in constant peril, each day a potential last. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. Ding. The killing god system has been successfully activated. Eliminate enemies to earn rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? This revelation left Ning Chuan momentarily stunned, swiftly followed by overwhelming astonishment. A system. He was no stranger to such concepts. He had never anticipated that upon arriving at the frontier, he would successfully activate a system. With this newfound power, he could strengthen himself. Open it. Ning Chuan eagerly unwrapped the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 cubic meter of system space. Congratulations, host. Your physique attribute has increased by 3. Congratulations, host. You have attained maximum proficiency in archery. The voice of the system resonated. The 1 cubic meter of system space needed no further explanation. With but a thought, Ning Chuan could effortlessly store or retrieve items within this space, albeit limited to inanimate objects. Naturally, one must exercise caution while accessing this system space, as it cannot be witnessed by others, lest one find themselves in a position of having to explain the inexplicable. The 3 increase in physique attributes comprehensively enhanced Ning Chuan's physical capabilities, be it strength, vision, reaction speed, or skin resilience. Each facet experienced a significant uplift. Achieving maximum proficiency in archery allowed Ning Chuan, who had never before engaged in archery, to reach an extraordinary level of skill, capable of striking a fly from 100 meters away with ease. However, without a bow in hand, he could not harness the full might of his newfound archery prowess. Acquiring a bow, given his current status as a mere foot soldier, presented a formidable challenge. Chapter 2. Mastery of Archery. The army would never entrust a bow to a soldier lacking any combat experience. For even if a common soldier were to possess a bow, they might not even be able to draw it back. How on earth can I procure a bow? Ning Chuan mused quietly to himself. His gaze drifted towards the archers atop the city wall, their bows in hand, a glint of envy evident in his eyes, though they were not his to claim. Subsequently, his attention shifted to Li Huai, the one who had just delivered a beating to him, and his fists clenched in response. Feeling the surge of newfound strength, enhanced agility, and sharpened perception, a fierce glint flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. He would eventually make his fiancée, Lu Rian, pay a price, but for now, he would ensure Li Huai face the consequences of his actions. As he prepared to confront Li Huai, a soldier approached brawny, with a bushy beard and an imposing presence. Clad in armor that set him apart from ordinary soldiers, he was none other than Captain Zhou Han of the Black Iron Army, the superior of Ning Chuan and the other foot soldiers. It was he who had cast Ning Chuan and Li Huai onto the city wall. In Captain Zhou Han's own words. Very well, very well. Initially, I intended to let you rest for a night after your long journey of 3,000 miles to regain your strength. However, it seems you are all quite vigorous. Given that, ascend the city wall immediately and prepare for battle. Zhou Han's gaze was piercing, imbued with the ruthless aura born of countless battles. To him, the lives of these condemned souls were mere expendables, fit only for labor and cannon fodder. Since you wish to fight, then let us cast you all to the walls for repurposing. Upon hearing this, Li Huai became frantic, hastily pleading for mercy. Spare us, my lord. We have traveled thousands of miles and are utterly exhausted. We desperately need rest. My lord, look at my feet. They are almost worn raw. I am incapable of fighting. Thus, I implore you to grant me a night's respite. I shall not dare to defy you again." In that moment, Li Huai was consumed by fear. They were conscripted and forced to march thousands of miles. At last, they reached their destination, but before they could catch their breath, they were ordered to ascend the city walls for battling endeavor that seemed to demand their very lives. Centurion Zhou Han would not waste words with these sinners. He brandished his gleaming sword, presenting Li Huai with two stark choices: to perish here and now, or to ascend the walls and prepare for combat. Faced with this ultimatum, Li Huai could only suppress his fatigue and pain, trudging toward the walls. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, gnawing on hard bread, made his way up the battlements, only to be violently assaulted by the resentful Li Huai. In Li Huai's eyes, if Ning Chuan had offered him the bread, there would have been no trouble at all. Yet, he failed to consider what would happen to Ning Chuan if he were to part with his meager food. Just then, as Centurion Zhou Han patrolled the walls, he spoke words of encouragement to the soldiers. Upon seeing him approach, Ning Chuan refrained from attacking Li Huai. However, he gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Zhou Han. "Excuse me, Centurion, I am the descendant of a general and skilled in archery. Might I request a bow and arrows?" Ning Chuan took a deep breath and asked, "With your frail physique, you claim to be the descendant of a general and proficient in archery?" Zhou Han scrutinized Ning Chuan with a gaze filled with mockery and disdain. Those around, including Li Huai and other regular soldiers, displayed similar contemptuous smiles. "Centurion, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate with a bow." Ning Chuan insisted, yet he was met again with Zhou Han's derisive glare. "As a common soldier, you must accept your role. Your task is to transport stones and logs, assisting the soldiers in battle. Do you understand?" Zhou Han scolded impatiently. "Do not waste my time, step aside." Yes, Ning Chuan sighed inwardly, disappointment flooding his heart, though he had anticipated such a response. Just then, a deep, resonant horn echoed through the air. "The army of the Golden Tent Khanate has arrived. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing the horn, Zhou Han's expression shifted dramatically as he called out a warning. Soon, a formidable army approached Black Iron City with overwhelming force. In response, the archers of Black Iron City swiftly knocked their arrows, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. The common soldiers, including Ning Chuan, hastily prepared logs and stones to hurl at the enemy as they drew near. "Perhaps I shall manage to acquire a bow." Ning Chuan gazed longingly at the archers, a look of yearning in his eyes, but he whispered to himself that with a bow, he would be better equipped to slay enemies and reap rewards. "Kill!" The thunder of hooves shook the ground as the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate charged forward, their roars resonating through the heavens as they launched their assault on Black Iron City. "Fire!" At Zhou Han's command, the archers of Black Iron City released a volley of arrows, creating a dark rain that descended upon the oncoming forces of the Khanate. In an instant, chaos erupted among the ranks of the enemy, leaving them in disarray and suffering heavy casualties. Subsequently, the forces of the Golden Horde, unwilling to be outdone, drew near to the Iron Fortress and unleashed a barrage of arrows, transforming the air into a rain of deadly projectiles. Thus commenced a fierce and tumultuous battle. Casualties were suffered on both sides, while the regular soldiers were somewhat protected by their armor. The plight of the common foot soldiers, such as Ning Chuan, was far more dire. Clad in coarse linen garments, they possessed no semblance of defensive capability. In a mere span of time, Ning Chuan and his fellow foot soldiers, who were hurling stones and logs at the enemy from the ramparts, lost more than a dozen comrades. After the storm of arrows had subsided, the soldiers of the Golden Horde began their perilous ascent of the fortress walls. It was at this critical juncture that Ning Chuan fortuitously discovered a bow and arrows, the previous owner having been mercilessly pierced by arrows in the preceding onslaught. With this bow in hand, "Let me demonstrate the prowess of my perfected archery," Ning Chuan exclaimed as he drew the bowstring. He realized its considerable weight. Without the recent enhancement to his physical strength, he would have struggled to knock an arrow. Release. Ning Chuan drew the bow to its full extent and aimed directly at the most ferocious soldier of the Golden Horde. With a resounding thud, the arrow found its mark, piercing the soldier's throat and extinguishing his life force entirely. Though it was Ning Chuan's first experience with archery, the mastery of his skills rendered him utterly unfazed, as if he had been honing this craft for decades. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the technique of the chaotic blade. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind once more. Chapter 3. The Archery Duel, the Constellation of 9 Stars. The chaotic blade technique is a rudimentary martial art that emphasizes finding order within chaos and adding chaos to order, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. However, at present, Ning Chuan possesses no internal energy, rendering this technique merely a decorative facade, visually appealing yet practically ineffective. With his family now under siege and having acquired a system, the prohibitive edict against cultivation issued by his clan no longer binds him. As long as he becomes a formal soldier, he can obtain the martial arts training methods available within the military. Once he cultivates internal energy, he will be able to unleash the full power of the blade technique. Yet, as a mere foot soldier burdened by disgrace, he realizes that he must accumulate at least 500 military merits to ascend to the rank of a formal soldier. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, Ning Chuan is confident that he will soon achieve this goal. At that juncture, he will be able to access the military's cultivation techniques and officially enter the ranks of martial artists. Subsequently, Ning Chuan once again nocked an arrow, meticulously aiming at the most aggressive soldiers of the Xinjiang Khanate. Each time the arrow was released, it would claim the life of a Xinjiang Khanate soldier, and Ning Chuan would reap a reward. Physique 1, Physique 2, Physique 1. In a brief span, Ning Chuan's physical attributes rapidly enhanced. His strength, vision, reflexes, and other capabilities have improved beyond comparison. The bow that he once struggled to draw now bends effortlessly in his grasp. Most importantly, with the augmentation of his physique, he feels as though he possesses boundless strength, releasing arrow after arrow with relentless vigor. The lethality of his arrows has also grown increasingly formidable. Initially, the arrows he shot could only barely penetrate the gaps in the soldier's armor, but now, with Ning Chuan's enhanced strength, his arrows can pierce through the very bodies of the Xinjiang Khanate soldiers. What a thrill! The exhilarating sensation of his burgeoning power makes Ning Chuan's heart roar with joy. This spectacle has not gone unnoticed by the centurion Zhou Han and the commander of the Xinjiang Khanate, who are both keenly observing the evolving battlefield. How foolish I was to underestimate this lad. He appears frail, yet he truly can draw a bow. Moreover, his archery skills are commendable. Each shot claiming the life of a Xinjiang Khanate soldier. Zhou Han gazes at Ning Chuan with astonishment, murmuring to himself, no wonder he sought a bow. It seems he possesses remarkable archery prowess. Unfortunately, I had previously overlooked him, failing to give him the credit he deserves. As for the commander of the Xinjiang Khanate, he has taken note of Ning Chuan solely because the latter has already felled over a dozen elite soldiers and 3 squad leaders with his bow. The elite soldiers are seasoned veterans who have survived numerous battles, easily overpowering ordinary soldiers. The squad leaders, having cultivated a modicum of internal energy, are on the cusp of becoming martial artists. They lack only the opening of a martial pathway to officially enter the realm of postnatal warriors. The human body contains a total of 108 martial pathways. Each pathway that is open strengthens the physical body and increases the capacity to store internal energy. Looking at Ning Chuan, clad in coarse linen prison garb, it was evident that he was a mere conscript, hastily thrust into battle atop the city walls without even the chance to change his attire. Yet, this very conscript managed to slay a dozen elite soldiers and 3 sergeants with his bow and arrows. The commanding leader of the Golden Horde could not possibly overlook Ning Chuan's remarkable feat. Tulu. As a centurion and an adept archer, if you can eliminate that conscript, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver and grant you 50 meritorious points. The leader of the Golden Horde issued a directive to Tulu, a centurion clad in armor. Yes, my lord. Tulu responded, his spirits instantly invigorated by the prospect of such a generous reward. 100 taels of silver represented the living expenses of an ordinary family for 3 years. As for the 50 meritorious points, every ordinary soldier slain would only yield a single point. To eliminate a mere conscript equated to the value of taking down 50 ordinary soldiers. Tulu was astonished that the leader would offer such a bounty for a conscript. Let me confront this skilled archer. A glint of determination sparkled in Tulu's eyes as he swiftly retrieved his bow and arrows. His bow was of superior quality compared to the standard hard bows used by common soldiers, boasting enhanced range and precision far beyond that of ordinary weaponry. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow in one fluid motion, he released it with a whoosh. The iron arrow sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, as if a wailing spirit from the abyss, hurtling directly towards Ning Chuan. Had it been the old Ning Chuan, he would have undoubtedly been pierced through the chest and pinned to the battlements. However, now, not only had Ning Chuan's physique been significantly enhanced, but his reflexes had also undergone a remarkable transformation. In that critical moment, with no time to draw his own bow, Ning Chuan instinctively swung his arm to deflect the arrow. The iron projectile was jolted away, barely grazing his cheek. Had his reaction been any slower, he might have met his demise. Nonetheless, even with this evasion, the force of the arrow had abraded his arm and left a bloody mark on his right cheek, blood cascading down. This was the power of the arrow shot by a centurion, augmented by a modicum of internal energy, making it exceedingly formidable. Tulu of the Golden Horde was utterly astonished. He had anticipated effortlessly dispatching this conscript, only to find that his arrow, imbued with internal force, had been deflected by the conscript's arm. Even the leader of the Golden Horde displayed astonishment. A mere conscript, devoid of any internal energy, had managed to deflect an arrow shot by a centurion. What absurdity was this? Curse that conscript. Witness my 3-star alignment as I claim your worthless life. Following his surprise, Tulu was engulfed by a wave of indignation. As a centurion who had cultivated internal energy, he found it inconceivable that dispatching a conscript could prove so challenging. Yet now, this mere foot soldier has audaciously deflected the iron arrows he had unleashed with his arm, a profound humiliation for him. He must employ thunderous methods to vanquish this insolent adversary and cleanse himself of this disgrace. Thus, he immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, the 3-star string, firing 3 iron arrows in rapid succession, intent on claiming a life. Whoosh! The 3 iron arrows sliced through the air, emanating a chilling metallic gleam as they hurtled towards Ning Chuan. Each arrow possessed the terrifying power to effortlessly penetrate the body of an ordinary soldier. Humph! Observing this, Ning Chuan let out a cold snort, knocking an arrow to his bowstring, and released it with precision. With his mastery of archery at its zenith, he had no reason to fear a contest of arrows. However, the arrows shot by the centurion Tulu were formidable. Ning Chuan estimated that 2 of his arrows would equate to the power of 1 of Tulu's. If that is the case, you wield the 3-star string, do you? Then allow me to demonstrate what the 9-star string truly entails. Chapter 4. The decisive strike against the 10 leaders of the Golden Tent Khanate. Rewards, maxed riding skill. As the first pair of iron arrows clashed, brilliant sparks erupted from their tips. As anticipated, the iron arrow shot by Ning Chuan was effortlessly deflected aside by the arrow of Tulu, the 10 leader of the Golden Tent Khanate. Tulu's iron arrow, though slightly diminished in power and speed, remained formidable. This was inevitable, for Tulu wielded a bow of superior quality compared to Ning Chuan's, and he was able to infuse his arrows with inner strength, amplifying their lethality. Ning Chuan, facing Tulu, possessed only 2 advantages: immense strength and the tactical high ground of the city wall. With another shot, he successfully brought down Tulu's first iron arrow, which had lost much of its potency. Following the same method, Ning Chuan dispatched Tulu's remaining 2 arrows. 2 arrows countered one, and amidst the clashing sounds of metal, he managed to knock them all down. Swiftly, Ning Chuan knocked his 7th, 8th, and 9th iron arrows, completing the dazzling formation of 9 stars in a row. The sound of 3 arrows piercing flesh echoed as Tulu, the 10 leader of the Golden Tent Khanate, was struck in the throat, heart, and groin. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ning Chuan. 9 stars in a row. Could it be that he was merely a common foot soldier? Tulu's gaze fixated on Ning Chuan. The 3-star formation was his signature skill, yet his opponent had executed a 9-star formation, knocking down the first 6 arrows before landing the final 3 fatal shots. It is crucial to understand that even a 3-star formation is not simply a matter of hastily shooting arrows. It requires immense skill and precision, which hinge on the archer's strength, endurance, vision, and the quality of the bow. Having believed his 3-star formation to be remarkable, Tulu was now an eyewitness to a feat he never dared to imagine: an untrained commoner unleashing a 9-star formation, a true marvel of archery. With 3 critical hits, Tulu collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, devoid of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving maxed riding skill. The system's voice echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. 9 stars in a row. He, a mere foot soldier, had accomplished such a feat. The leader of the Golden Tent Khanate cast a sharp gaze towards Ning Chuan atop the city wall. This young man, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. His archery talent was truly monstrous, surpassing even that of the leader himself. What a remarkable talent! This young man possesses extraordinary archery skills. On the city wall, the centurion Zhou Han, who had been observing Ning Chuan, stared in wide-eyed disbelief. That was a 9-star formation. Not a single member of the entire Black Iron Army could achieve such a feat, which requires not only a high archery talent but also years of rigorous training. Now, witnessing a common soldier effortlessly execute a 9-star formation was nothing short of astonishing. Most importantly, Ning Chuan was exiled and forced into military service. Traversing over 3,000 miles without proper rest, hastily arriving on the battlefield with nothing but a standard hard bow. Despite this, he expended considerable stamina to slay several soldiers of the Xinjiang Khanate, executing the 9 stars aligning with remarkable precision. Not only did he effortlessly shoot down all 3 of the Xinjiang Khanate's sergeant stars, but he also struck the sergeant down directly, proving himself to be an invaluable asset for the Black Iron Army. At this moment, after unleashing the 9 stars aligning, Ning Chuan had taken refuge in a corner. Panting heavily, the strain of the 9 stars aligning was immensely taxing on his vitality and spirit. Were it not for his enhanced physique and surging strength, it would have been a mere fantasy to execute such a feat, particularly with the ordinary hardbow in his hand, which had ultimately snapped under the pressure of the 9 stars aligning. However, now was the optimal moment for enemy slaughter and reward accumulation. After a brief respite, Ning Chuan picked up another bow and arrow, unleashing a barrage upon the foes below. Yet before long, soldiers from the Xinjiang Khanate ascended the city walls, plunging both sides into close combat. Thus, Ning Chuan had no choice but to abandon his bow and seize a nearby war knife, engaging in a brutal melee with the advancing soldiers of the Xinjiang Khanate. Kill, kill, kill. Ning Chuan struck down another soldier from the Xinjiang Khanate, causing his physique to grow once more, with a slight recovery of his stamina. Soon after, another soldier from the Xinjiang Khanate charged at him. Now, with his greatly enhanced physique, ordinary soldiers were no longer his match. Swinging his knife, he continued to hack away amidst the chaos of the battlefield, his body drenched in blood, both that of his enemies and his own. He lost track of time until the Xinjiang Khanate finally sounded the retreat. Gazing upon the gruesome and bloody battlefield, Ning Chuan took a deep breath, forcefully calming his restless emotions. Having never set foot on a battlefield before, he was witnessing such a multitude of corpses for the first time and grasped how arduous it is for a soldier to survive through the relentless waves of conflict. A moment's distraction could spell death. Nonetheless, this battle had significantly augmented Ning Chuan's strength. His physical attribute, initially a mere 6 points, considered weak among ordinary men, had now surged to 38 points, more than 6 times stronger than before. Yet, in his current state of utter exhaustion, all he craved was a moment's respite. However, as mere laborers and foot soldiers, rest was an unattainable luxury. With the battle concluded, formal soldiers would rest, while they, the common foot soldiers, were tasked with cleaning the battlefield and dealing with the corpses to prevent the outbreak of disease. As Ning Chuan dragged his weary body to assist his fellow foot soldiers with the grim task at hand, a towering figure clad in blood-stained armor approached him. It was their commanding officer, Captain Zhou Han. "What is your name?" Zhou Han scrutinized Ning Chuan from head to toe, inquiring directly. "Ning Chuan," he replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. Rest now. Leave the remainder to the others," Zhou Han declared with a decisive wave of his hand. Although the Golden Horde had retreated, the threat of their resurgence loomed ever-present. Ning Chuan, having endured a long and arduous journey to the border battlefield and faced a devastating conflict, was undoubtedly exhausted both physically and mentally. To compel him to continue laboring alongside the other foot soldiers would deny him the rest he so desperately needed. Therefore, in a bid to ensure that this valuable talent remained in optimal condition, Zhou Han permitted Ning Chuan to take his leave early. "Thank you, Captain," Ning Chuan replied, a profound sense of relief washing over him as he realized he could finally rest. However, this decision sparked discontent among the other soldiers. Why should he be afforded a respite when they, too, were mere foot soldiers? Chapter 5. The death of Li Huai. Undoubtedly, the common soldiers dared not question the decisions made by the centurion, Zhou Han. Soon after, Ning Chuan, having received a brief medical treatment from a military doctor, returned to the soldier's tent, sinking into a deep slumber to recuperate. The exhausting journey of 3,000 miles, coupled with the earlier siege battle, had truly worn him out. At dawn the next day, a soldier delivered some food and a set of formal soldier's attire. After changing into the official uniform and consuming the meal, He was instructed to visit the tent of Centurion Johann, as there was an important matter that required his attention. Upon the soldier's departure, Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and began to devour the food voraciously. Once he had finished eating and refreshed himself, he donned the formal soldier's attire. Although he had yet to shed his status as a slave, this was indeed the first step towards improvement. A smile crept onto Ning Chuan's lips. Just as he was preparing to meet Centurion Johann, the weary soldiers who had spent the night cleaning the battlefield returned, dragging their fatigued bodies back to camp. Previously, there had been over 30 common soldiers who had been assigned to the military alongside Ning Chuan, but after the battle, only 5 remained, including him. However, when Li Huai and the other soldiers beheld Ning Chuan's attire, their expressions changed dramatically. You, how did you come to wear the formal soldier's uniform? Where did you steal it from? Stealing military supplies is a grave offense that could result in 100 lashes. Li Huai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Steal? Mind your words. I have slain 23 enemies in the previous battle, including 19 elite soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate, 3 sergeants, and 1 centurion. Is it so wrong for Centurion Johann to reward me with a set of formal soldier's attire? Ning Chuan retorted with a cold laugh. What? You? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Huai's immediate reaction was one of skepticism. If Ning Chuan possessed such formidable strength, how could he have been so easily defeated before? Oh, I see. You delicate little thing. Could it be that the centurion has taken a fancy to you? After all, there are no women in the army, and for release, one must seek out delicate men like you. Li Huai scrutinized Ning Chuan with a lecherous grin on his face. Are you seeking death? Ning Chuan shot a frosty glare at Li Huai, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, he showed no fear of Li Huai. Humph. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for the centurion's protection on the battlefield, how could a delicate creature like you have survived? And you claim to have slain enemies? What a ridiculous joke. I never expected you to possess such skills, managing to get close to the centurion. I, too, have been pent up for a long time. How about I have some fun as well? Li Huai leered at Ning Chuan, a vile smile plastered on his face. The remaining common soldiers eagerly awaited the ensuing spectacle. Very well. I'll give you something to enjoy. Ning Chuan replied as he delivered a resounding slap across Li Huai's face. The sound echoed sharply through the air. The sound was crisp and resounding, and the immense force sent Li Huai sprawling. A few bloodied teeth were expelled from his mouth, and his face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. This sudden turn of events left the other lowly soldiers in shock. None could have anticipated that the frail Ning Chuan could so easily cast aside the robust Li Huai, even knocking out his teeth in the process. What extraordinary strength must he possess? How could the seemingly weak figure harbor such might? Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? You dare to strike me? Li Huai, stunned by Ning Chuan's slap, looked at him in disbelief. Once he regained his senses, he bellowed in fury. Ning Chuan, however, merely responded with a cold laugh. Am I? With a sharp crack, another slap landed on Li Huai's face. Am I? Ning Chuan continued, alternating blows with each repetition. I will fight you to the bitter end. Such humiliation was intolerable for Li Huai. He sought to struggle, to resist. But Ning Chuan was now beyond his ability to contend with. Ultimately, he was forced back into place, enduring the relentless slaps. Just then, their commanding officer, Captain Johann, unexpectedly entered the tent. Not bad. You seem to have abundant energy, still engaged in a quarrel, are we? Captain Johann's gaze swept over Ning Chuan and Li Huai, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Captain, it wasn't my intention to fight. This Ning Chuan has lost his mind and attacked me without provocation. You must stand up for me. Li Huai implored, casting himself as the victim. Ning Chuan. Is that true? Johann directed his gaze at Ning Chuan. Certainly not. Ning Chuan recounted the events in detail, elucidating the circumstances leading to the altercation. Li Huai. Is Ning Chuan speaking the truth? Captain Johann's expression darkened, radiating an oppressive aura. Captain, this is all Ning Chuan's fault. You must see through the smoke and mirrors. Even at this moment, Li Huai refused to acknowledge his own misdeeds, continuing to blame Ning Chuan. Very well. I understand. Captain Johann unsheathed the steel blade from his waist. Indeed, Captain, this Ning Chuan deserves punishment. He even dared to steal the gear of a proper soldier. Li Huai persisted, convinced he would witness Ning Chuan's demise. However, to his astonishment, Captain Johann handed the steel blade to Ning Chuan. What does this mean? Just as Li Huai's bewilderment began to rise, Johann uttered a chilling command. You shall handle this, Li Huai. Be swift, I have matters to attend to. With that, Johann exited the tent. Yes, Captain. Ning Chuan nodded, gripping the steel blade, and stepping toward Li Huai. And no, please. Ning Chuan, we are both exiles from Shengjing. You cannot kill me. How about this? I will share half of my rations with you from now on, if that helps. At this moment, Li Huai was utterly panic-stricken, his eyes filled with terror. Go to hell. With those words, Ning Chuan raised the steel war blade. No. Please don't. Li Huai cried out in despair. Thud. The steel war blade descended, and Li Huai completely lost his vitality. One to physique. The remaining few minor soldiers witnessed the scene, swallowing hard, internally grateful that they had not provoked Ning Chuan, for the consequences would have been dire. Having dispatched Li Huai, Ning Chuan felt a refreshing clarity and swiftly made his way to the tent of Zhou Han, returning the steel war blade. Captain, may I inquire about your summons? Ning Chuan asked directly, without any superfluous words. Your archery skills are commendable. I shall bestow upon you this light bamboo bow for your use, Captain Zhou Han replied, neglecting to address Ning Chuan's query, instead presenting a longbow. Thank you, Captain. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled as he nodded in gratitude, now possessing his own bow and arrows. No need for thanks. This is your due reward. Soon, the armies of the Golden Horde shall return. I will assign you to a crucial position at the main gate. I hope you can use your archery to strike down those Tartars with precision, Captain Zhou Han stated plainly. Yes, Captain. Ning Chuan nodded in affirmation. The main gate, indeed. It would even see thousands leading the assault. Chapter 6. The Golden Horde strikes again. Upon exiting the tent of Centurion Zhou Han, Ning Chuan proceeded to the designated position at the main entrance. This entrance would face the primary force of the Golden Horde. Thus, the soldiers stationed here were all of elite caliber. Particularly, the archers were the finest among the ranks of the Black Iron Army. As Ning Chuan arrived, the gazes of the elite archers turned towards him. A recruit? Questioned a towering archer, Zhao Jian, whose height reached an imposing 2 meters and whose arms were thicker than the average person's thighs. A hunter by trade, he had honed his exceptional archery skills during his pursuits in the wild and had subsequently risen to become the foremost archer of the Black Iron Army. Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. How skilled are you in archery? Zhao Jian inquired once more. Unparalleled, Ning Chuan replied, initially intending to be modest, but then reconsidered. In a military setting where strength spoke volumes, humility would only invite disdain. What nonsense! Unparalleled in archery? Surely you jest. Zhao Jian raised an eyebrow, astonished by Ning Chuan's audacity. Good heavens! While it is true that merit is the currency of the army, your boast is rather excessive. As the top archer of the Black Iron Army, I would never claim such a title, yet this newcomer dares to make such a proclamation. Is he a fool? Who grants him the audacity to declare such a thing? The surrounding archers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with scorn and derision. Is it forbidden to claim unparalleled skill in archery? Ning Chuan scratched his head, perplexed that no one believed his truthful assertion. Alas, the youthful bravado of the inexperienced. Do you truly understand what is meant by unparalleled archery? To effortlessly execute the 9 stars in a row is no small feat. Can you do that? Zhao Jian shook his head dismissively. I can indeed execute the 9 stars in a row, Ning Chuan affirmed with confidence. The group of archers fell silent momentarily before erupting into boisterous laughter. Did you hear that? He claims he can execute the 9 stars in a row. How utterly ridiculous. Do you comprehend the difficulty of such a feat? Our esteemed Zhao Jian, the top archer of the Black Iron Army, can only manage a 3-star formation. In comparison to him, you are but a mere speck. The elite archers spared no effort in deriding Ning Chuan, their disdain palpable. Even Zhao Jian grew weary of engaging with him, convinced that the recruit's mind was clearly unhinged. Ning Chuan, observing their reactions, could only shrug in resignation. He knew he spoke the truth, yet no one would take him seriously. Suddenly, a deep and resonant horn sounded. Centurion Zhou Han's predictions proved accurate. The Golden Horde had indeed returned with renewed vigor. The Black Iron Army atop the city walls, upon witnessing the approaching forces of the Golden Horde, swiftly prepared for battle. As the mighty army drew near, the archers of the Black Iron Army unleashed a barrage of arrows, which rained down upon the Golden Horde, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. Subsequently, as the Golden Horde approached the walls, they too began to retaliate with their own archery, resulting in casualties on both sides. In the midst of this chaos, Ning Chuan seized the opportunity to release 3 arrows in quick succession, all striking true at the throats of Golden Horde warriors, thereby earning him 3 attribute points. Yet, amidst the tumultuous battlefield, no one noticed the 3 lives he had claimed. After several waves of arrows, the siege ladders of the Golden Horde were firmly planted against the walls, leading to an imminent clash of swords. Observing the unfolding melee, Ning Chuan set aside his bow and drew his iron sword. With his current physical prowess and reflexes, it was nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers to inflict harm upon him. In mere moments, he dispatched 3 more foes, gaining another 3 points in constitution. Just then, a dozen agile and formidable figures ascended the siege ladders and swiftly reached the ramparts. These formidable individuals were centurions of the Golden Horde, their prowess rendering the slaughter of ordinary soldiers as effortless as butchering livestock. Fortunately, a centurion from the Black Iron Army quickly intervened, countering the relentless onslaught of the Golden Horde centurions. "Johan, after all this time, your strength has hardly improved," taunted a robust centurion clad in fine armor. Wielding a curved blade, his presence imposing. "Humph, what does it matter if I haven't improved? Killing you will suffice," Johan retorted, charging once more at the centurion of the Golden Horde. A fierce and brutal battle ensued between them. However, it became evident that the Golden Horde centurion possessed superior strength, and soon Johan found himself at a disadvantage. His expression darkened as he was struck by the centurion's blade, blood flowing profusely from his wound. Just as the Golden Horde centurion prepared to press his advantage and finish Johan, a fierce iron arrow suddenly disrupted his momentum. With a clang, the arrowhead collided with the centurion's steel sword, igniting a shower of sparks. This unexpected intervention provided Johan with a moment to catch his breath and regain his composure. "Thank you." Johan glanced in the direction from which the arrow had come, and indeed, it was Ning Chuan. In that instant, he felt a surge of gratitude for having positioned Ning Chuan at this crucial point. After silently expressing his appreciation, he re-engaged in the fierce battle with the centurion of the Golden Horde. Unlike before, however, as Johan fought, powerful iron arrows continued to rain down, incessantly disrupting the centurion's rhythm and leaving him in a state of disarray. The centurion of the Golden Horde wore an expression of utter desperation, repeatedly attempting to eliminate Ning Chuan, only to be thwarted by Johan, whose own injuries worsened with each passing moment. Ultimately, through the collaborative efforts of Ning Chuan and Johan, the centurion succumbed, pierced through the throat by Ning Chuan's arrow, thus extinguishing his life completely. A chime resonated in Ning Chuan's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 1 vial of venomous lizard fluid. Constitution 2. The system's voice echoed within his consciousness. Positioning you at the main gate proved to be a wise decision. After vanquishing the centurion of the Golden Horde, Johan felt a palpable sense of relief. Grateful for his choice, he had not anticipated that amidst such chaos on the battlefield, Ning Chuan would adeptly assist him in dispatching foes. However, at that moment, a figure emerged, fierce as a beast, charging toward the city wall, a force even the centurions of the Black Iron Army could not withstand. It was the 1,000-man commander. Johan gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this formidable presence. Chapter 7. The 1,000-man commander. A 1,000-man commander possesses the ability to lead 1,000 troops, requiring not only illustrious military achievements, but also formidable strength at the late postnatal stage. At this level, one has at least opened up 37 meridians within their body, allowing them to wield internal energy so profound that even a willow leaf could effortlessly slice through steel. Furthermore, a warrior at this stage possesses a physique that significantly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This particular 1,000-man commander from the Golden Tent Khaganate, after slaying several centurions of the Black Iron Army, advanced menacingly towards Johan. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Johan found himself paralyzed by fear. At this moment, he was merely at the mid-postnatal stage, having opened only 20 meridians. His internal energy was vastly inferior to that of the 1,000-man commander, and his physical prowess was likewise lacking. To put it bluntly, the 1,000-man commander was an entity he could only revere from a distance, capable of easily overpowering him without a glimmer of victory in sight. "What are you doing, Centurion? Have you lost your nerve?" In the tumultuous battlefield, Ning Chuan noted Johan's distress and, seizing the moment of crisis, shouted in anger. He was also anxious. Where was the 1,000-man commander of the Black Iron Army? Johan, upon hearing Ning Chuan's furious call, felt a jolt of realization. He had faltered in the presence of the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khaganate, allowing despair to creep in and even feeling an urge to surrender. Such thoughts were a grave mistake on the battlefield. Even in death, one must seize a piece of the enemy. With no reinforcements from the Black Iron Army's 1,000-man commander, it was imperative for him to maintain his composure. With renewed determination, Johan bellowed, "1,000-man commander, damn you, I shall fight you." He steadied himself, gripping his steel battle knife with resolve, and charged fearlessly towards the 1,000-man commander. The 1,000-man commander, taken aback by Zhou Han's sudden defiance, displayed a hint of surprise. His intimidation technique, a martial arts mastery he had cultivated, significantly enhanced his presence, allowing him to condense the malice and murderous intent gathered on the battlefield and exert pressure on his targets through gaze and body language. This could either frighten an opponent into submission or render them paralyzed with fear. With this method, he had already dispatched several centurions of the Black Iron Army. Yet, Zhou Han's mental fortitude was commendable. It was no small feat to regain his composure so swiftly. What astonished the 1,000-man commander even more was Ning Chuan. This mere soldier had been the first to notice the abnormal state of Centurion Zhou Han and had the audacity to call him out, breaking the spell of intimidation cast upon him. It was remarkable that while the sergeants and other centurions of the Black Iron Army had failed to detect Zhou Han's distress, a lowly soldier had. However, despite his astonishment, the 1,000-man commander remained resolute. He was determined that these troops of the Jin state would not stir up any trouble under his command. They must perish. As Zhou Han faced the approaching figure of the captain from the Golden Tent Khanate, the 1,000-man commander revealed a disdainful smile, immediately engaging in combat. The clash of metal resonated through the air, sparks flying with each strike. Zhou Han's expression shifted, for the strength of the 1,000-man commander was formidable. The sheer force of their encounter caused blood to escape from the corners of his mouth, and even his arms felt numb from the impact. Impressive. To think he could withstand half of my strength. The 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate smirked, channeling his full power into a swift strike aimed at Zhou Han, whose reflexes were too slow to evade. Humph. Zhou Han scoffed, his expression grave, realizing that the commander had not fought with his full might until now. However, there was no escape. He could only brace himself with his steel blade, preparing to withstand the blow. With a resounding clang, it became evident that the 1,000-man commander had indeed been holding back. The force of the strike was so overwhelming that even Zhou Han, gripping his weapon tightly, found it difficult to counter. Thud! The commander's steel blade sank deeply into Zhou Han's shoulder. Die! The 1,000-man commander grinned maliciously, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, an iron arrow, glimmering with a cold sheen, soared through the air, striking the commander's blade with precision. Clang! The arrow's force was substantial, deflecting the commander's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Han maneuvered to redirect the commander's weapon and swiftly distanced himself to catch his breath. In that moment, Zhou Han felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Ning Chuan, realizing how fortunate he was to have positioned him there. When the 1,000-man commander glanced back at Ning Chuan, astonishment filled his eyes. This mere soldier bore no cultivation, yet amidst the chaos of battle, he had accurately struck the commander's blade. Moreover, the power behind his shot surpassed that of an ordinary soldier, rivaling even that of a decently skilled officer. It was this arrow that had saved Zhou Han, granting him a moment of respite. This soldier was anything but ordinary. The 1,000-man commander cast a lingering glance at Ning Chuan before once more charging at Zhou Han. Despite his astonishment at the soldier's remarkable archery skills, the commander deemed him unworthy of concern due to his lack of cultivation. Kill! Zhou Han, witnessing the commander's renewed assault, stood his ground, having recognized the advantages of Ning Chuan's support. Thus, he engaged in a fierce battle once more against the commander of the Golden Tent Khanate. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, he was bolstered by Ning Chuan's assistance. At critical moments, just when it seemed Zhou Han might succumb to the commander's blade, an arrow would whistle through the air, deftly altering the trajectory of the commander's attacks, or striking at vital points such as the throat and eyes, continuously disrupting him. In this battle, the commander of the Golden Horde became increasingly infuriated, even wishing to tear the small soldier Ning Chuan apart. Under normal circumstances, had it not been for this meddlesome soldier, he would have slain Zhou Han countless times by now. However, just as he was on the verge of executing Zhou Han, this remarkably skilled archer would either strike his weapon with pinpoint accuracy or target his throat and eyes, persistently disrupting his efforts. At this moment, the commander's emotions intensified, filled with rage and impatience. Ning Chuan awaited this precise moment and signaled to Captain Zhou Han. Despite being gravely injured and bleeding profusely, Captain Zhou Han, undeterred by the threat of death, charged fiercely at the commander of the Golden Horde. Chapter 8. Mastery of Poisonous Talent. Ning Chuan signaled to Captain Zhou Han, indicating his intention to employ the 9-star convergence technique. As the captain, Zhou Han was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the 1,000-man commander from the Golden Tent Khanate. The prospect of slaying such a formidable opponent, even with the 9-star convergence, seemed utterly implausible due to the vast disparity in their strengths, a chasm as profound as that between the heavens and the earth. However, Zhou Han found himself with no alternative. He could either place his faith in Ning Chuan and take a daring risk or face certain death in that moment. Thus, he resolved to trust Ning Chuan, charging fearlessly at the 1,000-man commander, providing cover for him. 9-star convergence. Ning Chuan silently admonished himself, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in a fluid motion. Whoosh! The first iron arrow, glimmering with a cold radiance, shot forth with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at the throat of the 1,000-man commander. Humph! The commander of the Golden Tent Khanate scoffed, his right hand gripping his blade to counter Zhou Han's reckless assault, while his left arm effortlessly deflected the first arrow shot by Ning Chuan. Yet, the second arrow, shimmering with the same cold light, followed closely behind, almost without pause, once again targeting the commander's throat. The commander furrowed his brow, finally sensing that the arrows fired by this soldier were indeed extraordinary. However, the notion that they could inflict harm upon him was still a vain delusion. The second arrow was also swatted away by the commander's arm. But in rapid succession, a third iron arrow, gleaming coldly, appeared. This is the 3-star convergence. The power, speed, and precision were astonishing. It was unexpected for a mere soldier to possess such remarkable archery skills. Yet, the commander remained resolute in his belief that he would not be harmed. The commander's gaze sharpened as the 4th iron arrow emerged, causing him to waver slightly. He had not anticipated that this Black Iron Army soldier could unleash the 4-star convergence. Nevertheless, he still deemed it insufficient to pose a threat. However, as the 5th arrow, 6th arrow, 7th arrow, 8th arrow, and finally the 9th arrow materialized, the commander was genuinely taken aback. Could it be the 9-star convergence? Alas, it still could not touch him. Could he be the lowly soldier who, from atop the city walls, had slain one of my 10 captains? The 1,000-man commander mused inwardly. After all, this was the 9-star convergence. Within the entire army, not even their illustrious leader could achieve such a feat. He could hardly believe that there existed another in the ranks of the Jinchao Black Iron Army capable of executing the 9-star convergence. With this thought, the commander's lips curled into a radiant smile. Since the conclusion of the last war, the Golden Tent Khanate had begun offering a bounty for the soldier within the Jin State's Black Iron Army who could unleash the 9-star convergence. Whoever succeeded in slaying this soldier would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver and 100 military merits. Indeed, this presented a splendid opportunity to earn both wealth and honor. It seemed that while Ning Chuan's archery was indeed spectacular, his lack of cultivation ultimately led him to underestimate the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, remaining blissfully unaware of the vast gulf that lay between them. As the centurion Zhou Han witnessed the completion of Ning Chuan's 9 stars align, he found himself unable to contend with the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. It seemed they were destined to meet their demise here. Lacking any cultivation, he had foolishly sought to challenge a foe at the peak of the postnatal realm, a venture that proved futile. He had chosen to place his faith in Ning Chuan, only to realize that he had misjudged the situation. After expending his strength on the 9 stars align, he had likely depleted his energy reserves. Today would mark their end. The 1,000-man commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate spoke, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Zhou Han before turning his attention to Ning Chuan. Eager to return for his reward, even if I perish today, I shall carve a piece of flesh from you. Zhou Han, fully aware of his impending doom, let out a final roar as he charged directly at the commander. The commander, sensing the imminent threat, readied himself to strike Zhou Han down. With a clang, their blades clashed, the metallic reverberation echoing accompanied by brilliant sparks. To Zhou Han's astonishment, he sent the commander's steel battle blade flying with a single stroke. What is happening? Have I grown so powerful? Zhou Han marveled at the sight before him. This was no ordinary opponent. He faced a commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate, one who would typically crush him without mercy. Yet, with Ning Chuan's support, he had managed to sustain a fight for this long, which was already remarkable. He never anticipated that he would disarm his adversary with such ease. Suddenly, the 1,000-man commander glanced down at his left wrist, where a wound was oozing black blood. His expression contorted in disbelief. Reflecting on the events, he realized that the lowly soldier had not aimed to kill him with the 9 stars align. Rather, the intent was to breach his defenses at the wrist, inflicting both injury and poison. Each of the 9 arrows had struck true, dismantling his defenses, with the final arrow delivering a minuscule yet deadly wound, laced with venom. How could he have predicted that all 9 arrows would find their mark on my wrist? What skill and foresight must one possess to achieve such precision? Though Ning Chuan was merely a lowly soldier devoid of any cultivation, he stirred a tempest of emotions within the 1,000-man commander, who had never before encountered such archery. Previously, his left arm had been tirelessly deflecting Ning Chuan's arrows, each shot landing unpredictably, requiring extraordinary foresight. The evidence now lay before him. Ning Chuan's 9 arrows had all been perfectly anticipated, showcasing an almost divine level of skill. However, this was not the moment for astonishment. The commander hastily summoned his internal energy to expel the lethal poison coursing through his veins. Centurion, what are you waiting for? The 1,000-man commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate has been poisoned. Stop him before he can purge the toxin. As Ning Chuan uttered these words, he knocked another arrow, shimmering with cold light, and aimed once more at the 1,000-man commander. Good. The centurion Johann quickly realized that it was not his own strength that had surged, but rather that the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Horde had been poisoned. Without a moment's hesitation, he suppressed the pain coursing through his body and charged once more at the commander, determined to thwart the effects of the poison. At that moment, the commander of the Golden Horde felt his consciousness fading and realized he had lost his formidable steel sword, causing his combat effectiveness to plummet by 90%. In a mere instant, he was struck thrice by Centurion Johann. Curse it! The commander finally comprehended the perilous nature of his situation. He had never anticipated that after years of dominating the battlefield, he would suffer such a significant defeat at the hands of a mere centurion and an unremarkable soldier devoid of any martial skills. In a desperate bid to retreat, he found that Ning Chuan and Johann would not allow him to escape. With a swift thud, a cold, glimmering iron arrow pierced the commander's throat, and after a few futile struggles, he succumbed to his fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Constitution 3. Mastery of Poison Crafting. Chapter 9. Eradicating the Shackles of Slavery. Becoming a Formal Soldier. The voice of the system echoed within Ning Chuan's mind. A 1,000-man commander, even amidst grand battles, is undoubtedly a figure of brilliance. Yet, this day, a commander from the Golden Tent Khanate fell to the combined efforts of a mere soldier and a centurion. The soldiers on both sides of the battlefield exhibited expressions of sheer disbelief. The morale of the Black Iron Army surged. When this commander ascended the city walls and dispatched several centurions, panic and fear swept through the ranks of the Black Iron Army. Little did they expect that this commander would be vanquished by the collaboration of Ning Chuan and Johann, especially for Zhao Jin and the other archers. Tumultuous waves of emotion surged within them. Previously, when Ning Chuan boasted of his unparalleled archery skills, claiming he could execute the 9 stars aligning technique, they had mocked him, thinking him deranged. Yet now, he had indeed performed the 9 stars aligning. Zhao Jin and the other archers felt a burning shame wash over them. How could I have claimed to be the foremost archer of the Black Iron Army before an archer capable of such a feat? This is utterly humiliating. Zhao Jin thought to himself, his face flushed with embarrassment. With the demise of the Golden Tent Khanate's commander, their leader's countenance darkened to an alarming degree, prompting an immediate order to retreat. The forces of the Golden Tent Khanate withdrew like a receding tide. The Black Iron Army erupted in cheers once more. Having successfully defended Black Iron City, Ning Chuan, we owe you our gratitude. Centurion Johann, weary and battered, approached Ning Chuan, a smile of relief gracing his features. Centurion, you deserve no such praise. I merely provided assistance. Without your leadership, it would have been impossible to defeat the commander of the Golden Tent Khanate. Ning Chuan shook his head, refusing to take credit. Centurion, Ning Chuan, there is no need for either of you to be modest. It was your excellent cooperation that allowed for the slaying of a commander from the Golden Tent Khanate. This is a remarkable achievement. Zhao Jin interjected, apologizing to Ning Chuan. When the commander had first scaled the city walls, dispatching several centurions, they had believed it was the end. After all, this was a commander who had opened at least 37 martial arts meridians, possessing formidable inner strength. Without the support of a commander, none could stand against him. Yet unexpectedly, Ning Chuan had coated his arrows with deadly poison, and through flawless coordination with Centurion Johann, they had succeeded in taking down a commander, a miracle indeed. No worries. The credit for defeating the Golden Tent Khanate's commander belongs primarily to the Centurion. Without his diversion, how could I have found the opportunity to poison the commander? Had it not been for the Centurion's fearless bravery, the commander might have expelled the poison using his inner strength. Ning Chuan exhaled heavily, acknowledging the perilous nature of their endeavor. Had any step gone awry, they would have faced utter ruin. Indeed, let us cast aside our mutual modesty. It must be acknowledged that this endeavor was perilously fraught. Ning Chuan, regardless of the circumstances, your contributions this time have been significant. Upon our return to the military camp, I shall duly report to the commander, advocating for your emancipation from servitude, thereby officially integrating you into our Iron Black Army. Naturally, you shall not be deprived of rewards. What bounties do you desire? Bannerman Johan patted Ning Chuan's shoulder with emphasis, inquiring further. The danger we faced was indeed immense, without Ning Chuan's assistance. The aftermath could have been dire. The demise of the 1,000-man general of the Xinjiang Khanate was achieved through poison, a craft in which I excel. Thus I hope to be granted some materials for poison making. Ning Chuan pondered before responding. Following the vanquishing of the 1,000-man general, he had attained the pinnacle of poison-making talent, enabling him to enhance the lethality of his refined steel blades and arrows. Yet, at present, he found himself devoid of the necessary materials. Poison-making. Very well. I shall return and confer with the commander. Bannerman Johan nodded, instinctively retreating a few steps upon hearing of Ning Chuan's expertise in toxins. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the potency of the poison employed by Ning Chuan, which even a being of strength comparable to several elephants could not withstand. Such venom would naturally evoke concern, but thankfully, Ning Chuan was not an adversary. As the Xinjiang Khanate retreated once more, Ning Chuan and his comrades tended to their wounds and sought rest. Bannerman Johan proceeded to the commander's tent to relay intelligence. It was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that he emerged, his expression grave. Subsequently, Bannerman Johan reined in his solemn demeanor and sought out Ning Chuan once more. The military achievements Ning Chuan had accrued during the 2 sieges had far surpassed 500. It was only fitting that his status as a serf be annulled, allowing him to transition from a mere foot soldier to a recognized soldier. Upon receiving this news, a radiant smile illuminated Ning Chuan's face. The removal of his servile status and the acquisition of formal soldier identity marked a significant milestone for him. Should he accrue further military merit, he might even return to Xinjiang for a time, where he would not hesitate to eliminate both his fiancée, Lu Ruyan, and her paramour. With his newfound soldier status, Ning Chuan was entitled to corresponding privileges. He would henceforth inhabit the soldiers' quarters, enjoying warm meals instead of the stale hard bread he had endured previously. Additionally, owing to his poison-making capabilities, Bannerman Johan had arranged for him to occupy a small tent exclusively. What Ning Chuan looked forward to most, undoubtedly, was the military's cultivation technique, the mighty bull technique. This foundational practice cultivates a fierce and domineering internal power, enhancing the practitioner's strength. Among the primary methods of cultivation, the mighty bull technique stands as a superior choice. Furthermore, Ning Chuan's rewards were bestowed upon him, comprising various toxic plants and the venomous fangs and claws of certain creatures, amounting to over 10 pounds. Just as Bannerman Johan was about to depart, Ning Chuan, we have encountered an issue with one of our spies in the Iron Black Army, who is suspected of treachery. Some crucial military information may have been leaked by this traitor. Consequently, we shall intensify our patrols during this period. I have assigned you to Team 2. You shall commence patrols at midnight, rotating every 10 days. Do you remember? The centurion, Johan, spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, I understand. Ning Chuan nodded, taken aback by the revelation of a traitorous spy. It was no wonder Johan appeared so solemn. Subsequently, Johan departed from the tent, leaving Ning Chuan with the opportunity to finally cultivate his skills. Should he succeed in harnessing his internal energy, his prowess would experience a significant enhancement. Ding. The host's identity has transitioned from a mere foot soldier to that of a soldier, allowing the selection of one martial art to be elevated to its maximum level. Chapter 10. Early Days of the Day After Tomorrow. The system's voice once again resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. This revelation filled him with immense joy. It was imperative to apply this to the great strength wild bull technique. However, the prerequisite was to first cultivate the technique to the entry level before it could ascend to its maximum potential. Without delay, Ning Chuan commenced his training. Cultivating the great strength wild bull technique was deceptively simple. Some individuals could establish a meridian and cultivate a thread of inner strength within just 3 to 5 days. Yet, for others, it could take 3 to 5 years to even reach the initial stage, contingent upon the practitioner's comprehension and aptitude. As time passed, Ning Chuan patrolled at night and trained during the day. Finally, on the 7th day, he successfully opened his first martial arts meridian. A surge of warmth emanated from this meridian, and as this warmth coursed through his body, it expelled foul impurities, leaving him feeling significantly more robust. With each additional meridian opened, his inner strength grew, and correspondingly, his physical form was enhanced. Particularly when Ning Chuan wrapped this inner strength around his finger and thrust it towards a stone, he effortlessly punctured it as if it were mere tofu. Delighted by this revelation, Ning Chuan was astonished at the stark contrast between possessing inner strength and being devoid of it. If that thrust were to strike an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly create a gaping wound. He then recalled his previous encounter with the 10 captains of the Golden Tent Khanate, where his adversary had infused inner strength into arrows, making it so that he needed to deflect 2 arrows to block just 1. Thus, he decided to experiment, successfully infusing inner strength into his own arrows, which then exhibited remarkable power, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of ordinary people. However, the effect lasted merely 3 breaths before the inner strength dissipated entirely, depleting his reserves. The reason lay in the fact that Ning Chuan had only just begun to cultivate inner strength, rendering it quite feeble. Now that he had entered the realm of the great strength wild bull technique, he wondered what effects awaited him upon reaching its maximum level. With a thought, he commanded the technique to ascend directly to its full potential. In an instant, Ning Chuan felt his physique continuously augmenting, and an overwhelming sensation coursed through his meridians, as if they were on the verge of rupture. This was perilous. The inner strength cultivated from the great strength wild bull technique was fierce and domineering. Elevating it to full capacity was bearable for his body, yet his meridians could scarcely withstand such a tumultuous force. Ning Chuan's expression darkened, lacking a master to guide him. He was at a loss. However, with the system at his disposal, he believed it would prevent any calamity from befalling him. In no time, the system expanded his meridians to their utmost limits, making them more than 10-fold the thickness of an ordinary warrior's, barely allowing him to endure the surging inner strength. Yet, the inner strength continued to swell uncontrollably, threatening to overwhelm the meridian once more. As long as his meridians could withstand it, he could certainly continue to open additional ones. Calming his mind, Ning Chuan focused on controlling his inner strength to further expand his meridians. In a brief span, the second martial arts meridian was successfully opened, only to be swiftly filled with surging internal energy. Observing this, Ning Chuan could only continue to forge ahead, ultimately establishing the 5th meridian, at which point the overwhelming internal force finally began to stabilize. Truly, the supreme might of the Great Bull technique allowed me to simultaneously unlock 5 martial arts meridians. Moreover, my internal energy continues to grow rapidly. It won't be long before I can open the 6th meridian. As Ning Chuan felt the profound depth of his internal energy, a joyful expression illuminated his face. While others struggled to open even a single meridian, he had accomplished the remarkable feat of opening 5 in one breath. Furthermore, following the system's modification, the capacity for internal energy within his meridians surpassed that of other martial artists by several multiples. It is no exaggeration to say that despite only having opened 5 meridians, the richness of his internal energy already rivals that of a mid-stage martial artist. His current strength has undergone a qualitative transformation compared to before. Should he now face the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate alongside Captain Zhou Han, the encounter would not be fraught with peril as it once was. It is worth noting that Ning Chuan's initial 9-star convergence had only inflicted a trivial injury upon the 1,000-man commander. Now, with his internal energy, every arrow he looses has seen significant enhancements in both speed and power, easily breaching the defenses of the 1,000-man commander and delivering poison within. Name: Ning Chuan. Rank: Soldier. Physique: 66 internal energy, 55 having finally achieved moderate success in his training. It is time to employ his perfected poison crafting talents to concoct some potent toxins for future contingencies, Ning Chuan mused inwardly. After slaying the captain of the Golden Tent Khanate, he was fortunate to receive a vial of poison lizard liquid as a reward, which subsequently enabled him to successfully eliminate the 1,000-man commander. It is fair to assert that without that vial, even with the perfect collaboration between him and Captain Zhou Han, it would have been impossible to defeat such a formidable foe. At that moment, as Ning Chuan prepared his deadly concoctions, an elite strike team from the Golden Tent Khanate had assembled, swiftly devising a battle plan based on intelligence provided by a traitor within the Black Iron Army. Their objective was a decapitation strike against the high-ranking officials of the Black Iron Army, by eliminating all commanders above the rank of captain. The disarrayed Black Iron Army would be rendered incapable of mounting any further resistance. The capture of Black Iron City would then be within their grasp. The decapitation operation is set to commence at the midnight hour. Are your targets clear? The leader of the Golden Tent Khanate addressed the assembled elite team with a serious demeanor. Clear. The elite team of the Golden Tent Khanate roared in unison. Their spirits formidable and their fighting intent palpable. Each member was a rare talent, with even the weakest among them possessing the strength of a mid-stage martial artist. This mission to decimate the Black Iron Army was one they were determined to achieve. Excellent. This operation is crucial to our success in capturing Black Iron City. If we successfully seize Black Iron City, we shall then advance southward to plunder the wealth and women of the Jin state, ensuring a comfortable winter for ourselves this year. However, should our endeavors fail, the consequences are dire. Many will perish from hunger and cold, and among them may be your own kin. Thus, do you comprehend what must be done? The leader of the Golden Horde cast a piercing gaze over all present. Kill. Slay the high-ranking officials of the Black Iron Army. Breach Black Iron City, and seize their riches and women. The elite warriors of the Golden Horde unsheathed their weapons, raising them skyward as they roared with fervor. Excellent. Let us embark. The leader of the Golden Horde, satisfied with their fervor, nodded approvingly. And this elite force promptly set forth towards Black Iron City to commence their decapitation operation. Chapter 11. The Decapitation Operation, which began with failure. Within the Black Iron Army camp, Ning Chuan. It is time to patrol. A soldier with a resolute expression and dark skin entered Ning Chuan's tent, urging him onward. However, upon noticing the array of vials and jars before Ning Chuan, he couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. His name was Shi Changgong, the squad leader of Ning Chuan's patrol team. As the patrol time approached and Ning Chuan had yet to emerge, he sought him out in his tent. Do not touch. These contain highly toxic substances. Ning Chuan sternly admonished as he saw Shi Changgong reaching toward his concoctions. Startled, Shi Changgong quickly withdrew his hand. Soon, Ning Chuan successfully brewed a poison even more potent than the venom of the venomous lizard. Regrettably, due to limited materials, he could not create a toxin that could not be expelled through inner strength, despite his mastery of poison crafting. All right, let us depart. After organizing his vials, Ning Chuan declared, on the city wall, Ning Chuan, how lethal is the poison you have concocted? Could it kill a martial artist at the mid-stage of the acquired realm? Shi Changgong suddenly whispered during their patrol. Hiki. A single drop of my concocted poison can indeed slay a mid-stage martial artist. Ning Chuan replied with a slight smile. The poison he had created, known as heart-rot poison, was aptly named for its ability to decay the heart. Its potency was such that it could even kill a martial artist at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. However, the sole drawback of this poison was its susceptibility to being expelled through inner strength. Of course, martial artists in the early and mid-stages of the acquired realm, due to their weaker physiques, would have no chance to expel the heart-rot poison once afflicted. Only those at the late stage or pinnacle of the acquired realm, possessing robust physiques and strong resistance to toxins, might have the opportunity to force it out. I never expected you could concoct such a lethal poison. Shi Changgong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. What do you mean? Ning Chuan asked, taken aback by Shi Changgong's eager demeanor. I have an enemy. A tyrant who wreaks havoc in our town. He has seized my fortune and my wife. Even the county magistrate has been bribed by him. In my desperation, I chose to enlist in the army, hoping one day to exact my revenge. Yet, I never anticipated being assigned to the perilous Black Iron Army at the border. My martial arts talent is woefully inadequate. Despite practicing the mighty bull technique for so long, I have yet to truly master it. Therefore, I hope you might grant me some of that poison. Shi Changgong looked at Ning Chuan with hopeful anticipation. Absolutely not. Ning Chuan replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly refusing. The poison he had crafted was exceedingly dangerous and required notification to the military camp. Should such a toxin fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, resulting in calamity, Ning Chuan would bear the primary responsibility. Moreover, he had only just met Shi Changgong a few days prior. How could he possibly risk such peril by entrusting this poison to him? Ning Chuan, would it suffice if I were to purchase some instead? Shi Changgong assumed Ning Chuan was troubled by financial concerns and spoke fervently. This is not merely a matter of money. Ning Chuan swiftly articulated the potential consequences of handing over the malicious poison to Shi Changgong. Even if Shi Changgong harbored no ill intentions, should he inadvertently misplace the poison and allow it to fall into the wrong hands, it would ultimately be Ning Chuan who would suffer the dire repercussions. Ah, so that is how it is. I understand now. Shi Changgong sighed after absorbing Ning Chuan's words. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan remained impassive, continuing his patrol. To him, this matter regarding Shi Changgong was but a fleeting episode, and he would not entrust his fate to someone he had only recently met. Suddenly, Ning Chuan's ears perked up, and he came to an abrupt halt. Just moments ago, he had perceived the faint sound of footsteps, akin to the buzzing of flies, skimming past the city wall. What is it, Ning Chuan? Have you discovered something? The others inquired, observing his sudden stillness. Yes, I believe I just heard a faint series of footsteps passing over the wall. Ning Chuan nodded and advanced with purpose. Faint footsteps? How could we not hear them? Perhaps you misheard? After all, the wind atop the wall is quite fierce. As the others voiced their skepticism, they saw Ning Chuan hastening forward, torch in hand, scrutinizing the traces left upon the stones of the wall. Have you found anything? The others asked, their expressions grave. There are marks of grappling hooks and some indistinct footprints. We must alert the military camp. Someone with remarkable agility has scaled the wall, and not just one person. Ning Chuan's countenance was serious. Understood. Sergeant Shi Changgong also discerned the signs of grappling hooks and the scattered footprints. Should the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate launch a surprise attack, their small team would be the first to uncover it, earning them significant recognition. Quickly, Sergeant Shi Changgong retrieved a bamboo tube the size of a thumb from his waist. As he pulled the fuse, a brilliant firework erupted in the pitch-black sky. The moment the Black Iron Army camp beheld the spectacle, alarms rang out. Enemy attack, we are under assault. The sound of gongs and drums reverberated through the night, rousing all soldiers from their slumber. They hastily donned their attire and seized their weapons, charging out of their tents. It's the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate. Several of our centurions and commanders have been ambushed. The air was soon filled with chilling screams and the cacophony of battle. Meanwhile, in a corner of Black Iron City, the decapitation operation had just commenced when it was unexpectedly discovered. The commander of the Golden Tent Khanate wore a grim expression, his fierce gaze seemingly ablaze. Armed with intelligence from a traitorous spy within the Black Iron Army, he was resolute in his mission to execute this operation. By eliminating all centurions and above from the Black Iron Army, chaos would ensue, leaving the city's downfall imminent. Little did they anticipate that their operation would be discovered at its inception, akin to a duck that had almost been captured, only to fly away, leaving them feeling utterly despondent. "Commander, what shall we do next?" inquired a 1,000-man general, his voice laden with gravity as he awaited orders. The Black Iron Army had now realized the gravity of the situation. This assassination mission had met with utter failure. We must retreat swiftly. The leader of the Golden Tent Khanate, despite an overwhelming sense of reluctance, issued the command for withdrawal. The individuals tasked with this assassination were the elite among elites. They could not afford to suffer complete annihilation here. Understood, Commander. The 1,000-man general nodded in affirmation. Moreover, send men to the city walls over there and eliminate all the patrolling soldiers of the Black Iron Army. The leader of the Golden Tent Khanate, reeling from the failure of the assassination operation, pointed towards the location of the signal flare, preparing to unleash his pent-up fury upon the heads of the patrolling soldiers, including Ning Chuan. Chapter 12. Welcome to my moment of hunt. We have achieved a significant victory. Indeed, it was an enemy attack. Sergeant Shi Changgong's demeanor was invigorated upon realizing the situation. The other members of the patrolling squad also exhibited expressions of excitement. The Golden Tent Khanate had assaulted the camp, and they were the first to detect it. This was a noteworthy accomplishment that would surely be rewarded generously. However, at that moment, a flash of cold steel suddenly appeared behind Sergeant Shi Changgong. The blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness. "Be careful," Ning Chuan shouted, swiftly drawing his finely crafted iron sword to intercept the swift strike aimed at Shi Changgong. He successfully deflected the lightning-fast attack. What? It was only then that Shi Changgong comprehended the gravity of the situation. He gazed at the lethal blade, which had nearly severed his head, cold sweat beading on his forehead and a shiver coursing through his body. Had it not been for Ning Chuan, he might have met his demise. A mere patrolling soldier could actually block my strike. How intriguing. But can you withstand my next blow? A figure clad in dark attire regarded Ning Chuan with surprise. He had not anticipated that this patrol soldier would react so swiftly and possess such commendable prowess, which astonished him greatly. Yet, he still regarded this soldier with disdain. For he was a centurion of the Golden Tent Khanate, a martial artist of the mid-stage of the acquired realm. In the next moment, the centurion's muscular arm swelled as he infused his internal energy into his blade, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Ning Chuan. Yet, to his astonishment, the patrol soldier once again thwarted his attack, this time blocking his lethal strike. What is happening? How could I not slay him with a single blow? It appears he possesses more skill than I imagined. The centurion of the golden tent Khanate finally set aside his underestimation of Ning Chuan. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blade emitting a cold glint, illuminating the dark night intermittently. Ning Chuan responded with a chaotic sword technique, calmly countering the centurion's fierce onslaught. The clash of metal echoed through the air as sparks flew with each collision. This spectacle left Shi Gong and the others utterly astonished. None had anticipated that Ning Chuan would possess such formidable strength, capable of holding his own against a mid-stage expert. As a centurion of the golden tent Khanate, how could I be bested by a mere patrol soldier? The centurion scoffed, increasing the speed of his strikes. However, Ning Chuan's chaotic sword technique now bore the enhancement of internal energy. It was no longer mere showmanship. In the midst of chaos lies order, and amidst order lies chaos. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Ning Chuan seized an opportunity, landing a cut on the centurion's arm. This ignited a furious rage within the centurion, who was humiliated to have been injured by a patrol soldier. Just as he prepared to launch another assault against Ning Chuan, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood and collapsed helplessly to the ground. He glanced at his wound, horrified to see it oozing dark blood. You lack martial ethics and resort to poison. The centurion of the golden tent Khanate glared fiercely at Ning Chuan, his eyes wide with fury. Before collapsing to the ground with a thud, his life extinguished. A being of the mid-stage of the postnatal realm perished just like that. Shi Gong and the others gazed at Ning Chuan, astonished that he had slain a powerful adversary of the mid-stage of the postnatal realm in such a brief time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. I have the Mystic Eagle. The moment the system's voice echoed, Ning Chuan felt a stinging, burning sensation in his eyes. This feeling arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Soon, Ning Chuan discovered that by channeling his inner energy into his eyes, he could not only see objects in the night but also gaze further and perceive numerous microscopic details, including the limbs of tiny insects with remarkable clarity. This revelation filled Ning Chuan with immense joy, though he noted that this ability consumed a significant amount of inner energy. Given his current reservoir of energy, he could maintain it for at most the duration of an incense stick, and when coupled with combat, only for half that time. Half an incense stick's duration would be ample for me to reap the lives of some intruding foes. Welcome to my hunting hour. Ning Chuan observed the elite forces of the golden tent Khanate retreating swiftly, a cruel smile gracing his face. He strung his bow and unleashed a series of poisoned iron arrows aimed directly at those fleeing elite warriors. The elite of the golden tent Khanate, donned in dark garments and seamlessly blending into the darkness, would never anticipate that someone could shoot arrows capable of claiming their lives from within the shadows. Taken by surprise, many of the elite were struck. Initially, they dismissed the threat, believing a single arrow could not possibly claim their lives. But soon they realized their grave error, as each iron arrow was laced with deadly poison. Constitution 3 Inner Strength 2 Constitution for the system's notifications echoed incessantly in Ning Chuan's mind, as both his physique and inner strength rapidly enhanced. In no time, Ning Chuan forged the 6th and 7th martial arts meridians. Yet he did not pause, continuing his pursuit of prey. On this dark and windy night, the time for slaughter and arson had arrived. Now possessing the eye of the Mystic Eagle, Ning Chuan transformed into a fearsome predator under the veil of night. Even if his adversaries were of a higher realm, what of it? A mere touch of his foul poison would ensure their demise. The battle over there is intense. It appears to be a powerful being at the late stage of the postnatal realm. After slaying 6 mid-stage postnatal black-clad figures, Ning Chuan observed Zhou Han and 2 other centurions of the mid-stage postnatal realm joining forces to besiege a black-clad warrior of the late stage. Yet, even with the combined might of the 3 centurions, they were still being suppressed by the black-clad warrior of the late stage. You 3 centurions think you can stop me? How utterly delusional. The black-clad warrior scoffed. 2 swift strikes gravely injured the 2 centurions, rendering them incapable of further combat, and with a powerful kick, Zhou Han was sent flying. The trio was utterly no match for their opponent. How infuriating. If only Ning Chuan were present. Zhou Han tasted blood at the corner of his mouth, filled with longing for Ning Chuan. He reminisced about the time when they had joined forces, employing every means at their disposal to decisively eliminate a general from the Jinjiang Khanate, who was at the peak of the acquired realm. Yet now, despite their combined efforts. They were unable to vanquish the black-clad figure before them, who also stood at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. At that moment, as if summoned by fate, a cold gleaming iron arrow whistled through the air, only to be effortlessly deflected by the black-clad figure with a blade. Ning Chuan? The instant Zhou Han caught sight of the arrow, a surge of hope coursed through him. Centurion, what are we waiting for? As Ning Chuan's voice echoed, Zhou Han's heart soared with joy. It was indeed Ning Chuan. This was truly a case of when Cao Cao is mentioned, Cao Cao arrives. Today, united, they might yet slay another enemy of the general rank. Meanwhile, the two gravely wounded centurions were momentarily stunned. What was happening with Zhou Han? In such a perilous situation, how could he suddenly become so exuberant? Chapter 13. The Extermination of 1,000 Captains. Talent. 1,000-mile tracking. The cloaked figure had also sensed Zhou Han's unusual demeanor. He never anticipated that a mere iron arrow, which he could not contend with, would so exhilarate Zhou Han. Kill. Zhou Han charged once more at the cloaked man, while Ning Chuan concealed himself in the shadows, relentlessly loosing cold arrows. It was at this moment that the cloaked man began to feel an immense pressure, particularly from Ning Chuan, who lurked in the darkness, firing arrows with lethal precision. This cannot stand. I must create an opportunity for Ning Chuan. Zhou Han resolved fiercely within. If Ning Chuan's arrows were still coated with that potent poison from before, and if he could manage to wound the cloaked man, then their victory would be assured. Otherwise, if the battle continued, they would soon exhaust their stamina and internal energy. Therefore, Zhou Han, despite his grievous injuries, was determined to forge an opportunity for Ning Chuan to strike the cloaked man. The cloaked figure had not anticipated Zhou Han's current ferocity. This was a reckless assault, one that disregarded life itself. Yet, once again, he was sent flying by the cloaked man's blade, now concealed in the shadows. Ning Chuan saw this and without hesitation unleashed the 9-star convergence. One after another, his poisoned arrows soared forth. So it is the 9-star convergence. The cloaked man, hearing the whistling of the arrows, changed countenance and hastily defended himself with his steel war blade. After fending off 8 arrows in succession, his arm grew weary and numb, for the force behind these arrows was astonishing. Just as he prepared to deflect the 9th arrow, Zhou Han charged forward fearlessly once more. On one side flew Ning Chuan's arrows, and on the other, Zhou Han's blades slashed through the air. The cloaked man now faced an excruciating choice, to be struck by Zhou Han's sword or to be pierced by the arrows. In the end, gritting his teeth, the cloaked man contorted his body in an unnatural manner, evading Zhou Han's strike while simultaneously dodging Ning Chuan's arrows. However, the speed of Ning Chuan's iron arrows had now far surpassed their previous velocity. Thus, the cloaked man could not entirely evade the onslaught. An arrow, infused with internal energy, pierced through the cloaked man's armor, leaving a wound on his left shoulder. Umph. The cloaked man let out a cold snort as he noted that a large contingent of the Black Iron Army was swiftly approaching. Reluctantly, he abandoned his attempt to slay the 3 centurions and retreated hastily. Yet, after running for some distance, the cloaked man felt his legs weaken beneath him, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The arrow was poisoned. His expression darkened severely as he hastily fortified his heart with internal energy and continued to flee. He could not afford to stop now, for to do so would mean certain death. Curse it! How did that wretch escape? Zhou Han glared at the receding figure of the cloaked man, his teeth clenched in frustration. This cloaked man's strength surpassed that of the captain they had previously vanquished together, and based on his calculations, this man had at least opened 50 martial pathways. He cannot escape. Ning Chuan gazed at the retreating figure of the man in black, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Unable to escape, would he succumb to poison? Zhou Han, hearing this, looked at Ning Chuan with eager anticipation and inquired. Indeed, if he administers the antidote within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he could expel the toxin using his internal energy. However, he is situated in Black Iron City, too apprehensive to pause. Even if he manages to flee outside the city, the potent poison would have already corroded his vital channels. It is a certain death. A glint of coldness flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes as he spoke. Ha! Well done! Zhou Han exclaimed, slapping Ning Chuan on the shoulder, laughter echoing. Yet, this slap caused Ning Chuan to slump directly onto the ground. At this moment, having activated the mystic eagle eye and engaged in such fierce combat, his internal energy had been completely depleted, and his physical strength was nearly exhausted. Otherwise, to be on the safe side, he would have surely shot the man in black with several more arrows. Outside Black Iron City, in a relatively concealed location, a temporary stronghold chosen by the Khan of the Golden Tents. 100 elite warriors were assigned to execute a beheading mission, yet now fewer than 50 remained. The Khan surveyed the injured elite before him, his expression fraught with despair, his heart bleeding. What was initially thought to be a certain success had spiraled into a calamity. It must be noted that each individual present possessed strength above the mid-stage of the acquired realm, all being the finest among the elite. Now, it could be said that he had lost both his lady and his troops, suffering a loss of nearly half his elite. One could hardly claim to be unperturbed. This would undoubtedly incite wrath and punishment from the higher echelons of the Khanate. While he could bear the punishment, the fallen soldiers were those he had personally led. Some were even his own kin. How would he face the families of those dearly departed? The warning signal from the Black Iron Army had been fired from the southwest city wall. Who was responsible for the lapse that led to this operation being discovered? The Khan cast a grim gaze over all present, demanding an answer. Yet, no one responded. What? Is no one bold enough to answer? The Khan's fury intensified at the silence. Commander, it seems that no one who entered or retreated from the southwest city wall has returned. A cautious captain reported. What? None have returned? The Khan's expression darkened. If that were the case, the situation was indeed peculiar. At that moment, Commander, a man in black, pallid and leaking dark blood from his mouth and nose, staggered and collapsed before the Khan. That Huiji. What happened to those who entered and retreated from the southwest city wall? How is it that only you remains? Upon seeing the dying figure, the Khan grew anxious, repeatedly questioning, eager to uncover the truth. Commander, the black-clad figure, known as Nahua, summoned his last vestiges of strength to tear away the fabric from his shoulder, revealing the arrow wound that marred his flesh. He then formed a gesture resembling the number 9, ultimately succumbing to his fate. Nahwoji, Nahwoji. The Khan of the Golden Tent was engulfed in despair and fury. Nahwoji, a formidable general under his command, had long since opened 53 martial pathways and possessed immense power. Never did he anticipate witnessing such a demise before his very eyes. Yet, this was not the moment for sorrow. The Khan hastily examined the injuries that Nahwoji had deliberately exposed. This is an arrow wound, but Nahua had perished from poison, indicating he had been struck by a poisoned arrow. What then could this gesture of 9 signify? Could it be the conjunction of 9 stars? The conjunction of 9 stars, coupled with a poisoned arrow, cursed be it. It was you, a mere foot soldier. The Khan's heart seethed with rage. He could scarcely believe that a mere pawn had caused him the loss of such a valiant general. In short order, he recalibrated the bounty on Ning Chuan's head. Anyone capable of slaying Ning Chuan would be rewarded with 5,000 taels of silver and 500 military merits. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the increased bounty placed upon him by the Khan's decree. All he knew was that the black-clad figure he had struck with his poisoned arrow had perished, earning him the rewards. Constitution 3, Internal Power 2, Talent, 1,000-mile tracking. Chapter 14, A Surge in Strength. Sergeant, Talent, 1,000-mile tracking. This extraordinary ability has significantly heightened Ning Chuan's sense of smell, enabling him to effortlessly discern the unique scent of every individual. Once he has memorized a scent, he can confidently locate the individual even from a distance of 1,000 miles. Furthermore, through previous battles, Ning Chuan's physique and internal energy have seen remarkable enhancement. Name, Ning Chuan Identity, Soldier Physique, 86 Internal Energy, 75. Although I currently reside in the early stages of postnatal cultivation, my physical prowess and internal energy are already comparable to those of a top-tier practitioner in the mid-postnatal realm. As Ning Chuan felt the surge of internal energy and formidable strength within him, he whispered to himself. Most importantly, during the recent beheading operation against the Jin army, he acquired the Eye of the Xian Eagle, which not only grants him the ability to see in the dark, but also enables him to observe farther and in greater detail. Additionally, his talent for 1,000-mile tracking has transformed his sense of smell, allowing him to effortlessly distinguish human scents and pursue them over great distances. As Ning Chuan rested and reflected on his gains, a soldier entered his tent, informing him that the commander wished to see him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ning Chuan swiftly made his way to the largest central tent of the Black Iron Army. Upon entering this grand tent, he was immediately struck by the imposing figure of a man towering over 2 meters tall, clad in the standard armor of the Jin state. This formidable figure possessed piercing tiger-like eyes, gazing solemnly at a sand table before him. As Ning Chuan entered, the figure slowly lifted his gaze from the sand table. Boom. The moment Ning Chuan met the gaze of this colossal presence, a tremendous tremor coursed through him, akin to an ordinary man confronting a ferocious beast. The overwhelming pressure instilled in him a profound sense of terror that made him want to flee. Without a doubt, this individual was none other than the mightiest of the Black Iron Army, Commander Su Han. Beside Commander Su stood the centurion Zhou Han, standing rigidly with a handful of sand table flags, prepared to present them to the commander at a moment's notice. Salute to the commander. Ning Chuan inhaled deeply and performed a military salute. Truly, one can see why Zhou Han has taken note of him. Not only is he strikingly handsome, but his prowess is also remarkable. By now, 2,000 generals must have fallen at your hands. Commander Su Han regarded Ning Chuan with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This is largely thanks to Centurion Zhou Han. Otherwise, I would not have been able to slay those 1,000 generals. Ning Chuan replied, there is no need for modesty. The Black Iron Army requires talents such as you. Moreover, you were the first to detect the enemy's ambush last night. Speak up. What reward do you desire? Commander Su Han asked directly, without any preamble. The toxic herbs and venomous materials that you bestowed last time have already been exhausted. So I would like to request more toxic herbs and venomous substances. Ning Chuan contemplated briefly before responding candidly. After the battle last night, the concoction he had prepared, the heart-rot poison, was nearly depleted. Very well. Furthermore, from this day forth, I appoint you as sergeant. When the new recruits arrive in 3 days, you may select several from the new recruit camp. Commander Su Han agreed readily. Thank you, Commander. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of joy illuminated Ning Chuan's face. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to the rank of a 5-man leader, and you may elevate one martial art to its maximum level. The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. Currently, he had mastered the Great Strength Wild Bull technique and the Chaotic Blade technique. With the former already reaching its pinnacle, it was only natural for him to elevate the Chaotic Blade technique to its utmost level this time. As Ning Chuan designated the Chaotic Blade technique for enhancement, his comprehension of it ascended several tiers. The strikes appeared erratic, seemingly chaotic and haphazard. Yet within this chaos lay an underlying order, capable of introducing further disorder amidst structure. This significantly augmented Ning Chuan's close combat prowess. If only he could acquire a lightness skill to complement his abilities. However, to obtain another martial technique, he would need to earn corresponding military merits and attain the rank of a 10-man leader. His next objective was to strive for that rank and secure a lightness skill. Ning Chuan whispered to himself. Moreover, as a 5-man leader, he could now assemble his own team. By the way, Ning Chuan, according to our spies in the military, your reputation in the Xinjiang Khanate's army is quite remarkable. The bounty on your head has surged to 5,000 taels of silver and 500 military merits. You ought to exercise caution during this period. Commander Su Han reminded Ning Chuan once more. Commander, I will be vigilant. Ning Chuan nodded, astonished to discover his newfound notoriety in the Xinjiang Khanate, albeit as a wanted man. Subsequently, Ning Chuan took his leave from the central military tent, where the 100-man leader Zhou Han acknowledged him with a nod and a smile. Ning Chuan understood that Zhou Han must have highly recommended him in front of Commander Su Han. After all, with Zhou Han's stature and strength, he could easily claim all the credit for their achievements. In the eyes of others, Ning Chuan merely played a supporting role, while the true prowess lay with Zhou Han. Yet, Zhou Han did not monopolize the accolades. Instead, he advocated for Ning Chuan before the commander, ensuring that Ning Chuan received rewards and a promotion to 5-man leader, a significant favor. In the following 3 days, Ning Chuan meticulously arranged his time. The preparation of the lethal heart poison required his attention, and following the recent enemy incursion, the alertness of Black Iron City heightened, prompting Ning Chuan to increase the frequency of his patrols. Today marked the arrival of the new recruits. Let us observe how this batch performs. After concocting the lethal heart poison and thoroughly cleansing the vials used in the process, he placed them in a corner. The reason he did not store these vials in the system space was due to its limited capacity of merely 1 cubic meter. Following this, Ning Chuan exited the tent and made his way toward the new recruit camp. These recruits were gathered from various regions of the Jin state, and they were now being assigned. This time, the Black Iron Army received 1,000 new recruits. Their treatment was vastly superior compared to Ning Chuan's previous experience as a conscript. The disparity was akin to heaven and earth. However, shortly after Ning Chuan departed the tent, a shadowy figure stealthily infiltrated his quarters. Upon encountering the jars and bottles nestled in the corner, once used to concoct the vile heart corruption poison, the furtive figure's eyes sparkled with intrigue. One could only wonder whether any remnants lingered within those vessels. Even the tiniest trace would suffice. The shadowy figure hastily commenced an examination of the containers, only to be met with disappointment. Ning Chuan had meticulously cleaned them, leaving no vestiges of the insidious poison. How infuriating! They had been rendered utterly pristine. In a fit of rage, the clandestine figure inadvertently shattered a clay pot, the noise startling him as he feared detection, prompting a swift exit from the tent. At that moment, Ning Chuan had already arrived at the new recruits' camp, blissfully unaware that his tent had been surreptitiously visited. Chapter 15. The New Recruits. The Formation. Within the confines of the new recruit camp, Ning Chuan, clutching the handwritten missive from Commander Su Hantan, sought out the commanding officer overseeing the camp, General Ren Xianjun. During this period, Ning Chuan's exploits had gradually permeated the ranks of the Black Iron Army, with many soldiers acknowledging him as a master archer who had even assisted Centurion Zhou Han in vanquishing 2,000-man commanders. In a military environment where strength reigns supreme, General Ren Xianjun did not underestimate Ning Chuan, despite his modest rank as a mere corporal. Instead, he personally escorted him to the training grounds, allowing Ning Chuan to observe the performance of each new recruit before making his selections. To Ning Chuan's surprise, over 90% of the recruits bore bruised and battered faces, with only a scant few appearing unscathed. General Ren, why do most of these recruits look so battered? Ning Chuan inquired, astonished. Haha, this is an age-old tradition within our Black Iron Army. On the first night of their arrival, the veterans will stealthily ambush the newcomers. This serves as a welcoming ritual of sorts, facilitating their quicker integration into the camp. It is essential for all recruits to understand that the military is a realm where the strong prevail in a perilous environment that demands constant vigilance. Moreover, it helps to identify those among the recruits who possess the potential for greatness. For instance, the few untouched recruits are those with heightened awareness and exceptional skills. Not only did they evade the veterans' lessons, but some even retaliated against them. Hence, I suggest you select from these individuals. General Ren Xianjun advised. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, General Ren. Ning Chuan nodded appreciatively. Very well. Choose wisely. Just inform me once you have made your selections. With that, General Ren Xianjun turned and departed to attend to other matters. Ning Chuan then began to scrutinize the unscathed recruits intently, even activating his mystic eagle eye for a more detailed observation, allowing him to discern numerous subtleties. In a short span of time, Ning Chuan identified 5 recruits. These individuals not only exhibited agility during training, but also demonstrated commendable combat awareness, far surpassing their peers. Guanlong, Zhang Hu, Zhao Feng, Ma Wu, and Huang Qi. These were the names of the recruits chosen by Ning Chuan. Without hesitation, General Ren Xianjun assigned the 5 to Ning Chuan's team. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Chuan, and I shall be your corporal from this point forward. Ning Chuan addressed the 5 before him. Corporal, may I inquire about your capabilities? Guanlong, a robust figure resembling a small mountain, stepped forward and, looking down at their seemingly slight corporal, posed the question. My abilities are quite adequate. Even if all 5 of you were to confront me simultaneously, you would not prevail. Ning Chuan replied with a slight smile. In the presence of Guanlong and the other recruits, this was not a moment for modesty. He needed to assert his authority. As his words fell, Guanlong and the other 4 displayed profound dissatisfaction. Within the ranks of the new recruits, they were formidable adversaries capable of facing 10 opponents single-handedly, each brimming with pride. Although Ning Chuan held a higher military rank, convincing them to submit required the demonstration of true prowess. Corporal, I wish to spar with you. I wonder if you dare? Guanlong boldly stated. The other 4 exhibited eager anticipation as well. Come at me all together. Ning Chuan replied candidly, gazing at the 5 eager challengers. Humph. Guanlong and his companions could not suppress a disdainful scoff. They felt that this slight corporal was underestimating their abilities. After exchanging glances, the 5 launched their attack on Ning Chuan, eager to ascertain the extent of his capabilities, given his audacious remarks. In the next moment, their fists moved with the ferocity of a tempest. Yet they failed to graze even the hem of Ning Chuan's garment. What is dodging worth? Guanlong grew increasingly frantic, yet he could not make contact with Ning Chuan, causing a deep sense of frustration to well up within him. Fine, I shall not evade any longer, Ning Chuan declared, extending a single finger to gently push against the 5. In an instant, the assailants who had been so fiercely attacking Ning Chuan were sent flying backward. At that moment, the 5 exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they grasped the vast chasm that existed between them and Ning Chuan. "Corporal, we concede." They had believed themselves to be among the best in the recruit camp, destined for greatness as future leaders. Yet, they had been effortlessly subdued by this corporal. They could not even manage to touch Ning Chuan, let alone withstand the push of a single finger. To encapsulate their experience in a phrase, it would be akin to an elder playfully toying with a child, devoid of any pressure. What they did not realize was that their corporal, Ning Chuan, was no ordinary one. He was the very corporal who had slain 2,000-man leaders, a singular figure within the entire Black Iron Army. Ding. Congratulations, host. On recruiting 5 subordinates, would you like to bind Guanlong, Zhanghu, Zhaofeng, Ma Wu, and Huangqi? The system's voice suddenly echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. What benefits does binding offer? Ning Chuan inquired. Upon binding, the loyalty of Guanlong, Zhanghu, Zhaofeng, Ma Wu, and Huangqi will be forcibly elevated to 100%. In the future, when they slay enemies, they will also receive attribute rewards, which will be returned to the host. The attribute return ratio can be adjusted by the host. The system replied. Bind them. It must be done. As for the return ratio, let it be 50-50. Ning Chuan decided promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful binding. Following the system's announcement, the gazes of Guanlong, Zhanghu, Zhaofeng, Ma Wu, and Huangqi towards Ning Chuan transformed entirely. Their eyes radiated unwavering loyalty and a vow to follow him to the ends of the earth. They regarded Ning Chuan as their sovereign, ready to face any peril without hesitation. Guanlong, Zhanghu, Zhaofeng, Ma Wu, and Huangqi would subsequently become his core team. Simultaneously, these 5 individuals, through vanquishing foes, could enhance their own strength, thereby allowing them to progress in tandem with him in the future. After successfully recruiting Guanlong and the others, Ning Chuan was about to return to the camp when a soldier approached him, informing him that Captain Zhou Han urgently summoned all the squad leaders and team leaders for a meeting. Ning Chuan nodded and swiftly made his way to the tent where Captain Zhou Han was located. Upon his arrival, he found that numerous team and squad leaders had already gathered, creating an atmosphere that was both serious and heavy. Once all the team and squad leaders were present, Captain Zhou Han slowly began to speak, announcing some troubling news. Squad leader Shi Changgong had defected. Consequently, everyone in our battalion would face collective punishment. However, the commander has shown leniency. If we can capture Shi Changgong, our punishment will be lifted. Therefore, do you all understand what needs to be done? Captain Zhou Han's expression darkened as he spoke. Chapter 16. The Defection of Shi Changgong. The system of collective punishment was instituted by the Emperor of the Great Jin to prevent the emergence of deserters, compelling all soldiers to mutually supervise one another. Should a single soldier flee, the entire battalion would face repercussions, from the highest-ranking officers to the lowest ranks. Shi Changgong, as a soldier under the command of the centurion Zhou Han, found himself ensnared by this system. His solitary act of desertion would impose penalties on the entire camp. The consequences could range from 50 strikes with a rod to, in severe cases, even jeopardizing their very lives. While Shi Changgong's intention to escape the military camp alone might not have been deemed overly serious, if he were to abscond with sensitive information to the Xinjiang Khanate, the ramifications would be dire. Thus, each soldier affected by this defection harbored an intense desire to eliminate him. 50 strikes would be manageable, but severe repercussions could lead to their demise. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, astonished that he would find himself embroiled in such a predicament. As the whereabouts of the corporal Shi Changgong remained unknown, everyone dispersed to search diligently for any trace of him. Centurion Zhou Han clenched his fists, his voice heavy with gravity, acknowledging that he bore the primary responsibility for Shi Changgong's escape. Indeed, responded all the squad leaders and team leaders, their expressions steely as they swiftly departed the tent to pursue Shi Changgong's trail. Upon returning to his own tent, Ning Chuan began to prepare for the search when he stumbled upon a shattered pottery jar on the ground. Shi Changgong had previously requested the poisonous substance, rotten heart poison, during patrols, but Ning Chuan had refused to provide it. This led him to suspect that Shi Changgong had likely visited his tent in search of the poison before his defection. Fortunately, he had meticulously cleaned up the containers used for concocting the poison. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a dire situation. With a silent admonition, Ning Chuan activated his talent for long-distance tracking, significantly enhancing his sense of smell. Almost immediately, he detected an unfamiliar scent within his tent. Was it possible that the scent belonged to Shi Changgong? In short order, Ning Chuan summoned an article of clothing belonging to Shi Changgong. Indeed, the odor on the garment matched that within his tent precisely. Let me ascertain your location. Ning Chuan closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy rapidly. After 5 breaths, he discerned Shi Changgong's approximate position, 200 miles to the southeast. The southeast, that direction appeared to lead towards Shi Changgong's homeland. Ning Chuan murmured softly before seeking out Centurion Zhou Han once more, informing him that he had uncovered some clues regarding Shi Changgong. Hurry, what clues? Centurion Zhou Han inquired urgently. He could not afford to remain calm if Shi Changgong had indeed conveyed sensitive information to the Xinjiang Khanate. His tenure as centurion would come to an abrupt end. Shi Changgong, having been wronged in terms of his estate and wife, previously sought the rotten heart poison from me, which I did not provide. Upon my return to the tent, I discovered that one of the jars used to concoct the poison had shattered. Hence, I suspect that Shi Changgong, driven by a thirst for vengeance, may have fled the camp. Ning Chuan declared with a grave tone. Regarding the matter of talent, particularly the relentless pursuit, he refrained from divulging a single word. Very well. You shall make a trip to the ancestral home of Shi Changgong. Be sure to bring him back. Upon hearing this news, Centurion Zhou Han felt a slight calmness wash over his previously tumultuous heart. At the very least, this could be deemed a favorable development. Shi Changgong had not defected to the Xinjiang Khanate. Thus the situation was not as dire. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement, promptly gathering 5 companions, including Guanlong, and setting forth to Shi Changgong's hometown, Shi family town. Along the journey, Ning Chuan took the time to ascertain Shi Changgong's position every incense stick's duration. After 2 hours, the swiftly moving Shi Changgong finally came to a halt, and Ning Chuan and his 5 companions arrived at Shi family town. However, upon their arrival, they noticed a multitude of people converging towards a particular direction, as if a significant event had transpired within the small town. Before a grand estate, Shi Changgong, clad in white mourning attire, brandished a bloodied iron blade. His eyes wide with fury, tears of blood streaming down his face. Surrounding him lay several lifeless bodies, drenched in blood. The townsfolk, drawn by the spectacle, continued to gather around. Shi Samba, come out here, Shi Changgong shouted, pointing his blade at the grand estate's door, his body trembling violently, betraying the instability of his current emotions. With a creaking sound, the crimson door of the estate slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious garments, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards. This man, known as Shi Samba, was portly and exuded an intimidating presence, a prominent black mole marking his face, leaving a lasting impression. Ah, I wondered who it was. It is merely you, the coward. Did you not flee before? What gives you the audacity to return now? Shi Samba sneered at Shi Changgong, disdain etched across his features. Shi Samba, you have usurped my family's fortune, usurped my wife, and now have driven my parents to their graves. The enmity between us is insurmountable. I shall kill you. Shi Changgong roared, his face contorted with rage, raising his iron blade and charging at Shi Samba. After some time apart, you've made a bit of progress, even cultivating a trace of inner strength. However, to think you could slay me? You are still far too inexperienced. Shi Samba laughed menacingly, revealing his mid-stage postnatal realm aura as he drew his battle blade, striking directly at Shi Changgong. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Shi Changgong, having only cultivated a mere hint of inner strength and lacking any open meridians, stood no chance against Shi Samba. With a single blow, Shi Changgong, along with his weapon, was sent flying, crashing heavily against a wall, blood gushing from his mouth, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, unable to grip his blade any longer. In confronting Shi Samba, Shi Changgong was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. The disparity between them was unmistakable. With such meager skill, you dare aspire to kill me? Truly, you overestimate yourself. Shi Samba gazed down at the bloodied Shi Changgong, bursting into hearty laughter. Sure, San, Ba. Shi Changgong's eyes were filled with rage, yet he loathed his own impotence. Why was he so feeble? Why had he been unable to become a warrior for so long? What could possibly be the reason? Here I stand. Since you have returned today, you shall accompany your deceased parents to the afterlife. Rest assured, I will certainly find a fitting resting place for you in the mass grave. By the way, would you like to see your wife? I must admit, your wife is quite alluring and captivating. I take great pleasure in her. Shi Samba continued to provoke Shi Changgong with his taunts. Upon hearing this, Shi Changgong's face twisted with fury as he lunged once more at Shi Samba, determined to take a piece of him, even if it meant his own demise. It seems you do not wish to see your wife. Very well, I shall send you on your way today. With those words, Samba's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The surrounding onlookers, mere common folk, sighed and shook their heads in resignation. Changong was doomed. Yet at that very moment, an iron arrow whistled through the air, striking Samba's blade and deflecting his attack. Chapter 17. Defeating the Bully. Who dares to act so brazenly? Samba exclaimed with fury. Seizing this opportunity, Changong lunged at Samba, sinking his teeth into his neck. Samba reacted swiftly, using his shoulder to shove Changong away. With a tearing sound, Changong channeled every ounce of his internal energy into his bite, tearing a chunk of flesh from Samba's shoulder. Ack! Samba let out a piercing scream, kicking Changong away. This sudden turn of events shocked the onlooking townsfolk. It is well known that Samba is the most notorious bully in Shurjia town, a mid-level martial artist who also has connections with the county magistrate. He wields both influence and strength, and no one in Shurjia town dares to provoke him. The townspeople were all too familiar with the tragic fate of Changong's family, yet none dared to intervene. Even now, as Changong faced imminent death at the hands of Samba, the townsfolk could only watch in silent horror, too intimidated to challenge this formidable figure. However, to their astonishment, just when it seemed Changong was about to be killed, a group of 6 individuals, led by Ning Chuan, dared to intervene, allowing Changong to bite off a piece of flesh from Samba. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Ning Chuan and his companions, parting to give them a clear path. Who are you lot? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Are you seeking death? Samba roared, his shoulder throbbing with pain from the wound Changong had inflicted. The searing agony caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead, and his fury ignited within him. You cannot kill him, Ning Chuan stated, his gaze steady and unwavering as he addressed Samba. It was crucial to keep the fact that Changong was a deserter as discreet as possible. Ning Chuan had no intention of revealing his identity as a border soldier. The implications of Changong being branded a deserter would be detrimental to the reputation of the Black Iron Army. Just because you say so, it doesn't mean I won't kill him. Who do you think you are? Today, I will eliminate all of you. Let this be a lesson to those who dare to interfere in my business. As Samba's words fell, his entourage of guards brandished their weapons and charged at Ning Chuan and his companions. Ning Chuan disregarded the guards and stepped forward to stand before Changong. Guanlong, Zhang Hu, and the other 5 drew their iron blades and engaged Samba's guards in combat. Are you here to take me back? Changong managed to rise, gazing at Ning Chuan with a bitter smile as he inquired. Yet, before he could await an answer, he was met with a powerful kick from Ning Chuan. With a loud thud, Changong was sent sprawling, but he did not cry out, nor did he harbor any resentment in his eyes. Do you realize how your reckless actions could affect so many others? Ning Chuan admonished sharply. Changong's desertion would result in collective punishment, affecting everyone from the centurion Zhou Han to the ordinary soldiers. Even though the commander Su Hanzan stated that as long as they could capture Changong, they would be exempted from punishment, it was certain that they would still have a portion of their military merits deducted. These merits, after all, were earned through their very lives, and due to Changong's treachery, their entire battalion suffered grievous losses. At this moment, even a mere kick from Ning Chuan towards Changong would be a light punishment. My family fortune has been seized by Samba. My wife has been violated by him, and now my parents have been driven to their deaths by this villain. Changong did not resist Ning Chuan. He simply collapsed onto the ground, weeping bitterly. It is often said that a man does not shed tears lightly, but only when his heart is truly wounded. Changong had indeed reached the pinnacle of tragedy, his possessions stolen, his wife dishonored, and now his parents forced to their demise, all while he felt utterly powerless. Had it not been for Ning Chuan's sudden arrival, he might have already been slain by Samba. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Ning Chuan fell into a contemplative silence. He too once possessed a harmonious family, but due to his fiancée Lu Ruyan, he faced the dire consequences of having his home confiscated and being conscripted into the military. He wondered how his parents, elders, brothers, and sisters fared now. At that moment, a furious shout interrupted Ning Chuan's thoughts. No wonder you dare meddle in my affairs. It seems you possess some skill, however, lacking even a trace of inner strength. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a martial artist. With that, Samba charged directly at Guanlong, Zhang Hu, and the other 3. Samba had opened 10 martial arts meridians, possessing formidable strength at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. In contrast, Guanlong and Zhang Hu were mere ordinary men. Even though they had just slain several servants, enhancing their physical prowess, They were no match for Sher Samba, being relentlessly driven back by his blade. Die, die, die. All of you shall perish. Sher Samba roared, sending Guanlong and his companions flying one by one. Seeing this, Ning Chuan drew his iron blade from his waist and advanced towards Sher Samba, his aura unmistakably revealing his early stage of the acquired realm. Humph! A pack of curs daring to interfere in my business. You shall all meet your end. Sher Samba scoffed at Ning Chuan's approach, dismissing him as weak and unworthy of his attention. He believed Ning Chuan's early stage of the acquired realm was merely a path to his own demise. Ning Chuan remained silent, his expression frosty, and he swung his blade down, clashing heavily with Sher Samba's weapon. As the sound of metal striking metal reverberated, Sher Samba's countenance changed. He felt an unimaginable force emanating from Ning Chuan's blade, causing blood to seep from his palm and leaving his entire arm numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. How? How is this possible? He is merely at the early stage of the acquired realm. Sher Samba was forced to retreat repeatedly by Ning Chuan's strike, his eyes filled with disbelief. Under normal circumstances, having opened 10 martial arts meridians, his inner strength and physicality should have far surpassed that of an early-stage practitioner. Yet now, the reality was starkly different. He was being suppressed by someone of the same realm. Humph! Ning Chuan let out a cold snort, entirely disregarding the astonishment reflected in Sher Samba's eyes, and once again charged towards him. For Ning Chuan, subduing Sher Samba was merely a matter of course. Sher Samba had barely managed to open the 10th martial arts meridian, placing him at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, which was the lowest tier of strength. In contrast, Ning Chuan possessed meridians that were a dozen times wider than those of an ordinary martial artist. Both the robustness of his physique and the profundity of his inner strength far surpassed that of typical practitioners. What did it matter if Sher Samba held a slight advantage in realm? He was still destined to be on the receiving end of a beating. And indeed, the reality was as such. Sher Samba was utterly incapable of contending with Ning Chuan. He was completely outmatched. In every aspect, from inner strength to physical prowess, he faced an overwhelming suppression. With a chilling arc of a blade slicing through Sher Samba's neck, blood erupted in a geyser. You. Sher Samba's eyes widened in terror as he desperately attempted to stanch the flow of blood from his neck, but his efforts were ultimately in vain. With a resounding thud, Sher Samba's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, irrevocably devoid of life. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your perception has increased threefold. Chapter 18, The Bandit's Demise and the Training of Soldiers. As the mechanical and chilling voice of the system echoed, Ning Chuan suddenly became acutely aware of the changes in his surroundings. His heightened sense of hearing allowed him to even eavesdrop on whispers from 100 meters away. In the face of impending danger, such formidable awareness would enable him to respond with composure. Dead. He is dead. Sher Samba is dead. How splendid. Sher Samba has finally met his end. Aha. This wretched fiend has finally perished. Today shall be the happiest day of my life. With Sher Samba's demise at the hands of Ning Chuan, the inhabitants of Shurjia town erupted into jubilant cheers, with some even engaging in song and dance, as if celebrating a grand festival. Others dashed into Sher Samba's opulent residence, eager to reclaim the possessions that he had once seized. We should return now, Ning Chuan remarked, casting a glance at the exuberant crowd before turning to Sher Changong. Thank you for avenging me by slaying Sher Samba. I am grateful. However, might I request some additional time? I wish to see my wife. Sher Changong immediately knelt before Ning Chuan, bowing deeply, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He had not anticipated Ning Chuan's extraordinary prowess. He then gazed at Ning Chuan with hopeful eyes, pleading for understanding. Ning Chuan remained silent, stepping aside to await the moment. Thank you. Sher Changong expressed his gratitude once more before he staggered into the grand mansion. Yet, it was not long before anguished cries of despair emerged from within. It turned out that Sher Changong's wife, feeling unworthy to face him again, had left a farewell letter before departing from this world. When Sher Changong emerged, cradling his wife's lifeless body, he appeared utterly despondent, his eyes vacant, as though his soul had been snatched away. Ning Chuan could only sigh in sympathy. After Sher Changong laid his wife to rest, he and Ning Chuan departed from Shurjia town. Throughout their journey, Sher Changong remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, Ning Chuan's ears perked up. Ahead, the chaotic sounds of hooves were accompanied by the clamor of battle and anguished cries. However, they did not halt their journey, continuing to steer their horses forward. Before long, Ning Chuan witnessed a merchant convoy being besieged by bandits. The guards of the convoy had already suffered significant casualties, and the scene was nothing short of harrowing. Brave warriors, we are the caravan of the Chuyan Trading Association, and we faithfully pay our dues every month. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. A middle-aged man, bloodied and gravely injured, desperately shielded a luxurious carriage as he addressed the encircling bandits. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. We have come to eliminate you. A bandit, bearing a jagged scar across his face, sneered maliciously. Oh, and we've heard tales of your association's young lady. Renowned for her beauty that can rival the most exquisite of flowers. We shall take her back as our chieftain's bride. You fiends. Injured and gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man stared fiercely at the band of horse thieves, while a stunning young maiden inside the luxurious carriage had already turned pale with fear. Kill. The words of the grinning, scar-faced bandit had scarcely left his lips when an iron arrow pierced through his skull. With a thud, he fell from his horse. Upon witnessing this, the wounded man suddenly felt a surge of joy. Someone had come to his rescue. However, the more than 20 bandits, seeing their third-in-command slain, did not flee. Instead, with fierce expressions, they charged directly at Ning Chuan and his companions, shouting vengefully to avenge their fallen leader. Leave these bandits to you, Ning Chuan declared. Understood, replied Guanlong and the other four, their faces alight with excitement. Bound to Ning Chuan with unwavering loyalty, they thrived on the prospect of battle, their prowess in combat having already proven them capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. With the experience gained from vanquishing the household guards of Shi Sanba, their physical prowess had reached a level comparable to that of a postnatal martial artist who had opened a meridian. Now, having encountered these bandits, Ning Chuan was eager to use them for training, seeking to bolster the strength of Guanlong, Zhang Hu, Zhao Feng, Ma Wu, and Huang Qi. Thus, at his command, the five surged towards the 20-odd bandits, relishing the opportunity to enhance their abilities as these foes served as their experience fodder. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the number of bandits had dwindled from 23 to a mere 3. The physical strength of Guanlong and his companions had greatly improved. Spare us, good sirs. We are from Heiyun village. We beseech you to show mercy. The remaining 3 bandits, terror-stricken, pleaded. They were merely ordinary men and had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of their 5 opponents, who had easily wiped out their ranks. They hastily invoked their origins and connections, hoping to instill fear in Guanlong and the others so they might escape with their lives. However, Guanlong and his companions were unmoved. These bandits were their source of experience and had to be eliminated. Just as they were about to deliver the final blow, Ning Chuan suddenly intervened. Wait, you claim to be from Heiyun village? He inquired, glancing at the terrified trio. Indeed, we are from Heiyun village, and our village chief is a formidable warrior at mid-postnatal stage. The 3 bandits, believing that invoking the name of Heiyun village would instill fear, hastily affirmed. How many are there in your village? Ning Chuan pressed further. There are at least 200 of us. The bandits replied, initially intending to say 100, but embellishing the number to heighten Ning Chuan's apprehension. Oh, 200, splendid. Kill those 2 bandits and keep one to lead us. Today, we shall annihilate Heiyun village, Ning Chuan commanded. With 2 swift sounds, the fate of the remaining bandits was sealed. 2 bandits were swiftly dispatched by Guanlong and his companions, leaving only one remaining, trembling in the wind, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't you all fear the might of my black cloud stronghold, thus refraining from attacking us? How has the situation turned so drastically? Not only have 2 of their number been slain, but they now expect the last to lead them, while brazenly proclaiming their intent to annihilate Black Cloud Stronghold. Have I encountered madmen, or am I dreaming? What are you still hesitating for? Lead the way, Ning Chuan urged. Yes, of course. The remaining bandit quickly nodded, thinking to himself, how dare you underestimate Black Cloud Stronghold? For now, I shall feign submission, but once we reach my stronghold, I shall teach you a lesson. Chapter 19, Slaughtering the Black Cloud Stronghold. I am immensely grateful to the valiant warriors for their timely rescue. May I inquire about your esteemed names? The severely injured middle-aged man, witnessing Ning Chuan and his companions effortlessly dispatch numerous bandits, could not help but express his heartfelt gratitude. Their fortune was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for the intervention of these heroes, the consequences could have been dire. Where there is injustice, one must draw their sword to assist. There is no need for gratitude. Until we meet again. Ning Chuan cast a glance at the wounded man, waved his hand, and gradually retreated into the distance. Uncle. That individual appears remarkably handsome. A breathtakingly beautiful face emerged from the opulent carriage, gazing at Ning Chuan's departing figure and murmuring softly. Indeed, Ning Chuan was striking. Otherwise, how could he have become the charming talent of Xingjing? In the realm of charming talents, particularly in Xingjing, one must possess both talent and good looks. Each is indispensable. Coupled with the fact that they had just been saved by Ning Chuan, their admiration for him was considerably heightened. Yes, not only is he handsome, but he is also extraordinarily powerful. He effortlessly shot down the third-in-command of the Black Cloud stronghold with a single arrow. His prowess must be at least at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. The injured middle-aged man nodded, his words laced with admiration. At such a youthful age, he has already reached the mid-stage of the acquired realm, truly a young prodigy. Uncle, do you think we will see him again? The beautiful woman suddenly inquired. They exhibited formidable skills, and their weapons were forged from exquisite iron. Their steeds appeared to be warhorses from the military. If I am not mistaken, they must belong to the army. The nearest military force to us is the Iron Black Army stationed at the border. If they are indeed part of the Iron Black Army, there may very well be a chance to meet again, the injured middle-aged man affirmed. As the third-in-command of a merchant guild, his ability to deduce their affiliation from their weapons and horses was remarkable. The Iron Black Army. Then I must accompany the next supply convoy to them, the stunning girl declared resolutely. Indeed, however, can just the 6 of them truly annihilate the Black Cloud stronghold? The injured middle-aged man pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan and his companions had already arrived at the gates of the Black Cloud stronghold, following the bandit. Before us lies the Black Cloud stronghold. I shall request them to open the gates. The last remaining bandit, unable to contain his excitement as the stronghold drew nearer, was eager to return and escape the grasp of Ning Chuan and his companions. Go ahead. Ning Chuan nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. He could see through the bandit's thoughts. But what of it? Today, he had come to slay and hone his skills. Yes, the last remaining bandit felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, rushing to the gates of the stronghold, knocking furiously while shouting, "Open the door! Hurry! Open the door!" Under the bandit's urgent pleas, the gates of the Black Cloud stronghold did indeed creak open. However, only a narrow gap was revealed. And as the bandit squeezed through, he shouted for them to close the door quickly. "Ha! I have returned. I am finally back." The horse bandit, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed upon the tightly shut gates of the fortress, feeling an immense sense of relief that compelled him to burst into laughter. He dashed up to the towering walls of the stronghold, surveying Ning Chuan and his companions from above. "You wretched scoundrels! Not only have you slain our third leader from the Black Cloud stronghold, but you have also butchered many of our brothers. Now, you dare to underestimate us and come to our territory. Today marks your demise." No longer was the horse bandit trembling with fear. He had returned to the Black Cloud stronghold, which boasted over 100 men, with the second leader possessing a foundational level of innate power and the chief leader even more formidable. This realization filled him with confidence. "Ah, how swiftly you change your demeanor," Ning Chuan remarked with a disdainful smile, observing the horse bandit as transformation. He then unsheathed his finely crafted iron sword, leapt off his horse, and, channeling his inner strength, struck the gate of the Black Cloud stronghold with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the gate shattered as if made of mere paper under the force of Ning Chuan's strike. "Kill," he commanded, igniting a fierce battle spirit among Guanlong and the other 4 companions. This was their chance to accumulate experience. Thus began a brutal conflict as Guanlong, Zhang Hu, Zhao Feng, Ma Wu, and Huang Qi stormed into the Black Cloud stronghold like tigers among sheep, causing the bandits to retreat in disarray, crying out for mercy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. "Who dares to act so brazenly and invade my Black Cloud stronghold?" A fearsome, muscular man with dark skin and a glint of steel-like sheen on his body bellowed with ferocity. It was the second leader. "Prepare to meet your end, you vile intruders." Upon seeing this formidable figure, the retreating bandits felt a surge of hope. However, just as the second leader was about to act, a cold, gleaming iron arrow shot forth. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced his throat before he could react. "Hey, a master." The second leader's eyes widened in shock. Fixated on the source of the arrow, a young man with a cold, handsome visage, who slowly lowered his bow. With a final thump, the second leader's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. Physique 3, inner strength 2. The remaining bandits stared at the lifeless form of their second leader. a brief silence giving way to chaos. Particularly the bandit who had guided Ning Chuan and his companions felt a chill run down his spine. The third leader had been slain by this archer, and now the more powerful second leader had met the same fate. The young man, who only needed to act to instill terror, was undoubtedly a concealed expert. "Oh my! Quickly summon the chief leader!" The bandit shouted in desperation, nearly paralyzed with fear. At last, a commanding voice rang out, "Everyone, cease your actions." This shout reverberated like thunder, compelling all to come to a halt. A towering figure, a robust middle-aged man standing at 8 feet tall, strode forward with a commanding presence that shook the ground with each step he took. He was none other than the formidable leader of the Black Cloud Stronghold, a martial artist of considerable prowess in his prime. "My friend, pray tell, what offense have we committed against your esteemed Black Cloud Stronghold?" The leader suppressed the fury within, his piercing gaze radiating an aura of intimidation directed squarely at Ning Chuan. "I find your presence disagreeable, and my subordinates are in need of practice. Thus, I shall use you for some training." Although Ning Chuan's cultivation level was somewhat inferior to that of the leader, he remained undaunted by the fierce gaze leveled at him. At the moment their eyes met, it was as if the very air between them crackled with brilliant sparks. What audacity! To claim us as mere practice. If that is the case, do not blame this leader for being ungracious. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the Black Cloud Stronghold unsheathed a heavy broadsword, weighing 100 pounds, from his back and charged at Ning Chuan. Chapter 20. The Fall of Black Cloud Stronghold. A sudden assassination. As the chief of Black Cloud Stronghold took each step, the ground beneath him yielded, forming deep craters. Clutching his broadsword, he exuded an aura of formidable might, akin to an ancient beast launching a ferocious assault. Any faint-hearted individual witnessing his advance would likely succumb to sheer terror. However, Ning Chuan was no ordinary person. He raised his blade without uttering a word, boldly meeting force with force. With a resounding clash, the two blades collided, sending sparks flying and a powerful energy radiating outward, stirring clouds of dust into the air. Yet, in that moment of violent impact, the chief's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force emanating from Ning Chuan's weapon, causing him to drop to one knee in shock. This humiliation ignited a burning anger within him, as the leader of Black Cloud Stronghold, surrounded by his loyal subordinates. Being forced to kneel was an affront he could scarcely bear. "Ah, I will slay you." Despite his rage, the chief recognized the extraordinary prowess of the young man before him. With a fierce roar, his muscles bulged and veins throbbed as he forcefully deflected the blade pressed against him and charged once more at Ning Chuan. Though wielding a broadsword that weighed 100 pounds, he maneuvered it with such agility that its heft appeared inconsequential. The clang of metal on metal echoed repeatedly as sparks erupted with each strike. Yet, the chief's trepidation grew with each engagement. The youth before him, possessing only the initial stage of postnatal cultivation, exhibited an inner strength that far surpassed his own. Moreover, the physical power he displayed was comparable to, if not superior to, that of the chief, who had dedicated himself to rigorous training. "Who are you?" The chief's frustration reached a peak, as he never imagined that a youth of merely initial postnatal stage could dominate one of his level. "I am the one who will kill you." Ning Chuan spoke without hesitation. With a flourish of his finely crafted iron blade, he executed a seemingly chaotic technique that, at a critical moment, struck with the precision of a viper, piercing the chief's chest. The chaotic swordplay, though appearing disorderly, was masterfully orchestrated, culminating in a decisive blow when the moment was right. "My martial arts have rendered my body impervious to blades. Who are you to breach my defenses?" The chief glared at Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. "With sufficient inner strength, overcoming your techniques should be effortless." Ning Chuan withdrew his blade from the chief's body, sheathing it with a calm demeanor. The chief's lifeless form crumpled to the ground with a thud, devoid of any breath. "Ding. Congratulations, host perception has doubled, physique 2, inner strength 3. As the system's voice faded, Ning Chuan felt his perception once again enhanced dramatically, especially with Ning Chuan's inner strength reaching 3. Coupled with the prior assistance from Guan Long and others in vanquishing foes, he found his meridians expanded to 8, bringing him ever closer to the mid-stage of his cultivation. Eradicate every last one of these marauders from the Black Cloud Stronghold. With these words, Ning Chuan promptly sealed the entrance to the stronghold. Guan Long and the other 5 then unleashed a savage onslaught upon the entire Black Cloud Stronghold. How did I lead such harbingers of death to our stronghold? The most stunned and terrified was the marauder who had previously guided Ning Chuan and his companions. He had witnessed the third-in-command and over 20 of his brethren fall. Believing that his safety was assured by leading Ning Chuan and his group to the Black Cloud stronghold, he anticipated their complete subjugation. Little did he foresee the gruesome fate of witnessing the second-in-command and the leader meet their demise. The Black Cloud stronghold was finished, utterly finished. With a swift and piercing flash of a blade, the marauder who had once guided Ning Chuan met his end. The notorious Black Cloud stronghold, which had terrorized the region for years, was decimated today by Ning Chuan and his 5 companions. Following the annihilation of the stronghold, Guanlong and the others experienced a remarkable surge in their power, elevating their abilities several-fold. At this moment, the strength of Guanlong and his comrades equaled that of a practitioner in the early stage of martial arts who had opened 5 meridians. Ning Chuan's physique and inner strength had also improved somewhat, positioning him to soon open his 9th meridian. After the destruction of the Black Cloud stronghold, Ning Chuan and his companions finally embarked on their journey back to the military camp. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their actions had stirred significant ripples in the area. The territory controlled by the Black Cloud stronghold was a prime trade route, generating substantial wealth daily. However, it had burdened countless merchant caravans, which were compelled to pay hefty tolls whenever they passed. Now that the stronghold was vanquished, numerous trading associations began to celebrate, expressing gratitude towards the valiant heroes who had eradicated the Black Cloud stronghold. In particular, the grievously wounded middle-aged man and the enchanting young woman, saved by Ning Chuan, beamed with radiant smiles upon hearing this news. They could hardly believe that the Black Cloud stronghold had indeed been destroyed. Their future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary, especially that leader, who was destined to become a formidable figure of great renown. The already healed middle-aged man silently mused, his gaze filled with admiration for Ning Chuan and his companions. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan and his group, blissfully unaware of these developments, assumed their return to the camp would proceed smoothly. Yet, fate has a way of delivering unexpected turns. A coldly gleaming arrow, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, shot towards Ning Chuan at an alarming speed. This arrow, in terms of power, velocity, and precision, was nearly on par with those Ning Chuan himself had loosed, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. Any ordinary early-stage practitioner of martial arts, or even a weaker mid-stage practitioner, would have been slain on the spot. However, Ning Chuan was no ordinary warrior. His perception had increased sixfold. The moment the arrow was loosed, he had already sensed its impending approach. Humph! Ning Chuan let out a cold snort, drawing his finely crafted iron blade from his waist, and directly struck it down, bringing his steed to a halt. Applause echoed from the thicket ahead. 2 men, adorned in the garb of the golden tent khanate, emerged from the woods, clapping their hands. Indeed, they were renowned archers from the Black Iron Army, who had previously slain 2,000 commanders of our golden tent khanate. Though they were merely at the early stage of the acquired realm, their reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary. One of the archers, with a bow in hand, spoke with a faint smile, yet beneath that smile lay an ominous intent. "Brother, why waste words with them? Let us strike them down directly. Ning Chuan's life is worth 500 military merits and 5,000 taels of silver," exclaimed the other man, stout and with a deep voice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Remarkably, both possessed the strength of the mid-stage acquired realm, and judging by their aura, they had opened at least 28 meridians, surpassing even that of Captain Johan. Chapter 21. Returning to the military camp with Shichanggong Guanglong. You and your 5 companions shall encircle and eliminate the stout individual. The remaining archer will be my responsibility, Ning Chuan commanded decisively. Understood. Guanglong and his 5 comrades responded without hesitation, launching themselves towards one of their targets. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan drew his lightweight bamboo bow, knocking an arrow with fluid precision, his eyes transforming into those of a hawk. Whoosh! An arrow was released towards the archer from the golden tent khanate. "Come forth and let me experience the prowess of the Black Iron Army as sharpshooters." The archer from the golden tent khanate was equally a skilled marksman. Though he could not execute the 9-star convergence, he was capable of the 7-star convergence. For him, the 9-star convergence was merely a technique. The inability to perform it did not denote weakness in archery. Today, he would measure his skills against Ning Chuan to see who was the superior archer. Clang! The arrow shot by Yintua collided with Ning Chuan's iron arrow, both plummeting to the ground. Witnessing this, Ning Chuan remained unfazed, continuing to draw and knock his arrow, while Yintua furrowed his brow. Normally, as a practitioner at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, His strength and internal energy should far exceed those of Ning Chuan. Consequently, his arrow should possess greater might. He had anticipated that it would take Ning Chuan 2 arrows to bring down one of his. However, the reality was starkly different. Ning Chuan's arrow proved equally formidable. Humph. No wonder he is hailed as the sharpshooter of the Black Iron Army. But can you withstand all 7 of my arrows? Yin Tuo scoffed coldly. He swiftly loosed 7 arrows in succession, each imbued with great force and speed, convinced that Ning Chuan would be incapable of fending them all off. 10-star convergence. Observing this, Ning Chuan ceased to hold back. With the enhancement of his abilities, he could now employ the 10-star convergence. Clang. A series of collisions erupted as Yin Tuo's 7-star convergence was effortlessly countered by Ning Chuan, with 2 arrows narrowly grazing Yin Tuo's scalp. Fortunately, Yin Tuo reacted quickly, ducking just in time. Otherwise, those arrows would have shattered his skull. That was a close call. Yin Tuo felt a shiver run down his spine, his scalp tingling with anxiety, while his heart brimmed with unwillingness. The 7-star convergence was nearly his limit, and no amount of training could enhance his skills further. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had been capable of the 9-star convergence even as a mere foot soldier. Such innate talent was enough to incite jealousy. Most importantly, Yin Tuo's previous archery skills had been formidable enough, yet he had never faced an opponent with superior skills. He had believed his 7-star convergence to be commendable, but in comparison to a true 9-star convergence, a vast chasm remained between them. Today, I shall slay you. Yin Tuo's heart hardened. Since he could not compete with Ning Chuan in archery talent, he would rely on his superior strength to eliminate him directly. As he lifted his gaze, an iron arrow was already hurtling toward his face, leaving no time for evasion. Thud. A fatal shot to the head. 10 stars and a perfect alignment. Yin Tuo's eyes widened in shock, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. He had believed that the 9-star alignment was the pinnacle of Ning Chuan's prowess. Yet he was now astounded to witness the emergence of a 10-star formation. Such remarkable archery talent left him in awe and despair. At that moment, he comprehended that his own skills in archery were but a jest in comparison to Ning Chuan's, rendering any competition utterly futile. It was laughable to think he could ever rival Ning Chuan in this art. He had grossly overestimated his capabilities. Thud. Yin Tuo's lifeless body fell to the ground, a hint of self-mockery lingering at the corners of his mouth. In the realm of archery, he had never conceded to anyone, but before losing consciousness, he acknowledged Ning Chuan's superiority. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Crimson Moon Bell. As the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed, a bow. Crimson as blood and reminiscent of a blood moon, materialized in the system's space. No, brother. The stout man from the Golden Tent Khanate let out a mournful cry upon witnessing his brother Yin Tuo's demise. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a powerful surge of internal energy that sent Guan Long and his companions reeling backwards, spitting blood. He then charged at Ning Chuan like a battering ram. And should he collide with his target, even a massive boulder would be shattered into smithereens. Seeing this, Ning Chuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This stout man from the Golden Tent Khanate relied solely on his brute strength, eschewing any weapons. Facing Ning Chuan was akin to courting death. Just as the stout man was about to crash into Ning Chuan, the latter deftly sidestepped and executed a diagonal slash from below. The stout man, witnessing this, also let out a derisive laugh. He had trained in a style that emphasized physical conditioning, striking iron rods countless times and soaking in medicinal baths for over a decade. His physique could be described as indestructible and augmented by his internal energy. He dismissed the notion that a mere early-stage practitioner could inflict significant harm upon him. Indeed, as he withstood Ning Chuan's strike, he felt only a superficial wound. However, he successfully seized Ning Chuan. I will crush every bone in your body, piece by piece. He sneered. Yet, he was met with Ning Chuan's cold, inscrutable gaze, akin to that of one staring at a corpse. Could he possibly turn the tide? Impossible. Once I have him in my grasp, he is as good as dead. Just as the stout man entertained this thought, he suddenly found himself unable to exert any strength. With dark blood pouring from his mouth and nose, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down at the wound, which had already turned black. You despicable wretch! You poisoned your blade. The stout man glared fiercely at Ning Chuan, before ultimately collapsing to the ground, his eyes refusing to close in death. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Healing Pill, Constitution 5, Internal Energy 5. My objective is to take a life, regardless of the means employed. Furthermore, the art of concocting poison is a skill in which I excel. Ning Chuan is indifferent to notions of morality or depravity, as long as he can eliminate his foes. he will grow ever stronger. When there exists a method to vanquish enemies effortlessly, who would engage in a prolonged struggle? Let us proceed. Back to the barracks. After eliminating these two mid-stage warriors from the Golden Tent Khanate, Ning Chuan and his companions set forth once more. Along this journey, no further incidents occurred, and they finally returned to the military camp. The moment Ning Chuan brought back the deserter, Shi Changgong, the soldiers in his unit gazed in astonishment. He has returned with the deserter, Shi Changgong. Is this truly happening? He really has brought back the traitorous Shi Changgong? Indeed. He must now be within the tent of our sergeant. Quickly, we must go and witness this. I have been on edge for days. As Ning Chuan re-entered the camp with the deserter, the entire battalion erupted in fervor. Chapter 22. Urgent Rescue of the Spy. In a whirlwind, a throng of soldiers swiftly gathered around the tent of Centurion Zhou Han, encircling it in layers. All eyes were filled with ire as they glared at Shi Changgong. It was this very individual who nearly embroiled them in the repercussions of the collective punishment system. If Shi Changgong had merely fled as a coward, it would have been one matter. However, should he have absconded with vital intelligence to the Khans of the Golden Yurt, their fates would have been dire, potentially even fatal. Now that Ning Chuan had returned Shi Changgong, the anxious soldiers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Some even contemplated storming the tent to thrash Shi Changgong, seeking to vent their pent-up fury. Yet, they were promptly silenced by a stern command from Centurion Zhou Han. Shi Changgong, do you comprehend your transgression? Zhou Han, suppressing his wrath, bellowed. Shi Changgong merely cast a vacant glance at Zhou Han before lowering his head in silence. This demeanor only fueled Zhou Han's indignation further, prompting him to rise abruptly from his seat. Under the collective punishment system, Shi Changgong's desertion would entail penalties for them all. Yet here he was, exhibiting such an attitude. Zhou Han was on the verge of ordering 100 strokes of the military cane. Centurion, please allow me to speak. Ning Chuan interjected swiftly, recounting Shi Changgong's plight. Upon hearing this, the soldier's anger dissipated somewhat, replaced by a flicker of sympathy. His property and wife had been usurped, and his parents had been driven to their demise. His flight could be deemed somewhat justifiable, not the act of a coward fearing for his life, but rather a response to unbearable circumstances. Nevertheless, a deserter is still a deserter and must adhere to military discipline, especially for those stationed at the border. The rules must be strictly enforced to prevent a tide of deserters. Shi Changgong, you have violated military protocol by fleeing. You shall be punished with 200 strokes of the cane, to be administered over the course of a month. Furthermore, you are stripped of your rank as a corporal and shall serve as a common soldier for 3 years before you may regain your status as a formal soldier. With a decisive wave of his hand, Centurion Zhou Han commanded, take him away. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forth and dragged Shi Changgong away. 200 strokes of the cane. One could scarcely endure such punishment, even a martial artist in the early stages of refinement. Spreading the punishment over a month was still a grim fate. Ning Chuan had personally experienced the harsh treatment of a common soldier, which was equally dreadful. One could only imagine the arduous days that lay ahead for Shi Changgong. As for Ning Chuan's act of slaying Shi Samba, the soldiers present paid it little mind. If one were to delve deeper, it was evident that Shi Samba had usurped Shi Changgong's possessions and wife, ultimately leading to the demise of his parents, which incited his defection. Thus, with Ning Chuan's act of retribution, many felt a sense of vindication. With Shi Changgong taken away, the remaining soldiers instinctively encircled Ning Chuan, lifting him high into the air, their faces adorned with expressions of exhilaration and gratitude. They were grateful that Ning Chuan had brought Shi Changgong back. Otherwise, under the collective punishment system, they too would have faced dire consequences. At this moment, Centurion Zhou Han completely relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face. After a considerable time, once all the soldiers departed from Centurion Zhou Han's tent, Ning Chuan remained behind, his expression grave as he gazed at Zhou Han. Is there something else? The Centurion inquired. Centurion, I was previously ambushed by 2 assassins from the Golden Tent Khanate. Ning Chuan's words drew an immediate frown from Zhou Han. Be cautious during this period. There may be numerous spies from the Golden Tent Khanate lurking around our camp. I will inform the commander and strive to eliminate the spies surrounding our encampment. Zhou Han decisively concluded. Understood. I shall take my leave. Ning Chuan nodded, and, after exiting Zhou Han's tent, returned directly to his own quarters. Guan Long and the other 4 had already returned to tend to their injuries, their strength having significantly increased. Upon entering his tent, Ning Chuan promptly retrieved the blood moon bow. This exquisite bow, crimson as blood and shaped like a crescent moon, far surpassed the quality of the light bamboo bow. With the blood moon bow's enhancement, both the speed and accuracy of Ning Chuan's arrows would see a remarkable improvement, achieving an effective range of an astonishing 500 meters. In contrast, the effective range of ordinary archers is approximately 100 meters, while those at the early stages of postnatal development reach around 200 meters. Even Yin Tuo, whom Ning Chuan had previously slain, had an effective range of merely 300 meters. Now, with only the early postnatal realm, Ning Chuan's effective range with the blood moon bow exceeded that of Yin Tuo, who was at the mid-postnatal stage. Should Ning Chuan ascend to the mid-postnatal realm, as his strength and inner power grew, the range of his arrows would extend even further. As for the origin of the blood moon bow, if questioned, he would assert that it was seized from Black Cloud Stronghold, where all its inhabitants had perished, leaving no witnesses. Guanlong and the others, possessing unwavering loyalty to Ning Chuan, would naturally keep this secret. After putting away the blood moon bow, Ning Chuan began to assess his cultivation progress. Name: Ning Chuan. Identity: corporal physique, 106 inner power, 102 at present. Both his physique and inner power had surpassed the 100 mark. Particularly after vanquishing the 2 assassins from the Golden Tent Khanate and spending 2 days in training, Ning Chuan finally opened his 9th meridian. Once he succeeds in opening the 10th, he would step into the mid-postnatal realm. I wonder when a grand battle will unfold, Ning Chuan mused inwardly. While others spoke of war with trepidation, Ning Chuan, possessing the God of Slaughter system, eagerly anticipated it. The more enemies he dispatched, the stronger he became. Subsequently, Ning Chuan's life returned to a monotonous routine, concocting poisons, cultivating, patrolling, resting, and repeating this cycle. It was not until 3 days later that Centurion Zhou Han summoned Ning Chuan and the other corporals, along with the sergeants, in urgent assembly. This was due to a Black Iron Army spy who had acquired vital information from the Golden Tent Khanate. However, the scout of the Black Iron Army is currently being relentlessly pursued by the soldiers of the Golden Horde. They are hastening to provide urgent assistance and strive to bring the Black Iron Scout back safely. Due to the urgency of the situation, Centurion Zhou Han decided to forego the use of ordinary soldiers, as their presence would impede the pace of the march. Accompanied by all the decurions and corporals, Centurion Zhou Han mounted his horse and swiftly set off for support. After briefing Ning Chuan and the others on the mission at hand, he led the group on their rapid departure. This undertaking is fraught with peril, as they are bound to encounter a substantial force from the Golden Horde. However, there is no need for concern, for they are not to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Golden Horde's army. Their sole objective is to rescue the Black Iron Scout from their grasp, emphasized Centurion Zhou Han. Although they would indeed face the Golden Horde's forces, the primary goal remains to bring back their scout, which would be a significant achievement. The atmosphere was heavy with gravity, yet only Ning Chuan displayed a glimmer of anticipation. The impending encounter with the Golden Horde's troops represented a series of invaluable experiences for him. Chapter 23. The Spy. Li Qianma Mount Saddle, with its towering trees and dense grass, stands as a formidable boundary between the Golden Horde and the Great Jin Dynasty. Its name derives from its resemblance to a saddle. At this moment, the entire Mount Saddle is besieged by the forces of the Golden Horde, intent on capturing the Black Iron Army's spy, who bears vital information. Search the mountain. We must unearth the Black Iron Army's spy, no matter the cost. Cursed be the spy. They shall not escape with such crucial intelligence. 2 robust generals, clad in the standard armor of the Golden Horde, wore grim expressions as they issued their orders. The soldiers of the Golden Horde sprang into action, commencing their search. Deep within Mount Saddle, concealed by foliage, lay a cave where a disheveled woman, adorned with heavy makeup, was recuperating in dire straits. She was none other than Li Qianma, the spy of the Black Iron Army. Previously, she had been a renowned songstress within the Golden Horde, mingling with the elite, thus gaining access to significant intelligence. The information she possessed was of utmost importance. Even at the risk of her identity being exposed, she felt compelled to relay it, lest the borders of the Great Jin Dynasty fall into chaos. The repercussions of such a loss would spell doom for the millions of innocents residing near the frontier, facing the grim specter of slaughter. It would also mean a substantial reduction in the territory of the Great Jin Dynasty. I wonder if the Black Iron Army has received my distress signal? Li Qianma tore a piece of cloth from her attire, gritting her teeth against the pain as she bound a ghastly wound. She then found a piece of wood. Biting down on it as she forcibly extracted an arrow lodged in her shoulder, blood spraying forth in a horrifying display. The excruciating pain elicited beads of cold sweat upon her brow, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Though she had managed to tend to her external injuries, the insidious poison coursing through her veins remained a dire concern. I can only hope that before my demise, I can deliver this message to the Black Iron Army, she murmured softly before succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into unconsciousness. The toll of her injuries and fatigue was overwhelming. Her perseverance thus far had been a testament to her indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, after 3 hours of relentless pursuit, a saddle-shaped peak finally materialized before Ning Chuan and his companions. Under the command of Sergeant Zhou Han, they concealed their horses in a hidden location before proceeding on foot into Mount Saddle, determined to locate their missing spy. Our spy, in her quest to ensure we find her, will undoubtedly have left subtle clues. So, remain vigilant. Moreover, exercise caution. We must not attract the attention of the Golden Horde's forces. Do you understand? Sergeant Zhou Han's serious gaze swept across the group as he inquired. Understood. Ning Chuan and the others nodded in affirmation. Onward. With the sergeant's command, they plunged into Mount Saddle, dispersing to search for traces of their spy. Upon entering, Ning Chuan activated the Eye of the Mystic Eagle, hoping to uncover any clues left behind by the spy. After the passage of a fragrant incense, under the meticulous scrutiny of the Xian Eagle's eye, Ning Chuan discovered a minuscule pattern, the size of a fingernail, drawn in blood upon a vibrant scarlet blade of grass. Had it not been for the Xian Eagle's eye possessing such profound insight, the existence of this pattern would have likely eluded detection amid the fiery foliage. With this sanguine insignia as his guide, a path became clear. 1,000-mile pursuit. Ning Chuan whispered inwardly, his olfactory senses heightened significantly through this blood-drawn emblem. He swiftly pinpointed a location. After deftly evading numerous soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate scouring the mountains, Ning Chuan, following the scent, ultimately stumbled upon a remarkably concealed cave. Upon entering the cavern, he was met with the sight of the unconscious spy, Li Qianma. To his astonishment, the elusive scout they sought turned out to be a woman. Ning Chuan murmured softly as he quickly assessed Li Qianma's condition. She was gravely injured. Though her wounds had been hastily bandaged, her condition was deteriorating rapidly. Moreover, she bore a potent toxin remarkably similar to the heart-rot poison, which could erupt at any moment. Even if the toxin remained dormant, with her current injuries, she would not survive beyond a day. Gazing at Li Qianma's pallid visage, Ning Chuan retrieved a healing elixir from his system's space and administered it to her. He then began to channel his internal energy into her, aiding her in swiftly assimilating the elixir's restorative properties. Finally, he rebandaged her injuries with care. At that moment, a hint of color returned to Li Qianma's face, and her eyes slowly fluttered open. Before she could respond, Ning Chuan had already hoisted her onto his back, using one of her garments to fashion a makeshift harness, securing her tightly. I know you're awake. Hold on to me tightly. I will get you out of here. Ning Chuan's voice resonated in her ear. Are you from the Black Iron Army? Li Qianma inquired, her voice feeble, her body still extremely weak, leaving her with scarcely the strength to move. Indeed, I am Ning Chuan, a corporal of the Black Iron Army, sent specifically to rescue you, he affirmed with a nod. A corporal. The area outside must be swarming with soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate. Can we truly escape? She questioned, a flicker of despair crossing her features. You are merely a corporal. Surely there are higher-ranking officers in the army who could assist us. Perhaps I should wait a moment longer? You could notify a captain or above. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan was just a corporal, a fleeting disappointment washed over Li Qianma. A corporal of the Black Iron Army, having only cultivated a modicum of internal energy, possessed limited strength. Given that the soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate were undoubtedly searching the mountains, relying on a corporal to facilitate her escape seemed utterly unrealistic. What Li Qianmo remained unaware of was that Ning Chuan, this corporal, was not akin to the ordinary corporals within the Black Iron Army. You have no choice. The soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate are scouring the mountains and are closing in on this very location. Therefore, you must leave with me now, Ning Chuan asserted forcefully, not allowing Li Qianma the opportunity to argue. But, can we truly escape? A deep sense of worry filled Li Qianma's beautiful eyes. Could a mere sergeant truly lead her to safety? Or would they ultimately fall prey to the soldiers of the Golden Horde? She felt a pang of regret, for she had not yet conveyed the crucial information. How disheartening. Of course we can, for I have no desire to perish in this place. After meticulously checking the knots binding him, Ning Chuan stepped out of the concealed cave. Li Qianma's heart raced with trepidation. Could this sergeant of the Black Iron Army, Ning Chuan, genuinely ensure her safe passage? Chapter 24. Retreat. Subsequently, the spy Li Qianma was met with a scene that left her utterly astonished. As he navigated through the forest, Ning Chuan appeared to possess an uncanny foresight. Whenever soldiers from the Xinjiang Khanate approached, he consistently detected their presence a moment before they could spot him. He would then conceal himself along their inevitable path, delivering lethal strikes with silent precision. In a remarkably brief period, Ning Chuan had effortlessly snapped the necks of 8 soldiers from the Xinjiang Khanate. Prior to locating the spy Li Qianma, Ning Chuan had refrained from indiscriminate killing, fearing it would alert the enemy. However, now that he had found her, all reservations vanished. Once they descended the mountain, their safety would be assured. How? How do you accomplish such feats? Are you truly just a Black Iron sergeant? As they descended halfway down the mountain, Li Qianma finally voiced her lingering doubts. She was also taken aback by Ning Chuan's stamina while carrying her down. He silently dispatched soldiers from the Xinjiang Khanate without breaking a sweat. Such endurance was far beyond that expected of a mere sergeant. Shu, do not speak. Ning Chuan swiftly silenced Li Qianma and concealed himself. Moments later, hushed voices reached their ears. Captain, at this rate, how long will it take to find him? We might as well set fire to this saddle mountain. Indeed. Regardless of the spy, let's burn them all to ashes and be done with it. Why search the mountain? 2 voices echoed in agreement. Humph. What do you know? If we can capture this spy, we can extract valuable information from him. Just like the decapitation operation our commander devised last time, it was based on intel provided by a Black Iron spy. Unfortunately, that soldier named Ning Chuan discovered it beforehand, leading to its failure. Had it succeeded, capturing the Black Iron City would have been effortless. Thus, it was imperative to capture this spy alive, a deep voice asserted. Yes. Yes. The captain is indeed thorough in his considerations. The voices once again flattered their superior. At that moment, the spy Li Qianma suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, gazing intently at Ning Chuan. Could the soldier the captain mentioned, who thwarted the decapitation operation, be you? Furthermore, there was a bounty of 5,000 taels of silver and 500 military merits on your head within the Xinjiang Khanate. Is it truly you? Initially, upon awakening in the cave, Li Qianma had been disoriented and had not paid heed to Ning Chuan's rank in the Black Iron Army. However, hearing the captain of the Xinjiang Khanate mention Ning Chuan's name, she suddenly realized. The sergeant carrying her, indeed, shared the name Ning Chuan. If there were no other in the Black Iron Army by that name, it must be him. As Ning Chuan spoke, he drew the Chi Wei Bao from his possession. The captain of the Xinjiang Khanate was at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, accompanied by 2 sergeants at the early stage, desiring to silently eliminate them with bare hands. Ning Chuan's current capabilities rendered such an endeavor impossible. However, employing a bow and arrow would allow him to effortlessly dispatch all 3 adversaries. What purpose do you have for the bow? One might wonder, considering there were 3 opponents, one of whom was a mid-stage captain of the Golden Tent Khanate. Presently, they found themselves ensnared within the encirclement of the Golden Tent Khanate's forces. Should their presence be revealed, the consequences would be dire. Upon observing Ning Chuan retrieving the bow and arrows, Li Qianma felt her heart leap to her throat. The most prudent course of action was to retreat from this location. Yet, what was the significance of him producing 3 arrows simultaneously? Did he intend to release all 3 at once? It seemed utterly absurd. Ning Chuan merely responded with a nonchalant murmur. Were he not confident in his skills, he would never have dared to attack a captain and 2 sergeants of the Golden Tent Khanate. With a swift motion, 3 iron arrows glimmering with a cold sheen shot forth in a triangular formation towards 1 captain and 2 sergeants. The moment the captain and his men perceived the sound of the arrows slicing through the air and sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. Thud, thud, thud. The chilling sound of iron-piercing flesh echoed as the captain and his 2 subordinates were instantly struck through the throat, their lives extinguished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 military rations, with a boost of 5 to physique and 6 to internal strength. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Military rations. Ning Chuan was taken aback that the demise of the Golden Tent Khanate captain had rewarded him with 3 military rations. These rations, when consumed, could stave off hunger for 3 days while rapidly restoring the consumer's stamina. Given the current circumstances, the injuries sustained by Li Qianma had stabilized with the aid of a healing pill, yet her body remained exceedingly frail. 1 military ration would suffice to restore her strength significantly, alleviating her burden on Ning Chuan's back. However, as these were system rewards. They could not be freely given to the spy, Li Qianma. Soon, Ning Chuan feigned a search on the captain's corpse and discovered a military ration. Lo and behold, a military ration. You must consume it at once, Ning Chuan urged as he placed the ration into Li Qianma's mouth. She offered no resistance, eagerly swallowing the ration. For she was in dire need of recuperation, continuing to carry Li Qianma down the mountain. Ning Chuan eliminated every soldier of the Golden Tent Khanate they encountered along the way. Yet, soon, a cacophony of screams and clashing echoed from the Saddle Mountain. It was the Black Iron Army. The Black Iron Army had come to rescue the spy. All troops, remain vigilant. Upon sighting the Black Iron Army, show no mercy. A roar, amplified by internal strength, reverberated throughout the mountain. This was dire. At that moment, the most anxious was Captain Zhou Han. With so many infiltrating the Saddle Mountain simultaneously, their discovery by the Golden Tent Khanate soldiers was inevitable. Nevertheless, to rescue the spy, they had no choice but to act. They had to locate Li Qianma before they were detected by the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate. However, at present, the spy Li Qianma remains unfound. Yet they have been discovered first. To retreat or not to retreat, the centurion Zhou Han wrestles with his inner turmoil. A withdrawal would likely result in the capture of the spy Li Qianma by the Golden Horde, with consequences too dire to contemplate. Conversely, remaining could spell doom for the valiant soldiers of the Black Iron Army. Just at that moment, a signal flare shot up into the sky, bursting forth in a brilliant display. Upon witnessing the flare, Centurion Zhou Han was struck with astonishment. They had located her. They had found the spy. A surge of elation filled his heart. They could indeed retreat now. Chapter 25. Blood-infused pill. The sergeants and squad leaders of the Black Iron Army, upon witnessing the signal flare ascend into the sky, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over them. At last, someone had found their covert agent. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly commenced their retreat. The Golden Tent Khanate boasted no fewer than 2,000 soldiers, and if they did not withdraw in time, their demise was all but assured. However, they had already been discovered by the troops of the Golden Tent Khanate, and casualties were now unavoidable. As Centurion Zhou Han and the other sergeants and squad leaders dashed out from Saddle Mountain towards their concealed horses, their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 20. Quick! Pick up the pace, Centurion Zhou Han urged, racing ahead while encouraging his fellow sergeants and squad leaders. Behind them, a multitude of soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate pursued relentlessly. Among the foremost of the pursuers was a centurion from the Golden Tent Khanate, his presence imposing. Run? Do you think you can escape? The centurion of the Golden Tent Khanate sneered as he swiftly closed in on a Black Iron Army squad leader, drawing his blade with lethal intent. The chilling gleam of the blade revealed his murderous intent. The Black Iron Army squad leader, sensing the imminent threat, felt a surge of panic. In both speed and strength, he was no match for the centurion of the Golden Tent Khanate. Was this to be his end? Despair gripped the heart of the Black Iron Army squad leader. In that critical moment, a coldly glimmering iron arrow shot forth with deadly precision. Thud! It pierced the throat of the centurion of the Golden Tent Khanate, causing his body to lurch forward and tumble. The centurion, wholly focused on eliminating the Black Iron Army squad leader, had failed to perceive the arrival of the fatal arrow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, blood-infused pill. The Black Iron Army squad leader's face lit up with joy at the sight. He looked ahead to see Ning Chuan standing atop a massive boulder, providing cover for them. Thank you, he whispered inwardly, his heart brimming with gratitude. Not only he, but the other sergeants and squad leaders trailing behind also expressed their thanks to Ning Chuan. At that moment, Ning Chuan, poised with bow drawn atop the boulder, embodied their hero and savior. The reins of the horses are all untied. Leave your arrows with me. Hurry and ride away with the agent. I will cover your retreat. Ning Chuan instructed each sergeant and squad leader who rushed past him. At that moment, no soldier from the Golden Tent Khanate could venture within 500 meters of Ning Chuan and survive. Indeed, leave all your arrows with Ning Chuan. And you all ride away quickly. Move swiftly. Centurion Zhou Han, rather than departing immediately, stood by Ning Chuan's side, directing and urging the sergeants and squad leaders. As the leader of this contingent, it was only fitting that he be the last to retreat, rather than allow Sergeant Ning Chuan to fight alone. The sergeants and squad leaders of the Black Iron Army, upon hearing his words, hesitated not a moment longer, relinquishing all their arrows to Ning Chuan. They then seized the covert agent Li Qianma, preparing to escape on horseback. But what would become of them? In the present day, the spy Li Qianma, having regained considerable stamina thanks to the military rations, is now able to ride away. Yet, her mind is still burdened with concern for her savior, Ning Chuan. Fear not. Captain Zhou Han and Corporal Ning Chuan are indeed a formidable duo. Even if 1,000 foes approach, they shall fall before them, urged the sergeant who had been rescued by Ning Chuan. With Captain Zhou Han and Ning Chuan providing cover, their mission is to escort the spy Li Qianma back to the military camp. Very well, Li Qianma nodded, casting a lingering gaze at Ning Chuan's tall figure silhouetted against the setting sun, before preparing to depart with the sergeants and lieutenants. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated Corporal Ning Chuan. However, the sudden appearance of a figure caused Li Qianma and the group of sergeants and lieutenants to halt their horses. A solitary silhouette had quietly positioned itself in their path. Why the haste to depart? Have you sought my permission? Demanded a figure clad in the armor of the Golden Horde, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixed upon Li Qianma and her companions. He was Timur, one of the 1,000 commanders pursuing the spy on behalf of the Golden Horde. With 1,000 commanders ahead and the forces of the Golden Horde behind, what could be done? Li Qianma's expression darkened considerably. She had thought that once they mounted their horses, they could leave unscathed, only to find that the commander of the Golden Horde had anticipated their move and blocked their path. Fight, protect the spy and ensure her escape. The sergeants and lieutenants of the Black Iron Army, upon seeing the obstruction caused by the commander of the Golden Horde, did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward on horseback. Witnessing this, Li Qianma gritted her teeth and followed suit. She understood that these brave soldiers were prepared to sacrifice their lives to shield her escape. Although she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of so many risking their lives for her, she knew she had vital information to convey. Failure to do so could lead to the deaths of not just a few, but millions of innocent lives. However, the remaining dozen sergeants and lieutenants were no longer at their peak strength, each carrying injuries. In contrast, the commander of the Golden Horde was in his prime. As the two sides clashed, 2 sergeants and 1 lieutenant fell to Timur's steel blade. Without hesitation, Timur lunged toward Li Qianma, his intent not to engage the Black Iron Army, but to capture her alive. The other sergeants and lieutenants, witnessing this, charged once more at Timur, determined to prevent the spy from being taken captive. Yet, Timur was overwhelmingly powerful. Under normal circumstances, this small group of lieutenants and sergeants could have sustained a prolonged struggle against a commander like Timur. However, Timur had no interest in battling the Black Iron soldiers directly. His singular focus was on Li Qianma. What to do? The spy Li Qianma observed that the numerous squad leaders and centurions of the Black Iron Army were utterly incapable of halting the advance of the 1,000-man commander, Timur. She promptly turned her horse, intending to evade him. However, Timur pursued her relentlessly, akin to a parasite that clings tenaciously, rendering escape impossible. Li Qianma could feel his sinister grasp drawing closer. Just when she believed she could elude capture, Timur loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain, thwarting her every attempt at flight. Go on ahead. I shall deal with this 1,000-man commander. The centurion Zhou Han, who had previously stood beside Ning Chuan, swiftly positioned himself before Timur. Do you think a mere centurion can obstruct me? How utterly foolish. Step aside, Timur bellowed, swinging his steel war blade towards Zhou Han. Humph. He is but a 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate. I have slain many such foes before. Zhou Han retorted fiercely. Ning Chuan, today, let us vanquish this 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate. What of the 1,000-man commander? What of his late-stage cultivation? With Ning Chuan's support, Zhou Han felt an unwavering confidence swell within him. Very well. Ning Chuan responded without a moment's hesitation, nodding in agreement. Chapter 26, Astonishing. The single kill of a 1,000-man commander. Humph. I have heard of you. The 2 of you collaborated to slay 2 1,000-man commanders of my Golden Tent Khanate. However, do not dare to compare me with those 2 worthless fools. Boom. The aura of Timur, at the late stage of the acquired realm, erupted completely, transforming into a tempest that swept in all directions. His strength far surpassed that of the 2,000-man commanders defeated by Ning Chuan and Zhou Han. Timur had at least 65 martial arts meridians opened. As Timur's aura fully erupted, the countenance of Captain Zhou Han changed drastically. Each open martial arts meridian enhanced a warrior's strength significantly, creating vast disparities even among opponents of the same realm. A 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, with 65 open meridians, could easily crush Captain Zhou Han, who might not even withstand a single blow from him. And indeed, the reality unfolded as such. Clang. With the fierce collision of Captain Zhou Han's dual blades against Timir's, the grip of Zhou Han's hand was instantly shattered by Timir's tremendous force, sending him flying. When he crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust was raised, and blood gushed from his mouth. His trembling arms could no longer hold onto his battle blade. This situation rendered Captain Zhou Han's expression one of utter despair. He was overwhelmingly strong. This 1,000-man commander Timur from the Golden Tent Khanate was far too powerful, and he could not even withstand a single strike. Observing this, the other sergeants and lieutenants of the Black Iron Army rushed to assist, but were halted by Captain Zhou Han, as their paramount task was to escort the spy Li Qianma back to the camp. Yet, with Timur present, how could they possibly escort the spy Li Qianma back to the Black Iron Army's encampment with ease? Especially since the spy Li Qianma now exhibited profound despair. It was said that Captain Zhou Han could battle a 1,000-man commander and had teamed up with the archer Ning Chuan to annihilate 2,000-man commanders of the Golden Tent Khanate. But now, Captain Zhou Han could not withstand even a single blow from a 1,000-man commander. Were the previous tales merely exaggerations? With such limited strength, did they dare to dream of annihilating me? Truly, they are overestimating themselves. Today, none of you shall escape. Timur, the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, gazed down at Captain Zhou Han, who lay on the ground, displaying a look of disdain and contempt. The 2,000-man commanders slain by Captain Zhou Han were truly the most pathetic of the pathetic. Being defeated by such a person was a disgrace to their rank. Today, Timur intended not only to capture the spy Li Qianma, but also to avenge the humiliation brought upon them by Captain Zhou Han of the Black Iron Army. As for the archer Ning Chuan, he was merely remarkable in archery. Though his fame was great, he was ultimately just a pawn to be easily handled. Today marks the sacrificial day for this golden duo. Whoosh! A coldly gleaming iron arrow sliced through the air, aiming directly at Timur's throat. A mere trivial skill. Come, let me witness your 9-star convergence. Clang! Timur nonchalantly struck down the arrow shot by Ning Chuan, casting it aside with disdain. He then disregarded Ning Chuan, turning his attention once more to the spy, Li Qianma. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. Timur's formidable strength was terrifying, and it was unexpected that he would ultimately fall prey to the grasp of the Golden Yurt Khanate. Internally, the spy Li Qianma sighed in resignation. Just then, an arrow radiating a crimson glow hurtled towards them with astonishing speed, at least 3 times faster than the previous projectile. The commander of 1,000 men from the Golden Yurt Khanate was taken aback, quickly lowering his head. With a clang, Timur's helmet was instantly knocked off by the arrow imbued with a red, sanguine aura. Had Timur's reflexes been a fraction slower, this arrow would have pierced directly through his skull. A cold sweat broke out upon him, and his sharp gaze darted towards Ning Chuan. At that moment, Ning Chuan's face bore a grimace of agony, and a vast cloud of blood-red steam emanated from him. He was in the state induced by the blood-burning pill. The blood-burning pill could significantly enhance Ning Chuan's strength for the duration of a single incense stick, yet once its effects faded, he would be plunged into an extreme state of weakness. However, if he refrained from consuming the pill now, Timur, with the might of the Golden Yurt Khanate, would force them into a dire predicament. To escape this place, he had no choice but to ingest the blood-burning pill and greatly amplify his power to confront Timur. If you wish to witness my 9 stars aligning, then today, I shall grant you that spectacle. Though Ning Chuan endured considerable torment after taking the blood-burning pill, his strength surged dramatically. The arrows he previously loosed could be effortlessly deflected by Timur, but now, those shot after consuming the pill could barely be evaded by him. Whoosh! 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 Ning Chuan drew his bow, unleashing a flurry of iron arrows, each glimmering with a crimson hue. This time, Timur could no longer maintain his earlier composure. He either dodged or attempted to parry with his blade. Fortunately, Timur's prowess was indeed remarkable, as he narrowly avoided and deflected 9 lethal arrows. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, thud! The 10th iron arrow, glowing fiercely with red, suddenly pierced through his skull. How could this happen? Timur's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be the 9 stars aligning? How could there be a 10th arrow? Yet at that moment, no one was there to answer him. Thud! Timur's lifeless body tumbled from his horse. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Xianin Arrow X1. Constitution 2, Internal Force 1. As the system's voice echoed, a silvery arrow materialized within the system's space. He is dead. Ning Chuan has slain the commander of 1,000 men from the Golden Yurt Khanate. In that instant, Captain Zhou Han and the others stared in wide-eyed astonishment, each one rendered speechless. No one could have anticipated that Timur, whom they regarded as an invincible force, would be so easily pierced through the skull by Ning Chuan's arrow. "We must flee. I cannot hold on much longer." Ning Chuan's voice rang out, startling everyone back to reality. It was evident to all that Ning Chuan's current condition was far from normal. "Everyone, retreat swiftly." Centurion Johan was the first to react, urging his comrades. The scout Li Qianma and a group of sergeants and decurions, upon hearing his command, immediately spurred their horses into a frantic gallop. "How dare you attempt to escape?" At that moment, another 1,000-man commander from the Golden Horde finally revealed himself, especially upon witnessing the demise of Timur. A fierce fury ignited within him. This band of Black Iron soldiers had not only rescued the elusive scout they had been relentlessly pursuing, but had now also slain their renowned 1,000-man commander. This was utterly unforgivable. Another 1,000-man commander. Just the perfect subject to test the power of the Xianing arrow. Upon seeing this commander from the Golden Horde, Ning Chuan felt no fear. Rather, a glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 27. The Might of the Mystic Sound Arrow. The Mystic Sound Arrow, resplendent in a silvery hue, bears an uncanny resemblance to ordinary projectiles. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern a multitude of intricate holes adorning its tip. The very moment the arrow is released, air rushes through these apertures, producing an enchanting yet disorienting melody capable of unsettling the mind. Furthermore, the effects of the blood fuel pill that Ning Chuan ingested still linger. A fine bow deserves an exquisite arrow. Mystic Sound Arrow, unveil your formidable power to me. Ning Chuan murmured inwardly as he strung the bow and knocked the arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The Mystic Sound Arrow, now imbued with a crimson glow, soared forth at an astonishing velocity towards the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate. Buzz! As the Mystic Sound Arrow was loosed, a wave of chaotic sound erupted. Every soldier of the Golden Yurt Khanate within earshot contorted their faces in agony, some clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground, writhing in torment. Even the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate found his composure shattered by the dissonant melody. He hastily summoned his inner strength in an attempt to shield his hearing. But it was too late. Thud! The Mystic Sound Arrow pierced his throat, continuing its deadly trajectory to strike down 5 additional soldiers before finally coming to rest. The Mystic Sound Arrow not only conjures a disorienting melody, but also possesses a lethal force far beyond that of a common arrow. Regrettably, only a single Mystic Sound Arrow exists, and once employed, it must be reclaimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Martial Arts, Qi penetrates mountains and rivers. Constitution 6, Inner Strength 8. The system's voice resonated, a reward for the annihilation of a 1,000-man commander and 5 soldiers. Seizing the moment while the effects of the blood fuel pill still prevailed, Ning Chuan plunged into the ranks of the Golden Yurt Khanate soldiers to retrieve the Mystic Sound Arrow. The demise of 2,000-man commanders had undoubtedly plunged the morale of the Golden Yurt Khanate soldiers into despair, yet numerous centurions remained steadfast. Kill. Whoever can slay this foe and avenge the fallen commanders shall earn immeasurable glory. The centurions of the Golden Yurt Khanate now glared with fervor, brandishing their blades as they charged towards Ning Chuan. Indeed, Ning Chuan's prowess in dispatching 2,000-man commanders was formidable. However, given his current physical condition, it was evident he had consumed some sort of elixir or invoked a forbidden technique to forcibly enhance his strength. Such a transient augmentation could not endure indefinitely. Moreover, their numbers were overwhelming. They would not fear a solitary adversary. Observing the unfolding situation, Ning Chuan hesitated not a moment and turned to flee. The efficacy of the blood fuel pill was waning, and he would soon be engulfed by weakness. With so many soldiers of the Golden Yurt Khanate pursuing him, he had no choice but to escape, lest he be captured. Naturally, the soldiers of the Golden Yurt Khanate would not permit Ning Chuan to flee unchallenged. They had already suffered the loss of 2,000-man commanders and numerous soldiers. Allowing Ning Chuan to escape would render them the subject of ridicule within the army. Furthermore, capturing him would yield monumental accolades for whoever succeeded. Release arrows. Shoot him down. As the numerous centurions of the Golden Horde observed that they were not closing the distance to Ning Chuan, but rather being drawn further away, they became increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows descended upon Ning Chuan like a dark cloud. With a cold snort, Ning Chuan either defended himself or evaded the onslaught, proving impervious even to the rain of arrows. However, at that moment, his body began to weaken as the effects of the blood ignition pill waned, ushering in a period of frailty. Struggling to maintain his grip on the fine iron blade, he nearly dropped it to the ground. Fortunately, he still possessed 2 military rations that could restore his strength. Upon consuming one, he swiftly regained some of his vitality. "Fire! Shoot him dead!" roared one of the centurions. Soon, another volley of arrows was unleashed towards Ning Chuan. The weakened Ning Chuan activated the eye of the mystic eagle, either dodging or parrying with his blade, then cast a piercing gaze toward his pursuers. "So you think you can shoot me dead, do you?" Drawing his bow, Ning Chuan loosed a cold, gleaming iron arrow that instantly pierced the throat of the centurion, claiming his life in a single strike. Simultaneously, he felt immense relief, grateful for the military rations that had bolstered his strength. Had he not consumed one beforehand, he might have been reduced to a mere pincushion by this latest volley. As Ning Chuan faced the soldiers of the Golden Horde in pursuit, he consumed another military ration, fixating on the centurions, targeting those who had called out with such bravado, ensuring no one dared to shout again. Meanwhile, at the border between the Great Jin Dynasty and the Golden Horde, a large army awaited. It was the reinforcements coming to their aid. Centurion Zhou Han gazed upon the approaching force, his face illuminating with excitement. The urgency to rescue the spy, Li Qianma, necessitated the deployment of a large army, yet a slow response was impractical. Thus, it fell to their elite squad, composed of sergeants and centurions, to undertake the rescue mission, while 2,000 black iron soldiers stood ready for the reception. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. At that moment, the sergeants and centurions felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The mission to rescue the spy had proven exceedingly challenging. Originally numbering over 30, only 9 returned. However, they had fulfilled their duty, ultimately bringing Li Qianma back with them. Upon seeing the Black Iron Army, Li Qianma felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had escaped the Golden Horde, and the trials she endured to achieve her freedom were beyond comprehension. Is this all that returned? Ren Qianjun, the commander of the Black Iron Army, regarded the weary centurion Zhou Han and his comrades with a heavy heart. Although tasked with overseeing the new recruits, he was temporarily reassigned to assist in the reception of Zhou Han's team. Witnessing the aftermath of the operation, with merely Zhou Han and 8 others returning, he could not suppress a silent sigh. Those who had embarked on the mission were the elite, yet they had returned in such diminished numbers. General Ren, Wuchang Ning Chuan is still holding the rear for us. We must swiftly send someone to rescue him. As Centurion Zhou Han rushed before the 1,000-man commander Ren Qianjun, he spoke urgently. The spy Li Qianma and several sergeants, as well as the captains, all bore expressions of concern. It was due to Ning Chuan's sacrifice that they had finally managed to escape. Now, with Ning Chuan's fate uncertain, a rescue was imperative. Take the spy back to the camp. I shall go to rescue Ning Chuan, declared the 1,000-man commander Ren Qianjun. Upon hearing this, he immediately assembled 8 centurions and set off on swift steeds to save Ning Chuan. Indeed, within the span of a single incense stick's burn, Commander Ren Qianjun located Ning Chuan, who was being pursued by soldiers of the Jurchen Jin dynasty. However, the atmosphere was peculiarly tense. The centurions of the Jin dynasty were all huddled behind their soldiers, their gazes directed at Ning Chuan filled with rage. Yet none uttered a single curse or insult, which was decidedly abnormal. Regardless of the strangeness of the situation, their mission remained clear: to rescue a comrade. Observing Ning Chuan, who was now utterly exhausted, Commander Ren Qianjun hoisted him onto his shoulder and began the retreat. The soldiers of the Jin dynasty, witnessing this, showed their frustration, and only then did they dare to hurl insults at Ning Chuan. Particularly, the centurions of the Jin dynasty unleashed a barrage of vile curses, as if Ning Chuan had wronged their entire families. Nevertheless, they did not dare to pursue further. Losing their 1,000-man commander was akin to losing their backbone. With the arrival of the Black Iron Army's 1,000-man commander, it was likely that a substantial force was stationed ahead. To charge recklessly would surely lead to their demise. Thus, even in their discontent, the centurions of the Jin dynasty prudently withdrew their troops. Upon returning to the camp, Ning Chuan, having relaxed his mind, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Centurion Zhou Han, spy Li Qianma, and the assembled sergeants and captains gazed at Ning Chuan's pale face, now in a deep slumber, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. It could be said that without Ning Chuan's courage and sacrifice, none of them would be standing here today. Chapter 28. The midst of postnatal transition. The spy Li Qianma is poisoned. Ning Chuan, we all owe you our lives. Please, do not meet with misfortune. A group of sergeants and captains gazed at the unconscious Ning Chuan, each silently praying. Had it not been for Ning Chuan's sudden outburst, resulting in the demise of 1,000 generals from the Golden Horde, and his valiant effort to hold back their soldiers, covering their retreat. They might have perished there. Now, they were all indebted to Ning Chuan for their lives. Ning Chuan, your contributions in rescuing the spy are unparalleled. We fervently hope for your well-being. The centurion Zhou Han wore a grave expression. Ning Chuan was undoubtedly a rare talent, and all they could do was wish for his safety. Meanwhile, the spy Li Qianma had already departed to report the classified information she had acquired to Commander Su Han. Very well. Please step outside. We must attend to his treatment. 2 military doctors ushered everyone out of the tent and commenced Ning Chuan's healing process. This time, although Ning Chuan's injuries were not severe, the consumption of the blood-burning pill had severely depleted his vital energy. Furthermore, after that, he had forced himself with military rations, leading to significant bodily exhaustion. Fortunately, Ning Chuan's physique was robust enough to withstand such depletion. Had it been an ordinary person, their organs would have long since failed. An entire night passed as the 2 military doctors administered acupuncture and medicine to replenish his energy, finally allowing Ning Chuan's condition to stabilize. What remained was merely a period of rest. When the centurion and the sergeants learned that Ning Chuan was unscathed, their faces lit up with joy, their hearts elated. Even longing to rush in and see him, but they were stopped by the doctors. Ning Chuan desperately needed rest, and no one was permitted to disturb him. He drifted into a deep slumber. In this restful state, he slept soundly, and upon regaining some vigor, he could hardly contain his eagerness to break through. During the mission to rescue the spy Li Qianma, Ning Chuan had slain numerous soldiers of the Golden Horde, including several sergeants and captains. Now, he was fully capable of opening the critically important 10th meridian, stepping into the mid-stage of postnatal transition. Merely an hour later, an explosive surge of energy enveloped Ning Chuan as he successfully opened the 10th martial arts meridian, entering the mid-stage of postnatal transition. At the instant he opened this meridian, a significant portion of his injuries and vitality astonishingly recovered. Coupled with Ning Chuan's formidable physique, not only were his strength and speed enhanced, but his recovery rate surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Having regained a substantial amount of his strength, Ning Chuan was finally able to rise from his bed and began to delve into the newly acquired martial art, Qi through mountains and rivers. This formidable martial discipline involves accumulating strength before unleashing it explosively, unrestricted by weaponry. Any weapon could be wielded. Indeed, should one possess sufficient power, they could pierce through a mountain or river with the sheer force of their will. Most importantly, this technique is remarkably easy to cultivate, and within just a day, Ning Chuan had already grasped the fundamentals, especially when Ning Chuan applied the technique Qi Guoshanhe to his bow and arrows. The power of the projectiles was remarkably doubled. At that moment, Captain Zhou Han paid a visit to Ning Chuan, bearing good news. In the recent mission to rescue the spy Li Qianma, Ning Chuan had made the most significant contribution, prompting Commander Su Han to promote him to the rank of 10th Captain. Ding! Congratulations to the host on your promotion to 10th Captain. You may designate one martial art to reach perfection. The system's voice echoed. With this promotion, Ning Chuan could now learn a light-footed technique from the military. He contemplated whether to invest this opportunity in Qi Guoshanhe or in a light-footed martial art. Ultimately, he resolved to enhance his mastery of Qi Guoshanhe. If the basic level of this technique could double the power of his arrows, what heights could its perfected form achieve? If it were sufficiently potent, even defeating a formidable general single-handedly would become a trivial task. Name, Ning Chuan. Title, 10th Captain. Physique, 135 inner strength, 129. This is the current status of Ning Chuan. With his present strength, if he were to engage in another battle, his power would surely surge to astonishing levels. Captain, I wish to learn a light-footed technique from the military, Ning Chuan declared. Now that you are 10th Captain, that can be arranged. However, there is another matter that requires your assistance, Captain Zhou Han replied, his expression grave. What is it? Ning Chuan asked, puzzled. Given his still recovering injuries, he wondered if another task would be assigned to him. You are skilled in poison crafting, yet our spy Li Qianma has been poisoned severely. After reporting half of the information to the commander, she collapsed from the toxin's effects. Even the military doctors are at their wits' end, only managing to keep her alive by a thread. But under the current circumstances, her condition is deteriorating rapidly. Look, Captain Zhou Han gazed at Ning Chuan with hope, urging him to devise a solution. Indeed, when I rescued spy Li Qianma at Mon Mountain, I was aware of her severe poisoning. Bring me several toxins. Today, we will employ poison against poison. Ning Chuan nodded resolutely. Despite his grave injuries and ongoing recovery, he had nearly forgotten about the toxic remnants within Li Qianma. Understood. I will procure them immediately. Captain Zhou Han, elated at Ning Chuan's apparent remedy, hurried off to gather the required substances. Meanwhile, in another tent, is there truly no way to save her? Commander Su Hanzhan gazed anxiously at the unconscious Li Qianma, his brow furrowed deeply. The intelligence she had brought back was of utmost importance. However, she had only managed to relay half of it before succumbing to the poison, which left Commander Su in a state of acute distress. The consequences of missing the remaining information could be dire. Commander, the potent poison within spy Li Qianma has already corrupted her heart's meridians. Even a divine being would struggle to save her. Several military physicians sighed, acknowledging that they could merely sustain the life of the covert agent Li Qianma, but could not save her. Upon hearing this, Commander Su Hanzhan clenched his fists, his heart tumultuous with emotion. If Agent Li Qianma could not be saved, what would become of the remaining intelligence? Commander, is there still hope? Can Agent Li Qianma be rescued? Just then, Sergeant Zhou Han entered the tent, excitedly carrying a bowl of thick, dark concoction. Chapter 29. Crucial information. The Golden Horde approaches. Zhou Han, are you aware of what you are saying? Commander Su Hanzhan gazed at Zhou Han, who had abruptly entered the tent, his expression filled with displeasure. Numerous military doctors had already declared that the spy, Li Qianma, was beyond saving, yet Zhou Han suddenly claimed he could be rescued. This flicker of hope amidst despair indeed stirred a glimmer of anticipation within Commander Su Hanzhan. However, if this hope were to shatter once more, it might ignite a murderous impulse within him. Furthermore, he was well aware of the capabilities of Centurion Zhou Han. Killing was his forte, but saving? Perhaps it was best to refrain from such notions. Commander, I am certainly aware of what I am saying, Zhou Han retorted. Ning Chuan is adept at concocting poisons, so I approached him with a mindset of trial, inquiring if he could save the spy. As a result, he immediately prepared a bowl of potent poison, asserting that if the spy consumed it, he could counteract the poison with poison and recover. Centurion Zhou Han spoke candidly. Regarding Ning Chuan, he could say he possessed complete trust in him. Counteracting poison with poison? It is utter folly. Commander Su Hanzhan regarded the foul, toxic soup, with the corpses of venomous insects floating within, while the noxious stench assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Should this toxic concoction be ingested, it would likely lead to an even swifter and more agonizing demise for Li Qianma. The other military doctors hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the bowl of deadly brew in Zhou Han's hands, they all covered their mouths and noses, their faces paling, as if merely inhaling the odor might lead to poisoning. Commander, this cannot be consumed. Absolutely not. Indeed, such toxicity, once ingested, would surely result in a gruesome death. Without a doubt, to ingest such poison is tantamount to a death sentence. How can one even contemplate counteracting poison with poison? It is nothing but a jest. The doctors urged fervently. Zhou Han, depart at once. Commander Su Hanzhan, suppressing his simmering rage, barked out the command. Commander, this is the only hope for saving the spy. Centurion Zhou Han insisted. I said depart, did you not hear me? Commander Su Hanzhan's piercing gaze bore down, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Yes, Commander. Centurion Zhou Han sighed inwardly, reluctantly retreating, but he retained the bowl of murky, toxic soup floating with insect corpses. As a stick of incense burned slowly, Commander Su Hanzhan wished for the doctors to awaken Li Qianma, even if just for a fleeting moment, to extract vital intelligence. However, after their efforts, the spy, lying on the bed, coughed up another mouthful of blood. This time, the doctors were utterly at a loss, unable to contain the poison coursing through Li Qianma's body. Commander Su Hanzhan glanced at the fading life of the spy, then at the helpless doctors, and finally at the bowl of toxic soup left by Centurion Zhou Han. Since death was inevitable, then let us treat a dead horse as if it were a living one. It was only at that moment that Commander Su Hanzhan resolved to administer the toxic brew to Li Qianma. Commander, are you truly going to proceed? A group of military doctors gazed at the highly toxic concoction before them, their brows furrowed in deep concern. Such a lethal poison surpassed any toxicity they had encountered throughout their decades of medical practice. Could such a venom truly save a life? It was folly to even consider it. One could perish within a heartbeat of ingestion. Was there truly no other means of salvation? The commander, Su Hanzhan, glared fiercely, demanding answers. In that moment of hesitation, the military doctors, without further ado, administered the deadly brew prepared by Ning Chuan to the spy, Li Qianma. As the toxic liquid coursed through her body, she quickly succumbed to its effects. Black blood oozed from her 7 orifices, her hands flailed wildly. And she emitted a chilling wail, a sound that bore no resemblance to human speech, as if she were enduring the utmost agony. Witnessing this, the doctors rushed to restrain her. Behold, had she refrained from consuming the poison, Li Qianma might have departed this world in peace. Yet, by partaking in the lethal draught, she now faced excruciating torment in her final moments. Su Hanzhan sighed inwardly, shaking his head in resignation. How could he have been foolish enough to believe Zhou Han's deceitful claims that this toxic brew could be a remedy? He felt it was an affront not to administer 100 lashes to Zhou Han for such nonsense. At that instant, a sudden spurt of black blood erupted from Li Qianma's mouth. However, this discharge was markedly different from the previous ones. Upon closer inspection, one could discern grotesque maggots writhing within the expelled blood. Su Hanzhan perceived this unsettling detail, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Could this toxic concoction truly hold some efficacy? After the first expulsion of black blood, Li Qianma began to vomit continuously. Within the torrents of blood she expelled, the same repulsive maggots writhed. After a prolonged half-incense stick's worth of time, the blood that flowed from her mouth transformed from black to a vivid red. The military doctors, astonished, immediately checked her pulse. It's normal. The pulse is remarkably stable. They stood as if struck by a thunderbolt, paralyzed in disbelief. The noxious concoction, they were acutely aware, was capable of causing swift and gruesome demise. Yet, how could it restore Li Qianma to health? It was incomprehensible, utterly unfathomable. Incredible. It truly works. Hearing the doctor's exclamations, Su Hanzhan's lips curled into a smile, and he nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that the noxious brew, teeming with the remains of vile creatures, could indeed pull Li Qianma back from the brink of death. Soon, Li Qianma opened her eyes, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Am I still alive? She murmured. A miracle. This was indeed a miracle. The doctors exclaimed in awe at the phenomenon. Su Hanzhan, relieved, let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, the revived Li Qianma, summoning her waning strength, immediately resumed reporting crucial intelligence to Commander Su Hanzhan. At the moment when the spy, Li Qianma, completed her report of vital information, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Commander Su Hanzhan, upon absorbing the entirety of Li Qianma's revelations, was struck with a profound change of expression and hastily departed from the tent. According to the significant intelligence brought back by the spy, the Jurchen Jin dynasty was poised to launch an assault on several border cities of the Great Jin dynasty. Moreover, some border commanders had already defected to the enemy. If these traitors were not swiftly apprehended, they would undoubtedly pose a grave threat when the forces of the Jurchen Jin dynasty advanced. Fortuitously, Li Qianma had also returned with a list of these treacherous commanders, and it became imperative for him to relay this list to the other cities along the frontier. Additionally, preparations for various supplies needed to be urgently arranged, as the Jurchen Jin dynasty's army would soon be at their doorstep. However, the day of the Jurchen Jin dynasty's encroachment arrived far more swiftly than Commander Su Hanzhan had anticipated. Due to Li Qianma's escape, the Jurchen Jin dynasty, despite their insufficient preparations, had no choice but to commence their operations ahead of schedule. Otherwise, should the Great Jin dynasty manage to identify the traitorous commanders, reaching their cities would become exceedingly more challenging. On this day of the beginning of winter, a formidable army from the Jurchen Jin dynasty had already approached Haidi City. Chapter 30. Urgent Preparations. The enemy approaches. At this moment, within the Black Iron Army's encampment, Commander Su Hanzhan sat solemnly at the head of the assembly. To his right sat a multitude of deputy commanders and thousand-man leaders, while the centurions like Zhou Han stood attentively behind them. The forces of the Golden Tent Khanate were rapidly advancing towards Black Iron City. How prepared are we in terms of supplies? Commander Su Hanzhan inquired, his gaze stern as he directed his questioning towards a thousand-man leader responsible for logistics. In response, the thousand-man leader reported, Commander, our grain reserves can sustain the Black Iron Army for 3 months. Winter clothing has been fully prepared, and there are no issues with other living supplies. However, he hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face, but concerning military supplies. What about military supplies? Commander Su Hanzhan's piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon the thousand-man leader. Regarding military supplies, we have only achieved 50% of our planned targets. The thousand-man leader lowered his head, confessing, only 50% of the planned military supplies. Commander Su Hanzhan's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this news. In recent years, the finances of the Great Jin Dynasty have been increasingly strained, with military funding continually reduced. The ample living supplies were secured primarily due to the Black Iron Army's successful campaigns against surrounding bandits. However, those bandits hardly possess significant military provisions. Subsequently, other thousand-man leaders began reporting various conditions within the encampment. With each report, Commander Su Hanshan's frown deepened. The Golden Tent Khanate had arrived too hastily, leaving many aspects unprepared on the side of the Black Iron Army. Most critically, only 50% of the essential military supplies had been arranged. How then could they withstand the formidable forces of the Golden Tent Khanate? What word from His Majesty? Are there any reinforcements on the way? Commander Su Hanshan pressed again. Without reinforcements, the Black Iron Army could not endure for long against the onslaught of the Golden Tent Khanate. His Majesty has been mobilizing troops from various prefectures and conscripting able-bodied men. However, gathering sufficient forces and sending them here will take at least 6 months. The 1,000-man leader's report made Commander Su Hanshan feel a headache coming on, his frustration mounting. 6 months for reinforcements? Could Black Iron City truly hold out until then against the relentless advance of the Golden Tent Khanate? Was there any difference from having no support at all? The sluggish pace of action only incited more ire within Commander Su Hanshan. The old emperor was growing increasingly senile, and the court was filled with inept officials. Nothing more than corrupt bureaucrats. Enough. Relay my orders. Have the citizens of the city dismantle their houses and gather stones, wood, and other materials to fortify the city walls. Joining our Black Iron Army in the fight, Commander Su Hanshan commanded decisively. It was time for Black Iron City to fight with its back against the wall. As for the court, there was no hope left. Yes, all the commanders present nodded in agreement. In this critical juncture for the survival of Black Iron City, the 10-man captain Ning Chuan diligently devoted himself to mastering a martial art known as the lightning step. This technique, once executed, allows one to move with the swiftness of lightning. Although Ning Chuan had only just begun to grasp this skill, it had already doubled his speed. During this time, several military doctors frequently visited him. After Ning Chuan had ingeniously employed poison to counter poison in saving the spy Li Qianma, these doctors were left astounded. Calling it a miraculous feat consequently, they began to delve into the study of various toxins, and with his unparalleled talent in toxicology, Ning Chuan found himself regarded as a mentor, with these doctors incessantly seeking his insights. Ning Chuan, rather than dismissing them, willingly shared his knowledge. Understanding the significance of military doctors in the field, while he was a master of poison, he had no expertise in medicine. As a soldier, one was most susceptible to injury on the battlefield, and the military doctors were the ones who could save lives. Thus, it was imperative in the army never to offend them. As dusk descended, after bidding farewell to the last inquisitive doctor, Ning Chuan was preparing to rest when an enchanting figure entered his tent. Initially believing it to be yet another doctor seeking advice, he turned to discover that it was, in fact, the spy Li Qianma, whom he had rescued twice. "How's your injury?" she inquired as she entered, exuding an air of familiarity, shedding her cloak, and seating herself on Ning Chuan's bed. "Your injuries must have fully healed, and I trust your own recovery is nearly complete as well." Ning Chuan gazed at Li Qianma in astonishment. Her timing was curious, arriving not too early nor too late, but precisely as night fell. Moreover, she was adorned with delicate makeup and donned a form-fitting cheongsam that accentuated her exquisite figure, sitting so casually upon his bed. "Ah, my body has indeed fully recovered. You saved my life on 2 occasions, and I have come to express my gratitude," Li Qianma said with a subtle smile. "How do you intend to show your gratitude?" Ning Chuan assessed her alluring silhouette, swallowing hard. Since being exiled and conscripted by the old emperor, he had not been with a woman. Now, gazing at the elegantly adorned Li Qianma, his primal desires surged forth. "Come here, and I shall tell you." Li Qianma beckoned to him with a playful smile. Before long, the sounds of joyful revelry echoed throughout Ning Chuan's tent, lasting nearly the entire night. When dawn broke, Ning Chuan awoke to find Li Qianma had already departed, leaving behind a letter. Had it not been for the lingering fragrance of her presence in his bedding, the previous night would have felt like a mere dream. Rising to dress, he opened the letter left by Li Qianma. In it, she explained that by the time he read her words, she would have already left the Black Iron military camp. As a spy, she would continue her covert operations in enemy territory, gathering intelligence for the Great Jin Dynasty. As for the revelry of last night, it was an expression of gratitude for Ning Chuan's life-saving grace, an assurance that he need not feel burdened by responsibility, and a gentle reminder to simply forget. Ultimately, Li Qianma conveyed the current predicament of the Black Iron Army through letters, hoping that Ning Chuan would survive this battle. Rest assured, I shall certainly endure. After perusing the letter, Ning Chuan whispered to himself, for most, war is a colossal meat grinder, a presence that instills dread. Yet for Ning Chuan, war signifies his opportunity. As long as he vanquishes enough foes, he shall continue to grow stronger. The somber yet majestic sound of the horn resonated, its waves sweeping across the expanse. The army of the Jin dynasty, numbering 100,000, approached like a torrent of steel, casting a shadow over the entire realm. At this moment, Black Iron City stood poised for battle, with the Black Iron Army in full readiness, bolstered by numerous civilians aiding in the effort. Confronted by the formidable forces of the Jin dynasty, the entirety of Black Iron City dedicated itself to the defense. Chapter 31. The Golden Horde begins its assault. Kill, kill, kill. As Ning Chuan stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the imposing mass of the Golden Horde's 100,000-strong army, he was utterly taken aback. The sheer number of troops was staggering, a dark sea of warriors stretching as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the overwhelming battle intent and bloodlust emanating from the soldiers were palpable, capable of directly unsettling the hearts and minds of onlookers. Some timid souls were so frightened that they nearly lost control. The civilians assisting in the defense and transporting supplies displayed expressions of utter despair upon witnessing the formidable foe. Given the current might of the Golden Horde, could Black Iron City truly withstand such a siege? Not only did the populace lack confidence, but even the majority of the Black Iron Army's soldiers harbored doubts. This was exacerbated by Commander Su Hanshan's preemptive measures against some traitorous generals within the ranks. Otherwise, the moment battle commenced, Black Iron City would likely have crumbled under the pressure. This war is perilous, yet it presents an opportunity for my own growth. Ning Chuan mused internally. However, when he inspected his quiver, his brow furrowed in dismay. Guanlong, how can there be only 30 arrows in my quiver? Ning Chuan inquired directly. 30 arrows. Would that even allow him to fell a handful of enemies? Captain, our supplies are critically low in Black Iron City. On average, each archer can only be allotted 3 arrows. Guanlong explained with a sense of resignation. These 30 arrows are only in consideration of your prowess as a master archer. Otherwise, you would have received even less. Ning Chuan fell silent upon hearing this. War is not a solitary performance. Even with his exceptional archery skills, he could not single-handedly alter the course of a battle involving tens of thousands. In such grand conflicts, individual heroism is utterly impractical. Yet, 30 arrows were woefully insufficient for Ning Chuan. They wouldn't even suffice for a single round of shooting. Thus, he sought out the centurion Zhou Han to discuss the matter. Let us meet with the quartermaster, Qianren Jiang, Xiang Shiqing. Perhaps he can allocate more arrows for you. Zhou Han agreed, recognizing that 30 arrows were indeed far too few for Ning Chuan. While others may have been unaware of Ning Chuan's archery prowess, Zhou Han was acutely aware of his exceptional skill, every shot a deadly strike, capable of dispatching an enemy with but a single arrow. To restrict such a marksman to merely 30 arrows was a gross misallocation of resources. In this manner, Centurion Zhou Han accompanied Ning Chuan directly to the supply depot, where they sought out the quartermaster, Qianren Jiang, Xiang Shiqing. With war looming, the quartermaster was already overwhelmed with tasks. When Centurion Zhou Han and Ning Chuan approached him to explain their request, they were met with an impatient response from Xiang Shiqing. Ning Chuan, I am aware of your reputation as a master archer, but this is war, not a stage for individual heroics. If I were to give you all the arrows, what would the other archers use? Though your archery skills may be exceptional, how many arrows can you unleash when the enemy reaches the foot of the city wall? How many foes can you vanquish? Can it possibly rival the multitude of enemies felled by all archers in a single volley? The 1,000-man commander, Xiang Shiqing, remarked with impatience. General Xiang, we certainly understand that war is not a stage for individual heroics. However, 30 arrows are woefully insufficient for Ning Chuan. It is a waste of his archery prowess. Might it be possible to provide a few more? Inquired the centurion, Zhou Han. There are no extras, only 30 arrows. If you find that inadequate, you may collect arrows shot by the enemy. Xiang Shiqing replied, his tone brusque as he dismissed them. Very well, we shall let you be. General, Centurion Zhou Han exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Chuan before they both ascended back to the city wall. There's no other choice. As you can see, military provisions are severely lacking. We are left with just these 30 arrows. Zhou Han sighed, expressing his helplessness. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded. Since we have so few arrows, we must utilize them wisely, targeting the commanders of the Golden Tent Khanate. The common soldiers are not worthy of my arrows. The deep and resonant sound of the horn echoed once more. The rhythmic beating of war drums filled the air. The 100,000 troops of the Golden Tent Khanate finally commenced their assault. At this moment, the archers of the Black Iron Army drew their bows, poised for action. As the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate entered effective range, the Black Iron Army's archers unleashed their first volley. Arrows rained down, resulting in significant casualties among the enemy ranks. However, as the soldiers pressed closer to the Black Iron City, they retaliated with their own barrage of arrows. In the midst of this exchange, Ning Chuan seized the opportunity to gather the arrows shot by the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate. After several rounds of arrows exchanged, the enemy troops finally reached the walls and began constructing siege ladders. Meanwhile, several squad leaders, 10-man captains, and 100-man captains from the Golden Tent Khanate sprang into action as soon as the ladders were erected. This was the moment Ning Chuan had been waiting for. With his limited supply of arrows, it was unwise to waste them on common soldiers. Thus, he aimed directly at the 10-man and 100-man captains, disregarding the squad leaders entirely. With his current prowess and the enhancement of the Crimson Moon Bow, slaying a 10-man captain was a trivial endeavor. Whoosh! As the arrow was released, the targeted 10-man captain of the Golden Tent Khanate had no time to react before the arrow pierced his throat. Blood sprang forth. Constitution 2, Inner Strength 3. Excellent. Onward. Seeing the system's notification, Ning Chuan eagerly launched another arrow. This time, he set his sights on another 10-man captain of the Golden Tent Khanate. Whoosh! The arrow sped forth. And once again, the 10-man captain failed to react in time, meeting the same fate as the first. Constitution 3, Inner Strength 2. What of the 100-man captains of the Golden Tent Khanate? Where is the captain of the Golden Horde? Ning Chuan surveyed the battlefield, and suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he finally spotted a captain of the Golden Horde charging forth. This captain, in turn, sensed Ning Chuan's unmasked and menacing gaze. Humph! How presumptuous of a mere 10-man captain to think he could slay me, a captain, with a bow and arrow. Truly deluded. The captain of the Golden Horde had discerned from Ning Chuan's attire that he was but a 10-man captain, who typically possessed only the initial stage of postnatal cultivation, with most having merely opened a single meridian. Thus, the captain regarded 10-man captains with utter disdain. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about this individual. Had he encountered him before? The captain of the Golden Horde mused inwardly. Chapter 32, More arrows? Please send more. Wait. This Black Iron Army sergeant seems to be the renowned archer, Ning Chuan, who is wanted by the Golden Horde. This is bad. The complexion of the Golden Horde's captain changed dramatically. Whoosh! As the arrow in Ning Chuan's hand was released, it transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the captain of the Golden Horde. Thud! For the captain of the Golden Horde, Ning Chuan's arrow was astoundingly swift, so much so that he could not react in time and was pierced through the throat. He is indeed the wanted Ning Chuan. With a dull thud, the captain of the Golden Horde collapsed, breathless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 military ration pill and 1 healing elixir. The voice of the system echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. The death of the captain of the Golden Horde instantly stirred considerable unrest in this battlefield area. The captain, being a mid-level officer within the army, wielded formidable power, commanding around 100 soldiers. Many of the soldiers in this vicinity were under the command of his captain. Yet now, their captain had been shot down by a single arrow. How could they not be astonished? They also realized that a formidable expert was stationed at the walls of Black Iron City. However, in the midst of such a battle, this turmoil quickly dissipated. The war raged on, and Ning Chuan's arrows did not cease, targeting the sergeants and captains of the Golden Horde. With each kill of a sergeant or captain from the Golden Horde, Ning Chuan's strength was significantly amplified. Naturally, this soon caught the attention of the Golden Horde's supreme leader, Arislan. It appears there is an extraordinary archer in that area. The supreme leader of the Golden Horde, Arislan, pointed towards Ning Chuan's location, his voice low. Great leader. In that area, there is indeed a master archer from the Black Iron Army. He is the very Ning Chuan who is wanted in our camp. His archery skills are astonishing. Even our renowned archer, Huyen, fell to his arrows. A commander from the Golden Horde remarked. This commander was the one who had previously attacked Black Iron City, named Gerald, now serving under the great leader Arislan. Oh, so he is Ning Chuan. Indeed, his archery is impressive, yet he seems to possess only mid-level innate strength. Gurgen. This Black Iron Army archer is Ning Chuan. Go and challenge him to a contest of archery. The great leader Arislan commanded a nearby 1,000-man captain. Yes, great leader. I shall take on this Ning Chuan. I am eager to witness the prowess of his archery. I only hope he does not disappoint. A towering man, standing 8 feet tall with a full beard, promptly responded. Confidently retrieving an iron bow from his possession, as if defeating Ning Chuan, this mid-level archer, would be an effortless task. Gurgen. Ning Chuan is extraordinary. He once collaborated with a centurion of the Black Iron Army to eliminate 2 of our 1,000-man generals in quick succession. Moreover, not long ago. Whether through the consumption of a medicinal elixir or the invocation of some forbidden secret technique, he managed to slay 2 more of our 1,000-man generals. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution. The leader of the Golden Tent Khanate, Jerry Liu, solemnly advised. No worries. Such a foe is not worthy of my regard. With those words, Gu Jin rose with pride and made his way to the battlefield, halting directly 500 meters away from the Black Iron City. A typical archer of the mid-stage acquired realm possesses an effective range of only 300 meters. Even if Ning Chuan is a master archer, an effective range of 400 meters would be commendable, given that Gu Jin stands a full 500 meters from the city wall. This so-called master archer would be unable to strike him. With a single arrow, he is confident he can slay this so-called master archer. An assertion rooted in his unwavering self-assurance in his archery skills. Today, let this so-called master archer comprehend what true long-range shooting entails. Gu Jin drew his bow, bending it into a perfect crescent shape. Whoosh! The arrow was released, glinting coldly and accompanied by a chilling whistle as it soared towards Ning Chuan. At the very moment Gu Jin aimed at him, Ning Chuan, with his formidable perception, became aware of the impending danger. A 1,000-man general. He is indeed a 1,000-man general. Did you think that being 500 meters away rendered you invulnerable? If you believe that, you are gravely mistaken. In the face of Gu Jin's lethal arrow, Ning Chuan remained composed and unruffled, merely tilting his head slightly as the arrow whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the city wall with a quivering fletching. Witnessing this, Gu Jin's brows furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Ning Chuan would effortlessly evade his lethal shot with a mere tilt of his head. The calm and collected demeanor he displayed seemed to convey that Gu Jin's arrow was painfully slow and utterly ordinary. Especially with the supreme leader Arislan and Jerry Liu watching from behind, this only served to infuriate Gu General as the renowned archer of the Black Iron Army. Your signature skill is the 9 stars convergence. Today, I shall use your famed technique to bring about your demise. Gu Jin, too, possessed the 9 stars convergence. If Ning Chuan could dodge 1 arrow, Gu Jin was confident he could not evade 9 consecutive arrows. To put it bluntly, once Gu Jin unleashed the 9 stars convergence, even if Ning Chuan had beneath the city wall, it would be futile. He would still be pierced through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 stars convergence erupted from Gu Jin's hands. For the master archer Ning Chuan of the Black Iron Army, to perish beneath his own signature technique would be a fitting end. Upon witnessing the 1,000-man general of the Golden Tent Khanate unleash the 9 stars convergence, Ning Chuan exhibited no trace of fear or trepidation. Instead, excitement illuminated his features. Ah yes, this is how it should be. Unleash all your arrows upon me. This time, Ning Chuan had only been allocated 30 arrows, and even with the few he had previously collected, he possessed merely 50 in total. In the present day, the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Horde has directly dispatched 9 arrows to him, prompting Ning Chuan to express his gratitude with a resounding thank you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9-star formation shot by the commander Gu Jin posed no threat whatsoever to Ning Chuan, who possessed the eye of the celestial eagle and formidable perceptive abilities. Perched atop the city walls, he evaded Gu Jin's volley with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Subsequently, Ning Chuan offered a provocative thumbs-down gesture towards the commander Gu Jin, hoping that he would supply him with even more arrows. Witnessing Ning Chuan's nonchalant evasion of his 9-star formation, Gu Jin was consumed by fury. How dare a mere mid-stage postnatal practitioner challenge him, a 1,000-man commander? Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Consequently, he resolved to show no mercy once he eliminated Ning Chuan. He would surely strip the skin from his body as a trophy of his conquest. Chapter 33, The Attempt to Impress Backfires. In the next moment, the commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, Gurgen, retrieved an ice-blue arrow from the quiver strapped to his back. This arrow, known as the Frost Arrow, was forged from the teeth of a mythical beast residing in the far northern snow-capped mountains of their realm, possessing extraordinary abilities. It was a treasured possession of Gurgen, carefully preserved over time. Now, with the supreme leader Arislan and several other commanders observing from behind, Gurgen had already attempted to eliminate Ning Chuan, a mere squad leader, twice, yet failed to achieve his objective. He could sense the disappointment emanating from Arislan and the other leaders, an unsettling sensation that pricked at his conscience. The audacity of Ning Chuan to provoke him further inflamed his embarrassment and anger. Thus, he decided to unleash his long-cherished frost arrow, determined to eliminate Ning Chuan once and for all. Drawing his bowstring taut, the iron-bodied bow formed a perfect arc once again. Whoosh! The frost arrow was released, transforming into a brilliant azure streak of light, strikingly beautiful, yet imbued with lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, Ning Chuan atop the city wall immediately sensed the exceptional nature of the arrow. Intuition warned him that he must not allow this arrow to strike the wall. Swiftly, he nocked an arrow of his own, intent on intercepting the impending threat. However, to his astonishment, as the frost arrow approached the wall, it shattered completely. Question marks appeared above Ning Chuan's head momentarily, but his expression soon shifted. After shattering, the frost arrow unleashed a wave of frigid energy, enveloping him and the nearby soldiers in a layer of frost, rendering their limbs nearly immobile. The ordinary soldiers, caught unprepared, were instantly frozen solid, transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. Desperately, Ning Chuan summoned his inner strength to expel the icy aura from his body, yet it clung to him like a parasite. To eradicate it completely would require at least the duration of a half incense sticks burning. You have wasted my precious frost arrow. Consider it a privilege. Gurgen observed with satisfaction as Ning Chuan was ensnared by the icy grip of his arrow. He loosed another arrow towards Ning Chuan without a backward glance, executing a gesture signifying certain death, striding away with an air of nonchalance. In his mind, Ning Chuan had already become a corpse, even without witnessing the outcome. He was confident that Ning Chuan would soon perish beneath his arrow. Yet Gurgen had miscalculated. Had he chosen to unleash the 9 stars convergence once more, Ning Chuan might indeed have succumbed. However, his arrogance blinded him, and he had never regarded Ning Chuan as a worthy adversary. To Gurgen, having released the frost arrow, he believed that under its chilling influence, Ning Chuan would surely be immobilized, allowing him to deliver a final blow with ease. Yet, he was mistaken. Despite being momentarily incapacitated by the icy energy, Ning Chuan's inner strength surpassed that of an average martial artist at the mid-stage of development. With the aid of his mystical eagle eye and formidable perception, he effortlessly anticipated the trajectory of the arrow shot by the 1,000-man commander Gurgen of the Golden Tent Khanate. Thus, had Gurgen chosen to employ the 9-star convergence once more, it would have been impossible for Ning Chuan to evade the attack entirely. However, with just a single arrow, Ning Chuan needed only to channel a significant amount of internal energy into his right leg, allowing him to develop a keen sense of awareness, after which a slight shift of his body would suffice to evade it. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Although Ning Chuan was momentarily frozen in place by the ice arrow, his eagle eye and acute perception, combined with his abundant internal energy, enabled him to narrowly escape Gurgen's lethal shot. He then summoned his internal energy to expel the frigid essence that clung to him like a parasite. The commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, Arislan, along with his fellow commanders, witnessed this scene and promptly closed their eyes, each displaying an expression of exasperation, wishing they could deliver a resounding slap to Gurgen. Gurgen, are you truly so foolish? Is this the time for bravado? You squandered an ice arrow and failed to eliminate Ning Chuan. One of the 1,000-man commanders beside Arislan served as the mouthpiece for the assembled leaders, unleashing a torrent of invective at Gurgen. What? He survived? How is that possible? At these words, Gurgen turned to look at the city wall, only to find that Ning Chuan had indeed survived and had taken cover. This sight caused Gurgen's rugged face to flush a deep crimson. What was intended as a display of prowess had instead resulted in utter humiliation, and even Arislan's expression towards him had turned decidedly displeased. This was a time of war. Was it truly appropriate for such ostentation? Even if you had confirmed that Ning Chuan was slain, that would be one thing. While the ice arrow had indeed immobilized Ning Chuan, to shoot an arrow and not even glance back, but instead turn away, was utterly excessive. Commander, Gurgen lowered his head, shame washing over him. He had made a tremendous blunder. You shall have another chance. Go and eliminate Ning Chuan, Arislan commanded, suppressing his growing ire, his voice cold. Yes, Gurgen responded, and in that instant of turning, his expression twisted into a grimace. He had not anticipated that even with the ice arrow, he had failed to kill Ning Chuan, losing face before Lan and the other commanders. This time, he was determined to ensure Ning Chuan's demise. At that moment, Ning Chuan had successfully expelled the chilling essence from his body with his robust internal energy. Returning to his normal state, the 1,000-man commanders of the Golden Tent Khanate were indeed formidable. They should not be underestimated. As Ning Chuan spoke, he rose once more, bent his bow, and knocked an arrow, infusing it with the full might of his energy, which surged like a river through mountains. Whoosh! Under the enhancement of his formidable energy, the arrow Ning Chuan released sliced through the air like a celestial blade, its power and speed ninefold that of his usual shots. Pff. Before Gurgen could even react, he saw a streak of light flash past, and blood erupted from his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. How is this possible? Gurgen's hand clutched his throat tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Ning Chuan. At this moment, he was still 600 meters away from the city wall, a distance that far exceeded his effective range. He could hardly fathom that the mere 10th captain, Ning Chuan, could accurately strike his throat from such a distance. Such archery skills were nothing short of divine. Reflecting on his earlier pretentious display, Gurgen felt a profound sense of shame. He had underestimated Ning Chuan immensely. The commander. In the fleeting moment before his life ebbed away, Gurgen turned to look at Commander Lan, then fell to his knees, utterly devoid of life. Chapter 34. Where are the arrows? Why does Ning Chuan have no arrows left? Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Mighty Diamond Palm. The voice of the system echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. As the 1,000-man commander Gurgen fell, the expression of the Grand Commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, Lan, along with his fellow commanders, turned grim in an instant. Gurgen, who had faithfully served Grand Commander Lan for a considerable time, was renowned for his exceptional archery skills, undoubtedly the finest archer under his command. However, Grand Commander Lan could never have anticipated that his top archer Gurgen would perish at the hands of a mere centurion. At this moment, Ning Chuan, who appeared to be an ordinary centurion, had truly captured the attention of Grand Commander Lan. Meanwhile, Commander Jerry Lu displayed a look of regret. He had previously warned Gurgen not to underestimate Ning Chuan, but it seemed Gurgen had not heeded his advice, resulting in his untimely demise at Ning Chuan's arrow. It must be said that Ning Chuan's archery was indeed formidable. With an effective range of 600 meters, he accurately struck down a 1,000-man commander, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing, and it was the first time Jerry Lu had witnessed such prowess. Most striking was the rapid advancement of Ning Chuan's abilities. It was only a short while ago that Ning Chuan had entered their line of sight as a mere foot soldier devoid of any cultivation. Yet now he had ascended to the mid-stage of the acquired realm and had genuinely slain a 1,000-man commander. This young man had undeniably become a significant threat to the Golden Tent Khanate. On the other side, the Black Iron Army's commander, Han, who was orchestrating the overall strategy and monitoring the battlefield's dynamics, had also taken note of Ning Chuan. This time, Ning Chuan had not relied on any temporary enhancement potions, but had single-handedly slain a commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, which was truly remarkable. As Commander Han continued to observe Ning Chuan, he finally understood why the Golden Tent Khanate had dispatched a 1,000-man commander to eliminate him. Ning Chuan's archery skills were simply extraordinary. In other areas of the Black Iron City, Golden Tent Khanate's centurions and 100-man commanders had begun to ascend the city walls, entering into close combat. However, at the wall guarded by Ning Chuan, not a single centurion or 100-man commander from the Golden Tent Khanate dared to approach. For those who ventured near were swiftly struck down by Ning Chuan's arrows. Such exceptional archery was no wonder it had drawn the attention of the Golden Tent Khanate. However, Commander Han soon realized that Ning Chuan had actually discarded his bow and drawn a fine iron blade. What was he doing? With such astonishing archery skills, why resort to a sword? It was utterly perplexing. Commander Han furrowed his brow, hoping for Ning Chuan to continue eliminating more of the Golden Tent Khanate centurions and 100-man commanders, as they represented the elite forces of the Khanate. Even when the 1,000-man commanders from the Golden Tent Khanate joined the fray, Ning Chuan might have had the opportunity to slay a few more. So why abandon the bow and prepare for close combat instead? Commander, Ning Chuan's quiver is completely devoid of arrows. In charge of the recruit camp, the 1,000-man commander Ren Xianjun reminded Commander Han, is there no more arrows? How can such an extraordinary archer be without arrows? What is going on? Commander Han, upon Ren Xianjun's reminder, also discovered that Ning Chuan's quiver was completely devoid of arrows. How many arrows had Ning Chuan fired, after all? Such remarkable archery skills should not be squandered. Commander, you are aware that our Black Iron Army faces a severe shortage of supplies. Each archer is limited to merely 3 arrows, while I had allocated 30 to Ning Chuan. Xiang Shicheng replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Naturally, he had heard of Ning Chuan's reputation as a master archer. Otherwise, he would not have provided him with 10 times the number of arrows compared to other ordinary archers. But what of it? No matter how exceptional his archery skills, how much could it truly alter the dynamics of the battlefield? He had never anticipated that he had underestimated Ning Chuan. While Ning Chuan might not sway the entire battlefield, he could indeed influence certain regions of it, single-handedly slaying a 1,000-man commander from the Xinjiang Khanate, while defending the city walls prevented the formidable sergeants and captains of the Xinjiang Khanate from breaching the walls, a tangible achievement. Now, however, Ning Chuan was forced to abandon his greatest strength due to the lack of arrows and prepare for close combat, representing a significant waste of his archery talent. Only 30 arrows. Immediately send 300 arrows to Ning Chuan. Inform him to move along the walls and exclusively target the captains of the Xinjiang Khanate. Commander Su Hanshan glared at Xiang Shicheng as he ordered. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Xiang Shicheng, responsible for supplies, nodded vigorously, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Ning Chuan's archery for the first time. 300 arrows. If each one could fell a captain of the Xinjiang Khanate, the enemy would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Before long, Xiang Shicheng arrived with 3 quivers, each containing 100 arrows, to deliver to Ning Chuan. General Xiang, what is this? Ning Chuan exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Xiang Shicheng. Previously, when he and Captain Zhou Han sought additional arrows from the supply depot, they had been impatiently turned away by Xiang Shicheng. Now, unexpectedly, he had brought 300 arrows directly to him. Ning Chuan, do not dwell on the past. I recognize your incredible archery skills, but I never anticipated them to be this extraordinary. These 300 arrows are sent by the commander, who wishes for you to roam the walls and exclusively target the captains of the Xinjiang Khanate. Xiang Shicheng said, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. In the theater of war, strength speaks volumes. Had Xiang Shicheng known the true extent of Ning Chuan's archery prowess, he would not have limited him to a mere 30 arrows. Additionally, feeling a pang of shame for having previously dismissed both Ning Chuan and Zhou Han when they sought arrows, he was overcome with regret. The archery skills of Ning Chuan have truly won the respect and admiration of the 1,000-man commander, Xiang Shicheng. So that is the case. I understand now. Ning Chuan nodded. Within the military camp, it is a realm where strength speaks volumes. Without power, one possesses no voice. Previously, when he and the centurion, Zhou Han, attempted to negotiate for arrows, they were hastily dismissed by the impatient commander, Xiang Shicheng. Yet now, the commander has taken the initiative to present 300 arrows. Such a gift will surely allow Ning Chuan to unleash his prowess. Following the earlier battles and the continuous enhancement of his inner strength, he has successfully opened up 26 martial pathways. With these 300 arrows at his disposal, one cannot fathom how many more pathways he might unlock. Ning Chuan gazed at the 300 arrows before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 35. The Vice Commander of the Golden Tent Khanate takes action. In the ensuing time, Ning Chuan began to traverse the ramparts with the keen insight of the Xian Eagle's Eye. Wherever the 10 and 100 captains of the Golden Tent Khanate were stationed, Ning Chuan could effortlessly discern their locations, one after another. A barrage of lethal arrows pierced the throats of these captains. A sequence of system notifications echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. Constitution 3, Inner Strength 2, Constitution 1. Inner Strength 2. The commander of the Black Iron Army, Su Hanshan, could not help but applaud Ning Chuan's astonishing prowess. Soon, the 1,000-man commander, Xiang Shicheng, delivered 300 arrows to Ning Chuan, permitting him to shoot at will. At this moment, Xiang Shicheng, responsible for supplies, was utterly awed by Ning Chuan's archery skills. Brutality. Sheer brutality. Once an arrow was loosed, it meant certain death for a 10 or 100 captain of the Golden Tent Khanate. Not a single arrow missed its mark. Such divine marksmanship was simply extraordinary. Most astonishingly, Ning Chuan had sustained this relentless assault from morning until afternoon. Did he not tire? Was his focus unyielding? Any other archer, after such prolonged engagement, would inevitably become fatigued, with arrows failing to find their targets. Yet Ning Chuan thrived in battle, growing more vigorous and valiant with each encounter. In stark contrast, The Golden Tent Khanate's leaders, including the Grand Commander Arislan and Gerald, wore expressions darker than the bottom of a pot, their gazes filled with boundless fury and murderous intent directed at Ning Chuan. The number of 10 and 100 captains slain by Ning Chuan was staggering, and he only seemed to grow more relentless. These captains were the elite forces of the army. Witnessing such slaughter, the commanders of the Golden Tent Khanate were deeply pained. Which of you, as vice commanders, will eliminate this scoundrel? Grand Commander Arislan spoke gravely. The vice commander, a formidable being who had opened 73 martial pathways, was indeed overqualified for the task of dispatching a 10 captain of the Black Iron Army. However, with the 1,000-man commander felled by Ning Chuan's arrow, it was imperative that the vice commander act. Otherwise, no one could halt Ning Chuan's rampage. After all, they could not simply stand by and watch as Ning Chuan decimated their 10 and 100 captains. Grand Commander, I, Zana, am willing to go forth and annihilate that scoundrel. A robust man, dark-skinned and resembling an iron tower, stepped forward, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Very well. I hope you return safely, bearing Ning Chuan's head. Grand Commander Arislan immediately acquiesced. Under normal circumstances, it was not the time for these commanders and 1,000-man commanders to engage directly in battle. They belonged to the upper echelon of power. Should they intervene, the 1,000-man commanders and leaders of the Black Iron Army would respond in kind. Even a single casualty would represent a significant loss. It was prudent to allow the lower-tier soldiers to besiege the city first, compelling the higher-ranking commanders of the Black Iron Army to intervene, thereby exhausting their inner strength and stamina. After all, lower-tier combatants were easier to train, while the prowess of those above 1,000-man commander rank was not so easily cultivated. As the resources dwindled, the moment arrived for the commanders and their 1,000-man generals to launch their assault on the city. This implied that whichever side's elite forces acted first signaled the imminent defeat of the opposing faction. Yet, at this moment, the renowned archer Ning Chuan found himself compelled to dispatch a deputy commander to address a particular threat. Yes, Commander. Zana assented, nodding in agreement, and swiftly donned the leather armor of an ordinary soldier from the Golden Tent Khanate. As a deputy commander, every movement of his would be scrutinized by the Black Iron Army. Should he attempt to eliminate Ning Chuan, the deputy commanders of the Black Iron Army would certainly intervene. However, by masquerading as a common soldier, he could blend in among the ranks, approach Ning Chuan, and strike with lethal precision. Even if he were detected by a powerful deputy commander from the Black Iron Army, he would still have the means to retreat unscathed. Just as Zana clad himself in the guise of an ordinary soldier, a voice broke through the tension. Commander, we have a situation. A deputy commander from the Golden Tent Khanate has vanished. A 1,000-man general from the Black Iron Army, fixated on the elite forces of the Golden Tent Khanate, urgently reported to Commander Su Hanzhan upon noticing the disappearance. All 1,000-man generals and deputy commanders remain vigilant. Be on guard against the ambush of this Golden Tent Khanate deputy commander. Commander Su Hanzhan's expression turned grave. Yes, Commander. The assembled 1,000-man generals and deputy commanders responded in unison, their focus narrowing on the siege ladders. Should they spot this Golden Tent Khanate deputy commander, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yet, Zana's singular objective remained, Ning Chuan. Clad in the leather armor of a common soldier, he blended seamlessly into the ranks, undetectable by prying eyes. Ning Chuan, prepare to meet your demise, Zana thought, a chilling smile of lethal intent gracing his features as he approached his target. However, unexpectedly whoosh. An arrow flew directly toward Zana's throat. He instinctively swatted the arrow away, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is happening? Even disguised as a mere soldier, how could Ning Chuan perceive my presence? Or is this merely a coincidence? Unbeknownst to Zana, as he approached Ning Chuan with murderous intent, he had already been detected by Ning Chuan's formidable perception. Ning Chuan, unaware of the deputy commander's personal vendetta against him, sensed a significant threat drawing near. Intent on his destruction, he swiftly released a probing arrow, discovering that the soldier before him was markedly different from the ordinary foot soldiers. This overwhelming sense of danger indicates that he must at least be a 1,000-man general, if not stronger. Yet, he is disguised as a common soldier. How treacherous. Ning Chuan mused internally. Had it not been for my acute perception, I might have fallen victim to this ambush. In a flash, he coated an arrow with poison, drew his bow, and infused it with the full force of his might, unleashing a shot that surpassed ninefold in strength. Zana's brow furrowed once more, realizing that he had indeed been detected by Ning Chuan. The power of that arrow was indeed astonishing. Even he could only glimpse a fleeting shadow of it. With a faint sound, Zana barely evaded the arrow, yet his right shoulder was still grazed, leaving a trail of crimson. Infuriated, Zana seethed with anger. As a dignified vice commander, it was one thing to fail in an ambush against Ning Chuan, but to be wounded in the process was an utter disgrace. Just as he resolved to reveal himself and eliminate Ning Chuan, a trickle of dark blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The arrow had been poisoned. How despicable! Realizing this, Zana attempted to harness his formidable internal energy to expel the venom. However, at that moment, a relentless barrage of arrows rained down upon him, sealing off all avenues of escape and exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Chapter 36. The Retreat of the Golden Tent Khanate. The blood of 10,000 beasts. Humph. Is it the conjunction of 9 stars? It is nothing extraordinary. Zana let out a cold snort. These arrows possessed formidable power and swift speed, manifesting only as fleeting shadows to his eyes. However, having prepared himself, he believed that none of these arrows could harm him further. Yet, to his astonishment, after the 9 arrows were loosed, a 10th arrow followed. The conjunction of 10 stars. Zana's face was a portrait of incredulity. Ordinarily, the conjunction of 9 stars represented the pinnacle of any archer's skill, and he had never anticipated that Ning Chuan could wield the conjunction of 10 stars. Zana's countenance twisted as he desperately attempted to evade, contorting his body into unnatural shapes, yet he could not escape this arrow. Thud! The arrow pierced his right shoulder, blood gushing forth, as the vile poison surged into his body once more. Humph! Zana let out a pained grunt, his gaze turning fiercely towards Ning Chuan. As the vice commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, he had presumed that eliminating a mere 10-man captain of the Black Iron Army would be a trivial task. However, the tables had turned. Not only had he failed to slay this captain, but he also found himself on the brink of death from the arrows. Enraged, Zana was determined to ascend the siege ladder and eliminate Ning Chuan. Yet, he was met with another 10 arrows. Damned foe. With no other choice, Zana resorted to evasion. However, the poison within him continued to wreak havoc. Thud. He narrowly dodged 9 arrows, but in the process, one struck through his thigh. Zana seethed with fury, unable to believe that he had been hit again. The most disconcerting aspect was that if he did not expel the potent toxins from his body, he would surely perish. Damn it. So it is you, Ning Chuan. Wait for me, for I shall one day flay your skin. Zana's teeth ground together in frustration, and at that moment, he had no choice but to retreat, his heart brimming with hatred towards Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, the supreme commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, Arislan, and other commanders, witnessing this debacle, could not help but pound their thighs in frustration. They had assumed that with the vice commander's involvement, dispatching Ning Chuan would be a mere formality. Yet the reality was utterly different. Instead of vanquishing Ning Chuan, the vice commander Zana found himself wounded by 2 arrows and retreating in disgrace. The scene was thoroughly humiliating. On the side of the Black Iron Army, Commander Su Hans Han and the other vice commanders, along with 1,000 soldiers, gazed in awe at the retreating figure of the Golden Tent Khanate's vice commander, their admiration for Ning Chuan reaching new heights. When Zana had previously vanished, anxiety had gripped them. However, it was soon revealed that the elusive vice commander had been discovered by Ning Chuan. The vice commander of the Black Iron Army was poised to act, only to be met with the astonishing sight of Zana being repelled by Ning Chuan. A spectacle that defied belief. The gaze of every soldier turned towards Ning Chuan, their perception forever altered, no longer viewing him with disdain due to his rank as a mere captain. Within the military, it is solely strength that garners the respect of all. Today, Ning Chuan has exemplified this truth. However, when Zana, the vice commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, sought to escape, Ning Chuan would not allow it. Soon, another round of arrows, infused with the might of 10 stars, was unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 thuds echoed as Zana was struck by 2 more arrows. With his shoulder and thigh already wounded, and engaged in a desperate internal struggle against the venom coursing through his veins, his condition was dire. Evading 8 arrows was already a remarkable feat. Help. Please help me. The Supreme Commander, Arislan, was alarmed upon witnessing the scene. The other vice commanders swiftly sprang into action, attempting to rescue Zana. At this moment, Zana was in a state of utter panic, regretting his decision to undertake the assassination of Ning Chuan. Save me, hurry, he cried out desperately to his comrades. Yet, in a cruel twist, 5 more arrows pierced his body, causing blood to splatter and forcing him to his knees. No, I am not ready to die. Zhana's expression turned ghastly as sheer terror gripped him. Summoning what little strength remained, he struggled to rise and flee. Just as he saw his rescuers drawing near, an arrow suddenly pierced through his skull. Thud! Blood erupted forth. The vice commander of the Golden Tent Khanate met his demise at the hands of Ning Chuan's archery. Bravo! Truly, our Black Iron Army boasts formidable archers. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Laughter erupted among the ranks as Ning Chuan single-handedly felled a vice commander, showcasing his might and prowess. This moment ignited fervent applause from Su Han, the leader of the Black Iron Army, and the other vice commanders and thousand-man captains. The loss of a vice commander, a pinnacle of combat strength on both sides, was a significant blow. Moreover, numerous 10-man and 100-man leaders had also fallen to Ning Chuan's arrows. To put it bluntly, Ning Chuan alone inflicted devastating losses upon the Golden Tent Khanate, diminishing their combat effectiveness by at least 5%, a staggering figure indeed. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Golden Tent Khanate's leaders, including Supreme Commander Arislan and Gerald, grew increasingly grim. Send the order. Sound the retreat. Arislan commanded coldly. His gaze fixed intently on Ning Chuan atop the city walls, overwhelmed by an urge to rend him asunder. The losses sustained during this siege were catastrophic, and a significant portion was attributable to Ning Chuan alone. Understood. The other leaders of the Golden Tent Khanate nodded in agreement. With the somber yet resonant sound of horns echoing through the air, the Golden Tent Khanate finally began to withdraw, soldiers retreating in droves like a receding tide. Meanwhile, the entire Black Iron City erupted in jubilant cheers. They had succeeded in repelling the formidable advance of the Golden Tent Khanate's 100,000-strong army. Even the faces of the 1,000-man captains and vice commanders were alight with radiant smiles. But let us not rejoice too soon. Merely repelling a single assault from the Golden Horde, we have suffered tremendous losses ourselves. We must seize this moment to rest, for the Golden Horde may strike again at any moment. Commander Su Han spoke solemnly. Indeed, Commander. The numerous vice commanders and 1,000-man leaders nodded in agreement, proceeding to address the aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan began to assess his gains from this round of conflict. He first produced the reward for slaying the vice commander of the Golden Horde, Zhana, which was the most remarkable prize he had acquired during this war, the blood of 10,000 beasts. This rare elixir, distilled from the essence of myriad creatures through unique methods, promises to induce astonishing transformations within the user's body. Let me see what changes this blood of 10,000 beasts will bring forth within me. With that, Ning Chuan downed a vial of the precious blood. Chapter 37. The Plan of Desperation. Soon, an intense warmth began to emanate from Ning Chuan's abdomen, gradually spreading to his limbs and bones. This sensation washed over his skin and internal organs, purging foul impurities that emerged through his pores. An hour later, the effects of the blood of 10,000 beasts subsided, and Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that his skin had transformed into a dark brown hue, accompanied by an unbearable stench that continuously assaulted his senses. Ning Chuan realized that these impurities, expelled from within his body, had adhered to his skin, forming a layer of dead skin. With a surge of inner strength, he shook, causing the blackened dead skin to flake away, revealing the smoothness of his skin, reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg. My physique has strengthened, particularly the resilience of my skin, far surpassing what it was before consuming the blood of 10,000 beasts. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. In the next moment, he picked up a fine iron blade and made a light cut on his arm, akin to the dull scrape of a knife on cowhide, leaving him unscathed. Even when he infused his inner strength into the iron blade, it merely produced a superficial cut, which swiftly healed before his eyes. Ning Chuan was astonished. It was known that with the current robustness of his inner strength, he could rival those at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Yet, even with such formidable inner strength applied to the iron blade, it resulted in but a minor wound, which healed almost instantaneously. Did this imply that any warrior below the pinnacle of the postnatal stage would find it nearly impossible to inflict harm upon him? He had not anticipated such an outcome from consuming the blood of 10,000 beasts. I sense my body is capable of further transformation, but it requires more of the blood. Ning Chuan whispered within himself. The potency of the blood of 10,000 beasts was indeed formidable, enabling such an extraordinary metamorphosis of his skin. However, this was not the limit of its potential. If only he could acquire more. He felt his body could undergo a comprehensive transformation. Regrettably, having slain a vice commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate, he had only obtained a single vial of the blood. He pondered whether defeating other vice-commanders from the Golden Yurt Khanate would yield additional vials. Ning Chuan's gaze turned towards the martial arts technique, the Great Power Diamond Palm. This technique was a formidable martial art of utmost strength and vigor, even at the entry level. It could endow a practitioner with the power to break bricks and shatter stones. Once mastered, it could obliterate even 10,000 tons of stone with a single strike. The consequences of such a blow upon a human body were unimaginable. While Ning Chuan was engrossed in his study of the Great Power Diamond Palm, he was soon approached by Guan Long, Zhang Hu, Zhao Feng, Ma Wu, and Huang Qi, who entered his tent laughing heartily, bearing a suit of armor and a finely crafted steel combat blade. "What is this?" Ning Chuan inquired, puzzled. "Aha. From this moment on, you shall be known as the Centurion," Guan Long proclaimed, grinning. "Indeed, on the battlefield, your valor was remarkable. Commander Su Hantan has appointed you as Centurion. The armor and steel blade are equipment only a Centurion may wield." The 5 companions of Guan Long were filled with excitement, also sharing in Ning Chuan's joy at his promotion to Centurion. "So it is." Ning Chuan nodded. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Centurion. You may designate any martial art to reach its maximum level." The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. "Presently, I possess 2 martial arts that have yet to attain their full potential, the electric step and the mighty Vajra palm." Ning Chuan pondered which martial art to elevate to its zenith. After careful consideration, he resolved to elevate the electric step to its maximum level. Previously, during the siege of the Jin, Ning Chuan had traversed the city walls, systematically eliminating the 10-man and 100-man leaders of the Jin. However, his mobility was restricted, making it impossible to traverse the entire perimeter of the walls. With the electric step reaching its pinnacle, Ning Chuan's speed would undoubtedly surge, and armed with arrows, those 10-man and 100-man leaders would find it impossible to ascend the walls. Moreover, with sufficient speed, he could pursue enemies or retreat to save his own life at critical moments. Upon elevating the electric step to its maximum level, he moved his feet, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, his speed truly reaching the swiftness of lightning. Name: Ning Chuan. Identity: Centurion. Physique: 1355. Internal force: 1263. This is Ning Chuan's current attribute panel, which has surged more than tenfold following the recent conflict. Furthermore, he has now opened 68 meridians, officially stepping into the late stages of the postnatal realm, with the pinnacle not far beyond. "What of your current strength?" Ning Chuan inquired of Guan Long and the other 5. "My lord, following the previous battle, we have all opened more than 20 martial arts meridians. We have all become squad leaders." Guan Long and the others exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement and joy. "Indeed. Excellent." Ning Chuan nodded, pleased. The 5 of them would serve as his foundational support, and their enhanced strength brought him great delight. Soon, under the attentive service of Guan Long and the others, Ning Chuan donned the standard armor of a centurion and strapped the finely crafted steel saber at his waist, appearing even more valiant than before. 2 months swiftly passed. During this time, the Jin launched multiple assaults, yet the Black Iron Army steadfastly resisted them. This infuriated the supreme leader of the Jin, Arislan, who could hardly believe that their formidable army of 100,000 had failed to seize a mere Black Iron city after more than a month of siege. The Jin is a nation composed of countless tribes, and the army led by Arislan belongs to the Hachi tribe. As winter approached, the scarcity of resources for their tribe became critical, making their southern raids for plunder essential for survival. Meanwhile, other tribes' armies had breached the borders of the Great Jin dynasty, pillaging and seizing women and resources, while he remained obstinately fixated on the Black Iron City. How could he not be anxious? However, while Arislan was both furious and desperate, Black Iron City was not faring any better. After the relentless assaults from the Hachi tribe, the resources within Black Iron City had become severely depleted. Even the weapons of some sergeants and corporals had become dulled, leaving them unable to be replaced in a timely manner. This illustrates the dire scarcity of resources within Black Iron City. On this day, Commander Su Hantan urgently summoned all leaders of rank Centurion and above for a council. Upon receiving the notification, Ning Chuan swiftly arrived at the central military tent. However, the atmosphere within the tent was laden with despair. Each leader bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion on their faces. At this rate, Black Iron City would not withstand for much longer, as its resources were on the brink of depletion, leading inevitably to its fall. The current state of affairs in Black Iron City was well understood by those present. We cannot hold out much longer. Thus, I propose a bold plan and wish to hear your thoughts. Commander Su Han, his eyes bloodshot, surveyed each leader within the tent as he spoke. Chapter 38. Burning the ships. Upon hearing the words, the assembled generals simultaneously directed their gazes towards Commander Su Han. Although the Iron Fortress had fiercely resisted the incursions of the Khitan tribe from the Jin dynasty, it was on the brink of depleting its resources. Originally boasting a force of 10,000 regular iron troops and approximately 5,000 auxiliary soldiers, their numbers had dwindled to less than 5,000, even when accounting for the young and able-bodied individuals within the city who fought alongside them. The total barely exceeded 8,000. Were it not for the advantage of the city walls, this meager force would have long been swept away by the Khitan horde. Naturally, the Khitan tribe had suffered even greater losses. Their initial strength of 100,000 had been reduced to over 70,000. The elite forces within their ranks, the captains of 10 and 100, had been decimated by Ning Chuan. Subsequent encounters had rendered these leaders hesitant to charge into battle. For Ning Chuan's archery was nothing short of astonishing. Every arrow released meant the demise of a captain. His rapid-fire capability, particularly his ability to shoot 4 arrows simultaneously, ensured that each one found its mark, claiming the life of yet another captain. Under such circumstances, to charge forth was akin to courting death. Thus, Ning Chuan single-handedly inflicted severe losses upon the Khitan elite. However, with their overwhelming numbers, the continued attrition would inevitably lead to the fall of the Iron Fortress. To avert such a fate, Commander Su Han devised a bold and desperate plan to assemble a lightning strike force and penetrate deep into the heart of the Jin dynasty to capture their king. With the Khitan tribe deploying their entire force of 100,000, their royal court would be left vulnerable. If a lightning strike force could successfully seize the Khitan king, the Iron Fortress would be secured. This audacious plan was fraught with peril. The Iron Fortress was still under the watchful eye of the Khitan army, leaving scant resources to form such a unit. Moreover, venturing into the depths of the Jin dynasty posed a lethal risk. Discovery would almost certainly lead to annihilation. Yet, should they succeed, not only would the Iron Fortress be safeguarded, but the soldiers of this elite force would garner immense renown, potentially earning accolades directly from the ancient emperor of the great Jin dynasty. Upon articulating this desperate scheme, astonishment rippled through the assembly. Indeed, it was a gamble of the highest order. The captain of 1,000, Ren Xianjun, had already resolved to join, thus positioning himself as the leader of this lightning strike force. Who else is willing to embark on this mission? Commander Su Han inquired, his gaze sweeping over Ning Chuan and the other captains. The captain of 1,000 represented the pinnacle of the Iron Army's combat prowess, and deploying even one would draw significant attention from the Khitan forces. Commander, I am willing to go. Commander, count me in. Commander, I shall join as well. In the critical moment of life and death at Black Iron City, a group of centurions stood resolute, expressing their willingness to join the Lightning Brigade, daring to venture deep into the heart of the Golden Tent Khanate to capture the king. Excellent. In that case, Ning Chuan, Zhou, Commander Su Han. Observing the scene, promptly named 10 centurions. Among this selection were the elite of the Black Iron Army. Ning Chuan required no further introduction. His achievements spoke volumes. Having even defeated a vice commander of the Hachi tribe, Zhou was also a formidable warrior among the centurions, showcasing considerable strength. The remaining 8 centurions were equally distinguished. Thus, the core combat strength of the Lightning Brigade was established. Subsequently, Commander Su Han mobilized 100 sergeants to join the Lightning Brigade. The configuration consisted of 1,000-man commander, 10 centurions, and 100 sergeants. Following this, Commander Su Han devised an exceptionally meticulous plan. Besides the 1,000-man commander Ren Xianjun, Ning Chuan, due to his expertise in poison crafting, became the pivotal element in this well-crafted strategy. The journey ahead promised to be fraught with peril, and he hoped that upon capturing the king, they would return safely. Commander Su Han gazed seriously at Ren Xianjun and the others, stating, "We shall surely capture the king and return." The members of the Lightning Brigade, led by Ren Xianjun and Ning Chuan, responded with resolute voices. "Excellent. I await your return." Commander Su Han's gaze swept over each member of the Lightning Brigade, engraving their faces in his memory. This was a perilous mission, a gamble of utmost stakes, and it remained uncertain how many among them would return. As night fell, to avoid detection by the Hachi tribe's army, all members of the Lightning Brigade, cloaked by the darkness, dispersed into smaller groups, using ropes to descend from the walls, stealthily circumventing the Hachi forces, ultimately regrouping at the foot of a mountain. Is everyone accounted for? The 1,000-man commander Rin Qianjun inquired with a grave expression. Reporting to the general, all are present and ready to depart. Centurion Johann had already tallied the numbers. Good. However, our immediate priority is to secure sufficient horses and then make a rapid advance of 800 miles to the Hachi tribe's royal court to capture the king. Rin Qianjuan's demeanor remained solemn. Without steeds, relying solely on their own stamina to cover 800 miles was nothing short of folly. Yet acquiring over 100 warhorses would not be an easy task. Fortunately, they had prepared thoroughly before their departure. To the northwest, there lay a small tribe of the Golden Tent Khanate. By annihilating them, they could easily procure over 100 warhorses. Hence, the Lightning Brigade set forth towards that small tribe. Isn't what we are doing a bit cruel? A faint voice suddenly echoed from the crowd. Cruel? What kind of jest is that? In contemporary times, it has come to my attention that several cities along our borders have fallen, with a multitude of soldiers from the Golden Horde ravaging the territories of our great Jin dynasty, committing acts of pillage and slaughter. Do they not perceive the cruelty of their actions? Furthermore, since the establishment of our great Jin dynasty, the Golden Horde has mercilessly exterminated countless of our citizens, amounting to tens of millions. Are they not haunted by the enormity of their brutality? A chilling voice echoed through the air, silencing the previous feeble remarks. Those who are not of our kin harbor fundamentally different intentions. To show mercy to our foes is to be cruel to our own. Before long, Ning Chuan and his lightning-fast contingent arrived at this small settlement of the Golden Horde. At that moment, the village was alive with exuberance, as a throng of people gathered around a massive bonfire, singing and dancing amidst a cacophony of laughter and cheer. Ha ha ha, father! Our Golden Horde has successfully breached several fortifications of the great Jin dynasty, and our tribe has plundered a staggering 50 carts of grain. We shall not fret about provisions for the winter, exclaimed a robust young man clad in a sheepskin coat, his eyes gleaming with desire. Humph, look at your ambitions. When dawn breaks, I shall take a few men and accompany our Golden Horde's army southward to bring back some wives for us, declared a middle-aged man, also donned in a sheepskin coat, with unreserved candor. Chapter 39. Arrival at the Karchi tribe's royal court. In an instant, the middle-aged man clad in a sheepskin coat, who had been laughing heartily and fantasizing about seizing the women of the great Jin dynasty, found his life extinguished by an arrow that pierced his skull. Ah, father! The young man in the sheepskin coat cried out in despair upon witnessing this gruesome sight. Yet, another arrow swiftly followed, finding its mark in the head of the young man. This father and son duo had envisioned themselves trailing behind the grand army of the Golden Horde, intent on pillaging and wreaking havoc within the lands of the great Jin dynasty. However, in the blink of an eye, they met their demise beneath the arrows of Ning Chuan. The other members of the Lightning Brigade also unleashed their fury upon this small tribe, committing acts of slaughter. It was no wonder these minor tribes had migrated to this location. They sought to benefit from the spoils of the Golden Horde's military. A cacophony of screams erupted from the tribe, echoing through the night. As for resistance, what a farcical notion. The Lightning Brigade was composed of the elite, with every member possessing at least the strength of the initial stage of the acquired realm. The strongest among this insignificant tribe was merely the middle-aged man in the sheepskin coat, who was effortlessly dispatched by Ning Chuan with a single arrow. The rest of the tribe's inhabitants were utterly inconsequential. Before long, the small tribe fell silent, its ground stained crimson with blood. After securing some supplies from the tribe, the Lightning Brigade mounted their steeds and set forth on their relentless journey. Given the stark differences in appearance between the people of the great Jin dynasty and the Golden Horde, Ning Chuan and his comrades took precautions to avoid detection. They traveled by night and rested during the day. After 3 days of arduous travel, they finally reached their destination, the royal court of the Karchi tribe. What lay ahead would be the most challenging part of their mission. A direct assault was out of the question. Even if the troops of the Karchi tribe were to be entirely deployed, the royal court's defenses would not be easily breached by such a small force. Thus, the members of the Lightning Brigade turned their attention to Ning Chuan, for it was now his turn to take action. Let us first find a place to conceal ourselves. While it is still dark, I will scout the royal court of the Karchi tribe, Ning Chuan declared. This was a plan they had meticulously devised beforehand. A head-on confrontation with their limited numbers would lead to certain annihilation. Thus, they needed to employ cunning strategy. The members of the Lightning Brigade nodded in agreement and began to recuperate. After all, traversing 800 miles in 3 days left them undeniably fatigued. Seizing the opportunity to rest before their imminent confrontation later that night was essential. Soon enough, as dawn approached, Ning Chuan set out alone under the cover of darkness, stealthily infiltrating the royal court of the Karchi tribe. The royal court was, without a doubt, constructed akin to a small palace, exuding opulence, with numerous servants and stringent guards. Some areas even concealed formidable experts. Ning Chuan proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously observing the layout of the royal court and the locations where the guards took their meals and drank. Most importantly, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Karchi king's sleeping quarters. Soon, with his formidable perception and ability to see in the dark, Ning Chuan deftly evaded numerous watchmen and approached the entrance of an opulent palace. However, just as he was about to infiltrate the palace for a closer inspection, he abruptly halted. His acute senses revealed the presence of formidable guardians within the palace. Should he dare to step inside, he would undoubtedly plunge into perilous danger. Subsequently, Ning Chuan activated his talent for long-distance tracking and, through scent, discerned that 5 individuals resided within the palace. Among them, 2 emanated an aura of threat. One bore a fragrant scent, likely that of a concubine of King Hachi. The other's scent was elusive and shrouded in mystery. The final individual was undoubtedly King Hachi himself. Having meticulously surveyed the Hachi tribe's south royal court, Ning Chuan possessed a comprehensive understanding of the palace's layout. Thus, while the dawn had not yet broken, he departed from the Hachi royal court and returned to the hideout of his lightning brigade. Ning Chuan, what news? Have you gathered any information about the Hachi royal court? Commander Rin Qianjun inquired eagerly upon Ning Chuan's return, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. Yes, after my investigation, I have acquired substantial information regarding the Hachi royal court, Ning Chuan affirmed, sketching a rough topographical map of the Hachi tribe's territory in the dirt. This area is where the guards dine and drink. Tonight, I will poison their water and food. The guards below the postnatal stage will undoubtedly perish. Furthermore, those at the postnatal peak will have their combat effectiveness diminished by half. That will be our opportune moment to strike. However, based on my findings, although King Hachi himself is not particularly powerful, he is shielded by 2 peak postnatal warriors. We must exercise extreme caution. Ning Chuan's expression was grave, yet he seemed to hesitate. Ning Chuan, do you have more to share? Commander Rin Qianjun pressed. Indeed, while this news may be disheartening for us, it must be conveyed. In addition to the 2 peak postnatal guards, there appears to be an even more formidable presence protecting King Hachi in the shadows. Thus, our attempt to kidnap King Hachi will be exceedingly challenging. Ning Chuan inhaled deeply and spoke with solemnity. What? There is an even stronger guardian alongside the 2 peak postnatal guards? The group, including Commander Rin Qianjun, was struck with disbelief. They had clearly underestimated the palace's defense capabilities. Ning Chuan, will your poison affect the stronger guardian beside King Hachi? Captain Zhou Han asked with a serious demeanor. For this was crucial to their plan to abduct King Hachi. As long as the opponent's realm is within the postnatal stage, my poison will be effective. Ning Chuan confirmed with a nod. That is reassuring. As long as the poison is potent, we stand a significant chance of successfully kidnapping King Hachi. The centurion Zhou Han candidly remarked, indeed, as long as your poison proves effective, we shall undoubtedly succeed in abducting King Hachi. The 1,000-man commander, his voice deep and resonant, added, regardless of the circumstances, we must prevail. Black Iron City still requires our assistance. The others echoed with fervor, we shall certainly succeed in the abduction of King Hachi. Yet, in truth, uncertainty lingered in each heart. Very well. After 3 arduous days of relentless travel, everyone must be utterly fatigued. Let us take some time to rest and recuperate. Ning Chuan stated with a grave expression. Tonight, once I have successfully poisoned the food and drink of these guards, it will be our moment to act. The day swiftly passed, and dusk gradually enveloped the land. Once again, Ning Chuan stealthily infiltrated the royal court of the Hachi tribe. Chapter 40. The Poison Turns the Tide. The 2 elite guards of King Hachi having explored the royal court of the Hachi tribe the previous night, Ning Chuan now navigated it with remarkable ease. The Duan Chang San, a highly lethal poison he had concocted prior to his arrival at the Hachi royal court, was colorless and tasteless, with a lethal onset time of 2 hours. Once the poison took effect, it would lead to a gruesome demise, rendering even divine intervention futile. Utilizing his formidable perception and ability to see in the dark, Ning Chuan successfully introduced the deadly Duan Chang San into the food and drink of the royal guards. As he awaited the moment of reckoning when the guards would succumb to the poison, King Hachi remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. within a lavish palace. The atmosphere was illuminated and alive with the graceful dances of nearly nude songstresses. King Hachi and his courtiers reveled in drink and merriment, savoring the enchanting performances. However, the arrival of a crucial report abruptly shattered the king's revelry, causing him to shatter his wine goblet in fury. Crash! The goblet splintered, sending wine splattering across the floor, and the entire palace fell into a hushed silence. What is Arslan doing? He commands an army of 100,000, yet has allowed our forces to dwindle to 70,000. King Hachi seethed. This is unacceptable. And still, we have not breached the Black Iron City. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, culminating in him overturning the table, scattering food and drink across the floor. Meanwhile, other tribes had already breached the borders of the Great Jin dynasty, pillaging mercilessly, while his Hachi tribe's forces remained stalled at the Black Iron City. King Hachi could not fathom it. They possessed a substantial army of 100,000. Surely, even through sheer attrition, they could overwhelm the Black Iron City. Yet, here they were, mired in a stalemate with Arslan for over 2 months, utterly useless. In this moment of rage, the courtiers seated below fell silent, each afraid to speak lest they become the king's target for his wrath. Send word to Arslan. I grant him 10 more days. No 5? If he cannot capture the Black Iron City by then, let him come to me with his head. King Hachi bellowed. Yes. The scout nodded in acknowledgement before hastening away. Thus, the once joyous banquet came to an abrupt end under such grim circumstances. The courtiers exited the palace in haste, each bearing a countenance heavy with concern. Witnessing other tribes wreak havoc within the Great Jin dynasty only heightened their anxiety. Yet, despite their urgency, under Arslan's command, they had yet to breach the Black Iron City. As time steadily slipped away, 2 hours passed. Some of the weaker guards had already succumbed to the poison, their insides ravaged. Meanwhile, the more resilient guards attempted to expel the poison through their formidable inner strength. In this tumultuous moment, 90% of the royal guards of the Hachi tribe were incapacitated by the Duan Changsan. Constitution 1 Inner Strength 2 Constitution 2 A continuous stream of notifications echoed within Ning Chuan's mind. At this moment, Ning Chuan was not idle. He unleashed his perfected lightning step, moving with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning, resembling a reaper as he mercilessly harvested the lives of those guards who had not succumbed to poison. The entire royal court of the Hachi tribe descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Commander Rin Qianjun led the Lightning Brigade in a surprise assault on the Hachi royal palace, executing anyone still alive on sight. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the Hachi tribe, a cacophony of despair, as blood stained the ground and casualties mounted. However, as Rin Qianjun and his brigade drew nearer to the palace where King Hachi resided, they encountered increasingly formidable guards. Although these guards had also been afflicted by the lethal heartbreak powder, their robust physiques and formidable inner strength rendered them resilient, preventing the poison from claiming their lives. Consequently, the Lightning Brigade began to suffer losses as well. By the time they reached the palace, fewer than 30 remained, each bearing varying degrees of injury. It was only thanks to Ning Chuan's timely deployment of the heartbreak powder that they managed to overcome the odds. Without it, their meager number would have never reached the palace, even at the cost of their entire battalion. Inside the palace, King Hachi awaited. Kill. Rin Qianjun charged ahead, shattering the palace gates with a single kick, and led his men into the heart of the palace with overwhelming fervor. The commotion within the royal court had already alarmed King Hachi. He sat imposingly in a grand chair shaped like a soaring eagle, his demeanor regal and his piercing gaze fixed upon Rin Qianjun and his cohort. Flanking King Hachi were 2 burly men clad in crimson feather armor, each wielding a golden feathered knife, their expressions cold and indifferent as they regarded Rin Qianjun's group as if they were mere corpses. Ah, you are the Black Iron Army. Your audacity is commendable. Who granted you the courage to venture into my court and seek your demise? King Hachi's gaze was frigid, his heart ablaze with rage. His most trusted general, Arslan, commanded an army of 100,000, yet could not capture a single Black Iron city, suffering over 30,000 casualties in the process. To add insult to injury, King Hachi had never anticipated that the Black Iron Army could spare enough manpower to breach his palace and wreak havoc, resulting in countless injuries among his guards. The root of this predicament lay with Arslan. Had he eliminated Black Iron City sooner, they would not be embroiled in such turmoil now. What a fool. Today, we are not here to meet our end, cried Rin Qianjun. Kill. Without further ado, he charged at one of King Hachi's personal guards. To capture the king, they must first eliminate his two closest protectors. The rest of the Lightning Brigade followed suit, intent on annihilating them. King Hachi's expression darkened. Even faced with merely over 30 of Ren Qianjuan's men, there was no hint of fear or panic in his eyes, only calm determination. Soon, an intense battle erupted. The two personal guards of King Hachi, both formidable beings at the pinnacle of their capabilities, have forged over 100 martial pathways. Their physical strength and the profundity of their internal energy are far beyond the capabilities of individuals such as Qi Renjiang. However, at present, Qi Renjiang and his companions possess a significant numerical advantage, 30 against 2. At every moment, members of the Lightning Brigade fall, while the two guards of King Hachi sustain numerous new injuries. Overall, the Lightning Brigade still holds the upper hand. Mortal, if you do not strike now, then when? Observing his two personal guards at a disadvantage, King Hachi furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance toward a corner of the palace. Understood. Your Majesty. A deep voice resonated. Chapter 41. The Half-Step Innate Expert. As the deep voice resonated, the temperature within the palace plummeted drastically. A bone-chilling cold surged from the depths of the hearts of Commander Ren Qianjun and his companions, as if they were being targeted by a ferocious ancient creature, causing their faces to pale in terror. Half-step, innate. Ren Qianjuan's pupils contracted, and his expression became one of utmost dread. Although they had been forewarned by Ning Chuan about the presence of a formidable protector alongside King Hachi, apart from his two personal guards, they felt compelled to confront him. Yet, upon facing this more powerful being, Ren Qianjun truly comprehended the meaning of paralyzing fear and genuine despair. Martial artists are divided into postnatal and innate categories. A postnatal martial artist possesses 108 martial channels. Each channel open strengthens both physique and inner energy. By opening all 108 channels and unblocking the Ren and Du meridians to transform their inner energy into innate true Qi, one can step into the realm of the innate. Innate experts are far beyond the reach of postnatal martial artists. Under the nurturing of innate true Qi, the physique of an innate expert is nothing short of formidable. Even the most enhanced weapons imbued with inner energy struggle to inflict harm. Moreover, innate true Qi can be projected externally. Even a mere wisp is beyond the defense of a postnatal martial artist. Unreservedly speaking, a single innate expert can dominate an entire city. A half-step innate expert exists between the postnatal and innate realms. They have already opened all 108 martial channels and unblocked one meridian, converting a small amount of true Qi. With sufficient opportunity, they can swiftly unblock the second meridian and enter the innate realm. However, without such fortune, it may take 3 to 5 years to achieve that transition. In simple terms, a half-step innate expert surpasses a postnatal martial artist yet falls short of an innate one. Nonetheless, even a half-step innate expert is not to be trifled with by postnatal warriors. Moreover, King Hachi is accompanied by two formidable guards who have opened over 100 martial channels. Considering their meager force, could they truly abduct King Hachi? As this realization dawned upon Ren Qianjun and his companions, a sense of despair washed over them. They felt like insignificant ants, to perish. The half-step innate expert casually extended a finger. A stream of white true Qi, akin to a divine weapon, instantly pierced through the body of a captain from the Black Iron Army. A blood hole the size of a fist appeared, gushing forth crimson life. In an instant, this captain lost his life. This scene sent chills down the spines of Ren Qianjun and the others, rendering them icy with dread. It was utterly terrifying. A captain, an elite within the military, stood no chance against the effortless strike of a half-step innate expert. If such a finger were to be directed at me, could I withstand it? Ren Qianjun questioned himself, only to deny the possibility. This person was far beyond their capacity to contend with. It was over. What should they do next? In that moment, despair engulfed Ren Qianjun and his companions, their hearts in turmoil. Others were similarly awestruck, all rendered speechless by the presence of this formidable warrior on the cusp of transcending to the innate realm. Humph, a bunch of worthless scum. King Hachi gazed upon the despair etched on the faces of Captain Ren Qianjun and his men, a cruel sneer curling his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. At that moment, the two peak postnatal guards of King Hachi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Although they were both at the pinnacle of their postnatal stage, facing Captain Ren Qianjun and his 30 companions still posed a significant threat. Now, with the half-step innate warrior Bartle finally making his move, this group of reckless Black Iron Army soldiers could forget about stirring up any further trouble. It seems you are the leader, aren't you? The half-step innate warrior Bartle directed his gaze towards Captain Ren Qianjun, raising a finger once more. Aye, aye. At that moment, beads of cold sweat streamed down Captain Ning Chuan's forehead, his chest heaving violently, breath coming in short gasps. Before Bartle, it felt as if an ordinary person stood before a bloodthirsty tiger king, his entire body trembling, utterly devoid of any spirit to resist. Die. The half-step innate warrior Bartle revealed a chilling smile, his vital energy coalescing at his fingertip. No, Captain Ring cannot die. Seeing this, Centurion Johan's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Disregarding the vast disparity in strength, he charged directly at Bartle. Captain Ning Chuan was not only the leader of their lightning brigade, but also their very backbone. Without him, their unit would surely crumble into chaos. However, the half-step innate warrior Bartle did not even spare a glance at Centurion Johan. With a mere wave of his hand, he dismissed him like a bothersome fly. Centurion Johan was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Just as Bartle's vital energy at his fingertip took shape, and he was poised to strike down Captain Ning Chuan, a sudden, sinister sound reverberated through the entirety of King Hachi's palace. Everyone clutched their heads, covering their ears in agony. Even Bartle, the half-step innate warrior, could not help but furrow his brow. The vital energy he had painstakingly gathered dissipated in an instant. Even with his ears blocked, the haunting sound remained inescapable. Whoosh! A silvery arrow, swift as lightning, appeared before Bartle in the blink of an eye. His pupils constricted as he hastily summoned the scant vital energy remaining within him to coalesce at his throat. The arrow collided with the vital energy he had gathered, resulting in a stalemate lasting 3 breaths. Finally, the arrow plummeted to the ground, while a bead of cold sweat trickled down Bartle's forehead, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. This arrow, not only remarkably swift but also imbued with tremendous power, had completely drained his limited vital energy. Had he reacted even a fraction of a second slower, he might have met his end at its tip. Realizing this, Bartle's expression twisted with fury. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. His gaze, icy as steel, pierced the direction from which the arrow had come, his voice laced with rage. Ning Chuan, it is Ning Chuan. In the wake of a devastating blow, Captain Johan felt a flicker of resolve ignite within him. Previously, when he and Ning Chuan had joined forces to vanquish a general, many had perceived him as the primary force, with Ning Chuan merely playing a supporting role. Yet, he alone understood that it was Ning Chuan who truly wielded the strength, while he himself was the mere adjunct. Now, if they did not neutralize this formidable half-step innate master, not only would they perish here, but the very fate of Black Iron City would also hang in the balance. Today, even at the cost of his own life, he would strive to create an opportunity for Ning Chuan to slay this half-step innate powerhouse. With this thought in mind, Captain Johan's gaze hardened. Engaging directly with such a powerful opponent was beyond his capabilities, thus he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Seizing the moment when Batel's attention was diverted towards Ning Chuan, he fearlessly charged toward Batel's side. Employing a technique known as the life and death lock, he used his own body as the key to firmly bind this half-step innate master. The life and death lock implied a stark ultimatum: either the opponent would perish, or he himself would meet his demise. However, Johan understood that facing a half-step innate master, it was he who was most likely to succumb. Yet, at this juncture, he could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. Ning Chuan, do not concern yourself with me. Quickly, shoot your arrow. Captain Johan clung tightly to Batel's back, resolutely locking him in place, his voice a desperate roar, his expression already steeled for the eventuality of death. Their only chance of turning the tide now rested upon Ning Chuan. Chapter 42. The Mastery of Half-Step Innate. What a wretched fool. In a moment of unexpected ambush, Bartle found himself ensnared by Centurion Johan, igniting a tempest of fury within him. The formidable power of the half-step innate realm surged forth, causing Johan to wince in pain, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. And even the muscles of his body appeared to be tearing apart. Yet, he resolutely refused to relent, for this was the singular opportunity to vanquish Bartle. Ning Chuan, too, did not disappoint Johan. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of arrows in the form of the 10 stars convergence, each shaft imbued with the peak power of the mountain-quaking force. How audacious of you, a mere mid-stage postnatal, to dare bind me. You are courting death, Bartle. A half-step innate powerhouse glared furiously, attempting to evade Ning Chuan's arrows. However, his movement was severely restricted due to Johan's grip. Thud, thud, thud. The 10 stars convergence struck home, with 3 arrows finding their mark. The excruciating pain only intensified Bartle's seething wrath. Fortunately, he managed to avoid critical hits. Otherwise, those 3 arrows could have claimed his life. In a fit of rage, Bartle utilized Zhou Han as a cushion and fell heavily backward. With a resounding crash, he created a substantial crater in the ground, dust swirling and debris flying. Zhou Han immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering severe internal injuries. Yet, he remained steadfast, refusing to relinquish his hold on Bartle. "You insufferable fool. Let me go?" Bartle rose, intent on employing the same tactic once more. Yet, barreling toward him were 10 glimmering iron arrows. With Zhou Han still restraining him and having already sustained 3 hits, Bartle found his movements once again hampered, leaving him no time to use Zhou Han as a shield. Thud, thud, thud. This time, 5 arrows struck him directly. Ah! The half-step innate powerhouse Bartle cried out in anguish as relentless pain assailed his mind. He never imagined that a man who had traversed the meridian channels and converted a portion of his internal energy into true chi would be driven into such a predicament. "Let me go?" Bartle roared, once again slamming his back against the ground. With a thunderous impact, another crater formed, soil and stones scattering, dust billowing. Zhou Han, now on Bartle's back, rolled his eyes, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his internal organs in disarray, and ribs likely broken beyond count. Despite Zhou Han's indomitable will to hold onto the half-step innate powerhouse Bartle, his physical condition no longer permitted it. At last, Bartle managed to free himself from Zhou Han's grasp. In that moment, another volley of 10 icy iron arrows was loosed. "Annoying insect, I shall eliminate you first." In this brief interlude, Bartle's true chi had somewhat replenished. With a swift motion of his hand, he conjured a gust of wind infused with a touch of innate true chi, sweeping aside Ning Chuan's 10 stars convergence as effortlessly as autumn leaves caught in a brisk breeze, depleting his true chi once more. Suddenly, Bartle advanced with a heavy step, causing the entire palace to tremble. His body shot forward like an arrow, aimed directly at Ning Chuan. He harbored a desire to eliminate the centurion Zhou Han, who had confined him, but his greater wish was to eradicate the bothersome fly that was Ning Chuan. While Zhou Han had merely restrained him, Ning Chuan possessed the genuine ability to kill him. Bartle's speed rivaled that of Ning Chuan when he executed his ultimate lightning step, perhaps even surpassing it. The moment he caught sight of Ning Chuan, a sinister smile spread across his face. "Prepare to die," Bartle declared as he struck towards Ning Chuan with a powerful palm. The force of his blow was immense, creating a gale that bent the surrounding flora to the ground. "Humph! The one who shall perish is you," Ning Chuan retorted internally. Had Bartle's palm been infused with true energy, Ning Chuan would have had no choice but to retreat, for the disparity between inner strength and true energy was insurmountable. However, Bartle's strike contained only inner strength, which emboldened Ning Chuan to engage him. Given the formidable inner strength he possessed, Ning Chuan confidently asserted that he feared no one in a contest of inner force, not even a half-step innate master. Bang! Boom! As Ning Chuan and Bartle's palms collided, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a furious storm. The terrifying energy swept in all directions, reducing the surrounding vegetation, bricks, and tiles to mere dust. The ground beneath them cracked under the force of their clash. In the next moment, Bartle coughed up blood, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Ning Chuan. His body hurtling backward, he could not comprehend how, as a half-step innate master, someone with such formidable inner strength could lose in a contest of power against this individual. With a series of crashes, Bartle smashed through several walls before coming to a halt, buried beneath a pile of rubble. "Ah, I will kill you," he roared, his face twisted in rage as he struggled free from the debris. Yet before he could react, Ning Chuan unleashed another forceful strike with the great strength diamond palm, landing a devastating blow on Bartle. The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable. Seizing the advantage, Ning Chuan relentlessly assaulted Bartle with all his might, using the great strength diamond palm without allowing him a moment to retaliate, until his life force completely extinguished. With a thud, Bartle's lifeless body fell to the ground. His eyes wide open, fixated on Ning Chuan, unable to close them in death. Ning Chuan observed this with a cold smirk before crushing Bartle's skull underfoot, blood spilling everywhere, silencing any further glare from him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received rewards. Beast Blood X2. Perception X2. The system's voice echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. With Bartle dispatched by Ning Chuan's great strength diamond palm, the morale of Qian Rin and his comrades was profoundly shaken. Ha! The half-step innate, unexpectedly slain by Ning Chuan. How splendid! Indeed, he has perished. The half-step innate has finally met his end. With the demise of the half-step innate, the advantage now lies with us. Let us kill, kill, kill. In this moment, the despair that had clouded the eyes of General Qianren and his comrades dissipated, and their morale surged. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the forces of King Hachi shifted from disdain and contempt towards Ning Chuan and his Black Iron Army to one of shock and panic. The half-step innate powerhouse, Badr, was the last trump card of King Hachi. It was utterly unforeseen that this final safeguard would be utterly dismantled by Ning Chuan. As for King Hachi's two personal bodyguards, upon witnessing the death of the half-step innate Badr, a chill coursed down their spines, and their hearts turned to ice. They could scarcely believe that the formidable half-step innate Badr could be vanquished by this group of Black Iron soldiers. Soon, an overwhelming terror enveloped them. Escape was imperative. They must flee, for remaining here would surely spell their doom. Chapter 43. The Abduction of Khan Hachi. The Fall of Black Iron City. However, with the presence of the remarkable archer Ning Chuan and the elite Black Iron Army led by General Ren Qianjun, escape was hardly a feasible option. Ultimately, under the restraint imposed by the elite forces, two postnatal peak warriors who had opened over 100 martial pathways met their demise beneath Ning Chuan's iron arrows. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, Beast Blood X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, Ice Arrows X3. The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. By vanquishing the half-step innate powerhouse Badr, he acquired 2 vials of beast blood, enhancing his perception once more. The elimination of Khan Hachi's 2 personal guards yielded 1 vial of beast blood and 3 ice arrows each. Such a bounty brought immense joy to Ning Chuan's heart, even if his face remained impassive. With these 3 vials of beast blood, one could only wonder how much his physical constitution might transform. Yet, he recognized that this was not the moment for such a metamorphosis. As for the 3 ice arrows, Ning Chuan had previously experienced their formidable power, regrettably. They were one-time use projectiles, but he was nonetheless thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, General Ren Qianjun and the elite Black Iron Army had effectively encircled Khan Hachi. You dare to challenge me? I am a king of the Golden Tent Khanate, Khan Hachi exclaimed, his face a portrait of terror and panic. However, before he could finish his declaration, General Ren Qianjun struck him across the face. Your Majesty, shut up. Take him away, he commanded, his heart soaring with exhilaration. As long as they secured Khan Hachi and brought him back to Black Iron City, they had no fear of the Khanate's forces retreating. The others shared in the excitement. They had indeed accomplished what was nearly an impossible task. Of course, the credit primarily belonged to Ning Chuan. Without his cunning poison, they would never have approached Khan Hachi. Had Ning Chuan not dealt with the half-step innate warrior, they would never have succeeded in abducting the Khan. Now, securing Khan Hachi would earn them all tremendous accolades. Stop. Where do you intend to take me? Khan Hachi protested, attempting to struggle, yet he was forcibly subdued by Ren Qianjun and the elite Black Iron soldiers. He could hardly fathom how, after dispatching an army of 100,000 to assault Black Iron City, he found himself captured instead, with his own court besieged and his strongest guards slain. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how he had fallen to such a fate, largely due to that fearsome archer. As General Ren Qianjun and the elite forces swiftly retreated with Khan Hachi in tow, Ning Chuan approached Centurion Zhou Han. Had it not been for Zhou Han's relentless containment of the half-step innate warrior Badr, granting Ning Chuan this opportunity, slaying Badr would have proved exceedingly difficult. Ning Chuan, I can no longer continue. You must not concern yourself with me. Centurion Zhou Han managed a wry smile as he spoke. At this moment, his pupils began to dilate, and blood flowed incessantly from his mouth and nose. However, he was resolute in his determination to slay that half-step innate warrior, having long prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. After Ning Chuan examined the body of Captain Zhou Han, he could only shake his head in despair, letting out a sorrowful sigh. The bones within Captain Zhou Han's body were undoubtedly shattered beyond count, and his organs and heart vessels lay ruptured. The fact that Captain Zhou Han had not succumbed to death immediately was a testament to his indomitable vitality. Ning Chuan, before I depart this world, I wish to entrust you with one request. If the opportunity arises, I hope you can visit my hometown and pay a visit to my parents, wife, and children. It has been 5 years since I last returned. He spoke while coughing up blood. I promise you. Ning Chuan nodded affirmatively. Observing the slight smile that graced Captain Zhou Han's lips, he soon drew his last breath. I will ensure that your family is visited. and I will not allow you to die far from home. Today, I shall bring you back." With that, Ning Chuan hoisted Captain Johan's lifeless body onto his back, securing it with a rope before hastily following General Rin Qianjun and the others as they retreated swiftly. The situation in Black Iron City was dire. Every moment of delay heightened its peril. Yet, in such times, caution was paramount, lest joy turned to sorrow. Just as before, Ning Chuan and his companions rested during the day and traveled by night, hastening their return to Black Iron City. Meanwhile, Black Iron City found itself on the brink of utter despair. The forces of the Hachi tribe surged forward like a torrent of steel, launching another assault. In that moment, despair etched itself across the faces of every soldier and citizen within the city. The commander, Su Han, bore a particularly harrowing expression. Black Iron City had truly reached its nadir. The stones and timber obtained from dismantling civilian homes had been exhausted, arrows were depleted, and the armor and weapons used by the soldiers lay in tatters. If the fighting continued, they would soon be left to confront the Hachi tribe with nothing but their bare hands. "Commander, urgent news. The western wall is being rapidly overtaken by the Hachi tribe." "Commander, the southern wall has fallen. It is now under the control of the Hachi tribe." As these two urgent reports reached Commander Su Han's ears, he felt a profound sense of despair. It was over. Black Iron City was utterly doomed. With heavy heart, he closed his eyes, burdened by an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. As for General Rin Qianjun and Ning Chuan's chances of successfully capturing the king, Commander Su Han held little hope, fully aware of the daunting nature of such a desperate mission. Although the Hachi tribe had emptied their ranks, leaving the royal defenses potentially vulnerable, it was a relative assessment. The Hachi king would surely be surrounded by formidable protectors. The prospect of capturing the Hachi king with just over 100 men seemed exceedingly bleak. Yet, with Black Iron City stripped of all resources and severely understaffed, deploying more than 100 troops was already a considerable challenge. At the same time, these 100 or so elite warriors had become the beacon of hope for the soldiers within the city, as everyone yearned for their success in capturing the king and returning triumphantly. As long as the king can be successfully captured and returned, the Iron Black City shall be preserved. Otherwise, faced with the relentless assaults from the Hachi tribe's formidable forces over the past few days, the morale of the Iron Black Army would have already crumbled, and they would not have endured until this moment. Su Han. The fall of the city has become an undeniable reality. I advise you to surrender promptly. The Hachi tribal leader, Arislan, erupted into laughter as he beheld his army breaching the walls of Iron Black City from two sides. After more than 2 months of steadfastly besieging the city, he was finally on the verge of victory. This exhilaration surpassed even the joy of marrying the Hachi princess. Arislan, today, even if we fight to the last man, we shall never surrender. Even in death, we will perish before the multitude of the great Jin dynasty's citizens. Commander Su Han took a deep breath, preparing to lead his 1,000-strong generals and deputy commander in a final stand, ready to sacrifice themselves alongside their soldiers, prioritizing the lives of the people above all else. Wait, Commander, look over there. It seems that General Rin and his men are returning. The supply officer, 1,000-man General Xiang Shiqing, pointed towards a distant group rapidly approaching Iron Black City, speaking urgently. Chapter 44. The Retreat of the Hachi Tribe. What? They have returned? Did they capture King Hachi? Commander Su Han felt a surge of excitement and anxiety within him. He fervently hoped that Captain Qianren Jin Qianjun and Ning Chuan had indeed captured King Hachi, yet reason reminded him that such a possibility was exceedingly slim. The more likely scenario was that Captain Qianren Jin Qianjun and his companions had suffered grievous losses and returned in defeat. Amidst the expanse of sky and earth, a dozen weary figures, their faces etched with fatigue and their bodies marred with wounds, some still bleeding, were galloping on horseback at breakneck speed, not daring to pause for even a moment. A thick cloud of dust billowed behind them. "General, the Hachi tribe's forces have breached our Black Iron City. Quickly, raise the prepared pole to hoist King Hachi." Possessing the eye of the mystic eagle, Ning Chuan could discern the dire situation of Black Iron City even from a distance. Had they delayed for half an hour longer, the city might have already fallen to the Hachi tribe's army. Without hesitation, Captain Qianren Jin Qianjun swiftly retrieved a 5-meter-long pole that had been prepared in advance, lifting the bound King Hachi high into the air. "King Hachi is here. Everyone, cease your actions. Otherwise, we will take King Hachi's life." Channeling his inner strength, Captain Qianren Qianjun unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Upon hearing the name of King Hachi, both the Hachi tribe and the soldiers and citizens within Black Iron City halted their actions. Within Black Iron City, Commander Su Han and the assembled soldiers and citizens. Upon hearing Captain Qianren Qianjuan's furious shout and witnessing the King Hachi being hoisted aloft by the wooden pole, erupted into a fervent cry that shook the very skies. They had done it. They had truly brought back King Hachi. Ha! I knew they could succeed. They are all heroes of Black Iron City. You rascals of the Hachi tribe, your King Hachi is now in our hands. Get out of our Black Iron City at once. Leave, or we shall take the life of your King Hachi. Countless soldiers and citizens shouted in exhilaration. Their endurance up to this moment stemmed from the belief and spiritual support provided by Captain Qianren Qianjun and Ning Chuan. Otherwise, they would never have withstood the fierce onslaught of the Hachi tribe's army. Yet, with the fall of the west and south city walls, the remaining soldiers and citizens could not help but reveal despair upon their faces. Their belief, their pillar of spirit, had not succeeded in capturing King Hachi, but unexpectedly. Just as everyone in Black Iron City prepared to resign themselves to their fate, their belief, their pillar of spirit, returned. Having truly captured King Hachi and accomplished this nearly impossible task, in that moment, the pent-up emotions within them erupted. Some were even moved to tears. Capturing King Hachi signified that Black Iron City had been preserved, and they were safe. They have succeeded. They have truly captured King Hachi. Even Su Hanzan, the commander, felt tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. It was once thought that the fall of Black Iron City was inevitable, but to everyone's astonishment, the valiant efforts of thousands, including the formidable Ren Qianjun and Ning Chuan, achieved this seemingly impossible feat. The air in Black Iron City was filled with jubilant cheers, while the morale of the Hachi tribe's forces plummeted to an unprecedented low, particularly for the Grand Commander Arislan, the moment he beheld the countenance of King Hachi. His body froze in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how the king, residing within the royal court, could be so easily captured by a mere contingent of Black Iron soldiers. Were the guards surrounding King Hachi merely inept? Such incompetence. Now that King Hachi was in the grasp of the Black Iron forces, especially under the threatening bow of the archer Ning Chuan, Arislan felt a deep, gnawing discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly. He found himself in a most vexing predicament. Neither advancing nor retreating would yield a favorable outcome. Should they continue the assault on Black Iron City, King Hachi's fate would be sealed. Yet, to refrain from attacking would lead to the city's inevitable downfall within half an hour, which was a lamentable waste. However, King Hachi must not perish. If his forced assault on Black Iron City resulted in the king's demise, Arislan would undoubtedly face dire consequences from the ruling powers of the Golden Tent Khanate. Arislan, what hesitation lingers? Withdraw the troops. King Hachi bellowed at Grand Commander Arislan. While he dared not raise his voice against Ning Chuan and the others, he felt emboldened to confront Arislan. King Hachi was now consumed by an unbearable sense of indignation. Had Arislan acted decisively to eliminate Black Iron City earlier, he would not have been captured by a band of Black Iron soldiers in the royal court. A situation that was utterly humiliating. The royal court, which should have been the epitome of safety, had become a site of disgrace, where he was apprehended by mere soldiers. If such news were to reach other tribes, the ridicule he would face as King Hachi would be insufferable. A classic case of failing to achieve one's goal and ending up worse off. Not only did they fail to breach Black Iron City and plunder the resources and women of the Jin dynasty, but they also jeopardized their own leader. Particularly, if this news were to reach the capital, King Hachi's reputation among the aristocracy of the Golden Tent Khanate would be irrevocably tarnished. The root of all this misfortune lay in Arislan's failure to secure Black Iron City. Most grievously, Arislan hesitated between the siege and his own rescue, an unforgivable transgression. With a heart full of resentment, who else could King Hachi express his fury towards but Arislan? Withdraw the troops. The expression on Grand Commander Arislan's face was one of profound despair as he complied. As the deep, resonant sound of the horn echoed once more, the Hachi tribal forces began their retreat like a receding tide. May I be released now that the Hachi forces have retreated? King Hachi implored. After all, he was the leader of a tribe, yet now he was bound like a dumpling and hoisted by a wooden pole, an utter humiliation. Today's encounter will undoubtedly stand as the most significant blemish on his life. No. Qianren resolutely rejected the request of King Hachi without a moment's hesitation. He then hoisted King Hachi with a wooden pole, making his way towards the iron-black city. Ning Chuan, with bow and arrow at the ready, continuously aimed at King Hachi to prevent any attempts at rescue. As they passed, the forces of the Hachi tribe parted to create a path. At that moment, King Hachi's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a burning sensation upon his cheeks. He recalled the grandeur of his past military parades, where he exuded power and authority with every gesture, embodying the stature of a ruler. Yet now, he found himself bound like a rice dumpling, being prodded along by a wooden pole in front of his own tribal army, a truly humiliating sight. If there had been a pit beneath him, King Hachi would have wished to dive into it, for he had never felt such disgrace in his life. Chapter 45. A summary of gains and strengthening. Within the central military tent of the Black Iron Army, the king of Hachi, bound like a dumpling, was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. All present in the tent, in perfect harmony, took turns delivering kicks to the king of Hachi, filling the air with his agonized cries. "Stop hitting me. Ouch. Don't Eugene people often say that a gentleman speaks rather than fights? Ouch. Please, stop." The king of Hachi pleaded desperately, his cries echoing through the tent. At that moment, the collective hatred for him among the gathered soldiers was palpable. The king not only sought to breach Black Iron City, but also aimed to march southward to slaughter the citizens of their great Jin dynasty, plundering resources and women. Moreover, many of their comrades, kin, and friends had perished in battles against the Hachi tribe, making their enmity towards him entirely justifiable. Were it not for the king's potential utility, the assembled warriors would have wished to strip him of his skin. At present, even a mere beating seemed too lenient for the king. Qianjun, Ning Chuan. This time, your unwavering unity has led to the capture of the king of Hachi at his tribal court, safeguarding Black Iron City and indirectly rescuing countless innocent lives. You have achieved remarkable feats of valor. Thus, I shall write to the emperor to report this. Furthermore, the king of Hachi shall be escorted back to Shengjing by you. You will present him to his majesty, Commander Su Hanshan declared, observing the weary yet resolute expressions on Ren Qianjun and Ning Chuan as they returned from their arduous journey. Before advancing to the Hachi tribal court, over 100 men set forth, yet now only a handful returned alive. These few had endured life-or-death trials, their wounds still unattended. They were not only heroes of Black Iron City, but also saviors of the countless civilians behind it, preventing them from falling victim to the Hachi tribe's merciless onslaught. This was indeed a monumental achievement. When Ren Qianjun and Ning Chuan, along with their comrades, escorted the king of Hachi back to Shengjing, they would undoubtedly receive an audience and rewards from the emperor himself. Indeed, Commander. All nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. They had accomplished such extraordinary deeds and would soon meet the emperor. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. Each speculated about the rewards they might receive. Now, you are all wounded. Take 3 days to recuperate. After 3 days, you shall set forth for Shengjing, Commander Su Hanshan instructed. With the king of Hachi as a hostage, Black Iron City was secure, free from concerns of further incursions by the Hachi army. Yes, the 1,000-man commander Ren Qianjun and Ning Chuan responded, then exited the tent, their need for rest pressing upon them. However, Ning Chuan did not immediately seek rest. Instead, he made his way to the Martyr's Mound. The Martyr's Mound served as the burial ground for many soldiers of the Black Iron Army. Ever since Ning Chuan had carried the body of Captain Zhou back, he had instructed Guan Long and others to enter Zhou remains at the Martyr's Mound. Zhou, rest in peace. I shall honor my promise and visit your parents and family on your behalf when the opportunity arises. Ning Chuan murmured softly. After filling a cup of wine for Zhou, he turned and departed. Upon returning to his own tent, Ning Chuan did nothing but succumb to a deep slumber, restoring his energy. Subsequently, he began to assess the gains from his recent endeavor of abducting King Hachi. His physique and inner strength had both seen significant enhancements. He had now opened 78 meridians, having reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Furthermore, his perception had grown even stronger, and he had acquired 3 vials of beast blood and 3 icy arrows. 1 vial of beast blood had already transformed his skin to a level impervious to blades and enabled rapid recovery. He pondered what transformations the 3 vials of beast blood might bring to his body. With a whispered thought, Ning Chuan consumed 1 vial of beast blood. Soon, that familiar warmth surged from his stomach, rapidly permeating his limbs and bones. His already resilient skin was further fortified, and he could distinctly sense that this was the ultimate enhancement his skin could achieve through the beast blood. Following this, The residual energy of the beast blood began to bolster Ning Chuan's muscles, augmenting his endurance and strength. His entire physique became taut and robust, akin to an assemblage of steel. He then proceeded to consume a second vial of beast blood. Almost immediately, the energy from the beast blood spread throughout his body once more, enhancing his muscle strength to the maximum potential afforded by the elixir. Ning Chuan soon experienced a severe itching sensation within his organs as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him, which was utterly unbearable. However, this feeling dissipated swiftly. His heart beat with renewed vigor, and his vitality surged like an unrestrained river. His lungs could withstand an hour without breath, and his stomach could digest even a stone. No matter the poison ingested, he could decompose and digest it without suffering any harm. His kidneys had fortified his functions significantly, enabling him to perform feats that would be inconceivable to most. In no time, he consumed a third vial of beast blood. This time, the enhancement focused on his skeletal structure. After the infusion of the beast blood, his bones became harder than steel. Now, Ning Chuan could confidently claim to possess a physique as resilient as bronze and iron, if not stronger. At the very least, no postnatal peak martial artist would dare to inflict harm upon him. Name: Ning Chuan. Identity: Centurion physique. 1850 inner strength. 1672. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Commander Su Han summoned the 1,000-man commanders, including Ren Qianjun and Ning Chuan. Today marked their escort of King Hachi back to Shengjing City to receive their rewards and titles. Come, today, I shall toast you with wine to bid you farewell. May your journey be safe. Commander Su Han raised a large bowl filled with white liquor, smiling as he spoke. Thank you, Commander. As thousands raised their prepared wine bowls and drank heartily, they formally embarked on the journey to Shengjing City. However, one vice commander furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Chuan's retreating figure. Commander, has Ning Chuan's strength escalated too rapidly? Previously, he was merely an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. Yet upon entering the military camp, his power has surged dramatically. At this point, even I cannot see through him, remarked the vice commander. Indeed, I have witnessed Ning Chuan's progress firsthand. He has merely discovered his path. Our newly minted scholar of the great Jin dynasty, through his studies, attained sudden enlightenment, reaching the innate realm. At that time, no one anticipated that scholarly pursuits could lead to such heights. Furthermore, our esteemed Grand Marshal of the South, who once was but a woodcutter, discerned his own path amidst chopping wood, mastering a divine blade technique, and now his strength is unfathomable. Ning Chuan is impressive, a true talent. However, when compared to genuine prodigies, he still has much to learn, Commander Su Han remarked, laden with meaning. Chapter 46, A Return to Shengjing. The Rewards of Emperor Jin Qing. The sound of his echoed steadily. The 1,000-man commander Ren Qianjun and his cohort, including Ning Chuan, escorted King Hachi towards Shengjing. Along the journey, they were notably lively, for meeting the emperor of the great Jin dynasty was indeed a tremendous honor. They had ventured deep into the heart of the Jin Khan's territory, capturing King Hachi, thus achieving remarkable military feats that would surely merit personal commendation from the emperor. This was destined to be the most illustrious day of their lives. However, Ning Chuan felt an unsettling anxiety within. He pondered the fate of his parents, uncles, aunts, and younger sister after the raid on their home. Surely, they were enduring great hardship, having been ensnared by his misfortunes. Lu Ruyan, now that I, Ning Chuan, have returned, you have brought my family to such ruin. I shall ensure that the entire Lu family pays the price. A fierce glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. It is said that vengeance knows no end, yet he resolved to obliterate the Lu family outright. 10 days swiftly passed. Look, there lies Shengjing. A sergeant pointed excitedly towards the imposing structure of the city that had come into view. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan lifted his gaze, and indeed, Shengjing had arrived. Previously exiled to military service, he had trudged 3,000 miles, his straw sandals worn to tatters, his feet bloodied, all while harboring resentment towards his fiancée, Lu Ruyan. As he painfully reached Haiti City, now, adorned in the standard armor of a centurion and mounted on a warhorse, he returned to Shengjing. Alas, the city walls are astonishingly high. The bricks used are quite extraordinary. The walls of Shengjing were constructed from black steel, a material even harder than iron. This stone is fearsomely resilient. Even those at the pinnacle of cultivation would find it impossible to shatter. Look at the soldiers patrolling the walls. They are all formidable. Having entered the realm of postnatal mastery, this is the residence of His Majesty the Emperor, Such displays should not provoke awe. Before entering Xinjiang, the 1,000-man commander Ren Qianjun and his companions began to engage in spirited conversation. Yet, Ning Chuan's heart raced with increasing intensity, for his home lay within this very city. As Ren Qianjun and the others escorted King Hachi into the city, a guard of Xinjiang took on the role of their guide, leading them toward the imperial palace. The excitement among Ren Qianjun and his peers was palpable, as they were on the cusp of witnessing the emperor and receiving their rewards. However, Ning Chuan's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on one direction, his home. Regrettably, he could not stray from the group. Before long, under the guidance of the palace guard, Ning Chuan and the others finally entered the imperial palace, a place radiating majesty and opulence. The palace was not only grand and magnificent but also guarded by an imposing force, far superior to that of King Hachi's court. Is there even a comparison to be made? A mere royal court cannot stand alongside the grandeur of our great Jin dynasty's palace. The 1,000-man commander Ren Qianjun and his comrades resumed their discussions. The king of Harki listened with a furrowed brow. After all, this was the royal court, not the imperial court of the Xinjiang Khanate. How could there be any comparison? However, he wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts, for such words could easily provoke retaliation. Presently, His Majesty the Emperor is convening. You shall wait here. Should His Majesty summon you, someone will come to escort you inside. After the garrison commander of Xinjiang offered this reminder, he departed. Indeed, Ning Chuan and the others nodded in acknowledgement, and after shedding their weapons and armor, they settled into a quiet anticipation. Half an hour later, a sharp voice pierced the air. The frontier guards, Commander Ren Qianjun and his 1,000 men, seek an audience. Commander Ren Qianjun and his comrades felt a thrill of excitement. They were finally to meet the sovereign of the great Jin dynasty, Emperor Jin Cheng. Ning Chuan inhaled deeply. Although he had been dispatched by Emperor Jin Cheng to serve in the military, he had never laid eyes on the emperor himself. Under the guidance of a chief eunuch, Commander Ren Qianjun led the way, with Ning Chuan and the others following closely behind, finally stepping into the Golden Wan Hall. Civil officials and military generals stood in two distinct rows, a clear delineation of power. These individuals represented the very core of authority within Xinjiang and the entire Great Jin dynasty. Seated upon the dragon throne in the Golden Wan Hall was Emperor Jin Cheng, the true lord of the Great Jin dynasty. It must be noted that although Emperor Jin Cheng was now over 70 years of age, he remained remarkably vigorous. Adorned in his dragon robe and imperial crown, he exuded an undeniable majesty. Even a mere glance from him could command the respect of his ministers. Your Majesty, long live His Majesty. Commander Ren Qianjun and his men dared not meet the emperor's gaze directly. Rise. The voice of Emperor Jin Cheng, though aged, resonated with strength. Thank you, Your Majesty. Commander Ren Qianjun and his men stood, albeit with their heads bowed. You are the pillars of our Jin dynasty. You ventured deep into the heart of the Xinjiang Khanate, captured King Harki, preserved Haiti City, and saved the common people from calamity. You must be generously rewarded. Emperor Jin Cheng regarded Commander Ren Qianjun and his men with evident satisfaction. The peril of infiltrating the Xinjiang Khanate and successfully bringing back King Harki was immense. One misstep could lead to their demise. Yet, Commander Ren Qianjun and his comrades had accomplished this feat, safeguarding Haiti City and sparing its citizens from the slaughter by the Harki tribe's army. Moreover, Haiti City stood as the sole bastion of the great Jin dynasty's northern frontier, remaining unbreached by the forces of the Xinjiang Khanate. This was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. The ministers, both civil and military, gazed at Commander Ren Qianjun and his men with incredulity. Their successful incursion into the Xinjiang Khanate and capture of King Harki was nothing short of a miracle. Soon, Emperor Jin Cheng conferred rewards upon Commander Ren Qianjun and his men, elevating their ranks within the military and bestowing upon them a wealth of gold, jewels, and resources for cultivation. Notably, Commander Ren Qianjun was appointed as the vice commander of the Haiti army and received a reward of 10,000 taels of gold, along with a substantial amount of cultivation resources. The others were similarly honored, with promotions and rewards of thousands of taels of gold and resources for their own advancement. However, upon seeing the name Ning Chuan, Emperor Jin Cheng furrowed his brow, and his imposing, cold gaze immediately turned towards Ning Chuan. You are Ning Chuan? Emperor Jin Cheng inquired in a deep voice. The other civil and military officials, upon hearing this, cast surprised glances at Ning Chuan. The incident involving Ning Chuan's satirical poetry had stirred considerable uproar at the time. In a fit of rage, Emperor Jin Cheng not only confiscated the Ning family's assets but also exiled Ning Chuan to the military. Little did he expect that the present Ning Chuan had not only risen to the rank of a centurion in the Black Iron Army, but had also become a member of the heroic team that captured the formidable Hachi Wang. Your Majesty, I am indeed Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan declared. Chapter 47, appointed as a general of 1,000, targeted by the Emperor. Indeed, today, I shall bestow upon you the title of General of 1,000 and reward you with 500 taels of gold. Emperor Jin Cheng gazed intently at Ning Chuan. Although he uttered words of approval, his eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure. He had never anticipated that Ning Chuan, who had been exiled to the military, could endure and achieve such remarkable feats. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous grace. Ning Chuan replied, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have become a general of 1,000 and may elevate any martial art of your choosing to its pinnacle. The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. At present, the only martial art he had yet to elevate to its maximum level was the mighty Vajrapalm. Thus, he seized this opportunity to enhance it to its fullest potential. With the mighty Vajrapalm now at maximum level, Ning Chuan's strength surged to new heights. Previously, he had required over a dozen strikes to vanquish the half-step innate master, Bartle. Now, armed with the perfected mighty Vajrapalm, a single strike could shatter a massive boulder weighing 10,000 tons. If Bartle lacked a protective aura of true energy, he would be easily dispatched with one blow. The other generals of 1,000, including Ren Jun, furrowed their brows at this moment. Ning Chuan's reward was the most meager among them. While they had all received promotions in their military ranks and at least 2,000 taels of gold as rewards, along with additional cultivation resources, Ning Chuan was merely granted the title of General of 1,000 and a mere 500 taels of gold. This was decidedly unusual. It is essential to note that Ning Chuan had made the most significant contributions during the campaign to capture the king. Firstly, he had incapacitated 90% of the guards in the court of the Hachi tribe without his efforts. Their lightning-fast unit would never have reached the resting chamber of the Hachi king. Secondly, he had slain the Hachi king's strongest guard, a half-step innate master. Otherwise, even if they had breached the king's resting chamber, capturing him would have been impossible. Undoubtedly, without Ning Chuan, their lone advance into the heart of the Jinjiang Khanate would have resulted in utter annihilation, and the monumental achievements they now celebrated would have remained unattainable. Yet, the individual who had rendered the most significant service, Ning Chuan, received the least recognition, which was highly irregular. Upon their return from capturing the king, they had already detailed the entire operation to Commander Su Hanshan, who had prioritized Ning Chuan's contributions in his report to the emperor. So what could explain the current situation? It seemed as though Emperor Jin Cheng harbored some personal grievance against Ning Chuan, deliberately targeting him. Ren Jun and the other generals were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Ning Chuan's betrayal by his fiancée, which had compelled him to compose a counterpoem. Meanwhile, the court officials and military leaders held this knowledge privately, fully aware that the emperor was not fond of Ning Chuan. However, due to Ning Chuan's war achievements, he was still granted a reward. As for Ning Chuan, he paid little mind to the lesser reward he received compared to others. Understanding, while that Emperor Jin Cheng's disdain for him was evident. Being appointed as a general of 1,000 was already a considerable achievement. Naturally, if Emperor Jin Cheng held no affection for Ning Chuan, the sentiment was reciprocated. Previously, I was falsely accused by my fiancée, which prompted me to compose a counterpoem. Nevertheless, had it not been for the illustrious achievements of my ancestors, the entire Ning family would have faced near annihilation. Ning Chuan was exiled to military service, and the Ning family was subjected to confiscation. What could be done? After all, the emperor reigns supreme, and in the Grand Jin dynasty, his word is law. Ning Chuan had no choice but to accept his fate. Even though Emperor Jin Cheng had no inclination to reward Ning Chuan, those were his possessions. One cannot forcibly demand what is not freely given. Despite the discontent simmering within Ning Chuan, he found himself powerless to alter the reality. Subsequently, after Emperor Jin Cheng imparted some patriotic exhortations to Ning Chuan and others, he dismissed them from the Golden Muan Hall. Shortly thereafter, the king of Hachi was ushered into the hall. It appeared that the Golden Tent Khanate would suffer considerable losses. Ning Chuan, in this campaign to capture the king, your contributions are paramount. Yet, why has His Majesty only bestowed upon you this meager reward? Ren Qianjun, now a vice commander, expressed his bewilderment. The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward Ning Chuan. They held him in great esteem, Yet the paltry accolade he received stirred their indignation. Their own merits had been won at the cost of their lives. It was simply unjust for Ning Chuan to receive such a scant reward. Ning Chuan did not conceal his plight, revealing how he had been schemed against by his fiancée, Lu Ruyan. This revelation brought enlightenment to Ren Qianjun and the others, who were taken aback by the depths of Lu Ruyan's betrayal. Furthermore, Emperor Jin Sheng had already punished Ning Chuan. Not only had the Ning family been plundered, but Ning Chuan had also been exiled. It was time to move on, as the past must remain in the past. Ning Chuan had endured great tribulations during his 3,000-mile exile, facing near-death experiences. Now, he had risen from a mere foot soldier to a centurion through valor on the battlefield, serving his country honorably, ultimately emerging as the chief contributor in the campaign to capture the king. Yet, the reward he received was pathetically inadequate. The character of Emperor Jin Sheng was, regrettably, not as grand as they had envisioned. There was a stark disparity between their expectations of an emperor and the reality. Ren Qianjun and the others felt profound sympathy for Ning Chuan, empathizing with his unjust treatment. However, Ning Chuan maintained a pragmatic outlook, recognizing that in this world, only the powerful wield authority, the weak should not dwell on their misfortunes. Commander Ren, might I inquire when we shall return to the barracks? Ning Chuan asked. We shall rest today and return to the camp tomorrow morning. Do you wish to visit your family? Ren Qianjun discerned Ning Chuan's thoughts with a mere glance. After all, they were in close proximity to their homes. Who wouldn't he desire to see their family? Yes, I wish to see my parents. Ning Chuan nodded. Very well, go ahead. Ren Qianjun agreed. Wait, if you wish to confront Lu Ruyan, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. Ren Qianjun added once more. They had not anticipated Ning Chuan's plight, betrayed by his fiancée, leading to the confiscation of his family property and his military exile. Even Emperor Jin Cheng seemed to harbor no fondness for him. Despite his illustrious military achievements, he was met with such a meager reward. They all felt a sense of injustice for Ning Chuan. Thank you, Vice Commander. Ning Chuan nodded in appreciation. Just as the group was about to depart from the imperial palace, an opulent procession entered through the palace gates. This entourage boasted over 100 elite guards, accompanied by more than 30 palace maids and eunuchs. At the center of this assembly was the resplendent palanquin, crafted entirely from golden silk nanmo, adorned with intricate phoenix motifs in gold, and embellished with pearls and agate, unmistakably extraordinary. It was the palanquin of Princess Yaiyue. Clear the way, exclaimed the chief eunuch, guiding Ning Chuan and the others, hastily bowing down. I pay my respects to Her Highness, Princess Yaiyue. Upon hearing this, Ren Qianjun and the others promptly stepped aside, bowing in unison. Within the palanquin, a figure of striking elegance, exuding an aura of aloofness reminiscent of a celestial being, cast a condescending glance at Ren Qianjun and his companions before turning her attention away. However, the moment Princess Yaiyue's gaze fell upon Ning Chuan, her frigid demeanor paused for an instant. Chapter 48. Men as slaves, women as courtesans. Ning Chuan, once renowned as a distinguished scholar in the illustrious city of Shenjing, had his reputation marred by a satirical poem, which led to his denunciation by his betrothed, Princess Yao Yu, who was left with a lasting impression of him. However, he had been exiled to military service by the emperor. How then could he have found his way to the imperial palace? Huan Shi, a maidservant, speculated that the individuals present were likely soldiers stationed at the borders. As the royal carriage continued its journey, the voice of Princess Yao Yu resonated within. Your Highness, exclaimed the maid, eager to inquire further. After a series of questions, Huan Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Ning Chuan and his fellow soldiers from the frontier could be so formidable, having even captured the Khan of the Golden Tent. Upon relaying this information to Princess Yao Yu, a look of disbelief crossed her striking features, particularly in response to the remarkable transformation that Ning Chuan had undergone. Previously, he was merely a dandy, incapable of even the simplest tasks. Yet, after his conscription, not only had he survived, but he had also achieved significant military acclaim, capturing a royal from the Golden Tent Khanate and earning the title of Thousand-Man General, a testament to his extraordinary valor. The magnitude of this change was staggering. Contemplating this, Princess Yao Yu cast a glance towards the palace gates, now devoid of any trace of Ning Chuan or the frontier soldiers. Following their departure from the palace, Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun and his comrades sought a place to unwind, savoring the rare opportunity away from the barracks. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan returned to the family estate he had long yearned for, only to find the gates of the Ning residence firmly shut. adorned with white seals bearing black inscriptions. Faced with this, he had no choice but to scale the wall into the home he had inhabited for over 2 decades. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of desolation. The once vibrant courtyard was now overrun with weeds, and cobwebs clung to the corners and eaves, painting a picture of neglect and decay. A sigh escaped Ning Chuan's lips as he lamented the passage of time and the transformation of his surroundings. Soon, he did not linger in the dilapidated estate, but ventured to a local tofu shop, hoping to inquire about the whereabouts of his parents and relatives. During his time in Xinjiang, he often frequented this establishment, drawn by the exquisite taste of their tofu. The proprietress, an alluring woman with an enchanting figure, had captured his interest, and over time, they had become familiar with one another. "Madam, I'll have a pound of tofu," Ning Chuan announced as he settled into a seat. Coming right up, a charming young cook soon arrived with a bowl of tofu. "Li Gunyang, do you still remember me?" Ning Chuan inquired with a smile. "You are." "Ning Chuan, you are alive?" Li Gunyang's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him, her surprise palpable. She was well aware of the grim fate awaiting those conscripted to military service. They either perished en route or succumbed in the brutalities of war. Yet, Ning Chuan not only survived, but his facial features had also become more resolute, his eyes brimming with determination. He was a far cry from the debonair young man he once was. "Of course, I am not dead. I have come today to inquire with Miss Li about the whereabouts of my parents and relatives." Ning Chuan replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "Your parents and relatives, alas." Upon hearing this, Miss Li let out a deep sigh. "What has happened to my family?" Ning Chuan felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his breath quickening, and a chill spreading through his body. "After you were exiled to the military, the Ning family was raided. The men were all cast into the mines of Shishan, reduced to slaves, while the women all became courtesans in the Yihong courtyard. Your mother, with her fiery temperament, took her own life. Your father, overwhelmed by toil, perished in the mine." As Miss Li's words fell, Ning Chuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. "My family was raided, the men enslaved, the women reduced to prostitution, and my parents are dead?" At that moment, Ning Chuan's mind went blank. He had never anticipated that the old emperor could be so ruthless. Not only had he exiled him to the military, but he had also destroyed his family. Yet, he had never imagined that the emperor would allow the women of the Ning family to become prostitutes while the men became slaves. In the end, his mother took her own life, and his father died from exhaustion. Boom! A firestorm of fury ignited within Ning Chuan. He longed to charge into the palace with a blade and slay the old emperor. However, reason reminded him that with his current abilities, such an act was utterly impossible. Not only could he not kill the emperor, but he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the palace gates. Previously, in the Golden Luan Hall, they had instilled in us the virtues of loyalty to the emperor and love for our country. Loyalty to my mother. Ning Chuan forcefully suppressed his inner rage, dropped 2 copper coins, and headed straight for the Yihong courtyard. In this life, every member of his family had treated him well, and they had lived in harmonious camaraderie. He cherished this familial atmosphere. But now it was all gone. I can accept the raiding of the Ning family and my exile to the military. But why must the men of the Ning family become slaves and the women become courtesans? Loyalty to the emperor and love for the country? Ning Chuan loved his country. For a nation provides a home, but loyalty to the emperor is but a farce. This emperor can sit upon the throne, and so can others. Ning Chuan could hardly fathom that after risking his life on the battlefield to defend his homeland, he was met with such a grim fate. Even after he had made remarkable contributions, he was merely granted the title of 1,000-man commander and rewarded with 500 taels of gold, which paled in comparison to the accolades received by others. Most importantly, the old emperor did not even mention the disgrace of the Ning family's men being enslaved and their women prostituted. Had it been anyone else with such achievements, their family would have likely been pardoned long ago. Calm down. I must remain calm. Given my current strength, it is utterly impossible to confront the old emperor head-on. Ning Chuan trembled all over, his body aflame with furious indignation. Yet, at this moment, his mind remained remarkably clear, understanding that he could not contend with the emperor given his present capabilities. In no time, Ning Chuan arrived at Yihong courtyard, only to encounter his second aunt, who was meticulously applying her makeup outside the door, feigning a cheerful demeanor to attract customers. It was utterly inconceivable that she was a woman beyond her 30s. This scene struck Ning Chuan like a thunderbolt, igniting a surge of anger that nearly overwhelmed his reason. As his second aunt, Qin Shuan was engaged in her efforts to draw in patrons, she naturally caught sight of Ning Chuan. Chuaner, is it really you? Upon seeing Ning Chuan before her, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and she asked in a trembling voice. Aunt. Ning Chuan clenched his fists tightly. Struggling to part his lips, his voice choked with emotion. Subsequently, he was drawn into a room by his second aunt, where he broke down in tears. Qin Shulan had once believed that Ning Chuan would perish on the arduous journey of conscription or fall victim to the brutalities of war, never imagining that he would miraculously return to Xinjing City. Chapter 49. Redeeming the Women of the Ning Family. After a bout of heartfelt sobbing, Aunt Qin Shulan inquired about Ning Chuan's recent circumstances. Upon learning that Ning Chuan had ascended to the rank of 1,000-man commander, she gasped in disbelief, rising abruptly and covering her mouth in astonishment. It is often said that one should regard a scholar with fresh eyes after a mere 3 days apart. Qin Shulan could scarcely fathom that the boy she had watched grow up, once delicate and powerless, had bravely fought his way to such a commendable position after being conscripted. The hardships and trials he must have endured during this journey were unimaginable. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down her face once more. Aunt, this misfortune that has befallen our Ning family is all my fault. Ning Chuan lamented, engulfed by guilt. Had it not been for the treachery of his betrothed, Lu Ruyan, their family would not have faced such dire straits. Chuaner, you must not blame yourself for this. The fault lies with us, your elders, for failing to protect you and unwittingly binding you to such a venomous fiancée. Qin Shulan shook her head, her expression filled with ire towards Lu Ruyan. It was the elders who had orchestrated this union, and now they bore the burden of having misjudged her character. Aunt, rest assured, I shall avenge our Ning family, Ning Chuan declared, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination. Indeed, I have faith you will achieve this. Qin Shulan nodded in agreement. Did they harbor resentment towards Lu Ruyan? Certainly, for had it not been for her, their family would not have fallen to such depths. However, you should first visit Gaotian Wang to see your sister. When our family was persecuted, all the women were reduced to the status of courtesans, except for Wanner, who managed to escape. She is now working in a prominent household in Gaotianzhuang, and I worry for her well-being. Qin Shulan sighed deeply. Yes, I understand. But first, I must redeem the women of our family. Ning Chuan affirmed with a nod. The knowledge that his sister, Ning Wanner, had not succumbed to the fate of a courtesan relieved a weight from his heart. Although women in the Great Jin dynasty typically wed at the age of 15, his sister was merely 12 years old. Should she become a courtesan, it would have severe repercussions, both physically and psychologically. Redeem them? Chuaner, you must realize that our women have been enslaved and forced into prostitution by a decree from His Majesty himself. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's intention to redeem them, Qin Shulan felt a flicker of hope. But the reality of the Emperor's command loomed large. Who would dare restore their freedom? Aunt, simply summon the madam of the brothel. I shall negotiate with her myself. Ning Chuan stated resolutely. Very well. I shall fetch Madame Zhang at once. Qin Shulan replied, nodding in agreement. Not long after, a heavily made-up woman in her 40s, her figure having long since deviated from its prime, entered the room. She was none other than the madam of Yihong Courtyard, known as Madame Zhang. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed guest? Mother Zhang gazed at the strikingly handsome Ning Chuan before her, his chiseled features capturing her attention. What a dashing young man. Yet, there was something familiar about him. Mother Zhang, have you truly forgotten me? Ning Chuan inquired with a gentle smile. You are. Young Master Ning? You are alive? Mother Zhang exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she scrutinized Ning Chuan anew. In the past, he had been a well-known romantic scholar in Xinjing City, a frequent visitor to the Yihong Courtyard. Back then, he had appeared as a delicate scholar. But now he seemed transformed. Mother Zhang, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Ning Chuan, now a commander of 1,000 in the Black Iron Army, stationed at the frontier. I have come to redeem the women of the Ning family. Ning Chuan stated plainly, without any circumlocution. To her surprise, young Master Ning was not only alive, but had also risen to the rank of a commander in the Black Iron Army, a truly commendable achievement. However, if young Master Ning wished to redeem the women of the Ning family, she regrettably could not acquiesce. Mother Zhang shook her head and sighed. She expressed her sympathy for the Ning family's plight, yet the decree that condemned the women to a life of prostitution was the Emperor's command. Should she allow Ning Chuan to redeem them, it would surely bring calamity upon her. Mother Zhang, I understand your concerns. Moreover, my notion of redemption is not as you might envision. I merely wish to take the Ning women away. Their status as slaves and their contracts will remain with the Yihong courtyard. Ning Chuan clarified. In essence, the Ning women would still be considered courtesans of the Yihong courtyard. But he wished to take them away. That could be feasible. However, if this is discovered, Mother Zhang's brow furrowed in worry. This arrangement would be akin to a courtesan being kept by someone long-term, which was acceptable. But the fact that the Ning women had been relegated to prostitution by imperial decree raised concerns about potential repercussions. Name your price. With your connections, I am certain you could manage any inquiries. Ning Chuan boldly asserted. Very well. Today, I shall grant young Master Ning this favor. There are 12 women from the Ning family. At 300 taels of silver each, the total for their release would amount to 3,600 taels of silver. Mother Zhang calculated after a moment's thought. 300 taels of silver per woman was an exorbitant sum. To put this in perspective, in the Great Jin Dynasty, the annual expenses for an average family of 3 amounted to only 30 taels of silver. Furthermore, this merely covered their departure. The contracts and slave statuses would still remain with the Yihong courtyard. Agreed. 3,600 taels of silver it is. Ning Chuan nodded, offering no further protest. He promptly retrieved 360 taels of gold from a prepared bundle and placed it before Mother Zhang. Gold. Upon seeing this, Mother Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although 10 taels of silver equaled 1 tael of gold, the market rate was typically 11 or 12 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold. It was no wonder she was thrilled. Upon learning of their redemption, the women of the Ning family were overcome with emotion, weeping fervently. Although the Ning family had fallen from grace, it still retained the stature of a prominent clan, and its women were once esteemed ladies of society. The stark contrast of their current plight, reduced to the status of courtesans, was so profound that it led many to contemplate the unthinkable. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, how many possessed the fortitude to embrace it? Thus, they could only endure in silence, clinging to the hope of regaining their freedom, never anticipating that this day would arrive so swiftly. Ultimately, Ning Chuan acquired a property in Gaotianzhuang, situated just outside the city of Xinjing, to provide sanctuary for these women of the Ning family. Bound by their servitude, they were unable to venture elsewhere. Subsequently, Ning Chuan proceeded to visit the affluent Gao family, where his sister Ning Wanner was employed. Chapter 50. The 100 Days of Madness. The Gao family, one of the prominent households in Gaotian village. When Ning Chuan found his sister Ning Wanner, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his body froze in place. His sister, once the esteemed young lady of the Ning family, possessed a naturally exquisite beauty. Though not quite a nation-toppling beauty, she was certainly of a countenance that could make fish sink and birds fall. Yet now, 2 grotesque scars marred her once flawless face. Clad in tattered clothing, her hands and feet were covered in frostbite. Winter had arrived, bringing with it a chilling cold. Yet she lacked even a single thick garment or pair of cotton shoes. Her frail body trembled from the cold, and her sallow, haggard visage revealed that she had barely eaten a proper meal in quite some time. Wanner, Ning Chuan called softly, his eyes reddening. Brother. Ning Wanner gazed at her brother with a look of disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. The siblings embraced tightly, and Wanner broke down in sorrow, recounting the numerous injustices she had endured during this harrowing time. To evade the pursuit of officials and to escape the covetous eyes drawn to her beauty, Wanner had resolutely slashed her own face, creating the unsightly scars that now adorned her. She had toiled at the Gao family, but due to her disfigurement, she was derisively referred to as an eyesore, forced to undertake the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks, resulting in the frostbite that covered her hands and feet. Lacking any support, Wanner had suffered in silence, believing her life would continue in such despair until she unexpectedly encountered her longed-for brother, Ning Chuan, an event that felt nothing short of a dream. Wanner, you need not endure this any longer. Come, I have secured a residence. Henceforth, it shall be our home. Ning Chuan grasped his sister's rough, frost-bitten hand tightly, his heart aching anew. How could his sister, once a lady of the Ning family, have endured such suffering? Subsequently, Ning Chuan visited the Xishan mine, redeeming his uncle and several other men of the Ning family in a manner akin to that employed in the Yihong courtyard. When all the Ning family members gathered in the modest abode he had acquired, their cries of anguish echoed, filling the air. Ning Chuan then procured an abundance of food and drink, and the Ning family savored their first reunion meal after their tribulations. Alas, Ning Chuan's parents were no longer present. Chuana, what are your plans for the future? Inquired his uncle, Ning Yuanshan, once a celebrated talent in Xinjing, renowned for his literary and artistic prowess. He had become emaciated and devoid of his former vigor after enduring the hardships of being a mind slave. I shall continue to grow stronger and accumulate my strength, Ning Chuan declared resolutely. However, he refrained from voicing an additional thought, that one day, he might sit upon the dragon throne in the Golden Hall. Indeed, I never anticipated that your strength would advance so swiftly after your conscription. If one day you reach the innate realm, do make a pilgrimage to our ancestral grounds. Our ancestral home of the Ning family has left behind certain treasures that you will undoubtedly find useful, remarked Uncle Ning Chuan, with a meaningful glance. The ancestral grounds conceal the greatest secrets of the Ning family. Uncle, what treasures are you referring to? Ning Chuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Once you ascend to the innate realm, you will naturally come to know. For now, even if you were aware, it would be of no consequence. Without the strength of the innate realm, one cannot retrieve those treasures, Uncle Ning Chuan replied. Understood, Ning Chuan nodded. That night, after all the members of the Ning family had retired, Ning Chuan began to concoct a slow-acting poison known as the 100-day madness powder. This poison was, of course, intended for his fiancée Lu Ruyan and her family. The Ning family's current plight was entirely due to Lu Ruyan's machinations. Now that Ning Chuan had returned and saved the Ning family, the Lu family had been annihilated, which would easily arouse suspicion and could not withstand a thorough investigation by the authorities. Even the emperor of the Jin dynasty, Jin Qingdi, might have already been aware that it was Lu Ruyan who had schemed against Ning Chuan. After all, Shengjing City is under the emperor's dominion, brimming with various spies. Whatever occurs, Jin Qingdi would be the first to know. Yet, he chose only to punish the Ning family while sparing the Lu family, an action that invites contemplation. However, Ning Chuan was indifferent to the reasons. The potent poison he brewed would only take effect after 100 days. By that time, all members of the Lu family would descend into madness, turning upon each other, ensuring that no one would discover the true cause of their demise. At that moment, suspicion would never fall upon Ning Chuan or implicate the Ning family. Meanwhile, a grand banquet was underway at the Lu family estate, where the head of the family, Lu Qingfeng, was in high spirits. Ha! Master Lu, my heartfelt congratulations. Who would have thought that Ruyan would join the Feather Ascension sect? Truly a cause for celebration. Indeed, the Feather Ascension sect is said to be a formidable force overseas, with its leader being a powerhouse beyond the innate realm. Once Ruyan returns after her studies, she will surely be renowned. Guests in attendance showered praises and compliments, though many harbored deep-seated jealousy. Lu Ruyan's fortune was remarkable. Having caught the eye of the esteemed disciple of the Feather Ascension sect, Xiao Qin, who had pledged his lifelong commitment to her. It was akin to a prince choosing a commoner girl, a stroke of extraordinary luck for Lu Ruyan, concealed within the Lu family estate. Ning Chuan grimaced upon hearing this news. Lu Ruyan was not even present in the Lu household, but had instead gone to that Feather Ascension sect, igniting a fierce anger within him. No wonder that old emperor chose to punish the Ning family while letting the Lu family off the hook. It was due to Lu Ruyan's connection with the esteemed disciple, Xiao Qin. At that moment, Ning Chuan's rage blazed fiercely. Upon returning to Shengjing City, he realized the injustices he had suffered were far too numerous. He had been manipulated by his fiancée, Lu Ruyan, resulting in his exile and the confiscation of his family's assets, enduring severe repercussions. However, having fought valiantly on the battlefield at the frontier, particularly during the campaign to capture the king, he was the one who truly excelled, while other members were richly rewarded. He was merely granted the title of a 1,000-man general and received 500 taels of gold. Ning Chuan said nothing. Yet the emperor had the audacity to reduce the women of the Ning family to the status of courtesans and the men to that of mind slaves, leading to the death of his own parents. Moreover, in his treatment of the Ning and Lu families, he inflicted severe punishment solely on the Ning family, while the Lu family remained untouched. This directly crossed Ning Chuan's threshold of tolerance. Humph, Lu Ruyan, you are fortunate to be away from the Lu family now. But mark my words, one day I shall personally bring about your demise. Today, let the Lu family repay a portion of the debt. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan directly poured the 100-day madness powder into the drinking and eating supplies of the Lu family. After 100 days, the members of the Lu family would descend into utter madness, turning against one another, and even the emperor would be unable to trace this back to him. The lively and boisterous banquet of the Lu family continued. Yet in 100 days, they would face an exceedingly tragic fate. On the following morning, after paying his respects to his parents, Ning Chuan prepared to bid farewell to his second uncle Ning Chuan and all the members of the Ning family. As he was set to return to Black Iron City, his next objective was to devise a means to cultivate and gather a faction of his own. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. If he wished to overthrow that old tyrant Emperor Jin Chang, he must gather and nurture a force to serve as his foundation and support. However, he first needed to visit the hometown of Captain Zhou Han to pay his respects to Zhou Han's family, fulfilling the promise he had made to the captain. Chapter 51. A promise worth 1,000 gold pieces. Linen City. Dear uncle, aunt, and everyone, one day I shall liberate you from the shackles of servitude, allowing you to live like ordinary folk. Before departing, Ning Chuan made this solemn vow to all members of the Ning family. Indeed, Chuaner, we have faith that you shall accomplish this. However, you must exercise utmost caution on the battlefield. Do not be reckless in your pursuit of glory, lest you lose your life. Ning Yuanshan's eyes brimmed with tears. The women of the Ning family wept openly. In the past, Ning Chuan was merely a delicate, carefree scholar. Subsequently, he was conscripted into the army, enduring a treacherous journey of 3,000 miles to reach Black Iron City, transforming from a mere foot soldier into a commander of 1,000 men. The suffering he endured during this transformation is known only to him. Particularly, his audacious venture into the depths of the Golden Tent Khanate, capturing the king from 800 miles away, was a perilous feat that seemed nearly impossible. Yet he achieved it. Rest assured, dear uncle, I shall be fine. Do not worry about me. I possess a strong will and shall not perish. With those words, Ning Chuan turned to leave, aware that lingering any longer would bring forth tears. Brother, may your journey be safe. Ning Chuaner, with tear-filled eyes, choked on her words. Ning Chuan did not look back, merely waving his hand in farewell. At the city gates of Shengjing, after reuniting with Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun, Ning Chuan officially embarked on his return journey. Deputy Commander, I promised Captain Zhou Han that I would visit his family, so I wish to leave the group for a moment to travel to Linen City. Ning Chuan stated. Traveling to Linen City would require a considerable detour. Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun furrowed his brow. They had all received honors together in Shijing City and were obliged to return as a unit. If anyone were to desert during this time, he, as the leader, would bear the primary responsibility. Deputy Commander, my kin are still enslaved. I aspire to achieve merit that will free them from bondage. I assure you, I shall not desert. Moreover, we previously risked our lives, infiltrating the Golden Tent Khanate to capture King Hachi. That was a matter of life and death. I did not flee then, and I shall not do so now. Ning Chuan discerned the deputy commander's concerns with clarity. Well, very well, you may go. We shall proceed at a slower pace on our way back to the military camp. However, we must see you before we arrive. Otherwise, we shall all face military discipline. Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun nodded in response. Ning Chuan's departure from the group entailed considerable risk. Yet, he was correct. The daring mission to capture the king, undertaken at the peril of their lives, was initiated by Ning Chuan himself. If he had not fled then, he had even less reason to do so now, especially with his family awaiting his success in securing their freedom. Thus, he chose to place his trust in Ning Chuan. Thank you, Commander Ren. Ning Chuan expressed his gratitude with a fist salute before urging his steed into a gallop, racing towards Captain Zhou Han's homeland, Linen City. Meanwhile, Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun and the others slowed their pace, ensuring they would regroup before reaching the military camp, for failure to do so would lead to severe consequences. This is Ning Chuan. Were it anyone else, the Vice Commander Ren Qianjun would never consent to a request to leave the ranks. The city of Linen is a relatively lively little town. The parents of the centurion Zhou Han operate a modest tavern named Zhou's Tavern, though the establishment is not large. Patrons come and go in a continuous stream. Have you heard? Several cities on the border of our great Jin dynasty have already fallen to the Golden Tent Khanate, and their forces will soon advance upon us. Are you jesting? Linen is a full 300 miles from the border. The troops of the Golden Tent Khanate cannot possibly reach us. Indeed, cease your alarmist rumors. I am not spreading rumors. My nephew has just escaped from the north, and he did not dare to pause even upon reaching Linen, continuing his flight southward. Then why do you not flee with him? All that I have strived for in my lifetime resides in Linen. How could I bear to abandon it? Ha! You old miser. Rest assured, the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate will not reach us. The tavern is abuzz with noise. Zhou Bingshan, while pouring drinks, listens to the patrons' discussions, a sense of unease rising within him. After all, his son Zhou Han is serving at the border. He wonders how his son is faring. Meanwhile, after 5 days of relentless travel, Ning Chuan finally arrives at Linen and finds the small tavern run by Centurion Zhou Han's parents. Upon stepping inside, he discovers a lively atmosphere, with numerous patrons exchanging tales from distant lands. "What would you like to order, esteemed guest?" Zhou Bingshan greets Ning Chuan with a warm smile, though his eyes scrutinize him closely. As the proprietor of a small tavern, he has developed an extraordinary eye for discerning the nature of his patrons. Ning Chuan, he perceives, is no ordinary individual. He exudes a palpable aura of bloodlust. This aura is markedly different from the petty thugs of the Flying Eagle gang within Linen. There is no comparison between them. Thus, it is highly probable that Ning Chuan is a soldier. Only a warrior could emanate such formidable bloodlust on the battlefield. "May I inquire, are you Zhou Bingshan?" Ning Chuan asks directly. "Indeed, I am Zhou Bingshan. May I ask who you are?" Zhou Bingshan replies, nodding, his heart beginning to race as he senses something amiss. "My name is Ning Chuan. I am a comrade of Zhou Han. I have come to pay a visit to Uncle Zhou." After a moment's thought, Ning Chuan states his purpose plainly. "Ah, I see. My son has not brought shame upon us, has he?" Zhou Bingshan inquires, lifting a cup to pour Ning Chuan a drink, though his hand trembles as he does so. "No, Zhou Han fights valiantly. He is a hero among us." Ning Chuan observes Zhou Bingshan's shaking hand and lets out a silent sigh. It seems the father has already surmised that his son has perished on the battlefield. "That is good to hear. That is good to hear. Seeing your weary appearance, it seems you have traveled quite a distance. Why not spend the night at my humble tavern?" Zhou Bingshan turned around, rubbed his eyes, and when he faced Ning Chuan again, a warm smile remained on his face. "Zhoubo, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not rest here. I came today merely to pay a visit. If there are any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to inform me. I am here to assist you," Ning Chuan declared. "Ah, I, an old man running a small tavern, have lived a life of honesty, with no troubles at all." Zhou Bingshan shook his head. Just then, 3 middle-aged men clad in black, adorned with an eagle insignia on their chests, entered the tavern. "Old Zhou, it is time to pay the protection fee," one of the men, whose face bore a fierce countenance, stated bluntly. He was none other than Zhang Xiu, the leader of the Flying Eagle gang in Linen City. Very well, very well." Zhou Bingshan hastily retrieved 500 copper coins from the cabinet and handed them to Zhang Xiu. "Why is there only 500? I have already informed you that the monthly fee is 1,000 coins. Zhang Xiu furrowed his brow, reprimanding him. "Oh yes, yes, I am but an old fool," Zhou Bingshan replied as he extracted another 500 coins and presented them to Zhang Xiu. Ning Chuan, witnessing this, had just risen from his seat when Zhou Bingshan quickly pulled him back down, shaking his head to signal him to remain seated. Chapter 52. The elite cavalry of the Golden Horde strikes. "What? You dare to defy?" The leading youth sneered coldly upon seeing Ning Chuan rise, seemingly intent on meddling. In this city of Linen, the Flying Eagle gang had never feared anyone. Even if matters escalated to the county magistrate, they remained unperturbed, for the magistrate would undoubtedly side with them. "No, no. This is my distant nephew, unfamiliar with the customs. I implore your forgiveness, Master Zhang." Zhou Bingshan produced another 500 yuan, handing it to Zhang Xiu while offering his apologies. This time, Ning Chuan refrained from any action. "Humph, you insolent brat. Out of respect for old Zhou, I shall spare you this time. Otherwise I would break your legs." Zhang Xiu shot a glare at Ning Chuan, snorted coldly, and turned to exit the tavern. "Master Zhou, I was impulsive just now. I've caused you a loss of 500 yuan. Here, take this silver." Ning Chuan offered a tale of broken silver. Every place has its own rules. If he were to drive away Zhang Xiu and the ruffians of the Flying Eagle gang now, the one who would ultimately suffer would be Zhou Bingshan and his family. Ning Chuan could only protect them temporarily. He could not shield them for eternity. Even if he annihilated the Flying Eagle gang, other factions would inevitably emerge. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, it was best to let things be. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster upon Zhou Bingshan as parents and family. "No need. Please keep it. Although we must pay 1,000 when each month, we are managing well enough." Zhou Bingshan shook his head. In his heart, he believed that if his son had invited Ning Chuan, they must be good comrades. Now, with Ning Chuan making the arduous journey to visit, how could he accept Ning Chuan's silver? Seeing that further insistence was futile, Ning Chuan ceased to press the matter. Just then, a terrified voice shattered the tranquility of the street. "No, it's bad. The troops of the Golden Horde are coming." "What? The Golden Horde is coming? How is that possible?" "There is nothing impossible. I warned you long ago that the troops of the Golden Horde would advance, but you simply did not believe me." The patrons within the tavern erupted into chaos, rushing to flee in haste. Master Zhou, I must step out for a moment. With that, Ning Chuan departed the tavern as well. Hey, don't go. It's futile for you alone to venture out, Zhou Bingshan exclaimed anxiously. But by this time, Ning Chuan had already vanished from sight. At this moment, the vicinity of Linen's city gate echoed with terrified screams and cries for help, mingled with the raucous laughter of the Golden Horde cavalry. Kill, kill, kill. 300 elite cavalry of the Golden Horde surged into Linen, slashing at anyone in their path, seizing valuables and assaulting women, plunging the streets into utter chaos. Even the county magistrate began to flee in panic. Linen was merely a small town, utterly lacking in military defense. The only semblance of fighting force consisted of a handful of constables. Yet, to think that these few constables could withstand the onslaught of 300 elite cavalry from the Golden Horde was nothing short of folly. As the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde surged into the city of Linen, unleashing chaos and terror, even the county magistrate fled in fear. In that moment, a group of individuals clad in black, adorned with embroidered eagles on their chests, emerged. They exuded an aura of unyielding determination, each face etched with resolve and ferocity, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of death. While the other citizens of Linen scrambled for safety, these individuals brandished their blades, advancing step by step towards the ruthless Golden Horde cavalry. The 300 elite riders of the Golden Horde, naturally, took notice of these distinctive members of the Flying Eagle gang, their gazes filled with a mixture of amusement and disdain. What did they intend? Did this band of ruffians from Linen dare to challenge their formidable cavalry? Were they courting death? The soldiers of the Golden Horde scoffed at the idea of bullying the common folk. If they had the audacity, they should confront the Flying Eagle gang directly. A menacing middle-aged man, Zhang Xiu, the leader of the Flying Eagle gang, bellowed with anger. Who grants you the courage to oppose us, a mere band of ruffians? A scarred centurion of the Golden Horde regarded them with a mocking glint in his eye, his lips curling into a frosty smile, clearly underestimating these miscreants. What's wrong with being ruffians? Although the Flying Eagle gang has its share of misdeeds, we will not allow you to slaughter the citizens of the great Jin dynasty. Zhang Xiu retorted vehemently. He was acutely aware that, despite their ragtag nature, they had no hope of matching the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. Yet, having collected protection fees from the citizens of Linen each month, they could not abandon them in this dire hour. Even if they could not withstand the onslaught of the Golden Horde's elite riders, they could at least buy time for the citizens to escape. Though they were but a gang of ruffians, they possessed a fervent spirit. The people of Linen were theirs to bully, but they would never permit others, especially the Golden Horde, to prey upon them. Anyone daring to threaten the people of Linen would face the wrath of the Flying Eagle gang, even at the cost of their lives. At that moment, no one anticipated that while the county magistrate had fled, the Flying Eagle gang, despised and reviled, would step forward to confront the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde and protect the citizens of Linen. In this critical hour of life and death, the citizens began to harbor a newfound respect for the Flying Eagle gang, feeling that the protection fees they had paid were now justified. Annihilate them, commanded the centurion of the Golden Horde coldly. Yes, the soldiers of the Golden Horde responded, their faces contorting into savage grins as they charged towards the Flying Eagle gang. Kill, roared Zhang Xiu, leading the charge against the elite riders of the Golden Horde. Kill. The other members of the Flying Eagle gang, witnessing their leader's bravery, did not falter. With a collective cry of fury, they followed Zhang Xiu into battle against the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. The clash ensued, echoing through the streets of Linen. As the sound of iron tearing flesh and the continuous screams filled the air, the valiant members of the Flying Eagle gang were no match for the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. In the initial clash, the Black Eagle gang suffered over 50 casualties, while the elite warriors of the Golden Horde sustained only minor injuries. The disparity between armor and mere cloth was stark. Moreover, one side was comprised of mere thugs, while the other consisted of well-trained cavalrymen. Yet, despite the loss of over 50 members, these so-called thugs did not retreat an inch. Kill, roared Zhang Xiu, the leader of the Flying Eagle gang, as he rallied his followers to continue their fierce battle against the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. Even in the face of certain defeat, they would not withdraw, for behind them stood countless citizens of Linen City who had not yet escaped. Let these insignificant thugs perish. At that moment, a centurion of the Golden Horde personally engaged in combat, targeting Zhang Xiu. With a single strike, he dealt a devastating blow to the gang leader, highlighting the colossal gap in strength between them. As the centurion raised his blade once more, Zhang Xiu realized his fate was sealed and let out a resigned sigh. Though he was a thug, he possessed a heart loyal to his country, even if his strength fell woefully short. At that critical moment, a cold, gleaming iron arrow shot forth. Chapter 53, The Elite Cavalry of the Golden Horde. With a swift motion, the iron arrow pierced the throat of the centurion of the Golden Horde, blood gushing forth. A master. The centurion's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Alas, his efforts were in vain. With a thud, he fell from his steed, his life extinguished. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. 3 treatises on the Han military strategy. The system's voice echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. Saved. Zhang Xiu, the leader of the Flying Eagle gang, gazed at the lifeless body of the centurion before him, feeling a profound sense of relief. However, as his gaze drifted toward the direction from which the arrow had come, a momentary stupor overtook him. This person, he seemed familiar, perhaps the one he had previously intimidated at the Zhou Bingshan Tavern. How could he have killed the centurion of the Golden Horde with a single arrow? In that instant, beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Xiu's forehead, and his eyes reflected a deep-seated fear. The death of the centurion instantly captured the attention of the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. Soon, 10 elite riders charged forth on horseback, heading straight for Ning Chuan. Humph. Ning Chuan let out a disdainful snort. 10 arrows were unleashed in rapid succession, each imbued with lethal intent, capable of slaying a member of the Golden Horde's elite cavalry. In the blink of an eye, the 10 riders fell before Ning Chuan, devoid of any power to resist. Ning Chuan's physical prowess and inner strength steadily grew. With the demise of the 10 elite riders, the gazes of the remaining cavalry towards Ning Chuan underwent a profound transformation. Shortly thereafter, another centurion wielding a bow emerged. Your archery is commendable. Today, I shall vanquish you with my arrows. This centurion was also skilled in archery and brimmed with confidence in his abilities. Seeing Ning Chuan's prowess, he sought to best him in a contest of skill. Ning Chuan found this amusing. Little did he know, his archery was at its zenith, with countless archers from the Golden Horde falling to his arrows. Did this mere centurion truly believe he could compete with him? Such arrogance was akin to inviting disaster. Stellar convergence. The centurion scoffed inwardly. To perish under his stellar convergence was a mark of pride for this unknown adversary. Soon, 6 glimmering arrows shot towards Ning Chuan. To execute a stellar convergence, one must be a master archer in the military. Too bad you encountered me. As the centurion's words fell, Ning Chuan made no effort to evade or defend against the incoming arrows. Instead, he produced his own quiver. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 6 arrows fired by the centurion found their way into Ning Chuan's quiver. Thank you, dear friend, for the arrows. In his heart, Ning Chuan silently uttered a thought. The arrows were indeed military supplies. He possessed only a quiver containing 20 arrows. Each arrow in Ning Chuan's hand had the potential to claim a life, and now, with the addition of 6 arrows gifted by the centurion of the Golden Horde, he could vanquish 6 more foes. What? How could this be possible? The centurion, witnessing that Ning Chuan neither dodged nor defended himself, but instead collected all 6 arrows he had just shot, was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. The 6 stars convergence was his signature technique, a skill that few in the Golden Horde could master. In the past, whenever he deployed the 6 stars convergence, it had always proven effective. Yet today, not only had his arrows failed to harm his opponent, but they had also been effortlessly reclaimed by Ning Chuan. A blatant act of disdain that ignited a furious fire within him. However, before the centurion could contemplate his next move, a coldly glimmering iron arrow shot forth with such speed that he could not react in time, piercing through his throat. The skilled archer's eyes widened in shock. Only then did he grasp the vast chasm that lay between him and Ning Chuan. Without a doubt, when it came to the velocity of their arrows, the two were incommensurable. With a resounding thud, the centurion's lifeless body struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. 3 to physique, 2 to inner strength. With another centurion slain, Ning Chuan had undoubtedly captured the attention of the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. Kill! Roared the majority of the elite cavalry, directing their spears towards Ning Chuan. Yet, Ning Chuan remained unfazed, and with unwavering composure, he released all the arrows in his quiver, each one finding its mark and claiming the life of a Golden Horde cavalryman. In such dire circumstances, even the most formidable cavalry felt a chill run down their spines. Ning Chuan's archery was terrifyingly precise, with every arrow ensuring a fatal outcome. No one could predict who might be next to fall. Fortunately, Ning Chuan's supply of arrows was dwindling, and soon he had shot them all. Fear not. He has no arrows left. Indeed, without arrows, he is but a toothless tiger, ripe for the slaughter. Kill. As the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde saw that Ning Chuan's quiver was empty, their trepidation dissipated, and they began to roar as they charged towards him. You think that because I am out of arrows, I am merely a lamb for the slaughter? If that is indeed what you believe, you are gravely mistaken. At that moment, Ning Chuan drew forth his steel battle knife, and with a swift motion, as quick as lightning, he charged at the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. With a flash of the cold blade, one cavalryman was instantly slain, blood gushing forth. And this was merely the beginning. It was far from over. At that moment, Ning Chuan resembled a meat grinder, mercilessly slaying every Golden Horde cavalryman who dared to approach him, their lives extinguished by the ever-shining blade. Lock and load. The last centurion of the Golden Horde commanded with urgency. At this moment, as the final centurion of this formidable cavalry, his expression was marred by despair. They had arrived at Linen City with intentions of pillage and destruction, only to encounter an expert beyond their expectations. Not only had this individual effortlessly slain 2 centurions, but he also demonstrated ferocity and dominance, wreaking havoc among their elite cavalry. As the last centurion of the Golden Horde, he knew he must devise a strategy. After all, no matter how powerful this adversary was, he was but one man. Soon, under the orders of the Golden Horde centurion, the elite cavalry hurled chains towards Ning Chuan, intent on ensnaring him and restricting his mobility. Ensnared by countless chains, Ning Chuan found himself unable to evade, his limbs bound and movement constrained. Upon witnessing this, the centurion's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. Indeed, Ning Chuan was formidable, but he doubted that he could free himself from the clutches of so many iron chains. Chapter 54. A Savage Slaughter. A force not to be provoked. Kill him. As Ning Chuan found himself ensnared by numerous elite cavalrymen of the Golden Tent Khanate, their chains binding his movements, the centurion of the Khanate let out a sinister laugh, eager to end Ning Chuan's life. In the next moment, however, Ning Chuan's muscular arm surged with power. Having mastered the great strength of the savage bull technique, coupled with a physique that far surpassed that of his peers, his strength had reached astonishing heights. In an instant, he unleashed a force that sent dozens of chain-wielding cavalrymen soaring through the air. Subsequently, Ning Chuan wielded the chains that had once constrained him, transforming them into formidable weapons. With the infusion of his inner strength, these chains morphed into lethal iron whips. Those struck by these whips, particularly the weaker warriors, were cleaved in twain, their entrails and blood splattering across the battlefield. Even the stronger foes suffered grievous injuries, their bones shattered and lives extinguished. In summary, beneath the onslaught of the iron whips, there was only death, no injuries left to tell the tale. After half an hour of fierce combat, the once vibrant street of Linen City lay drenched in blood, strewn with gruesome remnants, evoking the very essence of a hellish battleground. Of the original 300 elite cavalrymen of the Golden Tent Khanate, only a mere handful remained. At this moment, Ning Chuan stood amidst the carnage, his body drenched in blood, fragments of flesh clinging to his hair. In the eyes of the remaining cavalrymen, he resembled a bloodthirsty demon risen from the depths of hell, methodically harvesting their lives. Flee. We must escape. One of the cavalrymen, gazing at the blood-soaked figure of Ning Chuan, could no longer suppress the terror swelling within him and turned to flee. He was the first, yet certainly not the last. Initially, they had believed that with their 300 elite cavalrymen, eliminating a single Ning Chuan would be a trivial task. Yet the reality was far beyond their expectations, transcending the limits of their imagination. How could one individual possess such overwhelming strength? It was unfathomable, for even a warrior on the brink of innate mastery would not typically achieve such a terrifying record. One must recognize that an individual's stamina and inner strength are not infinite. For instance, a common person can exert themselves fully in a fight for roughly 5 minutes before succumbing to fatigue. Even a martial artist, with endurance far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, is still subject to limitations. However, Ning Chuan was like a monster, exhibiting boundless power and inner strength. Despite battling for half an hour and slaying over 200 of them, he showed no signs of fatigue. Who could remain unafraid in the face of such a foe? If this continued, their entire force would be annihilated. It was prudent to flee. They had never anticipated encountering such a monstrous adversary today. Yet, to escape from Ning Chuan, the master archer, seemed an insurmountable challenge. He retrieved arrows from the ground and the corpses, knocking them to his bowstring, and let them fly once again. Thud, thud, thud. Even as the cavalrymen sprinted over 600 meters, believing themselves safe, they were still met with the chilling bite of iron arrows, snuffing out their lives one by one. At this moment, the 300 elite cavalry of the Golden Horde perished within the confines of Linen City. It was only through Ning Chuan's unparalleled vigor and internal strength, far surpassing that of his peers, that he could vanquish these formidable foes. Had it been any ordinary warrior of the same realm, they would have likely succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the Golden Horde's cavalry long before. Just as Ning Chuan prepared to depart for recuperation, he turned to find countless eyes fixated upon him. Heavenly heavens! Was this truly not a dream? Had he single-handedly annihilated 300 elite cavalry? Astonishment washed over the onlookers. They had witnessed fierce warriors before, but never such an overwhelming display. These were highly trained elite horsemen, and words failed to encapsulate the magnitude of his prowess. Who exactly was he? This was beyond remarkable. The citizens of Linen, observing the scene reminiscent of a battlefield and the hellish visage of Ning Chuan, could only utter exclamations of disbelief. Their lack of eloquence forced them to resort to expletives to convey their shock. Initially, the arrival of the 300 cavalry had sent even the local magistrate fleeing, prompting the townsfolk to follow suit. Even the emergence of the Flying Eagle gang could not have halted the advance of the Golden Horde's elite. However, upon Ning Chuan's arrival, as he single-handedly battled against the cavalry and gained a significant advantage, some of the fleeing citizens paused to witness the unfolding spectacle. As more and more citizens gathered, they bore witness to a sight that struck terror into their hearts. The once invincible cavalry of the Golden Horde had been defeated by Ning Chuan alone. At that moment, the townsfolk regarded Ning Chuan with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. Among the most astonished were the members of the Flying Eagle gang, who had first-hand experience battling the elite cavalry and were acutely aware of their formidable strength. Not only were they highly trained and powerful, but they also donned armor, and the quality of their weapons far surpassed the crude blades wielded by the gang. A single elite cavalryman could easily dispatch 10 members of the Flying Eagle gang without breaking a sweat. Yet, before this blood-soaked warrior, they found these once mighty horsemen utterly powerless. All 300 elite cavalrymen had fallen at the hands of this lone champion. The members of the Flying Eagle gang regarded Ning Chuan with profound trepidation and awe. Meanwhile, the gang leader, Zhang Xiao, trembled uncontrollably, his body drenched in cold sweat. He vividly recalled boasting in old Zhou's tavern about breaking Ning Chuan's legs. How could he have uttered such words in front of this titan? This formidable warrior was beyond his reach. Zhang Xiao's face paled. Though the threat of the Golden Horde's elite cavalry had dissipated, he felt his own life was still in jeopardy. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Ning Chuan paid them no heed and sought out Zhou Bingshan among the throng. "Uncle Zhou, could you find me a clean set of clothes?" Ning Chuan inquired as he approached Zhou Bingshan. I can. Please follow me." Zhou Bingshan, momentarily stunned by Ning Chuan's feat of slaying 300 elite cavalrymen, quickly regained his composure. The gazes of those around him shifted dramatically as well. This formidable individual actually referred to Zhou Bingshan as Uncle Zhou. Could it be that he is Zhou Bingshan's nephew? From this point onward, it would be wise to avoid provoking the Zhou family, for they are not to be trifled with. Chapter 55, The Crowded Tavern. Upon returning to the tavern, Ning Chuan took a refreshing bath and donned a clean set of garments before commencing his recuperation. His physique, bolstered by the blood of myriad beasts, could be likened to that of bronze and iron. The elite cavalry of the Golden Tent Khans could no longer inflict harm upon him. However, they had drained a significant amount of his internal energy and stamina. Ning Chuan retrieved a military ration pill and a chi-replenishing elixir, consuming them without hesitation. After vanquishing 300 elite cavalrymen of the Golden Tent Khans, he not only experienced enhancements in both physical constitution and internal energy attributes, but also acquired various elixirs as spoils of battle. The military ration pill served to restore his vitality, while the chi-replenishing elixir replenished his internal energy. With the aid of these potions, Ning Chuan swiftly returned to his peak condition. Most notably, following the annihilation of the 300 elite cavalrymen, he had successfully opened 92 meridians in his martial arts practice. The difficulty of opening additional meridians would only increase from this point onward. Ning Chuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, as Ning Chuan recuperated, Zhou Bingshan's tavern was teeming with patrons. The phrase "a sea of humanity" could scarcely do justice to the scene. "Old Zhou, I never imagined you had such a remarkable nephew, effortlessly dispatching 300 elite cavalrymen of the Golden Tent Khans. This is the debt of my drinking tab, which I have failed to repay over the years. I hope you do not hold it against me, and I also owe you for my drinks. I must say, your nephew is truly formidable, frighteningly so. Old Joe, I have wronged you in the past, and I sincerely apologize. As fellow townsfolk, I implore you to bear no grudges. A throng of individuals encircled Zhou Bingshan, showering him with both apologies and flattery. Zhou Bingshan, hearing the long-overdue acknowledgments of his drinking debts, felt his previously stooped posture straighten with newfound pride. Today marked the pinnacle of his life, all thanks to Ning Chuan. Initially, upon hearing that the cavalry of the Golden Tent Khans was approaching, Zhou Bingshan hastily prepared to flee with his family. To his astonishment, halfway through their escape, he learned that an unparalleled warrior had single-handedly held off the elite cavalrymen and had even decimated them. Many fleeing townsfolk had turned back to witness the battle. Zhou Bingshan's family was swept along by the crowd to the site where Ning Chuan was engaged in combat with the elite cavalrymen of the Golden Tent Khans. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Bingshan was taken aback. His son's comrade was indeed a fierce warrior, having vanquished all 300 elite cavalrymen. The revelation left him utterly astounded. Soon after, Ning Chuan approached him in front of the gathered citizens of Linen, addressing him as Uncle Zhou and requesting a clean set of clothes. Following their return to the tavern, it swelled with patrons. At that moment, "Clear the way. Make way." A furious shout resonated from outside the tavern. The leader of the Flying Eagle gang, Zhang Xiu, was brought into a small tavern, his body wrapped in white bandages, supported by several gang members. At this moment, the public perception of the Flying Eagle gang had shifted slightly. Although the gang had committed numerous misdeeds within Linen City, they had proven their mettle in critical moments. When the elite cavalry of the Jin dynasty invaded Linen, if not for the Flying Eagle gang's efforts to delay their advance, many lives would have been lost to their slaughter. "Master Xiu, why are you out here instead of resting at home?" Zhou Bingshan exclaimed upon recognizing the gang leader. "Haha, Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Xiu from now on." Zhang Xiu replied, feeling a chill at the thought of being addressed as Master Xiu. He chuckled and added, "That would not do. I shall continue to address you as gang leader Zhang." Zhou Bingshan quickly grasped the reason behind Zhang Xiu's sudden change in demeanor. It was undoubtedly due to Ning Chuan. Very well, very well." Zhang Xiu nodded eagerly and took a wooden box from one of his subordinates. "Uncle Zhou, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Zhang Xiu insisted, pushing the wooden box into Zhou Bingshan's hands. Upon opening the box, Zhou Bingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. It contained numerous silver notes, each worth 100 taels. There were at least 100 of them, amounting to a staggering 10,000 taels of silver. Having lived for so long, Zhou Bingshan had never encountered such a sum before, and he hastily closed the box. "Leader Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" he stammered, taken aback. "Hee. Uncle Zhou, I have wronged the Flying Eagle gang in the past. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Also, I hope you might speak a kind word on my behalf to your nephew." Zhang Xiu finally revealed his true intention. This money represented nearly all the liquid assets the Flying Eagle gang could muster, a desperate bid to secure his safety from Ning Chuan's potential wrath. "Speaking kindly is no trouble. However, I cannot accept this money." Zhou Bingshan shook his head repeatedly. "No, you must accept it, or I shall be restless," Zhang Xiu insisted, feeling uneasy at the thought of Zhou Bingshan refusing the offering. "Please accept it." At that moment, Ning Chuan's voice resonated through the bustling tavern, silencing the crowd and drawing their attention to the formidable figure. "Then I shall accept it," Zhou Bingshan finally conceded, nodding in agreement as he accepted the silver notes. "Leader of the Flying Eagle gang, Zhang Xiu, is it?" Ning Chuan approached Zhang Xiu, his gaze devoid of emotion, yet it bore down heavily on the gang leader, instilling a sense of immense pressure. "Yes, indeed. I am Zhang Xiu," Zhang Xiu replied, relieved that the presence of Ning Chuan indicated no intent to harm him. Though his life was spared, an overwhelming sense of dread welled up within him as Ning Chuan's gaze fell upon him. This time, the cavalry of the Jin dynasty invaded Linen City, and your Flying Eagle gang performed admirably. Despite being a band of ruffians, you possess a fervent spirit. Would you consider enlisting in the military? Ning Chuan inquired candidly. If I decline, will you kill me?" Zhang Xiu asked cautiously upon hearing this. "I am Ning Chuan, a 1,000-man commander of the Black Iron Army stationed at the frontier. Do I appear to you as someone who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent?" Ning Chuan replied. "While he does not engage in wanton bloodshed, he is indeed formidable against the soldiers of the Jin dynasty." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu inwardly sighed in relief. It became clear that his interlocutor was a seasoned commander from the frontier, which explained his fierce prowess in battle. Esteemed general, may I take some time to consider? To be honest, after the previous encounter with the Jin cavalry, he felt intimidated and apprehensive, far from the carefree life of a gang leader. However, without a nation, where lies the home? For instance, if Linen were to fall prey to the rampage of the Jin cavalry, what worth would his title of gang leader hold? Very well. Should you wish to enlist? Simply put forth my name. After Ning Chuan spoke these words, he proceeded directly to the grandson of Zhou Bingshan, who was also the son of Beifacheng Zhou Han, as the latter had been gazing at him with admiration and longing. Simultaneously, Ning Chuan aspired to empower Zhou Han's son to support their family. After all, Zhou Bingshan had aged considerably and could not hold up much longer. Inevitably, it would fall upon Zhou Han's son to sustain the household. Chapter 56. The Transmission of Martial Arts. The initial Cloud Merchant Association delivering supplies to the Iron Black Army. How old are you? What is your name? Ning Chuan inquired with a gentle smile. Ning uncle, my name is Zhou Weiqing, and I am 12 years old. Zhou Weiqing gazed at Ning Chuan with immense excitement and admiration. Previously, Ning Chuan had single-handedly confronted 300 elite cavalrymen of the Golden Tent Khanate. Although the scene was gruesome and terrifying, Zhou Weiqing felt no fear. Instead, it left a profound impact on his youthful spirit. It was astonishing to him that someone could possess such strength. He too yearned to grow stronger and protect his homeland. Do you wish to become stronger? Ning Chuan asked. Yes, Zhou Weiqing replied, his excitement palpable, with no hesitation in his voice. Let us go. We shall head to the backyard. Ning Chuan took Zhou Weiqing by the hand and led him towards the rear of the tavern. Zhou Bingshan and his wife, along with their daughter-in-law, initially hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene and stop Ning Chuan. They had already lost Zhou Han, the pillar of their family, and now wished only for Zhou Weiqing to grow up healthy and happy. However, without a nation, how could there be a home? This time, if Ning Chuan had not unexpectedly visited them, it was uncertain whether their family would have survived. They could also keenly sense Zhou Weiqing's fervent desire to grow stronger. Ultimately, they decided to respect Zhou Weiqing's aspirations. Half a day swiftly passed. Ning Chuan had imparted all his martial arts skills to Zhou Weiqing. Although the great strength bull technique and the lightning step were military arts, his status as a commander granted him the qualification to teach. As long as Zhou Weiqing refrained from disseminating these techniques, all would be well. Furthermore, Ning Chuan discovered that despite Zhou Weiqing's tender age, he had a profound affinity for strategizing and frequently engaged in mock battles with his peers, displaying remarkable talent in this regard. Thus, Ning Chuan entrusted him with the 3 volumes of Han's military strategy, authored by the legendary General Han Xian, cautioning him once more against sharing the knowledge. As for Zhou Weiqing's future, that would depend on his own fortune. Ning uncle, Ning aunt, Zhou sister-in-law, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Ning Chuan declared. And Weiqing, practice the martial arts I have taught you diligently, and remember not to share them. Should your family encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, feel free to seek me out in the Iron Black City at the border. Do you understand? Ning Chuan gazed at the family of Sergeant Zhou Han as he bid farewell. Ning uncle, I will remember. One day, I too shall become a general like you, Zhou Weiqing exclaimed, his clear and resolute eyes shining with determination. Ning Chuan, you must certainly return to visit when you have the time, Zhou Bingshan urged. All right, Zhou uncle, you all should return now. I am off. Ning Chuan waved his hand, mounted his steed, and swiftly galloped towards the direction of Iron Black City. Goodbye, Ning uncle. When I grow up, I will become as strong as you and protect our homeland, Zhou Weiqing shouted as Ning Chuan's figure began to fade. Ning Chuan halted his horse and waved once more, his silhouette ultimately vanishing from the sight of Zhou Bingshan's family. In the days that followed, Ning Chuan galloped swiftly on his warhorse. However, along the way, he encountered numerous villages and towns that had been utterly decimated by the forces of the Golden Horde. The scenes within were nothing short of harrowing. Blood stained the ground, and various grotesque corpses lay scattered about, including the tiny bodies of newborns. Among the deceased, most were men and the elderly, while the corpses of women were alarmingly scarce. It was evident that the soldiers of the Golden Horde, after pillaging and committing atrocities, had abducted the women. In the realm of the Golden Horde, the women of the Great Jin Dynasty served as sources of pleasure for soldiers at night and when necessary. As mere livestock, Ning Chuan suppressed the fury within him, whenever he encountered soldiers of the Golden Horde engaged in their heinous acts. He wasted no words and struck them down without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the road more than 60 miles from Iron Black City, a caravan laden with supplies was making its way towards the city. "Uncle, how much longer until we reach Iron Black City?" A soft, melodious voice inquired from a rather lavish carriage. "We are still over 60 miles away from Iron Black City. We shall arrive soon," replied a burly middle-aged man, riding a chestnut steed. "Uncle, do you think we will meet that person during this supply delivery to the Iron Black Army?" The melodious voice asked again, laced with tension and a hint of anticipation. "Ah, you, with so many young talents pursuing you. I have yet to see you so invested in a single man." The burly man chuckled. "Uncle, please do not jest. Though I am but a weak woman, I am bold in love and hate. To like someone is simply to like them." The conviction rang clear in her voice. "Very well. I shall certainly inquire about that gentleman's name during this opportunity." The burly man replied with a smile. His name was Ning Chuan, the third in command of the Chuan merchants. And the owner of the sweet voice within the carriage was his niece, Yin Ryu. It was Ning Chuan who had saved them from bandits during their journey. And Yin Ryu had deeply etched that moment in her memory. "Vice President, trouble approaches. A cavalry unit is closing in," exclaimed a vigilant guard. "Cavalry? Can you discern which faction they belong to?" Yin Chong's brow furrowed at the news. While Iron Black City remained intact, several other border cities had fallen to the forces of the Golden Horde. Furthermore, smaller tribes had followed in the wake of the main army, exacerbating the chaos along the borders of the Great Jin Dynasty. Their mission to deliver supplies to the Iron Black Army was fraught with peril. "Ah, it appears to be cavalry from our Great Jin Dynasty." As the cavalry drew nearer, the guard monitoring the surroundings quietly exhaled in relief. "That is excellent news," Yin Chuan responded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. When the news of the approaching cavalry first reached him, his heart had momentarily raced with apprehension. Had the soldiers of the Golden Horde or the warriors of the small tribes been present, a fierce battle would have undoubtedly ensued. Soon, the cavalry approached the caravan of the Chuan Merchant Association, led by Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun and his companions. Through discussions between the Deputy Commander and Yin Chuan, both parties became aware of each other's identities. "Since these are supplies for my Black Iron Army, let us proceed together," stated Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun candidly. "That sounds splendid," Yin Chuan replied with a nod, internally elated. Given the chaotic and perilous conditions at the border, they had traveled with trepidation. Now, encountering a contingent led by the Deputy Commander of the Black Iron Army brought him great relief. The two groups quickly reached an agreement to travel together to Black Iron City, during which Yin Chuan took the opportunity to inquire about Ning Chuan. "Based on your description and the location of the incident, if I am not mistaken, it appears to be our Black Iron Army's 1,000-man commander, Ning Chuan." Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun pondered briefly before providing his answer. After all, it was precisely during Ning Chuan's pursuit of the deserting soldier, Shi Changgong, that this occurred. And given his striking appearance, it could only be Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan, you say? Thank you for the information." Yin Chuan expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. Meanwhile, within the opulent carriage, Yin Ryu felt a flutter of excitement in her heart, realizing that the person who had rescued her was named Ning Chuan and was indeed a commander of the Black Iron Army. However, just as Deputy Commander Ren Qianjun and the Chuan Merchant Association were on the verge of reaching Black Iron City, they discovered a group of individuals blocking their path. The leader of this group bore a striking resemblance to someone Ren Qianjun recognized. After a moment of contemplation, he was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency, his expression growing grave. Chapter 57. The ambush of the Hachi tribe's supreme leader. The obstructing figures were none other than the supreme leader of the Hachi tribe, Arislan, accompanied by 2 leaders and 6 deputy leaders. Arislan himself possessed the formidable strength of a half-step innate warrior, while the other 2 leaders and 6 deputies were all at the pinnacle of postnatal prowess. "Ren, what troubles you? Are these individuals truly formidable?" Yin Chuan inquired, glancing at Ren Qianjun, who bore a grave expression. "There are merely 9 of them, and our Chuan commerce has over 100 guards, vastly outnumbering them. With you, the deputy leader and the elite of the Black Iron Army stationed here, what do we have to fear? They are indeed powerful. They are far beyond our capacity to contend with," Ren Qianjun replied, taking a deep breath and speaking with somber gravity. "What? Do we stand no chance at all?" Yin Chuan was taken aback, astonished that Ren Qianjun, a deputy leader of the Black Iron Army, would utter such words. "None whatsoever." Ren Qianjun shook his head, his expression reaching a peak of seriousness. He swiftly retrieved a signal flare from his waist and ignited it. With only 30 miles remaining to Black Iron City, he hoped the city would see the signal and arrive in time to provide support. Perhaps they might still find a path to survival. Of course, this hinged on their ability to endure until reinforcements arrived. Witnessing this scene, Ning Chuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was this truly a call for help? Who were these people opposing them that could compel Ren Qianjun to seek assistance without a moment's hesitation? After all, Ren Qianjun had become a deputy leader of the Black Iron Army for a reason. His strength was undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, he was flanked by several elite members of the Black Iron Army, and with the hundreds of guards from Chuyan Commerce, they formed a formidable force. Yet in Ren Qianjun's eyes, they still had no hope of victory. It appeared that those 9 adversaries were terrifyingly strong, instilling such dread in deputy leader Ren Qianjun. Requesting aid, how splendid! Soon, there shall be someone to collect your corpses. Eliminate them all. Arislan, the supreme leader of the Hachi tribe, sneered as he issued his command. Previously, the Black Iron Army had the Hachi king in their possession, preventing Arislan from acting recklessly. However, after signing an unequal treaty and paying a hefty sum along with substantial resources, the Hachi king had been released by the emperor of the Great Jin dynasty. This humiliation was one that could not be swallowed. For over 2 months, their 100,000-strong army had engaged in a fierce struggle against Black Iron City, which was already disgraceful enough. Yet, even worse humiliation followed when the Black Iron Army dispatched a lightning-fast unit of over 100 men, managing to seize their royal court and capture the Hachi king alive. In a short span, the Hachi tribe had become a laughingstock throughout the entirety of the Golden Horde. And Arislan, as their leader, faced severe reprimands and punishment from those in power. Thus, Arislan had long awaited this moment. Intent on annihilating the elite forces of the Black Iron Army that had brought such disgrace to the Hachi tribe and captured their king, seeking to vent the fury that burned within him. Fortunately, perseverance yields rewards. At long last, they encountered the formidable elite of the Black Iron Army, whom they yearned to annihilate. Thus, the great chieftain of the Harki tribe, Arislan, without a moment's hesitation, issued orders to swiftly eradicate the likes of Ren Qianjun and the elite of the Black Iron Army. Great chieftain, wait, interjected Gu Ryle, the leader of the Harki tribe. It appears that the renowned archer Ning Chuan is not among these elite of the Black Iron Army. He recalled vividly how he had witnessed Ning Chuan's remarkable transformation from a mere foot soldier to such a formidable figure. Moreover, the fall of their royal court and the capture of the Harki king were significantly attributed to this skilled archer. Indeed, Ning Chuan is absent. Where is Ning Chuan? Upon hearing this, Arislan's brow furrowed with concern. The primary objective of this ambush against Ren Qianjun and the elite of the Black Iron Army was to eliminate the detested Ning Chuan. When Arislan once commanded 100,000 troops to besiege a city, it was Ning Chuan, with a single arrow, who rendered the Harki commanders too fearful to show their faces. These commanders were the backbone of the assault. Under the intimidation of Ning Chuan, none dared to advance. Had it not been for him, the Harki forces might have already breached Black Iron City. Ning Chuan has long since returned to Black Iron City, Ren Qianjun stated candidly. Faced with Arislan and his men, they knew they were doomed without reinforcements. They could only hope that Ning Chuan would not arrive at this moment. After all, it was better for at least one to survive. If that is the case, then he is fortunate. However, his time is limited. Slay them all. With these words, the malevolence in Arislan's gaze became evident as he was the first to act. Kill, shouted Ren Qianjun and the elite of the Black Iron Army. Charging forward, having already sought aid from Black Iron City, they could only hope to endure a little longer for reinforcements to arrive. Assist. Yen Chong of the Chuyan Trading Company swiftly made a decision. Should Ren Qianjun and the elite of the Black Iron Army fall to the mercenaries of the Golden Tent Khanate, the members of the Chuyan Trading Company would undoubtedly share the same fate. The supplies intended for Black Iron City would surely be seized by these mercenaries. Humph. A swarm of insignificant insects. The expressions of Arislan and the other strongmen of the Harki tribe turned scornful and disdainful. To them, the guards of the Chuyan Trading Company were nothing more than ants, utterly unworthy of opposing their might. And indeed, the reality was as grim as anticipated. As soon as the two sides clashed, iron met flesh, blood splattered, and anguished cries erupted. In the very first encounter, the guards of the Chuyan Trading Company suffered numerous casualties. Even Ren Qianjun and his elite were not faring much better. Scarcely had the battle begun when the dead and wounded began to pile up. Even Ren Qianjun himself was struck down from his horse by a single blow from Arislan. Had it not been for Ren Qianjun's timely evasion, that strike could have claimed his life. Notwithstanding, the vice commander Ren Qianjun bore a gruesome wound inflicted by the chieftain of the Hatcher tribe, Arislan, a gash so deep that the very bone was visible. Through this horrific scar, one could discern the stark whiteness of his bones and the pulsating organs within, a testament to the severity of his injuries. Others fared no better. Some lay dead, while others were grievously wounded. At this moment, Vice Commander Ren Qianjun realized he had greatly overestimated his forces. Finding himself utterly outmatched by Arislan and his warriors, the hope to endure until reinforcements arrived was but a mirage. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly against them, leaving them without any means of defense. Just as Ren Qianjun was prepared to resign himself to fate, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure galloping toward them on horseback. His worst fears had materialized. Ning Chuan had arrived. Run away. Do not come to your doom. Ren Qianjun signaled frantically for Ning Chuan to flee. Yet, Ning Chuan's speed only intensified as he unslung the Qi bow, knocking arrow after arrow, each glinting with a cold sheen. Alas, this is a reckless path to death. Witnessing Ning Chuan's determination to charge into battle despite his warning, Ren Qianjun felt a swell of emotion. However, this was not a moment for impulsive valor. A half-step into the innate realm alongside 8 peak postnatal warriors was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. Chapter 58. A fierce battle against the tribal leader of the Harki, Arislan. With a splatter of fresh blood, a vice leader of the Harki tribe was instantly pierced through the neck by an arrow, his eyes wide open in death, oblivious to the identity of his assailant. 8 constitution, 6 inner strength. Following this, another iron arrow was swiftly released by Ning Chuan. This arrow, without a hint of surprise, struck down another vice leader of the Harki tribe. 7 constitution, 9 inner strength. 2 arrows had felled 2 peak-level vice leaders of the Harki tribe, astonishing everyone present. However, the sentiments of the 2 factions were starkly different. On Ren Qianjun's side, the morale was significantly shaken, particularly for Ren Qianjun, who held the position of vice leader. He had always been aware of Ning Chuan's formidable prowess, perhaps even on par with his own, or possibly superior. Yet, he never anticipated that Ning Chuan's strength would far exceed his expectations. It was not merely a step above, but a single arrow capable of claiming his life. On the other hand, Arislan, the tribal leader of the Harki, was furious upon witnessing the demise of his 2 vice leaders. The peak-level vice leaders were crucial combatants for the Harki tribe, and the loss of even one was a significant blow. While lower-tier fighters could be trained with relative ease, cultivating high-tier warriors required substantial time, money, and resources. Now, 2 vice leaders, whom the Harki tribe had invested considerable effort in training, had been slain by Ning Chuan's 2 arrows. If he were allowed to shoot a few more, it was likely that other vice leaders would meet the same fate. As the leader of the Harki tribe, Arislan could not accept such a disastrous outcome. After all, this ambush was motivated by his desire for vengeance. If he were to lose more vice leaders, it would spell his utter ruin. Thus, in that moment, Arislan disregarded the need to eliminate Ren Qianjun before charging directly at Ning Chuan. With 2 more thuds, 2 vice leaders of the Harki tribe fell victim to Ning Chuan's iron arrows once again. 5 constitution, 2 Qi recovery pills, 3 inner strength, 3 military rations. Stop. You wretched fool. Arislan bellowed upon witnessing the second pair of vice leaders succumb to Ning Chuan's arrows. He was taken aback by how swiftly Ning Chuan's strength had escalated. It was not long ago that Ning Chuan had nearly been slain by one of the Harki tribe's adept archers. Now, in such a short span, he had the capability to eliminate the tribe's vice leaders. Do you think your command will make me halt? Ning Chuan's expression was icy, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he released yet another arrow. With a splatter of blood, yet another vice leader of the Harki tribe fell. You insolent wretch. I shall kill you. Arislan screamed in fury, channeling his true energy into his battle blade and striking down towards Ning Chuan. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped wave of terrifying blade energy surged forth, cleaving towards Ning Chuan. Wherever the blade energy passed, the ground was torn asunder, and the surrounding flora was reduced to mere powder. Ning Chuan's pupils constricted as he hastily dismounted his steed, seeking refuge to the side. In an instant, the valiant horse he had ridden was cleaved in 2 by a crescent-shaped wave of malevolent blade energy, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed. A cold sweat trickled down Ning Chuan's forehead, This was the terrors of innate true energy, an entirely different realm from mere internal force. Had it not been for Ning Chuan's exceptional perceptive abilities, he might not have evaded the lethal strike from Arislan, the chieftain of the Hachi tribe, who had unleashed his blade with lethal intent. Had he escaped? Arislan furrowed his brow, astonished that Ning Chuan could elude his strike infused with innate true energy. Yet, what did it matter? In Arislan's mind, Ning Chuan was already marked for death. He raised his war blade, poised to deliver another devastating blow. Just then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 azure arrows shot forth, the very frost arrows once acquired by Ning Chuan. As the frost arrows approached Arislan, they shattered, releasing a frigid aura. It is not an exaggeration to say that the chilling energy emitted by these arrows could freeze even a peak postnatal expert into a lifeless statue. However, Arislan was not merely a peak postnatal fighter. He was a half-step innate expert who had opened the Ren Meridian and cultivated a thread of innate true energy. The relentless cold, which his internal force could not swiftly dispel, was expelled as if snow met the blazing sun under the influence of innate true energy. Nevertheless, in dispelling the chill from the 3 frost arrows, Arislan's already limited innate true energy was entirely depleted. To his astonishment, Arislan realized that Ning Chuan possessed such a hidden card. His expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Ning Chuan could unleash 3 frost arrows, exhausting his innate true energy. Yet, so what? Even without innate true energy, Arislan held absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish Ning Chuan with mere postnatal force. Just then whoosh. An arrow imbued with the might of mountains and rivers pierced through Arislan's left shoulder. Had he not dodged swiftly, it would have struck his throat directly. What was happening? The power of this arrow was astonishingly formidable, its speed terrifyingly swift. Arislan's pupils constricted. The might of Ning Chuan's arrow surpassed his expectations. Faster and stronger than the arrow that had previously felled the deputy chieftain of the Hachi tribe. If he had his innate true energy, this arrow would have posed no threat. Yet, the critical fact remained that his true energy had been depleted by the 3 frost arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, a series of 10 shooting stars nearly claimed Arislan's life, striking him thrice. Fortunately, he managed to avoid critical areas. Otherwise, his existence would have been gravely jeopardized. Cursed be it, he had to close the distance. For the first time, Chieftain Arislan truly grasped the terror of Ning Chuan's archery. Thus, he realized the imperative to neutralize Ning Chuan's advantage. Otherwise, he would become a living target. In the next moment, Arislan, the chieftain of the Hachi tribe, brought his foot down heavily upon the ground. With a resounding thud, a crater was formed at his landing spot, and he propelled himself towards Ning Chuan like a cannonball. This was a distinctive technique of the Hachi tribe, akin to the electric step of the Black Iron Army. Once unleashed, it reached an unparalleled velocity. As he closed the distance to Ning Chuan, the latter would find it impossible to stir up any turmoil in his grasp. Did you truly believe that by shortening the distance, I would be rendered powerless against you? Ning Chuan regarded Arislan, the chieftain of the Hachi tribe, who had suddenly appeared before him in the blink of an eye, with an expression as tranquil as a still pond. Has this chieftain, who erupted with such rapidity, failed to elicit a response? It appears that even you, the famed archer, are not much when confronted at close quarters. Observing Ning Chuan's dazed demeanor, Arislan let out a cold snort and swung his blade towards Ning Chuan, intent on claiming his life. Chapter 59, The Might of the Great Power Diamond Palm. The breath-concealing technique. As Ning Chuan gazed at the battle knife that was poised to bring about his demise, a low exclamation escaped his lips. With a hand that shimmered with a metallic sheen, he struck forth. You dare to confront my lethal blade with your bare palm? How audacious! Have you lost your wits? Or are you simply foolish? It is unexpected that a renowned archer would falter so pathetically when confronted at close quarters. Your hand shall not survive this. The supreme leader of the Hachi tribe, Arislan, observed Ning Chuan's defiance with disdain as he faced the lethal knife without flinching, instead launching a counterstrike. A mocking smile spread across his face. In his estimation, Ning Chuan's hand would surely be severed by his blade, and he would suffer grievous wounds, if not death itself. Boom. The clash of blade and palm reverberated violently, unleashing a terrifying force that created a crater several meters in diameter beneath their feet. Fragments of rock flew like bullets in all directions, leaving the surrounding floor ravaged and engulfed in clouds of dust. The thunderous impact drew the attention of all present. Then, amidst the swirling smoke, a figure, blood gushing from its mouth, was propelled backward. The supreme leader. The leaders of the Hachi tribe, including Gerald, were struck with shock as they recognized the figure. At that moment, Arslan's appearance was nothing short of tragic. His battle knife had been sent flying. Embedded in the trunk of a large tree, his right arm bore an unnatural twist, with white bone protruding gruesomely through flesh, bloodied and savage. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, some of it mingling with fragments of internal organs. Quick, catch the leader. Gerald hurried forward, aiming to cushion the fallen Arslan's descent, fearing that a harsh impact with the ground would exacerbate his grave injuries. However, as Gerald placed his hands on Arslan's back, an overwhelming force surged forth. Bang! Gerald and Arslan plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Oh! Gerald spat blood, his vitality waning, for his bones were shattered, fragments piercing his innards. Fortunately, Arslan, cushioned by Gerald, suffered minimal harm from the fall. Good heavens! Am I hallucinating? With a single strike, both a supreme leader and a commander of the Hachi tribe have been grievously injured? Unbelievable! A practitioner who has forged over 100 martial veins, a peak postnatal warrior on the brink of the innate realm, has been so severely wounded. It feels like a dream. My goodness! Ning Chuan is truly formidable. The elite warriors of the Black Iron Army, led by Ren Qianjun, gazed in astonishment at the scene where Ning Chuan delivered a devastating blow to Arslan and Gerald. They were acutely aware of Ning Chuan's formidable strength, yet they never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Yin Cheng from the Chuzhen Merchant Association, along with his retinue, stood in stunned silence. They had first-hand experience of the might of the Hachi tribe, having suffered significant casualties after merely a brief encounter. Had the confrontation extended even slightly longer, their fate would have been sealed, as they would have been utterly outclassed by the tribe's formidable warriors. However, to their utter shock, the vice leader of the Hachi tribe, whom they believed to be insurmountable, was felled by Ning Chuan with a single arrow, as effortlessly as one would slay livestock. Following this, Ning Chuan engaged in combat with the tribe's leader, Arslan, holding his ground and ultimately inflicting severe injuries upon him after a fierce battle. Gerald, the leader of the Hachi tribe, attempted to catch Arslan to mitigate the impact of his fall, only to suffer grievous harm himself. The display of such power was nothing short of terrifying, far exceeding their wildest imaginations. The remaining two vice leaders and the leader of the Hachi tribe, witnessing the unfolding chaos, did not hesitate to turn their steeds and flee. They understood the necessity of escape. Staying would inevitably lead to their demise. They had witnessed Ning Chuan's terrifying prowess firsthand, and lingering any longer would assure their death. Yet, before they could manage their escape, two glimmering iron arrows pierced through their throats. To attempt an escape beneath the watchful eyes of Ning Chuan, the master archer, was nothing short of folly. Constitution 7. Inner Strength 8. Constitution 8. Inner Strength 9. You. Arslan, the leader of the Hachi tribe, looked at Ning Chuan with a mixture of fury and astonishment, his heart filled with dread. Ning Chuan's inner strength, physique, and that terrifying power surpassed all his expectations. That he had failed to harm Ning Chuan with his blade, only to be sent sprawling by a single strike, was a bitter pill to swallow. The might of that blow transcended the limits of the postnatal realm. Had it not been for Ning Chuan's lack of innate energy, Arslan might have believed it to be a strike only a congenital master could deliver. Leader, can you rise? I am on the brink of collapse. As Arslan grappled with the shock of Ning Chuan's might, Gerald managed to voice his distress. In an effort to cushion Arslan's fall, he had underestimated the power of Ning Chuan's strike, and in a moment of unforeseen calamity, became nothing more than a cushion for the leader, suffering grievous injuries as shattered bones pierced his insides. Coupled with Arslan's weight pressing down upon him, he was verging on unconsciousness. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Arslan understood the peril they were in. However, the ferocity of Ning Chuan's strike had left him incapacitated, his right arm was rendered useless, and his internal organs had sustained severe trauma. The blood spilling from his mouth and nose bore remnants of his own insides. He could scarcely move, let alone turn over. Allow me to end your suffering. At this moment, Ning Chuan stood before Arslan and Gerald, unsheathing his finely crafted steel blade. Ning Chuan, the king of our Hachi tribe has returned to the royal court. My king will never let you escape. The Hachi tribe's supreme leader, Arslan, glared at Ning Chuan with a fierce intensity, his eyes filled with resentment as he summoned his last ounce of strength to utter a roar. Understood. Ning Chuan nodded with remarkable composure. With two swift strikes, the blade pierced through Arslan's mouth, simultaneously claiming the life of the Hachi tribe's leader, Gerald. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a reward. Beast Egg X1. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a reward. Maxed out breath control technique. The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. Just then, a battalion of 800 black iron soldiers rushed in for reinforcement. Chapter 60. The Delayed Reinforcements. The Little Tale, Yin Ryu. At the forefront stood Su Han, the commander of the Black Iron Army. Upon witnessing Ren Qianjuan's distress signal, Commander Su Han swiftly reacted and personally came to provide assistance. The fact that Deputy Commander Ren Qianjuan resorted to such a signal indicated that the enemy's strength was indeed formidable. "Where's the enemy?" Commander Su Han inquired, his expression grave and his gaze heavy with concern. "Commander, the enemy has already been slain." Deputy Commander Ren Qianjuan gestured towards several corpses nearby. "Just these few enemies?" Commander Su Han's brows furrowed in immediate discontent. His eyes, fixed on Ren Qianjuan, radiated a profound dissatisfaction. As if to say, in light of the already severe manpower shortage in Black Iron City, how could one possibly call for reinforcements for such a meager number of foes? "What kind of deputy commander are you?" "Commander, there were 9 enemies in total, consisting of the chieftain of the Hachi tribe, Arislan, 2 regular commanders, and 6 deputy commanders." Ren Qianjuan, sensing Su Han's displeasure, promptly explained, his own countenance reflecting annoyance. "If they were merely 9 ordinary foes, I would not have called for help." "What? Repeat that. Who exactly were they?" Su Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. There were indeed 9 adversaries, 6 deputy commanders from the Hachi tribe, 2 regular commanders, and the chieftain, Arislan. Ren Qianjuan reiterated. Upon hearing this, Su Han hastily dismounted and examined the lifeless bodies. Initially, he had been quite dissatisfied, questioning the need for reinforcements for such a small number. However, after inspecting the corpses, he recognized the extent of his error. These were indeed the 6 deputy commanders and 2 regular commanders of the Hachi tribe, along with their chieftain, Arislan. "Goodness, how on earth did you survive against such formidable opponents?" Su Han gasped, then added, "Wait, how did the chieftain, Arislan, and his men meet their demise?" Ren Qianjuan then recounted the entire sequence of events, generously acknowledging and praising Ning Chuan's prowess throughout. "I see." After absorbing the details, Su Han's perception of Ning Chuan shifted entirely. Previously, he had not paid much heed to Ning Chuan's rapid rise in strength. While Ning Chuan could be regarded as a talent, Su Han had encountered many such prodigies. The truly astonishing individuals he admired were those of extraordinary caliber, such as the top scholar renowned for achieving innate mastery through study, or the lumberjack who became a divine swordsman while chopping wood, the Grand Marshal of the South. In comparison to these 2 luminaries, Ning Chuan had seemed rather ordinary. However, the events of today had irrevocably altered Su Han's impression of him. Although Ning Chuan might not possess the dazzling brilliance of the top scholar or the Grand Marshal, his potential was undoubtedly remarkable, promising a future of considerable strength and influence. Such talent must be reported to His Majesty the Emperor for proper cultivation. "There is one matter I must report to you. The situation at our borders has grown exceedingly tumultuous. The forces of the Golden Horde are rampant, committing acts of arson and plunder. Even the citizens behind our Black Iron City have been adversely affected." The deputy commander, Ren Qianjuan, spoke in a grave tone. "Initially, it was believed that as long as Black Iron City remained intact, the people behind us would be safe. Yet, although Black Iron City stands undestroyed, numerous other fortifications along the border have succumbed to ruin, and bands of the Golden Horde, along with smaller tribal factions, occasionally invade, wreaking havoc. Indeed, I have been cognizant of this situation for some time, but as you are aware, our Black Iron City is nearly devoid of resources. Even if we are aware of these developments, we are powerless to act. Now, however, the Chuan Merchants Guild has finally delivered supplies to us. Once the transfer of goods is complete, we shall immediately address this matter." Commander Su Han declared. "Understood, Commander." The deputy commander, Ren Qianjuan, nodded in agreement. Within the Black Iron Army camp, as the Chuan Merchants Guild delivered the supplies, the soldiers of the Black Iron Army erupted in cheers. During this period of scarcity, they had struggled to find enough food to sustain themselves. Now that the various supplies had arrived, they could finally enjoy a hearty meal. At this moment, Ning Chuan had returned to his tent, but he was followed by a petite companion. "I am Yin Ryu, the daughter of the Chuan Merchants Guild president. Thank you for saving us from the brigands last time." Yin Ruyu, the young lady of the Chuyan Merchants Guild, raised her head, her bright, beautiful eyes gazing at Ning Chuan. Her heart racing with excitement, for she recognized this feeling as infatuation. Countless young elites had pursued her before, yet only with Ning Chuan did she feel a profound sense of security. Although Ning Chuan's appearance may not be the most remarkable among the elite, his resolute and profound gaze, coupled with an air of formidable confidence and dominance, captivated her in a way that far surpassed those other suitors. Most importantly, Ning Chuan resonated with her. To say it was love at first sight would not be an exaggeration. It was nothing. I merely intervened when I witnessed injustice. Is there anything else? Ning Chuan asked her, his tone indifferent, as if eager to dismiss her. And no, there is nothing else. Yin Ryu could hardly believe that Ning Chuan, in the presence of such a striking beauty, was so unappreciative, even attempting to send her away. If that is the case, please leave. It is inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together in a room. Ning Chuan directly began to usher her out. He had long been eager to test the effects of the perfected concealment technique and to examine the beast egg awarded for vanquishing the chieftain of the Aztec tribe. Yin Ryu's delicate face flushed crimson with indignation at Ning Chuan's behavior. With a stomp of her foot, she exited his tent, questioning her own beauty and allure in that moment. It was evident that those young elites who had pursued her would have reveled in the opportunity to share a space with her, yet Ning Chuan, in stark contrast, seemed entirely indifferent. Driven out, Yin Ryu found herself increasingly infuriated as she pondered the situation. In a moment of frustration, she retrieved a small mirror, questioning whether there was a flaw in her appearance that had warranted such treatment. Yet, after scrutinizing her reflection for an extended period, she discerned no evident imperfections. Ning Chuan, you are nothing but a blockhead, an utter fool. She seethed, biting her pearly teeth as she cast a defiant glare toward Ning Chuan's tent before departing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Inside the tent, Ning Chuan remained composed, unfazed by Yin Ryu's voice. He understood her sentiments. Yet he resolutely refused to squander time on romance. Once the transfer of supplies was complete, he would proactively seek to eradicate the forces of the Xinjiang Khanate and the minor tribes surrounding the Iron Black City. With that thought, Ning Chuan dismissed his distractions and began to experiment with the effects of the advanced breath control technique. Chapter 61. Hatching the Beast Egg. Long-term plans. The technique of breath restraint is a martial art that allows one to conceal their own aura. Once employed, it can effectively seal and compress one's presence, rendering their true realm imperceptible to others. Furthermore, it diminishes one's visibility, making it difficult for others to detect their existence, especially at its maximum level. The efficacy of breath restraint in cloaking one's aura is unparalleled. This is indeed advantageous. It enables one to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. After experimenting with the perfected breath restraint, Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The technique proved immensely useful. For instance, though Ning Chuan currently stood at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, he could easily constrict his aura to that of the early postnatal phase. When confronting formidable foes, he could launch a surprise attack, potentially inflicting severe damage or even delivering a fatal blow. Moreover, should he infiltrate enemy territory, this ability would provide a significant advantage for stealthy assassinations. Following his trial of the breath restraint, Ning Chuan retrieved the beast egg awarded for vanquishing the chieftain of the Hachi tribe, Arislan, from the system space. This egg, lustrous as jade, bore a few speckles and intricate patterns, emanating a faint golden glow, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. What kind of creature would hatch from this egg? Ning Chuan looked on with eager anticipation. In this world, there exist martial artists who specialize in taming beasts. Once successfully domesticated, these magical creatures become formidable allies to their masters. Given that this egg was a reward for slaying a being at the threshold of the innate realm, the creature emerging from it should be exceptional as well. Ning Chuan first dripped a drop of his blood onto the egg, ensuring that the yet-to-be-born creature would recognize his aura, a process known as claiming. He then began to continuously infuse his internal energy into the egg to hasten its hatching process. As expected, the egg, which was already on the verge of hatching, began to quiver under the influence of Ning Chuan's internal energy. Witnessing this, Ning Chuan's anticipation surged. What sort of creature would emerge from this egg? Soon, with a crack, a fragment of the shell shattered, and a small, pink, fluffy paw emerged. As the shell continued to break apart, a creature resembling a furry cat, adorned with a coin-shaped marking on its forehead, finally came into Ning Chuan's view. Upon breaking free from its shell, the little beast began to devour the remnants of the egg. Once it finished, its aura strengthened, and it opened its eyes, revealing a pair of jewel-like, bright orbs. When this little beast first laid eyes on Ning Chuan, it immediately leaped onto him, affectionately licking his palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hatching a wealth beast. The voice of the system resonated in Ning Chuan's mind. The wealth beast, a remarkably unique creature, possesses little combat prowess, but has the extraordinary ability to attract wealth from around the world. To be blunt, possessing such a beast could transform even a beggar into a wealthy magnate. Moreover, as the wealth beast matures, the accumulation of fortune it gathers will only increase. Wealth beast. Ning Chuan's brows furrowed slightly. Initially, I believed I would acquire a formidable ally, yet unexpectedly, I received a mere fortune beast. As I am not engaged in commerce, and my pursuit lies in acquiring potent strength, this fortune beast is, to me, a veritable trifle. Suddenly, however, a thought dawned upon me, unfurling my furrowed brow. While I may have no use for this fortune beast, others certainly could. Looking ahead, if I were to raise an army in the future, it is imperative that I cultivate my own foundation or align with formidable forces. The crux of the matter lies in possessing wealth. Without financial resources, how can I nurture my own cadre? Without funds, how can I attract powerful factions? Thus, to assemble an army, one must be affluent. The eldest daughter of the Chuyun Chamber of Commerce, Yin Ruyu, presents an excellent opportunity for collaboration. She harbors an affinity for me, and by bestowing this fortune beast upon her, the Chuyun Chamber's stature will undoubtedly ascend. At that juncture, fostering a rapport with Yin Ruyu, perhaps even deepening our relationship, could render the Chuyun Chamber one of my most robust allies when I raise my forces. However, I seem to have offended her not long ago, having expelled her from my tent. I should extend an apology first. I shook my head slightly, reflecting on the fickleness of fate. Within a tent, Ryu, why are you in tears? Upon entering the tent designated for their respite after transferring supplies, Yin Chong, my uncle, was taken aback to find his niece, Yin Ryu, with reddened eyes, silently weeping. Uncle, Yin Ryu burst into tears upon seeing Yin Chong. What on earth happened, Ryu? Please, tell me. Yin Chong urged anxiously. Through her sobs, Yin Ryu recounted the incident of being cast out from the tent by Ning Chuan. This is outrageous. Ning Chuan has gone too far. So what if he possesses greater strength? What is so remarkable about that? Ryu, do not weep. You are stunningly beautiful. Countless young talents would vie for your affection. And it is not as though it must be Ning Chuan. Yin Chong replied, unable to contain his indignation at the treatment of his niece. Had it been anyone else, he would have demanded an explanation on her behalf. However, Ning Chuan's prowess left him profoundly astonished, rendering him only able to offer verbal solace to Yin Ryu. Indeed, I, Yin Ryu, am a beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight. Countless young men would pursue me. What is Ning Chuan in comparison? Humph. So he possesses some strength. So he is somewhat handsome. So he has an extraordinary demeanor. So he caught my eye. I do not care. I do not care at all. Yin Ryu hastily wiped her tears, yet her once exquisite makeup became somewhat disheveled. Certainly, the world is not solely populated by him. One day, I shall have you. Uncle, find me an even better young talent. Yin Chong declared. Woo-woo. But I have my heart set on Ning Chuan. How can those other young talents possibly compare to him? Yin Ryu lamented, tears streaming anew, eyes filled with reluctance. Yin Chong, upon hearing this, fell silent, nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens, left at a loss for words. What more could he possibly say? My dear niece, could you muster a bit of spirit? After all, you are revered as a goddess by numerous talented youths. If those young admirers were to witness your current lack of ambition, they would surely be disheartened. Uncle San, I have made up my mind. I shall return the next time we deliver supplies to the Iron Black Army. Yin Ryu had declared with unwavering determination. Yin Chong, rendered speechless once more, helplessly slapped his forehead, lamenting that his niece was truly beyond redemption. Ahem. Is it convenient for me to enter? Ning Chuan's voice suddenly resonated from outside the tent. Both Yin Ryu, who had been weeping, and the exasperated Yin Chong were momentarily taken aback. For neither had anticipated Ning Chuan's unexpected arrival. Wait a moment. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of joy crossed Yin Ryu's face. But upon catching sight of her tear-streaked makeup in the mirror, she hurriedly began to tidy herself up. Sigh. Yin Chong, witnessing this, felt a renewed sense of exasperation and helplessness. Indeed, his niece was quite disappointing. Chapter 62. Investing in the wealth-attracting beast for the Chuyan Chamber of Commerce. Cleansing the plan. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, Ning Chuan finally stepped into the tent where Yin Ryu and Yin Chong were situated. In truth, it was Yin Ryu's concern that Ning Chuan might leave due to a prolonged wait that prompted her to merely touch up her makeup, which could have otherwise taken her at least half an hour to perfect. What brings you here? Yin Ryu shot Ning Chuan a glare, feigning a demeanor of aloofness and pride. I may have acted rather excessively earlier, and I wish to offer my sincerest apologies. Ning Chuan responded earnestly. Apologize? There is no need for that. Upon hearing that Ning Chuan had come solely to express regret, a flicker of joy crossed Yin Ryu's face, though she maintained her unyielding tone. Oh dear, what has become of my niece? Is she truly succumbing to the whims of infatuation? Yin Chong observed the change in Yin Ryu's demeanor, realizing he had never deemed his niece to be so love-stricken. Perhaps it was simply that she had yet to encounter someone she favored, or had Ning Chuan cast some enchanting spell upon her, compelling her to adore him unconditionally? You are aware that we have just returned from Shengjing City after a grueling 10-day journey, compounded by prior battles, leaving us utterly fatigued. I regret my earlier behavior and seek your forgiveness. Furthermore, this little creature is a fortuitous find of mine, exquisite and endearing. If you do not mind, I would like to gift it to you, Ning Chuan continued, producing the furry wealth-attracting beast from his embrace and placing it before Yin Ryu. This is the wealth-attracting beast. Upon the sight of the creature, both Yin Ryu and Yin Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. The wealth-attracting beast was a coveted mythical creature sought after by numerous trading associations for its ability to attract prosperity from the universe. With such a beast, and with proper nurturing, the Chuyan Chamber of Commerce could potentially elevate from a small enterprise to a medium or even a large-scale business. However, the wealth-attracting beast was a rare treasure, with only a handful of trading associations in existence possessing one. General Ning, are you aware of the value of this wealth-attracting beast? Before Yin Ryu could speak, Yin Chong inhaled deeply and inquired, his expression grave. Indeed, the wealth-attracting beast can draw wealth from all corners of the earth. Even a beggar could rise to become a wealthy official. For trading associations, it holds immense significance. Ning Chuan nodded affirmatively. Then why would you still? Yin Chong was astonished that Ning Chuan intended to gift them the beast despite his understanding of its worth. Firstly, I did indeed treat Miss Yin rather harshly before, and I have come to offer my apologies. Secondly, as a mere martial general, what use do I have for this wealth-attracting beast? I am no merchant. Thus, I would prefer to facilitate your success by bestowing it upon Miss Yin, Ning Chuan declared. At this moment, Yin Chong grew frantic, his gaze fervently urging his niece Yin Ryu to accept the gift. You should accept it quickly. Yin Ryu had never anticipated that Ning Chuan would apologize to her with such a precious auspicious beast. Although Ning Chuan was a military general, if even a whisper of this were to circulate, numerous merchant associations would undoubtedly flock to acquire this remarkable creature, fetching an astronomical price without any difficulty. Yet, here he was, offering this invaluable auspicious beast as a token of apology. Reflecting on her previous conduct, she realized she had been excessively demanding. Ning Chuan had just returned from Shengjing City after a grueling 10-day journey and had engaged in combat with the leader of the Hachi tribe, Eris Lan, leaving him utterly exhausted. Still, she had persistently pressed him, depriving him of rest. Placing herself in his shoes, she acknowledged that even she would have been irate under such circumstances. Alas, Ryu, since General Ning has expressed such heartfelt contrition, you should graciously accept his gift. Would you truly wish to squander General Ning's kind intentions? Seeing that Yin Ryu had yet to respond, Yin Chong gently urged his niece while lifting the auspicious beast for her. General Ning, is this a betrothal gift? Once given, such offerings cannot be retracted. He winked at Ning Chuan, teasingly. Uncle, what are you saying? Yin Ryu's cheeks flushed crimson, extending all the way to her neck as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Ning Chuan's eyes. If this auspicious beast were indeed a betrothal gift, it would certainly be worthy. However, I am merely a 1,000-man general. Discussing betrothal gifts is rather premature. This auspicious beast is simply a token of apology for Miss Yin. Ning Chuan clarified. Indeed, a true man, aspiring to greatness, must not linger in the comforts of affection. Yin Chong enthusiastically nodded in agreement. General Ning, should you ever require assistance from our Chuyan Merchant Association, do not hesitate to ask. We shall offer our utmost support. Uncle Yin, If there is a need in the future, I shall not hold back. Ning Chuan replied with a smile, the term uncle further solidifying their bond. Ha ha, well said. Yin Chong laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy. Ning Chuan, so young yet already a 1,000-man general with exceptional prowess, had just gifted him such an invaluable auspicious beast, undoubtedly making him a suitable match for his niece, Yin Ruyu. He found himself increasingly fond of Ning Chuan. Uncle Yin, Miss Yin, I must take my leave. After enduring a lengthy journey and the previous battle, I am utterly fatigued. Furthermore, once the supply transfer is complete, I shall lead my troops to eliminate the invaders from the Golden Tent Khanate around Haiti City. Thus, I shall retire now, Ning Chuan announced. Very well, you should rest. Yin Chong nodded in agreement. Uncle Yin, Miss Yin, farewell. With that, Ning Chuan exited the tent, and Yin Chong rose to see him off. However, as he turned back to re-enter the tent, he was met with the fierce gaze of his niece, Yin Ruyu. Uncle, have you sold me for an auspicious beast? She questioned, her expression far from pleased. You have always had an affinity for Ning Chuan. I merely gave you both a gentle push. As Yin Chong's words fell, he immediately picked up the fluffy wealth beast, his gaze filled with affection. Oh, my wealth beast is indeed the cutest. Humph. This wealth beast was a gift from Ning Chuan. Yin Ruyu snatched the wealth beast away, cradling it in her arms. Externally, she appeared to be angry, yet internally, she was bursting with joy. Fine. It's yours. It's yours. Yin Chong sighed, acknowledging that their visit to Black Iron City had proven fortuitous, as they had acquired a wealth beast. With this wealth beast, the Chuyan commerce would surely soar to new heights. On the following day, with the transfer of supplies completed, the Chuyan commerce departed from Black Iron City. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan and the other commanders were summoned to the central military tent, preparing to execute the meticulously devised plan to eradicate all invaders from the Golden Tent Khanate surrounding Black Iron City. Chapter 63, The Yuta Tribe. 50 miles southwest of Black Iron City, a jubilant procession of the Golden Tent Khanate is advancing, each face adorned with radiant smiles. Ha ha ha. Our leader's decision to lead the Yuta tribe into the rear of Black Iron City for plunder is indeed sagacious. Indeed, the other cities along the borders of the great Jin dynasty have fallen, and we, the Golden Tent Khanate, surged into pillage. Alas, the Yuta tribe arrived too late to even sip a broth. But now, with Black Iron City still intact and the citizens of the great Jin dynasty unharmed, we shall strike unexpectedly and reap abundant rewards. Let us not be overly complacent. With Black Iron City still standing, danger lurks at every turn. We must hasten our pace. Kiki. Although Black Iron City remains unscathed, it has withstood the onslaught of 100,000 soldiers from the Hachi tribe. Now, bereft of resources, they must be preoccupied with their own survival, rendered impotent. The members of the Yuta tribe, despite knowing their proximity to Black Iron City, exhibit a relaxed demeanor, showing no signs of fear, and certainly not regarding the Black Iron Army with any respect. The fact that the Black Iron Army could withstand the assault of 100,000 Hachi soldiers for over 2 months is indeed commendable. But what of their provisions after fending off the Hachi army? How many personnel remain? They are likely recuperating now, with little strength left to confront us. Furthermore, the spoils from this raid alone would sustain the Yuta tribe for several years. Thus, the members of the Yuta tribe either danced in celebration or sang boisterously to commemorate their bountiful gains. Yet, at the forefront of the procession, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow deeply, his growing agitation suggesting an ominous premonition. Leader, what troubles you? A bearded companion, puzzled by the leader's furrowed brow, inquired. They had just ravaged the territory of the great Jin dynasty, amassing enough wealth to sustain the Yuta tribe for years. It was a time for celebration. Yet the leader wore a troubled expression. It is nothing, merely a sense of unease. Immediately send scouts to ascertain if there are any dangers nearby. The leader commanded solemnly. Yes, leader. The bearded man nodded in agreement and promptly dispatched a team to scout the surroundings. After the passage of a short incense stick, leader, a contingent of the Black Iron Army approaches rapidly from ahead. An Yuta scout exclaimed urgently. What? The Black Iron Army? Indeed. It seems that what we dread has come to pass. How many are in that Black Iron Army? What is the strength of their commander? The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he questioned fervently. Reporting to the leader, the Black Iron Army comprises approximately 100 men, and the commander's strength is indiscernible. But he dons the standard armor of a 1,000-man general, replied the scout. Just over 100? The commander is merely a 1,000-man general? Upon hearing the words, the chief of the Yuta tribe's expression softened considerably. Though the Yuta tribe was merely a small entity, it stood as a paragon among such tribes. Far from the stature of the Hachi tribe, this time, they had ventured into the territory of the great Jin dynasty, bringing with them the elite warriors of their tribe, numbering over 300. 300 against 100, the odds were decidedly in their favor. Moreover, the commander of the Black Iron Army was merely at the late stage of the acquired realm, a foe he believed he could easily vanquish. With such a meager contingent of Black Iron soldiers, they would not pose a threat to his tribe. Furthermore, should they annihilate this group of Black Iron soldiers, they would seize a considerable bounty of military supplies and war horses. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce glint flashed in the Yuta chief's eyes, his heart a tumult of excitement and anticipation. Today, he would demonstrate to the Black Iron Army that despite the Yuta tribe's modest size, it remained a formidable force among small tribes, endowed with exceptional combat prowess. Listen well. A contingent of around 100 Black Iron soldiers approaches us with haste, led by a mere commander of 1,000. What shall we do? The Yuta chief rallied his warriors. Annihilate the Black Iron Army. Seize their military supplies and war horses. The elite warriors of the Yuta tribe responded in unison. They shared the chief's sentiments. After all, the Yuta tribe was a leading power among small tribes, and they themselves were elite warriors, numbering over 300. In contrast, the Black Iron Army was but 100 strong, and their leader was no match for their chief. The advantage lay with the Yuta tribe. Prepare for battle. Let us eradicate this band of Black Iron soldiers. The Yuta chief bellowed. Annihilate, annihilate, annihilate. At that moment, the elite warriors of the Yuta tribe were ablaze with battle fervor, roaring in unison. Whoosh, 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 for iron arrows, glistening with a cold sheen, sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of lethal intent, accompanied by the splatter of crimson blood. How could this be? The Yuta chief, who had just rallied the loudest, now stared wide-eyed, clutching his neck, yet blood continued to spurt through his fingers. In his final moments, he turned to the scout who had reported earlier, seemingly questioning. Did you not say this Black Iron Army was led by a commander of 1,000? How could they be so formidable? The arrows they released left me no chance to evade or defend myself. However, the scout who had delivered that report now lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. Who could it be? Thud. The Yuta chief too fell from his steed, utterly devoid of life, his heart filled with regret as he departed this world. He had believed that their numerical superiority would lead them to annihilate the Black Iron Army and seize its military supplies and horses. Yet, he had not even glimpsed the archer who struck him down, falling as if he were a mere insignificant pawn. Was he not the mightiest leader of the Yuta tribe? Physique 5, inner strength 6? The elite warriors of the Yuta tribe were momentarily paralyzed, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What had transpired? Their most formidable leader had been felled as easily as a common soldier? Flee. We must flee. With the demise of their chief, the morale and cohesion of the Yuta tribe's elite warriors plummeted to an all-time low, disintegrating into a chaotic scattering, akin to birds and beasts fleeing in every direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For arrows were loosed in unison, accompanied by a dazzling display of 10 stars in alignment. The crimson moon bow was nearly smoking from the relentless onslaught of Ning Chuan's arrows, each one finding its mark with deadly precision, claiming the life of an Yuta tribesman. In the span of merely 2 breaths, 40 members of the Yuta tribe had succumbed to Ning Chuan's formidable archery skills. Fortunately, it was the crimson moon bow in use. Had it been an ordinary bow, it could scarcely have withstood such an application of force. The Black Iron Army, having witnessed Ning Chuan's astounding prowess, could only stand in stunned silence. The simultaneous release of 4 arrows, along with the 10-star alignment, each striking down an adversary, revealed an archery skill that was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 64. The Maiden of Ironheart Island, Ironheart Lawn. As Ning Chuan led the elite of the Black Iron Army into the fray against the warriors of the Yuta tribe, he had already expended all 20 arrows from his quiver and the 100 arrows from his saddlebag, having dispatched a total of 120 foes with unerring precision. With his physical prowess heightened, he had once more opened 2 martial pathways. Not a single adversary was spared. All were annihilated. Drawing forth his gleaming steel blade, Ning Chuan's voice was icy, his intent to kill palpable. Yes, the elite of the Black Iron Army responded immediately, unleashing a brutal slaughter upon the remaining members of the Yuta tribe. These individuals, laden with plundered goods stained with the blood of the subjects of the great Jin dynasty, would find no mercy from the soldiers of the Black Iron Army. Half an hour later, every last member of the Yuta tribe had been eradicated. Despite leading merely 100 men, Ning Chuan's troops were all elite fighters, each possessing the strength of the acquired realm. Given the current shortage of personnel in the Black Iron Army, it was essential to eliminate the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate and the surrounding small tribes, a task requiring relentless pursuit that ordinary soldiers could scarcely endure. "Master, what shall we do with these supplies?" Guan Long inquired, gesturing towards the vast bounty seized from the Yuta tribe. "Take 10 men and escort the supplies back to the city. We will rest for a brief while in Qingshan town, which lies 20 miles away, and await your return." Ning Chuan commanded decisively. "Understood, master." Guan Long nodded, taking 10 men to transport the plundered goods back in a cart. Meanwhile, after surveying the battlefield, Ning Chuan and his remaining men resumed their journey. To Ning Chuan, the Yuta tribe was merely a minor interlude. Qingshan town, a humble settlement reliant on hunting for sustenance, was known for its fierce spirit and formidable combat prowess. However, it had now succumbed to the occupation of a contingent of the Golden Tent Khanate's army, originally boasting over 500 soldiers. Their campaign to seize Qingshan town had resulted in more than 200 casualties. The commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, Ba Fu, seethed with rage upon reviewing the casualty report. The villages and towns they had previously ravaged had offered no resistance to their slaughter, with all but the young women exterminated without mercy. Yet Qingshan town had defied his expectations. Its myriad hunting traps were masterfully crafted, and its men displayed extraordinary valor and combat experience, inflicting significant losses upon his forces. Ba Fu had never anticipated that capturing such a small town would require such effort. Yet ultimately, it had fallen to them. However, he refrained from further bloodshed against the remaining townsfolk. This was not an act of mercy, rather. He intended to subject these defiant villagers to a thorough and brutal reckoning. Fierce spirit, is it? Strong are they? Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of cruelty. Bring them forth. As the 1,000-man commander Ba Fu's words fell, 2 robust men, resembling each other in appearance, were brought forth, their faces etched with defiance. Even in such dire circumstances, the fierce glint in their eyes remained undiminished. "Now, I propose a game for you 2 brothers. You shall fight to the death. The victor shall be spared." Ba Fu's gaze was filled with amusement. "Huh, you thugs of the Golden Tent Khanate, if you have the guts, just kill us. You wish for us to turn against each other? Dream on. Fool." The 2 strong men from Qingshan town scoffed, one of them even spitting out a mouthful of blood. Had Ba Fu not dodged swiftly, that thick spittle would have struck his face. The expression of Ba Fu, the 1,000-man commander of the Golden Tent Khanate, darkened instantly. Following a signal from his eyes, a group of the elderly, women, and children from Qingshan town was brought forward. Although fear and terror gripped the hearts of these townsfolk, astonishingly, their gazes seemed to convey a readiness for death, with no one uttering a plea for mercy. The citizens of this small town were extraordinary. "You 2 brothers better start fighting now, or for every 5 breaths, I shall execute one of them." As Ba Fu's words echoed, he unsheathed his battle blade and severed the head of an elder from Qingshan town, a grim display meant to intimidate. "Uncle." The 2 robust men from Qingshan town cried out in anguish, their eyes wide with fury. They attempted to resist, but were swiftly overpowered by 2 centurions of the Golden Tent Khanate. 3 breaths have passed," Ba Fu remarked coldly. With no other choice, the 2 brothers were compelled to engage in combat with each other. Ba Fu and the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate watched with keen interest, offering critiques of the spectacle. "Strike his lower body. How could you miss such a golden opportunity? Are you 2 even putting forth your utmost effort? Go for his liver." They felt unsatisfied. This battle lacked the bloodshed and thrill of the fights they had witnessed in the gladiatorial arenas of the Mankind Mountain tribe. How can these 2 brothers even be compared to the fierce clashes in the Mankind Mountain tribe's arena? Another soldier chimed in. In the Mankind Mountain tribe's arena, one might even witness innate warriors battling ferocious beasts. They can't hold a candle to that. As the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate critiqued the struggle between the 2 men from Qingshan village, and even placed bets on the outcome. Just as it seemed the brothers were about to determine a victor through their fraternal strife, a young maiden appeared. She sported a ponytail, her countenance fresh and spirited, her attire adorned with an iron character embroidered at the heart. If some sects of the martial world were to see this, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the emblem of Ironheart Island. Ironheart Island is not only one of the most prestigious sects within the realms of the Great Jin Dynasty, but is also renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship. 4 of the 10 divine weapons in the martial world were forged there, attesting to its formidable metallurgical prowess. Stop. The young girl's face was contorted with fury as she shouted, forcefully separating the 2 brothers who were on the brink of a life-and-death confrontation. This bold action immediately incited dissatisfaction among the soldiers of the Golden Tint Khanate, their fierce glares and terrifying auras converging upon her like a storm. Humph! Are you the commander of this troop? If you possess any courage, then let us engage in battle, Tai Xinlan. Should I emerge victorious, you and your men shall depart. If I lose, you may do as you wish with me. Undeterred by the menacing presence of the formidable soldiers of the Golden Tint Khanate, Tai Xinlan maintained a composed demeanor, her gaze unwavering and frosty as she locked eyes with Bafu. You wish to challenge me? Pray tell, in what manner shall this contest unfold? Do we require a bed for our duel? The commander Bafu of the Golden Tint Khanate scrutinized the girl's delicate features, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he stroked his chin. The other soldiers erupted into laughter at his remark. I shall pose but one question. Do you possess the courage? Tai Xinlan retorted icily. Very well. Since you insist, I shall demonstrate whether I am indeed courageous. When the time comes, I shall make you yearn for ecstasy and despair. The moment Bafu's words fell, he raised his hand. Lunging toward Tai Xinlan Chapter 65. How despicable am I, and what can you do about it? The location of the grasp was, however, the sensitive area of Tai Xinlan's body, her chest. The shameless scoundrel. Upon witnessing this, Tai Xinlan's lovely face was adorned with a furious expression. With a swift motion, an icy blue long sword was drawn, transforming into a piercing beam of cold light as it cleaved towards the hand of the 1,000-man commander, Bafu, from the Golden Yurt Khanate. The aura of his postnatal late-stage cultivation erupted with full force. This woman, she possesses the cultivation of the postnatal late stage? Bafu's expression shifted. He had initially underestimated Tai Xinlan, believing her merely to be at the early stage of postnatal cultivation. Little did he expect her to possess the strength of the late stage. In an instant, the flames of jealousy ignited within him. Now over 40 years of age, he had just barely entered the postnatal late stage, and the prospect of reaching the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation in this lifetime seemed uncertain. Yet here was a girl of merely a few decades, standing at the same level as him in the late stage. Denying his jealousy would be a lie. Bafu quickly retracted his hands, attempting to evade the sword's brilliance, but Tai Xinlan's strike was too swift. With a sickening sound, one of Bafu's hands was severed, blood gushing forth. Bafu screamed in agony. Seizing the advantage, Tai Xinlan executed a remarkable footwork technique, appearing before Bafu once more as if she were a specter. Vile woman, I shall kill you. Bafu, after his anguished cry, utilized his inner strength to staunch the flow of blood, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. He swiftly drew his battle blade, clashing it against Tai Xinlan's sword beam. Clang, clang. The fierce collision of blade against sword echoed. As Bafu continued to fight, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. Who exactly was this girl? Her swordplay and footwork were exquisite beyond compare, truly exceptional. Especially while enduring the pain of his severed hand, he found himself utterly suppressed by Tai Xinlan, left with no option but to defend himself. Yet, it seemed Tai Xinlan lacked significant combat experience. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to withstand more than 3 exchanges under her onslaught, leaving Bafu in shock. Soon, he realized his predicament was becoming increasingly perilous. Wait, I concede. Bafu's eyes darted, and he shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, Tai Xinlan indeed halted her assault. Since you have conceded, you are not to trouble the citizens of Qishan Town any further. Retreat at once. Tai Xinlan's face brightened momentarily, pleasantly surprised that her first act of chivalry had thus succeeded, prompting a commander of the Golden Yurt Khanate to concede willingly. Very well. We shall withdraw at once. Bafu nodded, but suddenly, a treacherous smile crossed his face as he swiftly slashed his battle blade towards Tai Xinlan. Caught off guard, Tai Xinlan was struck by Bafu's blade and sent flying, severely injured. In the next moment, emboldened by his advantage, Bafu unleashed a relentless assault upon Tai Xinlan, completely overwhelming her. You have already conceded. Tai Xinlan's face contorted in pain, a gruesome wound on her abdomen bleeding profusely. Concede? Little girl, do you understand the meaning of deceit in battle? I was merely fooling you. Bafu sneered coldly, surrounded by a throng of soldiers from the Golden Tint Khanate. Laughter erupted. General, Your methods are excessively ruthless. You wouldn't want to leave her grievously wounded, would you? How would you enjoy her then? Fear not. I possess my own sense of moderation. Bafa gazed at Tai Xinlan's delicate visage, a lewd grin resurfacing on his face. You, despicable scoundrel. Tai Xinlan retorted, her teeth clenched in anger. Indeed, I am despicable. What can you do about it? Bafa's grin grew even more lascivious. You. Tai Xinlan's face flushed with indignation. As the daughter of the Lord of Ironheart Island, she longed for freedom and sought to traverse the martial world. Hence her clandestine escape from the island. Naive and inexperienced, she was ill-prepared for the treachery of humankind. The 1,000-man General Bafu of the Golden Tent Khanate had imparted a harsh lesson upon her. Now, gravely injured, she faced not only Bafu's advances but also the predatory gazes of numerous soldiers from the Khanate. In this dire predicament, she regretted her impulsive departure, fearing she might meet her demise here. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed from the entrance of Chishan town. This is bad, General Bafu. A contingent of around 100 Black Iron troops is advancing. A soldier from the Golden Tent Khanate reported, panic evident in his expression. Humph, a mere 100 Black Iron troops? Why the commotion? You go and hold them off. Once I secure this woman, I shall deal with those Black Iron fools. Bafa scoffed at the alarm. With nearly 300 men at his disposal, their panic in the face of 100 enemies was utterly disgraceful. But, General. The soldier attempted to plead further, but was cut off by Bafu's icy retort. Did you not hear me? If you dare disturb my battle again, I shall slay you myself. Get lost, Bafa bellowed, just as he was on the verge of capturing Tai Xinlan. The report of the approaching Black Iron troops fueled her desperate will to survive, intensifying her resistance, which only served to enrage Bafu further. The soldier, chastened, could only retreat in silence, fearing to utter another word. After a fierce battle lasting the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, Bafu finally positioned his blade against Tai Xinlan's neck. What a fiery little minx. I like you. Bafu licked his lips, gazing at the now defeated Tai Xinlan, his grin re-emerging with lewd anticipation. You vile wretch, just kill me. Tai Xinlan closed her eyes, despair flooding her heart. Hee, kill you? How could I bear to do that? You are still young. I doubt you have ever experienced the pleasures of intimacy. Today, I shall grant you that. However, I must first check on the battle at the town entrance against the Black Iron troops. You must patiently wait for my return, Bafa chuckled, preparing to knock Tai Xinlan unconscious before heading to the entrance to observe the conflict with the Black Iron forces. Just as he was about to render Tai Xinlan unconscious, the sounds of battle at the entrance of Qingshan town abruptly ceased. The fighting has come to a halt. Remarkably, they managed to annihilate a contingent of approximately 100 Black Iron soldiers without requiring my intervention. Such an exceptional feat. This is fortuitous. Now I can savor the allure of this fiery young woman. Upon hearing the silence fall over the battleground, Buff turned his gaze once more towards Tai Xinlan. Don't come any closer. Help me. Tai Xinlan's face turned pale with terror as she cried out desperately. Shout all you want. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Buff's expression gleamed with exhilaration. The more she resisted, the more thrilling it became for him. Chapter 66. A personal favor, the Iron Heart Command. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. The commander of 1,000 men from the Jinjiang Khanate, Bafu, furrowed his brow at the utter lack of discernment among his soldiers. He had been on the verge of capturing Ironheart Lawn when news arrived of a small contingent of the Black Iron Army, which only intensified Ironheart Land's resistance. After much exertion, he had finally subdued her. Now, just as he was preparing to execute his plans, his subordinates dared to interrupt him once more. A fierce blaze of anger ignited within Bafu as he rose to berate them. However, upon recognizing the rider, he was suddenly struck with 3 questions, his eyes momentarily glazing over in disbelief. The Black Iron Army? How could it be the Black Iron Army? Where were my troops? Panic surged within Bafu. Yet he clung to the fact that he still held a hostage. Do not come any closer, or I shall kill her, he threatened, brandishing Ironheart Lawn as leverage. Help me. Ironheart Lawn cried out, her pent-up grievances spilling forth upon seeing the Black Iron Army. She had anticipated death following her violation, yet unexpectedly, she found herself awaiting the arrival of the Black Iron Army. Your soldiers are battling us fiercely, yet here you are, playing with a woman. Today has truly opened my eyes. Ning Chuan, clad in the armor of the Black Iron Army's commander, rode a chestnut warhorse. his gaze cold and condescending as he looked down upon Ba Fu, the commander of the Jinjiang Khanate. His eyes briefly swept over the character for iron emblazoned on Iron Heartland's garment. Humph! Where are my men? Have they all fled? This is utter nonsense. Nearly 300 of them, and they couldn't defeat your mere 100. Ba Fu exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. What was most infuriating was that his soldiers had fled without informing him, leaving him encircled by the Black Iron Army, trapped in an inescapable predicament. Flee. Your men have all been slain. Where could they possibly run to? Ning Chuan responded with a mocking expression. Slain? By your mere 100? Don't jest. Ba Fu sneered. With nearly 300 men on his side, he found it incredulous that the Black Iron Army's commander would claim to have annihilated his troops. Believe it or not, release the hostage, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Ning Chuan spoke calmly. Release her? Who do you think you are? You think you can dictate terms? Ba Fu retorted coldly. Then let us simplify matters. Let us play a game of chance. If I win, you release her. If you win, I shall let you go. What do you say? Ning Chuan proposed. A game of chance? Are you trying to deceive a child? Such recklessness. Do you truly expect me to believe it? Ba Fu sneered. We of the great Jin dynasty are not uncivilized barbarians like you. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot. This is your only chance at survival. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Ning Chuan stated. Upon hearing this, Buff fell into a profound silence. Given the current circumstances, this was indeed his sole opportunity for survival. Otherwise, he could never hope to break free from the encirclement of so many Black Iron soldiers. The great Jin dynasty prided itself on its reputation, long touted as a land of propriety and integrity, where a promise was as good as gold. Although they had been repeatedly invaded at their borders by the Golden Tent Khanate, as long as they were willing to concede, their lives were generally spared. Very well. You have said it yourself. The gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Ultimately, Buff, compelled by the pressing situation, had no choice but to acquiesce. 8 horses are indeed hard to pursue, Ning Chuan remarked. All right, let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the victor, Buff suggested. No objections. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. The two immediately commenced their contest of wits, and after several intense rounds, Buff's forehead was already beaded with sweat from the tension. In contrast, Ning Chuan remained remarkably composed. Ultimately, Buff triumphed with scissors against Ning Chuan's paper, which brought a flicker of joy to Buff's heart. You said if I win, you would let me go? Buff gazed intently into Ning Chuan's eyes. Clear the way, Ning Chuan commanded, and the Black Iron soldiers promptly parted to create a passage. Observing this, Buff took a deep breath and finally released Tai Xinlan. However, just as he let her go, Ning Chuan's figure flickered, and he seized Buff by the throat. A gentleman's word, you said. 8 horses are hard to pursue. You promised to let me go. Buff's pupils constricted, utterly unprepared for Ning Chuan. A fellow commander, to possess such terrifying strength, so easily constraining him. Deception is the essence of warfare. I tricked you. The moment Ning Chuan's words fell, he exerted force with his fingers. A sharp crack echoed as Buff's neck was mercilessly snapped. You, despicable wretch. Buff's eyes widened in shock. As he succumbed to the finality of death. 5 physique, 3 internal strength. Beside them, Tai Xinlan observed the familiar scene with a sense of vindication. For invaders from the Golden Tent Khanate like you, did you think I would honor your gentleman's word? Such delusions. Ning Chuan scoffed, casually discarding Buff's lifeless body aside. Thank you for saving me. Tai Xinlan gazed at Ning Chuan with gratitude, having believed she was doomed, only to find herself unexpectedly rescued from the brink of death. Are you from Tai Exile Island? Ning Chuan inquired, glancing at the iron insignia on Tai Xinlan's chest. Indeed. I am Tai Xinlan, the daughter of the Lord of Tai Exile Island. You have saved my life. I shall remember this favor. Here is my Tai Exile token. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will undoubtedly repay this debt. Tai Xinlan produced a palm-sized token and offered it to Ning Chuan. Her gaze clear and resolute, her expression earnest, revealing her youth and inexperience. Tai Exile Island is a renowned power in the great Jin dynasty. Does your father not worry about you venturing out alone? To his astonishment, there were no formidable protectors in sight. Ning Chuan inquired, unreservedly accepting the Ironheart token. Ironheart Island is a formidable force renowned for its exceptional weapon-forging prowess. This favor would prove invaluable for Ning Chuan's future. In truth, I sneaked out, Ironheart Lan admitted, her countenance tinged with embarrassment. She had initially believed the outside world to be a realm of splendor, only to discover, after her escape, that her noble intentions of chivalry were met with a harsh lesson from the general of the Golden Tent Khanate, Ba Fu. How enlightening. If you were within the great Jin dynasty, donning such attire would undoubtedly earn you some respect, and no one would dare to treat you with disdain. Yet here lies the frontier, where the invaders of the Golden Tent Khanate have no qualms about disregarding your femininity. Thus, it would be prudent to depart at the earliest opportunity, Ning Chuan advised. Indeed, I shall, Ironheart Law nodded. The experience of this escapade instilling a lingering sense of trepidation within her. Afterward, following a 2-hour respite, Ning Chuan and the Black Iron Army welcomed back the return of Guan Long and his 10 compatriots. This time, Ning Chuan resolved that after purging the invaders of the Golden Tent Khanate from the vicinity of Black Iron City, he would reciprocate in kind, launching an offensive into the territory of the Golden Tent Khanate to vanquish their foes. His aspiration was to swiftly carve out 108 martial arts meridians, subsequently uniting the Ren and Du meridians to ascend into the realm of the innate. Chapter 67. The Sudden Moral Coercion. After a fortnight, the invaders from the Golden Tent Khanate surrounding Black Iron City had been largely dispelled by Ning Chuan and his companions. In this process, Ning Chuan not only experienced a remarkable enhancement of his physical prowess, but also expanded his martial arts meridians to an impressive count of 102. Just 6 more, and he would achieve the remarkable milestone of 108. With his fists clenched tightly, he sensed the formidable power coursing through his veins, and his gaze grew increasingly frigid. The emperor, as the sovereign of the great Jin dynasty, currently sat high upon his throne. But Ning Chuan vowed that one day he would bring this emperor crashing down. Subsequently, Ning Chuan led the Black Iron Army once more, embarking on a mission to eliminate the small tribes that had migrated to the borderlands. These tribes had followed the Golden Tent Khanate's forces, living off the spoils and serving as temporary outposts that posed a significant threat to the great Jin dynasty's borders. It was these very tribes that had allowed the Khanate's army to penetrate 300 miles into Jin territory. Now, it was their turn to face retribution. In short order, after a diligent search, Ning Chuan and his comrades discovered a tribe of approximately 1,000 individuals, the Mu Lu tribe. Among these, the majority were the elderly, women, and children, with only around 200 robust young men, the rest being soldiers and wounded from the Golden Tent Khanate, recuperating within the tribe. Kill. Ning Chuan commanded with a low growl. Understood. The Black Iron Army responded, their faces alight with cold smiles. The Khanate's forces had frequently invaded the borders of the great Jin dynasty, slaughtering countless innocent civilians. Now, the time for vengeance had arrived. With murderous intent gleaming in their eyes, they unsheathed their blades and charged forward. It is the great Jin army, an enemy attack. Prepare for battle. A vigilant youth from the Mu Lu tribe shouted urgently, sounding the alarm horn. Upon hearing the warning horn, the robust young men of the Mu Lu tribe swiftly sprang into action, mounting their steeds to face the impending battle. Hey, everyone take heed. This Black Iron Army numbers merely around 100, and more than half are wounded. Do not be afraid. Charge. What? Only about 100? I thought they had brought a whole legion. You had me worried for a moment. Kill, kill, kill. Initially, the spirited youth of the Mu Lu tribe felt a twinge of anxiety upon encountering Ning Chuan and the Black Iron Army. But upon realizing their foes numbered merely 100, their morale surged, and they charged forward with exuberance. Especially their leader, Mantu, who coveted the armor, weapons, and steeds possessed by Ning Chuan and his men. Such resources were invaluable to a tribe of their stature and could be exchanged for a fortune. However, it did not take long for the young men of the Mu Lu tribe to realize the grave error of their assumptions, and it was a mistake of monumental proportions. With 4 arrows loosed in unison, they struck true, each arrow claiming a life. After a brief moment, 120 robust youths from the Mullah tribe widened their eyes, clutched their throats, and fell from their horses, completely bereft of life. The tribe's leader, Mantu, along with the remaining 80 strong men, stood dazed. How could they have gone from a numerical advantage to such a pitiful few in the blink of an eye? Soon, an overwhelming wave of panic surged within Mantu and the others. Yet, they had little time to ponder. The Black Iron Army, led by Ning Chuan, had already descended upon them, and in an instant, the number of Mantu's group was halved yet again. It was over, utterly finished. The 40 or so remaining men stared blankly, their faces etched with despair. How were they to fight now? Just moments ago, they had charged into battle, and already they had suffered 120 casualties. After the initial clash, they had lost half of their remaining force, leaving them with barely 40. The morale that had soared moments before plummeted to the depths. They wished to flee, but what of their loved ones and children left behind? Despite their injuries, they still possessed some fighting spirit. Let us lend you our strength. Soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate, recuperating in the area, roared as they charged forward. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. Ning Chuan commanded coldly. These injured soldiers from the Golden Tent Khanate were executioners of the common folk of the great Jin dynasty, each with blood on their hands. Thus, Ning Chuan and his men struck with even greater ferocity. This was a one-sided massacre. The injured and remnants of the Golden Tent Khanate posed no challenge against the elite of the Black Iron Army led by Ning Chuan. Following a brief skirmish, all the wounded soldiers and the robust youths of the Molu tribe fell before Ning Chuan and his men. Meanwhile, the elderly, weak, women, and children of the Molu tribe gazed at Ning Chuan's Black Iron Army with hatred, unaware of how many of the great Jin dynasty's people had perished at the hands of their husbands and sons. My lord, what shall we do about the elderly and children in this tribe? Guan Long inquired. They have lost their husbands and sons. Their future will surely be fraught with hardship and suffering. Thus, let us assist them. Let us eliminate them all. Ning Chuan replied calmly. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to one's own people. Just as the children in the tribe witnessed their fathers and uncles perish at the hands of the great Jin dynasty soldiers, one can only imagine how they will react when they grow up. The ones who will suffer then will still be the common folk and soldiers of the great Jin dynasty. It is better to eradicate the threat entirely. Agreed. Guan Long and the others nodded in affirmation, cold smiles gracing their faces. In doing so, they believed they had avenged the fallen people of the great Jin dynasty along the borders. Just then, an elder from the Mullah tribe suddenly stepped forward, rebuking them. Stop. Does the army of the great Jin dynasty possess no humanity? We are left with only the elderly, the weak, and women. How can you bring yourselves to do this? The elder was none other than the former chief of the Molu tribe. How outrageous. This old man dares to manipulate us with moralistic rhetoric. Guan Long and the other members of the Black Iron Army were utterly astounded by his words. Even Ning Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to strike this old man down. To claim that they lacked humanity was nothing short of absurd. For so long, it had been the Golden Tent Khanate that invaded the borders of their great Jin dynasty. When the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate invaded, it was akin to a locust swarm leaving no trace behind. Men, children, the elderly, and the weak were all ruthlessly slaughtered. Young, healthy women were abducted en masse, either becoming objects for the soldiers to satiate their primal urges or tragically meeting a fate worse than death. How could this elder from the Golden Tent Khanate even dare to speak of humanity? Does he not feel the slightest shame? Chapter 68, King Aotu. At that moment, Guan Long and the entire Black Iron Army turned their gazes towards Ning Chuan. Why are you all looking at me? Strike. Do you intend to let him go? Ning Chuan glared, exclaiming with fervor, damn it. Let me slay him. Guan Long was infuriated by the words of the elder from the Muklu tribe and raised his blade, ready to strike the old man down. The elder proclaimed, as the Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will? He continued, our deaths are inconsequential. May you, in the name of the Buddha, spare the child who has not yet reached the height of a wheel. In doing so, the Buddha shall bless you. Otherwise, if the Buddha's wrath befalls you, you shall not withstand it. Amipa, the former leader of the Muklu tribe, clasped his hands together, resembling a compassionate and enlightened monk, invoking the Buddha once more. At this moment, Ning Chuan and the others exchanged glances, astonished that the old man dared to threaten them with the name of the Buddha. Damn it, I'll send you to meet the Buddha right now. Guan Long swung his battle blade. With a swift motion, the former leader of the Muklu tribe's head fell to the ground. The members of the Muklu tribe, witnessing this, were filled with sorrow, yet their eyes brimmed with hatred towards Ning Chuan and his companions. You scoundrels of the great Jin dynasty, remember this. If I survive, I will not let you go. A 10-year-old child from the Muklu tribe shouted in indignation. Just as the child's words fell, Guan Long swiftly swung his blade once more. Root out the weeds. Leave none behind. Ning Chuan and the Black Iron Army also began their assault. This marked the first tribe of the Golden Tent Khanate they had obliterated, but it would certainly not be the last. After a brief respite, Ning Chuan led the Black Iron Army in search of tribes that had migrated to the border. Once found, there would be but one outcome: total annihilation, with none spared. After decimating several tribes, Ning Chuan finally opened his martial arts meridians to a total of 108. He was but one step away from unblocking the Ren meridian, stepping into the realm of half-step innate mastery and transforming a trace of innate true qi. However, unbeknownst to Ning Chuan, the news of his elite Black Iron Army cleansing the surrounding invaders of the Golden Tent Khanate and annihilating numerous small tribes had reached the ears of King Hachi. Particularly notable was the fact that Ning Chuan had slaughtered the grand leader of the Hachi tribe, Arislan, among others. Coupled with King Hachi's recollection of the humiliation and immense cost he suffered at Ning Chuan's hands, he had summoned a true powerhouse to deal with Ning Chuan, who was now en route. Just then, "My lord, up ahead, a disheveled woman is being pursued by the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate." Guanlong approached Ning Chuan, pointing in a certain direction. Ning Chuan, upon hearing this, turned to look where Guanlong pointed. Indeed, a disheveled woman was fleeing in panic, her desperate expression igniting a glimmer of hope upon seeing the Black Iron Army. "Help, help me," the disheveled woman cried out, summoning all her strength to call for aid. Behind her were a dozen cavalrymen from the Golden Horde, who, with wild cries, pursued the disheveled woman. Even upon encountering Ning Chuan and his formidable Black Iron Army, these cavalrymen exhibited no semblance of fear. One of them, in a display of audacity, even loosed an arrow toward Ning Chuan, the commander of 1,000 men. Whoosh! The iron arrow flew swiftly, only to be caught effortlessly in Ning Chuan's hand just before it struck him. "You feeble men of the great Jin dynasty, this is not a place for you. Depart at once. This is the territory of our Golden Horde. You have half a stick of incense to vacate, or our reinforcements will soon arrive to deal with you." The arrogance of these cavalrymen was palpable, as they not only insulted Ning Chuan and his Black Iron Army, but also ordered them to leave. Were it not for their small numbers, they would have annihilated the Black Iron Army without hesitation. "Damn it, let us eliminate these Golden Horde scoundrels. To hell with them. Slay them all." The Black Iron soldiers, incensed by their taunts, drew their weapons, prepared to charge. However, the speed of the arrows was swifter. In the blink of an eye, the cavalrymen from the Golden Horde found themselves wide-eyed, clutching their necks as they toppled from their horses. "What a bunch of trash. How dare you be so brazen before me?" Ning Chuan's gaze was icy, his expression one of utter disdain, as if he were surveying mere ants that dared to challenge him. "General Ning is truly magnificent." The Black Iron soldiers cheered in approval. During their time fighting alongside Ning Chuan, they had come to fully respect his prowess, particularly his unparalleled archery skills, which left them in awe. "Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me." At that moment, the disheveled woman reached Ning Chuan and knelt before him, bowing deeply. "Please rise and answer my questions. What is your situation?" Ning Chuan inquired directly. "General, I. The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep as she recounted her harrowing tale. She had once been a respectable woman from Zhao family town, but when the forces of the Golden Horde invaded, everyone save the more attractive women was slaughtered, including even her infant child, who was brutally killed by the soldiers. The surviving women were taken as captives, reduced to mere tools for the soldiers' base desires. During their campaign, this Golden Horde army had ravaged and plundered numerous towns, returning home laden with spoils. Her family had operated a martial arts school, granting her some skills, and by a stroke of fortune, she had found a chance to escape. However, she was ultimately discovered by the soldiers of the Golden Horde. Had it not been for Ning Chuan and the Black Iron Army, she would likely have been recaptured and treated as nothing more than livestock. A victim to be made an example of. How many soldiers are in that army? How formidable is their commander? Ning Chuan nodded. He felt immense sympathy for the woman's plight. A child, not yet a month old, had been brutally thrown to death by the soldiers of the Golden Horde, and both her father and husband had been slain, leaving her family utterly shattered. This is but a microcosm of the suffering endured by countless families along the frontier, all of whom have been devastated by the invasion of the Golden Horde. The army pursuing us comprises approximately 1,000 men, seemingly all elite troops, and their commander possesses remarkable strength. Although I have not witnessed his prowess firsthand, he is at least at the pinnacle of acquired strength, if not on the verge of innate mastery. Moreover, it appears there is a figure among them known as King Audu. "General, we must depart from this place swiftly. The dozen or so cavalrymen from the Golden Horde who are pursuing me have not returned for some time, and they will undoubtedly send others to investigate. If we do not leave now, our demise is certain," the disheveled woman urged urgently. Chapter 69. 2 Plans. 1,000 elite warriors, and a King Audu. Upon hearing this, a fierce glimmer flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. General Ning, shall we confront him? The other members of the Black Iron Army, initially weighed down by the news of over 1,000 elite foes, wore expressions of grave concern. Having spent recent days expelling invaders from the vicinity of Black Iron City and vanquishing several small tribes of the Golden Tent Khanate, they were utterly fatigued and on the brink of collapse. Yet, upon hearing the name of King Aotu, the spirits of the Black Iron soldiers were instantly rekindled, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Previously, when the formidable forces of the Ha-Chi tribe loomed, Commander Su Han's Han devised a perilous, all-or-nothing plan to penetrate deep into the heart of the Golden Tent Khanate and capture their king. Remarkably, they succeeded. Ning Chuan and his comrades were even personally honored by the emperor, each receiving a promotion in rank alongside substantial rewards of gold and cultivation resources. The families of the fallen heroes were also compensated generously. Now, a king stood before them, accompanied by merely 1,000 elite troops. In comparison, capturing this king would undoubtedly be far less daunting than their earlier venture into the Golden Tent Khanate to seize King Ha-Chi. This prospect stirred the hearts of the elite Black Iron soldiers. Most compelling was the fact that their commander, General Ning Chuan, was renowned as a master archer capable of slaying 120 foes in 2 breaths and 240 in 4. Theoretically, provided there were sufficient arrows, 1,000 adversaries were hardly a match. However, these 1,000 were not stationary targets. Given Ning Chuan's effective range, within 10 or 12 breaths, the elite forces of the Golden Tent Khanate would be upon them. Thus, the ensuing confrontation would be perilous, necessitating fierce close combat. And whether they would successfully capture the king remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the monumental glory of such an achievement lay before them, igniting the ambition of every elite soldier in the Black Iron Army. Is everyone in agreement? Ning Chuan scanned the faces of his elite troops. Indeed, General Ning. After exchanging resolute glances, the soldiers affirmed with unwavering conviction. A disheveled woman standing nearby was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. What are you all planning? Do you even grasp what you're suggesting? You face over 1,000 elite warriors of the Golden Tent Khanate, and there is even a suspected half-step innate powerhouse among them. You number fewer than 100. What audacity grants you the courage to confront the elite of the Golden Tent Khanate? Do you wish to capture King Aotu? Are you all mad? I brought this intelligence to alert you to retreat and save yourselves, not to incite reckless sacrifice. However, Ning Chuan and his comrades were undeterred by the woman's incredulity. Since consensus had been reached on this endeavor, they resolved to proceed, albeit with meticulous preparations. After extensive discussions, Ning Chuan and his companions swiftly devised 2 strategies. In that case, let us set forth. Ning Chuan proclaimed with a grand gesture. As for the disheveled woman, she was hoisted onto Guanlong's steed, who intended to lure the enemy. No. You will die? You truly will. The woman, in a state of panic, exclaimed. Yet her frail body, weakened to the utmost, succumbed to Guanlong's forceful guidance towards the elite troops of the Jinjiang Khanate. Upon encountering the formidable army of the Jinjiang Khanate, the first phase of the plan to capture the king was set into motion. Meanwhile, the disheveled woman, upon witnessing the elite forces, turned pale with fear. In her heart, she lamented that these Black Iron soldiers were indeed madmen. The disparity in numbers was staggering. How could they possibly entertain the thought of capturing a king? It was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Guanlong, indifferent to the woman's thoughts, swiftly entered the sight of the elite troops of the Jinjiang Khanate. Look, O totters of the Jinjiang Khanate, this is the woman who escaped from your grasp. She has now been rescued by our Black Iron Army, and those dozen or so pursuers. We have slain them. Guanlong's voice, infused with inner strength, resonated clearly in the ears of the elite troops. Instantly, the entire elite force of the Jinjiang Khanate glared at Guanlong, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Kill him, commanded a stout man, youthful yet portly, clad in a fur coat and with a ruddy complexion. He was the newly crowned king of the Aotu tribe, leading the elite forces to invade the borders of the great Jin dynasty, seeking the thrill of bloodshed and hunting. Little did he expect a mere soldier of the Black Iron Army to provoke them, truly a fool's errand. My king, there is only one soldier of the Black Iron Army here. Could this be a trap? Perhaps we should first send a small team to gauge their strength, suggested a burly middle-aged man, his hands calloused, with a beard framing his rugged face. A trap? Indeed. You speak wisely. This is likely a ruse. If the Black Iron Army were truly our equal, they would have charged us by now. Then let us surprise these Black Iron soldiers. Leave 100 men to guard the spoils of our plunder. The rest shall follow me to engage." King Audu sneered, dismissing any notion of traps. He led the elite of the Autu tribe, capable of discerning any hidden devices on this vast plain with a mere glance. Yes, with the king's command. 900 elite soldiers of the Xinjiang Khanate surged towards Guanlong. The first phase of the lure had failed. Guanlong furrowed his brow. He had come alone to bait the enemy, expecting them to send a small contingent to pursue him, gradually escalating the confrontation. To his astonishment, they had committed the majority of their forces from the outset. Fortunately, they devised a secondary plan for procrastination. Soon, Guanlong made a gesture of two behind him. In the distance, Ning Chuan, who had been observing with the eye of the mysterious eagle, swiftly made his arrangements. As a master archer, Ning Chuan had a quiver prepared for each member of the Black Iron Army, containing 100 arrows each. Thus, gathering over 1,000 arrows was an effortless task. Consequently, all these arrows were set aside for Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, Guanlong would lead the disheveled woman to lure the elite forces of the Xinjiang Khanate southward, while Ning Chuan would position himself as a humanoid arrow tower in the east, poised to eliminate the elite troops of the Xinjiang Khanate. In this manner, even if the elite forces of the Xinjiang Khanate reacted and charged toward Ning Chuan, they would be delayed by several breaths. This constituted the second strategy for buying time. After all, each breath gained would allow Ning Chuan to take down an additional 60 adversaries. Chapter 70. Unblocking the Ren Meridian, a half-step into the innate realm. The ferocious assault of 900 elite troops from the Golden Tent Khanate surged towards Guanlong, instilling a sense of trepidation that caused him to furrow his brow. The disheveled woman riding alongside him was nearly paralyzed with fear, her complexion paling at the sight of the formidable charge. Without delay, Guanlong turned his steed southward, adhering to their plan. However, their shared mount impeded their speed. The elite forces drew ever closer, their arrows raining down upon them. Guanlong's expression hardened as he wielded his iron blade, deftly deflecting the incoming projectiles. Though the woman was gripped by panic, she suppressed any cries. Fearful of disturbing Guanlong, they were, after all, bound in a precarious alliance. Soon, the other Black Iron troops came into view, their faces betraying sheer panic as they began to flee. Aha! Indeed, a strategy to lure the enemy, effortlessly discerned by this king. Are the cowards of the Black Iron Army surprised? The moment Audu Wang laid eyes on the retreating soldiers, he erupted into laughter, reveling in his foresight. A nearby half-step innate powerhouse shared a contemptuous chuckle, eager to annihilate the intruding Black Iron forces. At that moment, a flurry of iron arrows shot forth. In rapid succession, they struck true, claiming the lives of 60 cavalrymen in the first breath, and another 60 in the second. This is dire. There's an ambush of archers. The half-step innate warrior frowned, swiftly commanding around 500 soldiers to advance. Internally, he marveled at the prowess of these Black Iron archers. Their accuracy was unparalleled, even outshining the finest archery battalions of the steppes. Yet, upon noticing that only Ning Chuan stood among them, confusion clouded his mind. Where were the others? However, his doubts were soon assuaged. In just a matter of breaths, the majority of the cavalry charging towards Ning Chuan was decimated, leaving merely a handful who, despite closing in, proved no match for him and were swiftly dispatched. Ning Chuan felt a surge of vitality and inner strength. With a resonant pop, it was as if a binding within him had been released, and a force far exceeding mere inner energy began to blossom within. He sensed the spiritual essence pervading the world around him, realizing that with one more advancement, he could draw this essence into himself, transforming it into his own power. Was this the sensation of unblocking the Ren Meridian, stepping into the half-step innate realm? Ning Chuan whispered to himself, his heart brimming with excitement. He had finally stepped into the realm of semi-inborn mastery. Upon witnessing Ning Chuan's swift and decisive elimination of 500 fierce riders, the semi-inborn expert from the Xinjiang Khanate widened his eyes in sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, he had presumed that a group of Iron Legion archers lay in ambush, only to realize that there was but a single archer. Most astonishingly, this archer's skills with the bow were terrifyingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, the 500 riders had been vanquished. This was undoubtedly the work of a master. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded a dozen peak postnatal generals to safeguard King Audu while he charged directly towards Ning Chuan. A terrifying aura erupted from the semi-inborn master as he approached at breakneck speed, drawing his battle blade and sweeping it forward. A crescent-shaped blade of innate true energy sliced through the air toward Ning Chuan, cleaving the ground, and sending grass flying in its wake. A semi-inborn master. I believe I can withstand this blow. Faced with the onslaught of this terrifying blade infused with innate true energy, Ning Chuan maintained his composure, slowly raising his palm as if to meet the attack head-on. This scene left the semi-inborn warriors of the Outu tribe in utter disbelief. To counter such a fearsome strike with bare hands, was he courting death, or was there something amiss in his mind? If all went according to plan, this strike would surely cleave the archer in two. Just as the semi-inborn expert anticipated a gory spectacle, his eyes widened in shock. The terrifying attack, amplified by innate true energy, was effortlessly blocked by Ning Chuan's palm. Impossible. This cannot be real. The semi-inborn master struggled to accept the reality before him. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Indeed, internal energy could not be compared to innate true energy. Feeling the overwhelming power of innate true energy, Ning Chuan mused inwardly. Had he relied solely on internal energy, even if he concentrated all of it into his palm, he could not have withstood such a formidable strike. However, now possessing a trace of innate true energy, he effortlessly neutralized the attack when channeled into his palm. Moreover, with a sudden surge of strength, Ning Chuan shattered the semi-inborn master's blade energy, which disintegrated into a mere breeze that wafted past him. The semi-inborn warrior from the Outu tribe stood frozen in disbelief. His full-force attack not only failed to injure his opponent, but was also crushed with a mere gesture. If a semi-inborn master was this powerful, how formidable would one be upon truly entering the realm of innate mastery? Ning Chuan pondered silently, disregarding the astonishment of the semi-inborn expert as he nocked an arrow, infusing it with the might of mountains and rivers alongside innate true energy. Whoosh! Thud! The half-step innate strongman of the Outu tribe widened his eyes in disbelief as Ning Chuan's iron arrow pierced through his neck. Thud! As the body of this half-step innate warrior collapsed to the ground, it ceased to show any signs of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, max-level arrow condensation technique. The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. The arrow condensation technique, a unique form of sorcery, allows one to transform their innate true energy into arrows to be shot forth. In essence, with the arrow condensation technique, Ning Chuan can entirely liberate himself from the reliance on physical arrows. As long as his true energy is sufficient, he can manifest arrows from his true energy itself. What a remarkable treasure! Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly prepared to test it out. Chapter 71. Capturing the King Again. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate this group of Black Iron Army. Let these weaklings understand the might of the warriors of the Golden Horde. A vice-commander of the Golden Horde brandished his weapon, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he roared loudly. You are quite arrogant. It's you. The moment Ning Chuan's words fell, he swiftly drew his bowstring and unleashed the arrow condensation technique. In no time, an arrow, forged from innate true energy and nearly ethereal, rapidly took shape. Whoosh! The void arrow shot forth, creating ripples through the air as it passed. The vice-commander, who was still boasting, sensed the impending danger and hastily summoned his internal energy, positioning his sword defensively. However, upon feeling the oppressive force of the innate true energy, he gasped in disbelief. Innate true energy? Puff! The ethereal arrow swept past, obliterating the upper half of the vice-commander's body. Furthermore, the arrow's power remained unabated as it continued to strike down over a dozen elite warriors of the Golden Horde before finally exhausting its energy and dissipating into nothingness. Among the fallen were commanders of various ranks, yet none could withstand the onslaught. The scene of death was gruesome and tragic, as all had been rendered headless. Gasp! Ning Chuan inhaled sharply at the sight. He had initially presumed the innate true energy arrows would be comparable to an ordinary arrow imbued with innate energy, but it had effortlessly pierced through the vice-commander's neck, leaving him utterly defenseless. The true innate energy arrow had utterly annihilated the upper bodies of the vice-commander and his fellow leaders, a display of power beyond comprehension. However, with the innate true energy he currently possessed, Ning Chuan could only forge 2 arrows. After witnessing the arrow condensation technique's potency, he nocked another arrow, commencing a relentless assault on the soldiers of the Golden Horde, none able to withstand his strike. Ha! General Ning is imposing and magnificent. General Ning will be my idol in the future. If only I could possess half of General Ning's archery skills. Come on. If I could attain even 1/10 of General Ning's prowess, I would count myself fortunate. Just give me 1% of General Ning's skills, and I would be grateful. No way. Can you really rally like this? Guanlong and the rest of the Black Iron Army watched as the pursuing enemy numbers dwindled, their initially tense hearts gradually easing. Truly, the archery skills of the revered General Ning were nothing short of divine. Meanwhile, King Aotu was almost rendered speechless by fear. For arrows launched simultaneously, 10 stars aligned, each shot finding its mark, and in a brief moment, he had witnessed the demise of 500 warriors from his golden horde. Even a half-step innate expert was easily subdued by Ning Chuan's overwhelming force. What shocked King Aotu the most was that Ning Chuan had actually attained innate true energy. This was indeed dire news. Retreat. Quickly, cover my retreat. Panic was evident on the king's fair, plump face. As he ruthlessly slaughtered the citizens of the great Jin dynasty, he displayed a heartlessness that was chilling, unflinching in the face of his deeds. Yet when it came time for his own escape, terror overwhelmed him, and all he desired was to flee this place swiftly. Why was the steed he rode so unbearably slow? Hurry, move faster. Aotu Wang lashed his horse with fervor, cursing the beast for its sluggish pace. In this moment, panic consumed him, for he remained well within Ning Chuan's range. Upon witnessing Aotu Wang's retreat, a cruel smile spread across Ning Chuan's face. Their objective was to capture the king. There was no way they would allow Aotu Wang to evade them. Whoosh, thud, as Ning Chuan released an arrow. Aotu Wang's steed let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, unseating him violently. Some of his subordinates attempted to rescue him, but Ning Chuan dispatched them all with his arrows. Ultimately, Ning Chuan and his cadre of several dozen Black Iron troops annihilated Aotu Wang's 900 men and captured him alive. Haha, we have succeeded. We have captured a king. Promotions and rewards from His Majesty the Emperor are surely on the horizon. All of this is thanks to General Ning. Without him, our ambitions of capturing a king would have been nothing but a pipe dream. In this moment, the elite Black Iron troops held Ning Chuan, the master archer, in ever-growing admiration. To put it bluntly, Ning Chuan alone was worth an entire battalion of 500 archers. At this juncture, a disheveled woman stood in stunned silence, gazing at the formidable Black Iron troops, particularly at the seemingly youthful General Ning Chuan. Previously, she had dismissed the notion that this group could ever contemplate taking on Aotu Wang as madness. Having barely escaped the clutches of the Jin Zhan Khan's forces, she feared for her life once more. Yet, to her astonishment, this band of Black Iron soldiers had indeed succeeded in capturing Aotu Wang. The sight of the young General Ning, with his extraordinary archery skills, shook her to her core. The true force behind this successful capture was undoubtedly General Ning, while the other elite soldiers merely played a supporting role. Subsequently, after successfully capturing the king, Ning Chuan and his men advanced toward the remaining soldiers of the Jin Zhan Khan who were guarding supplies. Observing the capture of Aotu Wang and the annihilation of his 900 men, some of the soldiers harbored thoughts of surrender. However, Ning Chuan would not grant them such an opportunity. Each soldier among the Jin Zhan Khan was stained with the blood of the citizens of the great Jin dynasty. Moreover, Ning Chuan grew stronger with each enemy he felt. The thought of surrendering and becoming a captive was unthinkable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ning Chuan's unparalleled archery left the remaining soldiers of the Jin Zhan Khan with no means of defense, and they fell swiftly. Guanlong, take your men and free those women from their bonds, Ning Chuan commanded, gesturing toward the healthy women who had been captured by the Jin Zhan Khan's forces. Yes, my lord, Guanlong replied, nodding as he led a group to comfort the women while untying their hands and feet. The women, long dulled by despair and numbness, finally grasped the reality of their salvation. Soon, the air was filled with the sound of heartfelt sobbing. Enough. Do not weep any longer. We shall take you home. Ning Chuan spoke after allowing them a moment to release their pent-up emotions. Upon hearing his words, the women quietly composed themselves, boarding the carts laden with various supplies. Escorted by Ning Chuan and the elite forces of the Black Iron Army as they journeyed towards Black Iron City. However, just as they were about to leave the Golden Tent Khanate and enter the territory of the great Jin dynasty, Ning Chuan's brow furrowed in sudden concern. His keen senses detected an imminent and formidable threat approaching rapidly. Indeed, a formidable army of nearly 5,000 from the Golden Tent Khanate was encircling them. Leading this force was none other than the Khan of the Golden Tent, whom Ning Chuan had previously captured. Beside him stood a middle-aged man exuding an air of arrogance and power, arms crossed, coldly regarding Ning Chuan and his companions as if they were nothing more than insignificant insects. Chapter 72. The Innate Realm Expert. King Hachi. Ning Chuan gazed at the formidable King Hachi and the legion of the Hachi tribe before him, his brow furrowed in concern. The middle-aged man standing beside King Hachi exuded an aura of profound danger. The elite members of the Black Iron Army, including Guan Long, wore expressions of utmost gravity. The rescued women, on the other hand, displayed faces of despair, having barely escaped one peril only to find themselves encircled by predators once again. Ha! Ning Chuan. It has indeed been a long time. King Hachi's laughter rang out, yet it was laced with a palpable bitterness. His animosity was undeniable, fueled by the memory of how his grand army of 100,000 had besieged the Black Iron City for over 2 months, only to face defeat and humiliation. He, the illustrious and formidable King Hachi, had been captured, bound like a dumpling, and paraded before his own troops, who had subsequently rescued the city from his disgrace. In that moment, the once mighty king had felt a deep desire for death. Subsequently, Ning Chuan and his companions had dragged King Hachi to the imperial city, compelling him to sign an unequal treaty at a great cost, only for him to be returned by that old coot, Emperor Jin Cheng. Henceforth, King Hachi had become the subject of ridicule among the people of the Golden Yurt Khanate, a source of shame that echoed through the halls of his lineage. All of this he attributed to Ning Chuan. Thus, to eliminate Ning Chuan, King Hachi had tirelessly sought intelligence on him, sparing no expense to employ a true master with the singular goal of slaying Ning Chuan. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Pray tell, did you orchestrate such a grand spectacle specifically for my arrival? Ning Chuan surveyed the thousands of troops from the Golden Yurt Khanate, bemused. With merely a handful of allies by his side, he found it astonishing that King Hachi had summoned such a multitude, even enlisting the aid of a formidable expert. If this was indeed aimed solely at him, it seemed a tad excessive. Should he feel honored or cursed? Absolutely. This gathering is solely for your funeral. When your demise occurs, you may take pride in the grandeur of your send-off. King Hachi sneered, his gaze towards Ning Chuan thick with murderous intent. Are you not afraid I might capture you once more? Ning Chuan inquired. Capture me again? Surely you jest. This time, your death is inevitable. King Hachi's eyelids twitched with fury. How dare Ning Chuan even broach such a topic in his presence? This time, he was determined to end Ning Chuan's life. That may disappoint you. Bring forth King Aotu. Ning Chuan commanded, gesturing grandly. The bound and gagged King Aotu was escorted forth by Guan Long and the others. Upon seeing King Hachi, King Aotu's face lit up with joy, desperately yearning to cry out for help, yet his mouth was muffled by a foul sock, producing only muffled whimpers. Remove the foul sock from his mouth? Ning Chuan ordered. Yes, my lord. Guan Long nodded in agreement, promptly removing the foul sock that had been lodged in Aotu Wang's mouth. Uncle, save me. Aotu Wang exclaimed urgently at the moment the odorous sock was taken away. Aotu Wang, you. Upon seeing Aotu Wang, Hachi's Wang's expression darkened instantly. Both the Hachi's and Aotu tribes were considered medium-sized clans within the Jinjiang Khanate, falling under the larger Man Mountain tribe. To ascend to the throne of a tribe, one must possess the royal bloodline of the Man Mountain tribe, and in terms of lineage, Hachi's Wang was indeed Aotu Wang's uncle. Now, with Ning Chuan holding this leverage over Aotu Wang, Hachi's Wang found himself in a difficult predicament, with so many eyes upon him. And having already become a laughingstock after being captured by Ning Chuan, he could not afford to let his nephew Aotu Wang perish before him without intervention. Move aside. Hachi's Wang, Ning Chuan stated directly. As a soldier from the border, he had some understanding of the relationships among the tribes of the Jinjiang Khanate. Ning Chuan remained unperturbed because he had Aotu Wang in his grasp, believing that Hachi's Wang would hesitate to act rashly. Just because you say so, should I comply? Hachi's Wang inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with resentment. He had already concocted numerous schemes in his mind to eliminate Ning Chuan. And just as he was poised to execute them, Aotu Wang was unexpectedly captured. If he did not allow Ning Chuan and his companions to leave, Aotu Wang's life would be in jeopardy. Yet, if he did let them go, he was unwilling to accept such a defeat. To eliminate Ning Chuan, he had mobilized a significant force and even enlisted a formidable expert capable of dispatching him effortlessly. Yet now, his opponent held Aotu Wang as a hostage. Aotu Wang, speak up. Ning Chuan unsheathed his steel blade, pressing it against Aotu Wang's throat. This action terrified Aotu Wang to the point of losing control. Uncle, you cannot abandon me. My father is your brother. He even saved your life once. I implore you to clear the way. Under Ning Chuan's threat, Aotu Wang desperately invoked familial ties. But feeling insecure, he He quickly glanced at the soldiers of the Hatchai's tribe surrounding them. I am out of Wong. If you act rashly, and I am slain, your entire clan shall face annihilation. He was genuinely terrified of being killed by Ning Chuan. If Ning Chuan and his companions could not depart, his demise was certain. If they succeeded in leaving, he might endure some physical punishment, but he believed they would not take his life. After all, a living king holds far greater value than a deceased one. Seeing this, Hatchai Wang's chest heaved with anger, clearly agitated. Yet he was reluctant to let Ning Chuan go so easily. Ning Chuan, release Outa Wang, and I will allow you to leave. Hatchai Wang forced himself to suppress his fury. If we release Outa Wang, and you no longer have a hostage, will you truly let us go? Ning Chuan scoffed at the suggestion. Then let us proceed this way. You shall engage in battle with the companion I have summoned. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant your freedom. However, if you are defeated, you must relinquish the king of Oudu. What say you? Should you refuse, do not blame me for the ensuing consequences. The king of Hachi pointed at the haughty middle-aged man beside him, his voice laced with menace. In essence, he had invested considerable resources and manpower. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away. King Hachi, you are despicable. That individual is a true innate realm powerhouse. How could our General Ning possibly prevail? Indeed, the disparity between the innate and acquired realms is akin to a chasm. There exists no basis for comparison between the two. The members of the Iron Black Army were infuriated. Their intent was not to belittle Ning Chuan, but rather to state a fact. A contest between an acquired realm fighter and an innate realm fighter is a foregone conclusion. You have no choice. Either perish here or allow your General Ning to strive for a glimmer of hope. The king of Hachi roared, his desire to eliminate Ning Chuan intensifying. Very well, I shall face him, Ning Chuan declared solemnly, gazing at the arrogant middle-aged man beside the king of Hachi. Humph, your choice is most astute. The king of Hachi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. He would finally witness the demise of Ning Chuan. Chapter 73, A Mere Fatal Wound. The Innate Power of Life. Yudam, I leave him in your capable hands. The king of Hachi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Do you wish for me to terminate him outright, or would you prefer I sever all his limbs before delivering him to you? The middle-aged man, Yudam, regarded Ning Chuan with an air of disdain, never once deigning to meet his gaze. The innate realm stands exalted, far beyond the capabilities of those in the acquired realm. If I could indeed break his limbs and then present him to your majesty, it would be the most preferable outcome. The king of Hachi replied, his anticipation growing ever more fervent. Very well, I shall fulfill your request. I will first shatter his limbs, and then you may take care of the rest. Yudam spoke to the king with utter lack of reverence, for he was a formidable being of the innate realm, a presence even the man-mountain tribes sought to court. In the next moment, Yudam surged forward like a cannonball, his expression rife with contempt as he hurtled towards Ning Chuan. It seemed to him that subduing Ning Chuan and breaking his limbs would be as simple as eating or drinking. Thud, thud, thud. With each step Yudam took, the ground trembled beneath him, the sound resonating like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of those present. Even the soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate turned pale at the sound, their eyes filled with dread. Such is the might of the innate realm, a singular force capable of rivaling thousands, a terrifying entity that can suppress an entire city. With but a slight exertion, he achieved such an effect. Ning Chuan, at the forefront of this onslaught, also turned pale, his body frozen in place, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of Yudam. In this moment of crisis, Ning Chuan bit his tongue, the pain jolting him from his stupor. He then unleashed his 10 stars convergence, arrows flying true towards Yudam. However, Ning Chuan's retaliation seemed rather mundane to Yudam. The archery was commendable, yet nothing more. Yudam's gaze remained haughty, and he did not even flinch in the face of Ning Chuan's barrage. As the arrows struck him, they were immediately reduced to splinters by his protective true energy. The innate realm possesses the ability to absorb the spirit stones of heaven and earth, converting them into their own energy, known as innate true energy, which can be utilized for both offense and defense. In contrast to acquired warriors, those of the innate realm fortify their physiques while absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Therefore, while their strength and innate true energy are not infinite, they are markedly superior to those of the acquired realm, enabling them to contend with thousands and dominate a city. Although the arrows Ning Chuan loosed drained some of Yudam's true energy, it amounted to little more than a mere inconvenience. In the next instant, Yudam's hand reached out towards Ning Chuan's arm. Should he succeed in grasping it, Ning Chuan's limb would surely be crushed. Lightning step. Ning Chuan admonished himself internally, activating his lightning step to narrowly evade Yudam's grasp just in time. He swiftly distanced himself and once more employed the 10 stars convergence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, iron arrows gleaming with a cold sheen were relentlessly shot towards Yudam. With my innate vital energy shielding me, these arrows could not inflict even the slightest harm. Yudam's expression grew increasingly disdainful. Indeed, these 10 iron arrows were once again shattered by Yudam's protective vital energy. This scene left Guanlong and the others visibly anxious. Why did General Ning, having clearly stepped into the realm of half-step innate, refrain from employing his innate vital energy? Meanwhile, King Hachi displayed a smug expression. His lavish expenditure to enlist the services of the innate Yudam was evidently justified by his formidable prowess. I suggest you surrender and allow me to break your limbs. Yudam advanced once more. This time, Ning Chuan's quiver was entirely depleted of arrows, forcing him to draw his steel war knife from his waist and strike at Yudam. Yudam, however, remained unimpressed. As long as he possessed his innate vital energy, the mere postnatal Ning Chuan stood no chance of harming him in the slightest. Thus, he did not even flinch in response to Ning Chuan's strike. The notion that a mere postnatal individual could breach his protective vital energy was utterly preposterous. Yet this time, Yudam had underestimated his opponent. As Ning Chuan's blade approached, he suddenly sensed a lethal threat. It turned out that a layer of innate vital energy had already enveloped Ning Chuan's blade. What? Innate vital energy? Half-step innate? Yudam's pupils constricted. According to the intelligence provided by King Hachi, Ning Chuan was merely at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. He had never anticipated that Ning Chuan had already entered the half-step innate stage. Achieving this stage granted him a modicum of innate vital energy, which was precisely what enabled him to inflict harm upon Yudam. Ning Chuan had previously executed 2 instances of the 10 stars convergence, aiming to lower Yudam's guard, making him continuously underestimate his capabilities, thereby facilitating a decisive strike. Consequently, Ning Chuan succeeded. His blade struck directly at Yudam's neck. Splurt. Ning Chuan severed half of Yudam's neck, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. Haha, we've won. Guanlong and the others exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the scene. General Ning had refrained from using his innate vital energy earlier, evidently biding his time to ambush Yudam. By feigning weakness, he ultimately delivered a lethal blow. When? Just a mere fatal wound. You underestimate the innate realm too much. My physical form cannot be compared to that of mere mortals. As long as my head remains intact, I shall not perish. Yudam pressed his right hand firmly against his head, and the gushing blood ceased instantaneously. The muscles in his neck writhed rapidly, forcibly closing the wound. This astonishing spectacle left all present in utter shock. Even Ning Chuan gasped in disbelief. To have half of his neck severed and blood gushing forth should have been a certain death sentence. Yet, this innate warrior, Yudam, shattered Ning Chuan's understanding of mortality. Could it be that, with his current physique rivaling that of the innate realm, even a severed neck would not be fatal? Of course, Ning Chuan would not dare to test such folly. He was, after all, not yet in the innate realm, and the prospect of death was too grave to consider. In the next moment, Yudam let out a sinister laugh, his eyes ablaze with fury as he reached out once more towards Ning Chuan, intent on shattering every bone in his body. Ning Chuan swiftly retreated, employing the electric step technique, and with his formidable perception, he continuously anticipated and evaded Yudam's assaults. You wretched creature. Yudam seethed with rage. Although he had forcibly closed the wound on his neck, he had not fully recovered, ordinarily. He would require an hour of treatment. However, in the midst of battle, the time was drastically reduced. The more intense the conflict, the shorter the duration. Yudam had initially believed that subduing Ning Chuan would be effortless, yet he was taken aback to find that not only had his adversary severed part of his neck, but he also exhibited remarkable agility, consistently predicting Yudam's attacks and managing to evade them. This only fueled Yudam's fury to unprecedented heights. The mountains shook. The earth trembled. Veins bulged on Yudam's forehead as he bellowed. He raised 1 foot high and brought it crashing down. With a thunderous roar, the ground quaked, genuinely beginning to shake. A wave of terrifying energy surged outward in all directions, plowing through the earth. Bang! Ning Chuan, caught in the brunt of the assault, was struck by the monstrous force, akin to being hit head-on by a battering ram, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. Had it not been for his physique, which far exceeded that of an ordinary practitioner, Yudam's blow could have shattered his bones and internal organs into oblivion. Meanwhile, Yudam, having unleashed this dreadful strike, felt a trickle of blood escape from his neck. Chapter 74, Slaying the Innate. The Manual of the Sacred Beast Legion. Is he not dead? Yudam, witnessing Ning Chuan withstand his full-force strike and merely sustain injuries, felt an immediate surge of frustration. The earth trembled beneath the might of his ultimate technique. A single step unleashed a shockwave potent enough to obliterate a martial artist at the postnatal realm. In his anticipation, even if Ning Chuan possessed the strength of a half-step innate warrior, he should have been reduced to fragments, his bones and organs shattered by the force. Yet, the outcome was entirely beyond Yudam's expectations. Enduring the blow, Ning Chuan merely spat out a mouthful of blood before performing a swift leap, appearing seemingly unscathed. It turned out that the wound on Yudam's neck was only forcibly closed, not fully healed. Ning Chuan realized this as he gazed at the blood trickling from Yudam's neck. With this knowledge, Ning Chuan decided to engage the innate warrior in a battle of attrition. Soon, a fierce chase ensued between the two. Yudam, hindered by his neck injury, was increasingly eager to subdue Ning Chuan, but Ning Chuan's heightened perception allowed him to anticipate danger, and his formidable physique rivaled that of innate warriors. Despite suffering from some of Yudam's attacks, he quickly regained his footing, leading to a stalemate between the two. The members of the Black Iron Army, including Guanlong, watched with bated breath. Each time Ning Chuan was injured, they clenched their fists, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Conversely, whenever Ning Chuan narrowly evaded Yudam's assault, they secretly sighed in relief. Their emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. Meanwhile, King Hachi was growing increasingly impatient. He had invested a substantial sum to recruit the innate warrior Yudam, expecting an effortless victory over Ning Chuan. However, he never anticipated that the two would reach an impasse. With the continuation of the battle, blood once again flowed from the wound on Yudam's neck. The prolonged engagement with Ning Chuan had drained his innate energy and stamina. At this moment, Yudam was utterly exasperated. Having been locked in combat for so long, not only was he struggling to suppress the bleeding from his neck, but his innate energy and strength were nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Ning Chuan, despite enduring several heavy blows, remained lively and seemingly possessed limitless stamina and inner strength. This left Yudam questioning whether Ning Chuan was truly at the postnatal level. Otherwise, how could he be so tenacious? Indeed, innate warriors are formidable. Ning Chuan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Confronted with Yudam's relentless onslaught, he too found his stamina and inner strength waning, suffering from internal injuries, including a ruptured liver and several broken ribs. The forthcoming confrontation would hinge on who could outlast the other. Presently, Ning Chuan's sole trump card lay in retaining a modicum of innate energy, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against Yudam. After the passage of half a fragrant incense, Yudam's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. Initially, when King Hachi had expended a fortune to summon him for the purpose of eliminating Ning Chuan, he had readily acquiesced without a second thought. To him, extinguishing a mere postnatal realm fighter was a trivial endeavor. However, he had not anticipated that he would find himself in a stalemate. Furthermore, his stamina and true energy were rapidly depleting, and the wound on his neck was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He urgently required treatment. Damn it! It seems I must resort to my most secret techniques to vanquish you. The Overlord's rending palm. Yudam roared, his aura surging dramatically. Ning Chuan, upon witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict and swiftly attempted to distance himself from Yudam. However, a flicker of doubt arose within him. For the Overlord's rending palm did not instill a profound sense of crisis. The seismic tremors that had previously enveloped him had evoked far greater trepidation than this technique. Before long, Ning Chuan discerned the reason. Yudam was merely posturing. After forcing Ning Chuan back, he turned to flee. This turn of events left everyone present utterly astounded. When Yudam had shouted the name of the technique, Guanlong and the others were filled with trepidation. The very name of the palm technique suggested formidable power. Perhaps this was Yudam's ultimate trump card. Would General Ning survive this encounter? To their astonishment, Yudam, after invoking the Overlord's rending palm, simply turned and ran, his grand display yielding little substance. Moreover, as he fled, blood continued to seep from the wound on his neck. In that moment, Guanlong and the others comprehended the reality. Yudam was utterly unable to continue. Meanwhile, King Hachi stood in stunned disbelief. He had believed that summoning the innate realm fighter Yudam would ensure Ning Chuan's demise, yet here was Yudam, retreating from the battle. The sight infuriated King Hachi, who clutched his chest in frustration. Ning Chuan, too, was at a loss for words. It appeared that Udom had reached the limits of his physical condition. Did he truly believe that by merely forcing him back, he could escape? After all, he was an archer. In the next instant, Ning Chuan silently withdrew the crimson moonbow from his person, employing the arrow condensation technique to concentrate the entirety of his remaining innate true energy into an arrow nearly ethereal. He infused it with the might of the heavens. Whoosh! The ethereal arrow, akin to a death-dealing projectile, sliced through the air, creating ripples in the void as it sped towards Udom. What? He still retained a trace of innate true energy? Udom felt a surge of peril from behind and was taken aback. In his mind, Ning Chuan's previous strike had shattered his protective true energy and struck his neck. It had surely depleted all of his innate energy. Yet, to his astonishment, that was not the case. The opponent still had reserves. At that moment, a profound regret welled up within Udom. He had grossly underestimated his adversary. However, this arrow would not be the instrument of his demise. Udom summoned every ounce of strength to evade the ethereal arrow, managing at the last moment to shift his body out of the arrow's lethal trajectory. However, before Utom had the chance to revel in his triumph, a swift arrow of void obliterated half of his body and one side of his head, blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle. His remaining eye, filled with shock and resentment, fixated on Ning Chuan, ultimately succumbing to lifelessness. The arrow of void possessed a range of attack, rendering mere evasion insufficient for safety. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the manual for the training of sacred beast legions. The voice of the system resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. Subsequently, Ning Chuan directed his piercing gaze towards King Hachi. With the innate realm warrior Utom now slain, the most formidable threat had dissipated. Thus, capturing one king or two held little distinction. Why not seize King Hachi once more? With Utom, the innate realm warrior, no longer present, the troops of the Golden Tint Khanate would find it impossible to thwart Ning Chuan's endeavor to capture a king. Chapter 75. Capturing King Hachi again. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan acted without the slightest hesitation. Although he had slain the innate powerhouse Udom, the initiative still lay with King Hachi, who commanded thousands of warriors from the Hachi tribe. Even though he had Aodu Wang as a hostage, the situation remained precarious. If King Hachi chose to retaliate fiercely, Ning Chuan would have no recourse. While he might find a way to break through the encirclement, what would become of Guan Long and the others? They were his future allies, and it was imperative that they not perish here. Capturing King Hachi would shift the balance of power entirely into his hands. Thus, in that fleeting moment of inspiration, Ning Chuan charged toward King Hachi. Stunned by the death of the innate powerhouse Udom at Ning Chuan's hands, King Hachi was taken aback to see Ning Chuan rushing toward him, causing him to panic. Stop him. Quickly stop him. King Hachi shouted urgently to his loyal guards. Yes, they responded, drawing their swords and advancing on Ning Chuan, though fear flickered in their eyes as they beheld the slayer of a formidable opponent. After all, this was a man who had vanquished an innate being. To claim they were unafraid would be disingenuous. However, after defeating Udom, Ning Chuan was injured and had significantly depleted his internal energy and stamina, leaving him at a fraction of his usual strength. If they could kill Ning Chuan at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Yet, having already opened his meridians and stepped into the realm of semi-innate strength, Ning Chuan regarded these guards with indifference. To put it bluntly, while 1,000 soldiers might surround him in an attempt to wear him down, the notion that these guards could slay him was nothing short of a delusion. As the guards of King Hachi charged at him, Ning Chuan wielded his steel blade with ferocity, blood splattering and staining him crimson. The guards could not halt Ning Chuan in the slightest. Stop him, quickly stop him. King Hachi, witnessing the blood-soaked figure of Ning Chuan, resembling a bloodthirsty demon, cried out in desperation. Yet, no one could impede Ning Chuan's advance. The soldiers who attempted to block his path fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another. Ultimately, King Hachi could not escape the fate of being captured alive. As Ning Chuan, drenched in blood and gripping his dripping steel blade, approached him, King Hachi fell to his knees. No, please don't kill me. King Hachi, trembling with fear, dreaded that Ning Chuan, lost in a bloodlust, would strike him down. Fortunately, Ning Chuan remained rational and did not deliver the fatal blow. A living king held greater value than a dead one. Stand down. King Hachi has been captured. Anyone who dares approach will endanger the life of your king. Ning Chuan's voice, bolstered by his internal energy, resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. The Hachi tribal army immediately ceased their movements, paralyzed by fear. Ning Chuan grasped the collar of the Karchi king, making his way step by step back to the side of Guanlong and the others. At this moment, Guanlong and his companions gazed at the blood-soaked Ning Chuan. Their faces flushed with excitement as they raised their weapons, shouting in unison. General Ning is formidable and majestic. General Ning is invincible. By heavens, General Ning shall be my lifelong idol. The fervor within Guanlong and his comrades reached a crescendo. Each of them appeared invigorated, brimming with heroic spirit. Their decision to follow General Ning into battle had proven to be fortuitous. Capturing 2 tribal kings in quick succession, their achievements, even if they merely enjoyed the spoils, would ensure a lifetime of ease and prosperity for their descendants. The women abducted by King Ao too now turned their adoring and incredulous gazes towards Ning Chuan. Perceiving him as a deity, they had believed they were doomed, yet this valiant general had rescued them, capturing 2 kings in the process. Subsequently, Ning Chuan seized a flagpole from the Karchi tribe, binding the Karchi king like a rice dumpling, silencing him, and hoisting him aloft. Clear the way, or I shall take the life of your Karchi king. Ning Chuan commanded Guanlong to lead the way with the captured king. As they passed, the Karchi warriors parted to create a path. The Karchi king, suspended by the flagpole, closed his eyes in utter humiliation as this disgraceful scene unfolded once more. His reputation in the Golden Horde was now utterly tarnished, and he might even find himself inscribed in its annals. To be captured twice was an unparalleled shame reserved solely for him, the Karchi king. My lord, are you well? Guanlong inquired with concern. Although Ning Chuan appeared unscathed, Guanlong sensed an undercurrent of unease. I am fine. What of the Karchi army? Ning Chuan's expression turned grave as he struggled to suppress the injuries within, wielding his formidable will to maintain a facade of calm, lest he collapse from sheer exhaustion. The battle against the innate warrior Yudam had drained much of Ning Chuan's strength and energy, and he bore severe injuries. To capture the Karchi king, he had nearly expended all his vitality, compounded by the agony of his wounds. That he remained mounted was a testament to his indomitable spirit. They have been trailing us from a distance, Guanlong remarked solemnly. Indeed, pay them no mind. Let us proceed, Ning Chuan replied in a low voice. At last, they arrived at Black Iron City. Upon seeing Ning Chuan and his party return, with the Karchi king hoisted once more, the Black Iron army on the city walls were taken aback. The Karchi king, previously captured, had now been seized again. Quickly, open the city gates to welcome them. I shall report to the commander. The Black Iron soldiers swiftly sprang into action, opening the gates for Ning Chuan and his companions. When Commander Su Hanzhan learned that Ning Chuan had once again captured the Karchi king, he was filled with astonishment. Dismissing all else, he hurried to greet Ning Chuan and his party. However, upon the simultaneous appearance of King Hachi and King Ao too, Commander Su Hanshan's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his gaze filled with incredulity. He could hardly fathom that after merely allowing Ning Chuan and the others a brief respite, Ning Chuan had successfully captured the dual kings of the Hachi and Ao2 tribes. But where was Ning Chuan? The commander inquired urgently, his demeanor visibly animated. General Ning has sustained severe injuries and has been completely drained of both physical strength and internal energy. He has been sent for treatment and rest, Guanlong replied. Ah, I see. Commander Su Hanshan nodded, then promptly returned to his tent, where he began to write fervently. He intended to report this splendid news to His Majesty the Emperor, while simultaneously recommending Ning Chuan for commendation. Chapter 76. Will one man from Ning Chuan exchange for 5 years of peace at the frontier? The commander, Su Hanshan, had fully grasped the emperor's indifference towards Ning Chuan. With Ning Chuan's recent accomplishment of capturing 2 kings, there was hope that the emperor might reconsider his stance and perhaps even grant clemency to Ning Chuan's family. However, Ning Chuan remained blissfully unaware of these developments. At this moment, having received treatment, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. After leading his troops for over a month, despite his physique surpassing that of ordinary warriors, fatigue still took its toll. Following that, he had engaged in a fierce battle against the innate strongman, Yudam, depleting both his physical and internal strength and sustaining severe injuries. Ultimately, in his quest to capture King Hatcher once more, he had exhausted every ounce of his energy. Even with his formidable constitution, he was now at his limits. Thus, after receiving treatment, Ning Chuan slept soundly for 3 days and nights, finally regaining his vitality. His remarkable physique, comparable to innate realms, showcased its astonishing recovery abilities. Moreover, he felt an increase in his innate true energy. If he could convert all his internal power through the Rin Meridian into innate true energy, he would be able to open the Governor Meridian and truly step into the innate realm. Upon awakening after 3 days, Ning Chuan whispered to himself that within a month, he would genuinely enter the innate realm. Subsequently, he retrieved from the system space the reward obtained from slaying the innate strongman. Udam, the training manual of the Sacred Beast Legion. This manual was a mere 5 pages in thickness. Yet, when Ning Chuan opened it, a plethora of information flooded into his mind. The Sacred Beast Legion comprised the Azure Dragon Corps, White Tiger Corps, Black Tortoise Corps, Vermilion Bird Corps, and Qilin Corps. Following the training manual's guidelines would enable the formation of the Sacred Beast Legion, with each corps possessing unique characteristics. In simpler terms, regardless of the corps, as long as the corresponding military spirit was condensed, even a team of 5 ordinary soldiers could easily overpower a squad composed of 5 soldiers at the early stage of the acquired realm. Furthermore, the greater the number of soldiers and the stronger their prowess, the mightier the legion would become. What a treasure! After perusing the training manual of the Sacred Beast Legion, Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This legion was undoubtedly the foundation for his future endeavor to overthrow the old emperor's reign. At that moment, a soldier, responsible for attending to the troops, exclaimed, "General Ning, you have finally awakened. Please hurry to the central military tent to see the commander. A grand opportunity awaits you." A grand opportunity? Ning Chuan mused inwardly. Soon, with the soldier's assistance, he donned his armor and made his way to the central military tent. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, Commander Su Hanzhan burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, Ning Chuan, I have splendid news for you. After you led the army to eliminate the invaders around Black Iron City and subsequently captured King Hatcher and King Audu, the Emperor has decreed your promotion to Grand Commander. Furthermore, he has granted clemency to your family, unsealing your family's properties that have been confiscated. Additionally, he has awarded your family with 10,000 taels of gold." Commander Su Hanzhan declared with a booming laugh. Ning Chuan has achieved remarkable military exploits and thus deserves these rewards. A voice resonated. Congratulations to the host for becoming the Grand Commander, awarded 3 opportunities to elevate any martial art to its pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan initially felt elated, but soon furrowed his brow, sensing that this situation was far from straightforward. Why was the emperor so generous today? Previously, when capturing King Hachi, others were merely promoted by a rank and received abundant gold and cultivation resources. Yet, Ning Chuan was only conferred the title of a 1,000-man commander, with a meager reward of 500 taels of gold, leaving a significant disparity in rewards. Even the plight of his family, reduced to servitude and prostitution, was overlooked. Now, however, he was promoted 3 ranks, bypassing the vice commander and directly ascending to Grand Commander, with the entire family pardoned, ancestral home returned, and a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold. All of this gave Ning Chuan an unsettling feeling, although he had indeed captured 2 kings this time. The emperor's attitude towards him seemed excessively generous. Had the old emperor truly changed his disposition? "What's wrong, Ning Chuan? Are you not pleased?" inquired Su Hanzhan. In the future, Ning Chuan, now elevated to Grand Commander, might have to leave Black Iron City for larger frontier cities. "I am quite pleased." Ning Chuan nodded. "That's good to hear. Come with me. I shall introduce you to someone," Commander Su Hanzhan declared. "Who might that be?" Ning Chuan asked, puzzled. "Someone close to the emperor." "The Grand Director, Lord Chao," Su Hanzhan replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's brow furrowed deeper, a foreboding sensation intensifying within him. Soon, he followed Su Hanzhan into a tent. "Lord Chao, this is the illustrious Ning Chuan, who has rendered great service," Su Hanzhan announced to a middle-aged man in the tent, pale-skinned, with a white beard, adorned in the attire of the Grand Director. "Ah, you may step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Grand Commander Ning Chuan alone." Lord Chao's voice was thin and sharp, as he delicately gestured with a slender finger. His gaze shamelessly scrutinized Ning Chuan, instilling a heavy pressure upon him. This Lord Chao was certainly no ordinary individual. "Yes." Su Hanzhan quickly exited the tent. "Grand Commander Ning, allow me to extend my congratulations. Not only have you successfully ascended to Grand Commander, but your family has also been pardoned by His Majesty. Your ancestral home has been returned, and you have received 10,000 taels of gold. Truly a cause for celebration. How do you intend to repay His Majesty's graciousness?" Lord Chao inquired, rising to stand beside Ning Chuan. To ascend the mountain of blades or plunge into the sea of flames, I would not hesitate. Ning Chuan declared resolutely, his expression serious. As it was indeed the time for such formalities. Excellent. You are aware that the barbarous Shan tribe of the Golden Tint Khanate has been in constant conflict with our great Jin dynasty at the borders, resulting in countless soldiers perishing and civilians suffering in dire straits. Now, there lies an opportunity to repay His Majesty's kindness. As long as you are willing to journey to the Golden Horde, they guarantee that within 5 years, they shall not infringe upon the borders of our great Jin dynasty. This is a rare opportunity for 5 years of peace. Chief Steward Chao patted Ning Chuan on the shoulder, speaking with a weighty significance. What? You want me to go to the Golden Horde in exchange for 5 years of peace along the frontier? Ning Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his head sharply. How does this even make sense? The mere prospect of traveling to the Golden Horde in exchange for a 5-year cessation of hostilities seemed an exorbitant price. After all, each year, the Golden Horde plunders vast resources, riches, and women from the borders of the great Jin dynasty. Yet now, they are willing to cease hostilities for 5 years merely to obtain a minor general, like himself, to wish his death? That seemed implausible. It would be absurd for the Golden Horde to expend such great efforts simply to eliminate him, unless their leaders were utterly deranged. What, then, could their true intentions be? Subsequently, through Chief Steward Chao's detailed narration, Ning Chuan finally grasped the unfolding events. The last time he and his companions forcefully invaded the court of the Hachi tribe and captured its king. It had incited the wrath of the higher-ups of the Golden Horde's Man Mountain tribe. Now, not only had Ning Chuan captured both the Hachi king and the Ao2 king, but he had also slain a genuine innate-level expert from the Man Mountain tribe with his half-step innate strength, undoubtedly intensifying their fury. Thus, they dispatched envoys to negotiate with Emperor Jin Qing, specifically demanding Ning Chuan. As long as Emperor Jin Qing was willing to surrender him, peace along the frontier could be secured for 5 years. Without the slightest hesitation, Emperor Jin Qing nodded in agreement. In his view, exchanging someone he already despised for 5 years of peace at the borders was an exceedingly worthwhile trade. However, considering Ning Chuan's contributions, this matter had to be kept confidential. After all, it would reflect poorly on Emperor Jin Qing's reputation if news spread that, immediately after capturing 2 kings and achieving great merit, he handed Ning Chuan over to the Man Mountain tribe. Hence, Emperor Jin Qing specifically sent Chief Steward Chao to convey this matter. Chapter 77. I must journey to my ancestral land. What if I choose not to go? Ning Chuan inquired solemnly. If you refuse, your kin shall suffer the consequences. You must deliberate carefully. Chief Steward Chao remarked with an air of indifference. Ah, so they are indeed using my family as leverage. Ning Chuan scoffed coldly. Regrettably, his capabilities were insufficient to adequately secure his relatives' safety. Even if he wished to keep them close, he found himself utterly powerless. His kin still bore the status of slaves, lacking even the right to leave the capital. In this feudal dynasty, even citizens of a city required appropriate documentation to travel to another city, let alone a group of individuals stripped of their rights. Although his family had been pardoned, they had merely become pawns in the hands of the aging emperor. Alas! Ning Chuan, I understand your reluctance, but can you bear to witness the continuous loss of life among the border soldiers? Can you truly stand by as the common folk in the borderlands endure such suffering? By journeying to the Golden Yurt Khanate, you could secure 5 years of peace for the frontier. Chief Steward Chao appealed to both reason and emotion. Ah, such a heavy burden you lay upon me. Chief Steward Chao, I, Ning Chuan, find it unbearable. The old emperor has become senile, and over the years, the Golden Yurt Khanate has repeatedly violated our borders. Have we seen him propose any solutions? Instead, he has consistently reduced military funding and the supplies for border troops, diverting resources to build his palaces and select 3,000 beauties for his harem. Now, due to a lack of supplies, the border garrison cannot defend the cities, leaving the populace in dire straits, yet he blames me? Ning Chuan laughed derisively, recognizing the moral coercion at play. To suggest that his refusal to go to the Golden Yurt Khanate makes him culpable for the suffering of the border soldiers and the people is absurd. General Ning, please choose your words carefully. What do you mean by that? Chief Steward Chao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Do I have a choice? Moreover, if my journey can procure 5 years of peace for the border, reduce the casualties among the garrison, and improve the lives of the frontier populace, then I shall go. However, I have one condition, Ning Chuan declared in a deep voice. General Ning's sense of justice is commendable. As long as your request is reasonable, it shall be granted. Chief Steward Chao nodded in agreement. I wish to visit my ancestral land to pay homage to my forebears. Surely, that is not an unreasonable request? Ning Chuan inquired. Although his uncle, Ning Chuan, had stated that only by attaining the innate realm could one uncover the family secrets. The primary distinction between the innate and acquired realms lies in the innate true energy and physical strength. At present, Ning Chuan's physique rivaled that of the innate realm. And he had also cultivated innate true energy, compelling him to attempt the journey. Otherwise, who could say when he might return from the Golden Yurt Khanate? Very well. No objections. General Ning, your noble intentions are clear, and on behalf of the border soldiers and the many common folk, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Chief Steward Chow clasped his fists in salute to Ning Chuan. I shall tidy up before departing with Chief Steward Chow. Ning Chuan similarly clasped his fists in salute, remarking, General Ning, please proceed. However, you must absolutely refrain from disclosing your journey to the Golden Tent Khanate. Do you understand? The aura emanating from Chief Steward Chow surpassed that of the innate realm, serving as both a reminder and a veiled threat. Ning Chuan had captured 2 kings. Yet now he was to be delivered to the Man Mountain tribe. Should this matter come to light, it would undoubtedly dishearten many soldiers. Throughout the exchange, Chief Steward Chow maintained an air of indifference, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of Ning Chuan attempting to flee or incite further chaos. Firstly, Ning Chuan had familial ties to consider. Secondly, why had His Majesty sent him? Because he was not only a trusted confidant of the Emperor, but also a formidable master of the imperial court, having surpassed the innate realm. For Ning Chuan, possessing merely half-step innate strength, to escape beneath his watchful eye was nothing short of a delusion. Ning Chuan nodded and returned to his tent, where a gathering of soldiers awaited, each holding a cup of wine. They had received word of his commendable achievements and impending promotion to Grand Commander, destined for a more perilous battlefield. Therefore, they wished to bid farewell to the esteemed General Ning. Thank you all for coming to see me off. Ning Chuan addressed his comrades, raising the cup of wine handed to him by Guanlong and downing it in one gulp. The other soldiers followed suit, drinking deeply from their cups. In that moment, neither Ning Chuan nor the assembled soldiers felt the need for words. All was conveyed through the shared drink. After the farewell toast, the soldiers departed in succession, while Ning Chuan discreetly entrusted the training manual of the Sacred Beast Legion to Guanlong and the others, urging them to strive for excellence in training the Legion. Yes, my lord. Guanlong and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Once everyone had left, Ning Chuan bid farewell to Commander Su Hanshan and departed Black Iron City with Chief Steward Chow. The journey to the Golden Tent Khanate would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns and tribulations. Yet, I, Ning Chuan, shall not perish. On the day of my return, the seeds I have sown shall take root and flourish. That shall be my moment of retaliation. Old Emperor, await my return. Ning Chuan cast one last glance at the silhouette of Black Iron City and the comrades bidding him farewell before setting forth with Chief Steward Su towards the ancestral land of the Ning family. The ancestral land of the Ning family lay within a small city not far from the border. However, the ancestors of the Ning family had established remarkable achievements that led them to relocate to Xinjing City. Presently, those remaining in this city were mere branches of the family. Upon revealing his identity, the peripheral members of the Ning family instantly displayed wariness, fearing any association with Ning Chuan. After all, they were already aware of the news regarding the confiscation of the main lineage of the Ning family and were dreadfully concerned about being implicated. Ning Chuan, however, felt no displeasure. Seeking auspiciousness and avoiding misfortune is a common human sentiment. Moreover, since the main lineage of the Ning family relocated to Xinjing City, the mountains are high and the roads are long, and given that nearly 3 centuries have elapsed, interactions between the two parties have been exceedingly rare, resulting in a profound lack of emotional connection. However, in the spirit of kinship as fellow members of the Ning family, it was agreed that Ning Chuan could pay homage at the ancestral tomb. Chief Steward Chow, please wait here while I visit the ancestral tomb to pay my respects to our ancestors, Ning Chuan declared. Go ahead. Chief Steward Chow nodded, then proceeded to savor tea and indulgent pastries as he awaited Ning Chuan's return. Upon arriving at the ancestral tomb, Ning Chuan first performed the customary rites, then retrieved a piece of blue brick from his spatial system. This blue brick had been entrusted to him by his second uncle, Ning Chuan, and it held the key to accessing the Ning family's ancestral tomb. As Ning Chuan inserted the blue brick into a designated slot, a series of mechanical sounds reverberated, revealing a profound passage leading underground before his eyes. Ning Chuan stepped inside, and the passage sealed behind him. Soon, he found himself within a burial chamber. In each of the four corners of the chamber, eternal lamps flickered to life, casting a gentle glow. At the center, an ancient coffin lay, housing the remains of the Ning family's ancestor, Ning Chuan. It was under the auspices of this ancestor that the Ning family began its swift descent to prominence. After bowing 4 times in reverence to Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan approached one of the eternal lamps. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his fingertips to draw forth 4 drops of blood, which he placed into the 4 eternal lamps. Only the blood of the main lineage of the Ning family could elicit the guidance of the eternal lamps and unveil the family's secrets. Indeed, as Ning Chuan dripped his blood into the lamps, they ignited with a crackling brilliance, illuminating a doorway upon the chamber wall. This door could only be unlocked by one possessing innate strength. Chapter 78, The Secret of the Ning Family. Ning Chuan arrived at the door, inhaling deeply as his hands rested upon its icy surface. "Open," he commanded, summoning all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut in his arms. As he channeled his innate energy to push the door, with a resounding crack, the door shifted ever so slightly. It moved. Ning Chuan felt a surge of determination and exerted himself once more. Crack, crack. At last, the door swung open. Inside lay a small crypt. The first thing that caught his eye was a piece of animal hide parchment hanging on the wall, inscribed with text that chronicled the secrets of the Ning family. Over 3 centuries ago, the ancestral figure Ning Chuan, while leading his troops into battle, inadvertently encountered a fox demon and entered a hidden realm. Within this realm lay great opportunities. A fierce battle ensued between Ning Chuan and the fox demon. In the end, both claimed half of the fortune. Unsatisfied, the fox demon sought to seize Ning Chuan's portion, only to be gravely wounded and sealed by him. The fox demon struggled violently, yet to no avail, resorting to its life-bound powers to cast a curse upon the already injured Ning Chuan. Henceforth, any descendant of Ning Chuan who practiced cultivation for a time or reached a certain level would encounter misfortune. Initially, Ning Chuan paid little heed, leveraging the fortune gained to achieve remarkable military successes, allowing the Ning family to rise in power. However, as both of his sons perished unexpectedly during their cultivation, he could no longer dismiss the curse's significance. In his desperation, he sought various means to lift the curse, all in vain, until he met a wandering sage. The sage performed a divination for Ning Chuan, predicting that the Ning family would experience a cycle of extreme decline followed by resurgence, advising him to refrain from interference and let nature take its course, assuring him that a descendant would eventually resolve the predicament. At that time, the Ning family would reach unprecedented heights. At the conclusion of the parchment, the location of the hidden realm was indicated. For neither Ning Chuan nor the fox demon had ventured beyond the outer domain of the realm, as their powers at the time were insufficient to access the inner domain. The next opening would occur during a celestial event, when the heavenly dog devours the moon. No wonder the family had prohibited all cultivation since the time of Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. The Ning family had originally stemmed from martial lineage, yet due to the fox demon's curse, they were compelled to abandon cultivation, resulting in their inevitable decline. In Ning Chuan's generation, the family faced confiscation, yet with the system he possessed, a resurgence seemed within reach. However, the sage had also foretold that the family would experience a resurgence following their decline, leading to a future of unparalleled heights. Could it be that this person was referring to me? Ning Chuan whispered, his expression shifting with contemplation. With the system at his disposal, guiding his family to the pinnacle should not be an insurmountable task, yet he furrowed his brow. Could such extraordinary individuals truly predict events 300 years into the future? Such abilities were utterly astonishing. Apart from the beast skin parchment adorning the wall, this small tomb chamber was furnished with an array of weapons, armor, and martial arts manuals, all bequeathed by the esteemed ancestor, Ning Chuan. Among the arsenal lay a formidable halberd, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, intricately engraved with the flowing characters Xian Tian Ba Wang Ji, a renowned weapon ranked 3rd in the martial world, hailing from Ironheart Island. The armor, a masterfully crafted set known as Wushuang, is one of the top 10 ensembles in the realm, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities that can reduce damage from blunt strikes by an astonishing 90%. In terms of martial arts, there were 3 notable techniques: Xinyang Gong, Longting Jiu Shaofeng Mogfa, and Shinxing Dian Guangbu. Additionally, a palm-sized beast skin scroll recorded a method for refining a precious body. Ning Chuan could not help but gasp in awe at the wealth of treasures left behind by his ancestor, Ning Chuan. The Xian Tian Ba Wang Ji, A weapon of exceptional prowess is encapsulated by a single word: strength. The Wushuang armor, famous within the martial community, is renowned for its formidable defense. Xianyang Gong represents the profound martial insights gained by Ning Chuan within the secret realm, standing among the elite martial arts of the entire Jin dynasty. Similarly, the long tongue Jiu Shaofeng MOGFA is a distinguished technique crafted by Ning Chuan, also regarded as a top-tier skill within the Jin dynasty. The Shun Xing Dianguang Bu is another footwork technique mastered by Ning Chuan. The military's simplified version of the Dianguang Bu is derived from it. The palm-sized beast skin scroll details a method for refining the Xian Luo Bao Ti. The first step necessitates the use of a copious amount of blood from myriad beasts to enhance the skin, bones, and organs to the limits of what the blood can achieve. Following this, one must refine a certain goo worm and temper the body with the bloodthirsty aura from the battlefield to complete the Xian Luo Bao Ti. However, the strength attainable from the Xian Luo Bao Ti is intrinsically linked to the volume of beast blood consumed, the grade of the goo worm, and the concentration of the battlefield's bloodthirsty aura. A typical Xian Luo Bao Ti may only offer a slight enhancement over an ordinary warrior's physique, whereas an exquisite version could grant a practitioner in the early stages of acquired strength a physique comparable to that of a congenital beginner. As for the peculiar square stone, it serves as the key to the secret realm. During the celestial phenomenon of the Tengu eating the moon, this key will react, allowing entry into the secret realm once it is located. With 3 opportunities to elevate martial arts to their apex, they would be ideally invested in Xianyang Gong, Longting Jiu Shaofeng MOGFA, and Shinxing Dian Guangbu. Yet, this was not the moment for cultivation. I have come to pay homage to my ancestors. If I tarry too long, the steward, Chow, will surely come looking for me. After a quiet murmur to himself, Ning Chuan carefully stowed the items within the system space. Fortunately, as Ning Chuan's strength had grown, the capacity of the system space had expanded to 5 cubic meters, ample enough to accommodate these treasures. Subsequently, Ning Chuan swiftly exited the tomb chamber and emerged outside. As anticipated, upon his arrival, Steward Chow had indeed come searching for him. General Ning, is it truly necessary to spend such an extensive duration in honoring our ancestors? Chief Steward Chow scrutinized Ning Chuan with a piercing gaze, inquiring without uncovering any peculiarities in him. As I embark towards the Golden Yurt Khanate, where my fate remains uncertain, is it not permissible for me to linger here a little longer? Ning Chuan replied with a composed demeanor. Rest assured, the Golden Yurt Khanate has traded 5 years of peace for your presence that would not allow you to perish so easily. With a profound glance at Ning Chuan, Chief Steward Chow candidly stated, enough of the ancestral rites. It is time for us to set forth. Let us proceed. Ning Chuan nodded. In a brief span, Chief Steward Chow guided Ning Chuan to the border where the great Jin dynasty converges with the Man Mountain tribe. There, a contingent of over 1,000 troops from the Golden Yurt Khanate awaited. Among them stood the figures of King Hachi and King Ao II, who had been redeemed once more. Chapter 79, The King of Man Mountain. At this moment, however, both King Hachi and King Ao II had swollen heads, resembling those of pigs, their bodies bruised and battered. It was evident that they had endured considerable suffering since their capture. Now, as they beheld the imminent arrival of Ning Chuan to their Golden Tent Khanate, the 2 kings suddenly erupted in sinister laughter, relishing the prospect of Ning Chuan's downfall. General Ning, proceed. The Man Mountain tribe has awaited your arrival for quite some time, Chief Chow declared. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded, resolutely advancing toward the army of the Golden Tent Khanate. As he drew nearer, the malevolent grins of King Hachi and King Ao II intensified, their eyes brimming with unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Their opportunity for retribution had finally arrived. However, a chilling voice soon pierced the air. King Hachi, King Ao II, I am aware of your enmity with Ning Chuan, yet he is the individual desired by our king, the King of Man Mountain. Thus, I advise you to remain within your limits. A towering figure, clad in armor and resembling an iron tower, spoke coldly. To secure Ning Chuan, they had pledged a 5-year truce, refraining from incursions into the borders of the great Jin dynasty. Having invested such a hefty price, they would not allow King Hachi and King Ao II to seek vengeance upon Ning Chuan. He was of great utility to their King of Man Mountain. Indeed, King Hachi and King Ao II reluctantly nodded in agreement, their faces etched with discontent. Previously, Ning Chuan had mercilessly bullied them while in the great Jin dynasty. Now that he had arrived in their Golden Tent Khanate, it was utterly vexing that they could not retaliate. The Man Mountain tribe was one of the three principal tribes of the Golden Tent Khanate, with the Hachi tribe and the Audu tribe merely comprising segments of the Man Mountain tribe. At that moment, within the royal court of the Man Mountain tribe, a middle-aged man sporting a full beard stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at a military sand table before him. His imposing stature and commanding presence exuded an air of regal authority. He was none other than the ruler of the Man Mountain tribe, the king of Man Mountain. Just then, a middle-aged man, dressed in the attire of the Man Mountain tribe, entered with a beaming smile. "My king, the negotiations with Emperor Cheng of Jin regarding the acquisition of Ning Chuan have proceeded remarkably smoothly. Is that so? Did Emperor Cheng offer no objections to our request for Ning Chuan?" The king of Man Mountain inquired, his expression one of astonishment. He had conducted a thorough investigation into Ning Chuan and regarded him as an exceptional talent. Since being dispatched by Emperor Cheng to serve in the military, Ning Chuan's strength had surged rapidly, transforming from a mere foot soldier into a formidable general in a remarkably short span. Furthermore, his abilities had escalated from that of an ordinary man to the brink of innate mastery. Most notably, his archery skills were astounding. He could launch 4 arrows simultaneously, striking true with every shot. This was perhaps a genius who had grasped the essence of killing, with limitless potential for future accomplishments. However, he was not given the recognition he deserved by Emperor Cheng of the Great Jin dynasty. Thus, the king of Man Mountain intended to leverage the capture of Kings Hachi and Audu to secure Ning Chuan for himself. The old man, Emperor Jin Cheng, expressed no dissent, particularly upon hearing that surrendering Ning Chuan would secure 5 years of peace. He appeared almost eager. The middle-aged man remarked, I anticipated a far greater price to pay. I did not expect the old emperor to be increasingly foolish. If such a capable general were to be properly nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a considerable threat to us. Were I in the old emperor's position, I would willingly offer my daughter in marriage to him. Alas, Ning Chuan belongs to the Great Jin dynasty of a different lineage, and his heart is bound to differ. The king of Man Mountain replied, My king, since Ning Chuan cannot be utilized by us, why should we offer a 5-year non-aggression pact in exchange for him? We know that each year we can plunder substantial wealth and women from the borders of the Great Jin dynasty. Is this not an exorbitant price? The middle-aged man questioned with confusion. Exorbitant? Not at all. Firstly, acquiring Ning Chuan from the Great Jin dynasty would eliminate the potential for him to become a significant threat to our Golden Tent Khanate in the future. Moreover, if we can further leverage Ning Chuan, what does 5 years of refraining from incursions into the borders of the Great Jin dynasty truly signify? The king of Man Mountain spoke with a profound gaze, rich in implication. He, having ascended to the kingship of the Man Mountain tribe, was certainly no fool. Since he specifically sought Ning Chuan and promised a 5-year truce with the Great Jin dynasty, it was evident that Ning Chuan's value far surpassed the benefits of raiding the Great Jin dynasty's borders for 5 years. In fact, for him, it was akin to a remarkable bargain. My king, do you mean? The middle-aged man was suddenly invigorated by the realization. Indeed, once Ning Chuan arrives, arrange for him to meet with me at the earliest opportunity. The king of Man Mountain nodded affirmatively. Yes, my king. The middle-aged man responded with a bow before withdrawing. On the journey to the Man Mountain tribe, Ning Chuan was neither bound nor shackled, but was instead escorted by a group of soldiers from the Man Mountain tribe to their royal court. Along the way, each soldier cast curious glances at Ning Chuan. After all, he was the individual specifically desired by their king, even willing to maintain a 5-year peace with the Great Jin dynasty. To them, Ning Chuan's story was nothing short of legendary. After being exiled to military service, his prowess and rank ascended at a pace beyond imagination. Subsequently, when the city of Black Iron was besieged by 100,000 troops from the Hachi tribe, its commander, Su Hanzhan, made a desperate decision to delve into the heart of the Golden Tent Khanate to capture the king. Remarkably, he succeeded, with Ning Chuan deserving the lion's share of the credit. Afterward, Ning Chuan led an elite force, rampaging within the territory of the Golden Tent Khanate, even capturing King Audu alive. Finally, the Hachi king, having invested a fortune to summon a formidable innate expert with the intention of eliminating Ning Chuan, found himself overpowered. The innate expert was bested by Ning Chuan, who, with half-step innate strength, turned the tables. The Hachi king, who had previously been captured by Ning Chuan, found himself ensnared once more. Such experiences were indeed legendary for the many soldiers of the Man Mountain tribe present. Regrettably, such a remarkable general remains unappreciated by the emperor of the Great Jin dynasty. Had Ning Chuan been one of their golden tint Khanate subjects, he would undoubtedly have been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Alas, he is not, and even if he were to pledge allegiance to the golden tint Khanate, he would still likely find himself overlooked. After a fortnight of arduous travel, Ning Chuan finally arrived at the royal court of the Man Mountain tribe, where he encountered the true sovereign, king of the Man Mountain. The moment their gazes met, Ning Chuan felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an immense mountain were bearing down upon him. Humph! With a cold snort, Ning Chuan summoned all his strength to counteract this formidable weight. Observing his response, the king of the Man Mountain instantly broke into a radiant smile. Indeed, truly remarkable. No wonder I have esteemed him. The king appraised Ning Chuan with increasing satisfaction. Subsequently, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the formidable aura of a pinnacle innate expert was unmistakable. He produced a dark, pill-like substance and compelled Ning Chuan to consume it. Chapter 80. The Blood Path Longevity Goo. The Northern Border Wall. What have you given me? Ning Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. After consuming this dark, pill-like substance, he could distinctly feel something stirring within him, attaching itself to his heart. Nothing to worry about. Merely a tiny goo worm. However, do not underestimate it. This goo not only grants immunity to toxins, wards off inner demons, facilitates rapid healing, but also extends your lifespan. The corners of the barbarian mountain king's mouth curled into a subtle smile. Is it truly that remarkable? Yet this goo worm is siphoning my innate energy and vital essence. Ning Chuan protested. As the goo worm clung to his heart, he could acutely sense his vitality and innate energy waning. Such a wondrous entity naturally comes with its side effects. As long as you nurture this blood path longevity goo properly, I assure you, you shall not be at a loss. This was the very purpose for which the barbarian mountain king had gone to great lengths to acquire Ning Chuan, to cultivate the goo worm. This particular goo worm was extraordinary. Known as the blood path longevity goo, it was among the finest of its kind, possessing the abilities of toxin immunity, inner demon resistance, rapid healing, and even lifespan extension. However, before it matured, the blood path longevity goo required the nourishment of blood energy and boundless resentment from the battlefield. In addition to absorbing the host's vital essence, innate energy, and even the essence of life itself. To cultivate this blood path longevity goo, the barbarian mountain king had previously sought out 8 prodigies as hosts, using their bodies to nurture the goo. Ning Chuan was the 9th host. When the blood path longevity goo drained Ning Chuan to a husk and broke free, it would mark the day of its maturation. At that time, the fully matured blood path longevity goo, devoid of any side effects, would be the most coveted treasure of the barbarian mountain king. The ability of the blood path longevity goo to extend life was a dream sought by all those in power. Nurturing a goo worm? Is that the reason you promised not to invade the borders of the great Jin dynasty for 5 years, specifically calling for my presence? Ning Chuan's facade appeared grim. Yet internally, he was overjoyed. The palm-sized beast skin parchment left by his ancestor, Ning Chuan, contained the method for forging the Xian Luo precious body. First, it required the blood of myriad beasts to temper the body, a condition Ning Chuan had already fulfilled. Second, it necessitated the refinement of a goo worm. Previously, he had pondered how to acquire a goo worm, especially since he was bound for the golden tint Khanate. Yet, here, the barbarian mountain king had offered him one directly. Given the significance the barbarian mountain king placed on this goo worm, even going so far as to promise a 5-year truce with the great Jin dynasty for his sake, it was evident that this goo worm was exceptional. After attempting the refinement method detailed on the parchment, Ning Chuan discovered he was entirely capable of refining this goo worm. Thus, it would be a disservice not to refine this goo worm, considering the efforts of the barbarian mountain king. Indeed, moreover, do not entertain futile struggles. Observe the area around your heart. The barbarian mountain king remarked with a serene smile. What is this? Ning Chuan unclothed his garments, revealing an enigmatic symbol upon his chest that exuded a chilling and eerie aura. This symbol was known as the necromantic curse. With this curse in place, no matter how far you flee, I shall always be able to locate you, and your fate lies within my thoughts. Do you comprehend? The king of the barbarian mountains displayed a proud smile, as if everything were under his control. I understand. Ning Chuan nodded, seemingly accepting his fate. However, within his perception, he recognized that this necromantic curse was forged from a confluence of ghostly and deathly energies, and it was remarkably resilient. The ancestral technique, Xianyong Gong, left behind by his forebear, Ning Chuan, was a martial art of utmost firmness and brilliance, classified among the finest in the great Jin dynasty. In due course, he would test whether he could eradicate this curse using Xinyang Gong. It is good that you understand. If you can cultivate this blood Dao longevity Gu to maturity, I shall not only appoint you as the general of the barbarian mountain tribe, but perhaps I shall even bestow my daughter upon you. The king of the barbarian mountains artfully dangled a promise of reward. Once the blood Dao longevity Gu reaches maturity, Ning Chuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from painting an alluring picture for Ning Chuan, at least granting him a glimmer of hope. After all, Ning Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that, upon maturation, the Gu would drain his essence and burst forth from his body. For Ning Chuan, there was no need to contemplate the Gu's future, as it possessed none. He would soon employ the methods left by his ancestor, Ning Juanxiang, to refine this Gu, laying the foundation for the Xianyuan divine body. I hope you will keep your word. Ning Chuan nodded, appearing to acquiesce, yet within, he felt a burgeoning anticipation. Rest assured, my words carry weight. However, merely cultivating the blood Dao longevity Gu to earn the title of general will certainly be met with skepticism. Here is the plan. You shall hone your skills at the northern Great Wall of our barbarian mountain tribe. The king of the barbarian mountains clapped Ning Chuan on the shoulder and declared, after all, to mature the blood Dao longevity Gu, it requires not only Ning Chuan's vital energy and blood essence, but also the malevolent and resentful energies found on the battlefield. The northern Great Wall is steeped in such energies, making it the ideal training ground for Ning Chuan to cultivate the Gu, while the dangers it posed were comparatively moderate. As for the title of general, consider it a mere formality. I suppose I have little choice in the matter. Ning Chuan chuckled with self-deprecation, yet secretly began to anticipate the journey ahead. For to forge the Xianyuan divine body, he must step onto the battlefield and absorb the malevolent energies. The king of the barbarian mountains had even prepared this opportunity for him. Very well, go forth. I eagerly await the day you mature the blood Dao longevity Gu. The king of the barbarian mountains chuckled. Each harbored their own intentions. The king sought to utilize Ning Chuan to cultivate the Gu, while Ning Chuan aimed to harness the Gu to achieve the Xianyuan divine body. Subsequently, Ning Chuan was escorted by the troops of the barbarian mountain tribe towards the northern Great Wall, during which he gleaned information about this formidable stronghold. The northern wall is, in fact, an immense ice barrier stretching for thousands of miles. Within this icy fortress lies the Golden Tent Khanate, while beyond it lies a realm known as the Land of the Dead, a veritable zone of life prohibited. Legends tell of a powerful kingdom that once thrived in the Land of the Dead millennia ago, one that nearly unified the entire continent. However, for reasons unknown, this kingdom encountered a bizarre fate, causing all its citizens to transform into immortal creatures. Even if they were slain, they would resurrect the following day. Most of these creatures remain in slumber, with only a select few stirring during the night. Immortal beasts? Even when vanquished, they return to life the next day? This bears an uncanny resemblance to respawning monsters in a game. If that is indeed the case, could I not level up in this very place? After absorbing the information regarding the northern wall and the Land of the Dead, Ning Chuan was suddenly struck by this notion. Chapter 81. The Night Watch. After enduring several days of arduous travel, Ning Chuan, under the escort of the fierce cavalry from the Man Mountain tribe, finally arrived at the northern frontier. The temperature here was frigid, with howling winds and swirling snow creating an exceedingly harsh environment. Battling against the relentless storm, Ning Chuan and the fierce cavalry approached a city enveloped in ice and snow. The garrison stationed here belonged to the 29th Army of the Man Mountain tribe, renowned for its formidable combat prowess, far surpassing that of the Hachi tribe's forces. However, rather than allowing Ning Chuan entry into the city, the fierce cavalry guided him to a camp constructed of various tents. This encampment served as the slave quarters for the 29th Army of the Man Mountain tribe. Within this camp resided approximately 2,000 warriors, all captured from the Great Jin dynasty, each afflicted with the death curse, relegated to the role of cannon fodder in the defense of the northern Great Wall. Once the fierce cavalry escorted Ning Chuan to the slave camp of the 29th Army, they turned to depart. At that moment, a few individuals emerged from the tents, casting their gazes towards Ning Chuan after watching the cavalry leave. Typically, they would receive around 100 captives, yet this time only one was delivered. There must be something exceptional about this individual. Otherwise, why would these barbarians go to such lengths to bring him here? The slaves, burdened by the death curse, observed the solitary figure of Ning Chuan standing amidst the snow and wind, their expressions filled with curiosity and intrigue. Soon, a towering man, clad in a bear fur coat and a cotton hat, approached Ning Chuan, scrutinizing him from above. "What is your name?" The giant inquired in a deep, resonant voice. Ning Chuan, he replied, squinting slightly at the imposing figure before him, realizing that this man was a formidable innate realm expert. It was astonishing that such a powerful individual had become a captive of the Man Mountain tribe, underscoring the tribe's remarkable strength. Incomparable to that of the medium-sized Hachi tribe. I am Feng Xie, one of the two leaders of this slave camp. From now on, you are under my command. Do you understand? Feng Xie's powerful innate aura pressed down on Ning Chuan, serving as a warning to the newcomer to recognize who held authority here. Understood, Ning Chuan nodded. Remaining unfazed by Feng Xie's overwhelming presence, as if a gentle breeze had merely brushed past him, he was aware that he had just entered a new environment and would refrain from making any rash moves, yet he would not allow himself to be belittled. Feng Xie observed Ning Chuan's calm demeanor, seemingly untroubled by the oppressive pressure of his innate realm, and a flicker of surprise gleamed in his fierce eyes. No wonder he was sent alone to the slave camp by a group of fierce cavalry. Indeed, he possessed some remarkable qualities. Subsequently, Feng Xie began to elaborate on the survival rules within the slave camp. The first step to integrating into the camp was to construct a tent. In the face of such extreme and harsh blizzard conditions, not a single tent could withstand the relentless snow and wind. Even a peak warrior of the post-heaven realm could succumb to the cold. While it is true that these warriors possess the strength to harness their inner energy to dispel the chill, their resources are ultimately finite and not boundless. Should one prefer not to construct a shelter themselves, they might resort to seizing a tent, provided they possess sufficient strength to do so. The next step involves the distribution of food and supplies, with priority given to the leader, Feng Xie, followed by allocation based on individual prowess. From these two steps, it becomes apparent that the slave camp operates under minimal rules. The sole principle is the survival of the fittest. However, there is no alternative. The frigid climate of the northern lands is so severe that the weak lack even the right to survive, often perishing within days. Given that the weak are destined to die, it is only logical to allocate the scarce resources to those strong enough to endure. Anyone harboring a shred of compassion in such a brutal environment would find themselves either frozen or starved. Next comes the patrol duty. Each day, the slave camp must conduct patrols along the northern wall, particularly at night when the undead in the burial grounds become exceedingly active, posing a threat of breaching the wall to hunt for blood. Their objective is to eliminate these undead should they attempt to cross into the northern lands. Moreover, it is crucial to avoid any confrontation with the formal troops of the barbarian mountain tribe during these patrols. Even direct eye contact with their soldiers is to be avoided. For otherwise, these slaves would face a most gruesome demise. Even Feng Xie, possessing innate strength, must bow low before a mere foot soldier of the barbarian mountain tribe, as he is a lowly slave, cursed with the mark of the undead, with his life and death beyond his control. Ning Chuan nodded in understanding, his spirit rekindled. He had never anticipated that the barbarian mountain tribe had captured so many warriors from the great Jin dynasty. After Feng Xie finished speaking, he turned and departed, leaving Ning Chuan alone in the howling winds and swirling snow. Ning Chuan then directed his gaze toward the tents buried beneath the snow. The first step was to either construct or commandeer a tent, to seize or to build. As this thought began to form in his mind, he noticed a stooped, one-armed elder beckoning him. "Young brother, if you don't mind, come share my tent for the night. At dawn, I will assist you in erecting your own shelter." The elder smiled kindly. Ning Chuan was taken aback. In such a brutal environment governed by the law of the jungle, there existed such a good Samaritan? Rest assured, young brother, I harbor no ill intentions. The amiable elder continued. Without further hesitation, Ning Chuan stepped into the elder's tent. The elder first warmed a pot of wine for him, helping to thaw the chill in Ning Chuan's bones. After a conversation ensued, Ning Chuan learned the reason the elder had invited him into the tent. The one-armed elder had resided at the northern wall for an extended period. He had lost his arm during a fierce battle against the undead of the burial soil. Coupled with the frailty of age, his strength had long waned. And it was out of sheer necessity that he invited Ning Chuan into his tent for refuge. Otherwise, should Ning Chuan seek to claim a tent, he would undoubtedly target the weakest prey, and the one-armed elder was precisely that. Thus, the elder resorted to this gamble, hoping that the other party possessed a modicum of conscience. If his tent were to be seized, and he left to endure a night in the freezing cold, it would surely spell the end for him. Upon grasping the circumstances, Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, opting to remain silent and simply lay down to rest. Observing this, The one-armed elder felt a quiet relief wash over him. At dawn the following day, the elder rose early, gathering materials to assist Ning Chuan in erecting a tent. Seeing this, Ning Chuan naturally lent a hand. After half an hour of labor, a respectable tent was finally completed. You may take shelter in this tent. Should you need anything, simply call for me. Though my combat prowess has diminished, I still possess a fair measure of strength. By the way, I must remind you that it is our turn to stand watch tonight, so prepare yourself accordingly. Those undead from the burial soil are truly fearsome. After imparting this warning to Ning Chuan, the elder turned and departed. Chapter 82. Stepping into the innate realm. The one-armed elder, known as Zhou Ping, was affectionately referred to as Old Zhou by the inhabitants of the slave camp. After Zhou Ping departed, Ning Chuan retreated into his tent, settling into a meditative position. During this period, he had successfully transformed his internal energy into innate true qi through the Ren meridian. Subsequently, all that remained was to circulate this innate true qi through the Du meridian and open the sea of qi, thereby entering the innate realm. As half a day elapsed, Ning Chuan, immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. His internal blood energy surged like a great dragon, flowing incessantly. All of his innate true qi converged, forming a vast sea of qi. Additionally, a plethora of celestial and earthly spiritual energy was drawn into his body through his breath and pores. Part of it refined his physique, while the other part transformed into innate true qi. Ning Chuan's strength surged significantly. This was the innate realm, where both his physique and innate true qi were more than tenfold stronger than in the half-step innate realm. Feeling the state of his body, Ning Chuan clenched his fists tightly, producing a resounding explosion of qi. With the current density of his true qi, he could unleash the arrow condensation technique 20 times. Following this, he began to refine the blood path longevity Gu using the method left behind by his ancestor, Ning Chuan. However, as soon as he commenced the refinement, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The blood path longevity Gu sensed a threat and began to gnaw at Ning Chuan's heart. Damn it! Ning Chuan cursed inwardly, hastening the pace of the refinement. The blood path longevity Gu, once frantically tearing at his heart, gradually grew panicked and fearful, eventually emitting a sound reminiscent of a plea for mercy. Ning Chuan, undeterred, continued the refinement until he fused the blood path longevity Gu with himself, achieving the preliminary form of the Xianluo body. With the infusion of blood fiend energy from the battlefield, the Xianluo body would be fully completed. Although the Xianluo body was only in its initial stages, it had already endowed Ning Chuan with a physique powerful enough to rival the pinnacle of innate warriors. Furthermore, several abilities of the blood path longevity Gu were seamlessly inherited by the Xianluo body: immunity to toxins, resistance against inner demons, rapid healing, and an extension of lifespan. King of the Barbarian Mountains. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss searching for an exceptional Gu insect. A smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 martial arts manuals left by his ancestor, Ning Chuan: the Xianyang technique, the Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens Mad Demon Spear technique, and the Divine Movement Lightning Step. During this time, while converting his innate true qi, Ning Chuan also delved into the study of these 3 martial arts. With diligent study and the advantage of his ancestors' teachings, he achieved a foundational understanding of all 3 techniques in a remarkably short time. Following this, he utilized his 3 opportunities to elevate his martial arts to their maximum level. Boom! The fully leveled Xianyang technique caused Ning Chuan's previously feeble sea of qi to expand more than tenfold, with his innate true qi now imbued with formidable solar energy. At the moment when the Xianyang skill reached its zenith, the thick blanket of snow surrounding Ning Chuan's tent melted away entirely. Even the death curse that resided in his heart began to waver, nearly dissipating. Nonetheless, Ning Chuan managed to retain the death curse. Its disappearance would inevitably alert the Barbarian Mountain King. Presently, Ning Chuan found himself with no place to turn. To return to the Great Jin Dynasty, he would have to traverse the Jinjiang Khanate from north to south. Moreover, even if he returned to the Great Jin Dynasty, his current strength would render him powerless. To challenge the dominion of the Great Jin Dynasty, he would need at least the prowess of the innate level. Additionally, the seeds he had previously sown required time to flourish. Thus, it would be wiser for him to cultivate his strength here, seeking to elevate himself to the innate level at the swiftest pace before returning to the Great Jin Dynasty. The fully mastered Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens Madness Spear technique was ill-suited for this location. Furthermore, the Xiantian Overlord's spear was a renowned and formidable weapon within the martial world. ranked third among the 10 most powerful weapons. Ning Chuan was acutely aware of the adage that a common man, innocent of wrongdoing, may suffer for possessing a precious gem. Given his current abilities, should the Xiantian Overlord's spear be revealed, the consequences would be dire. The fully mastered godly movement lightning step surpassed the lightning step in speed. With a form that flickered unpredictably, devoid of any discernible pattern, far beyond what the lightning step could compare to. Although he had now entered the innate level, he found himself amidst the enemy camp. It was prudent to proceed with caution. With this thought, Ning Chuan utilized his fully mastered breath concealment technique to suppress his innate aura to that of a half-step innate level. Even a powerful being above the innate level would find it impossible to detect his concealed realm. After all, in the eyes of the barbarian mountain king, Ning Chuan was already afflicted by the blood Dao longevity goo, which drained his vitality and true energy. An excessively rapid increase in strength would undoubtedly arouse the king's suspicion. As night fell, Fengxie, one of the leaders of the slave camp, began to assemble a group of slaves and tally their numbers. Once he confirmed that their ranks were sufficient, he instructed them to collect weapons and armor to patrol the northern border wall. The barbarian mountain tribe enforced strict regulations over the slave camp. Slaves could only receive weapons and armor during times of battle. Soon, it was Ning Chuan's turn. He was issued a fine iron knife and a wicker armor, the standard equipment for slaves within the camp. However, after receiving the iron knife and wicker armor, Ning Chuan did not depart, for he desired to acquire a bow and arrows. Although he possessed the red moon bow, it was not feasible to present it openly before others. Furthermore, even if he were to produce the red moon bow, he could not adequately explain its origin. After all, having arrived at the slave camp in pristine condition, suddenly revealing a red moon bow would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, when Fengxie heard Ning Chuan's request, he declined without a moment's thought. These bows and arrows are limited and already claimed. Each owner possesses exceptional archery skills. Can you measure up? How do you know that I cannot? Ning Chuan retorted, seizing a bow and arrow. In the slave camp, there existed but one rule: strength commanded respect. To obtain resources, one must seize them. Various resources were prioritized for the strong. The weak, in contrast, would only suffer. One of the leaders of the slave camp, Fengxie, witnessed the scene, his anger flashing momentarily in his eyes. Ning Chuan was challenging his authority, and he was about to reprimand him when a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Put down my bow and arrows. A young man with a sinister countenance strode towards Ning Chuan, extending his palm, his voice frigid. Yours? They are mine now. Ning Chuan replied defiantly. He cared not whose bow it was or how exceptional the opponent's archery skills might be. He was certain they could not surpass his own. Furthermore, only with the bow and arrows could Ning Chuan effectively vanquish his foes. I shall say this once more. Put down my bow and arrows. The sinister youth's voice grew increasingly cold. The unfolding situation naturally drew the attention of other slaves. Who is this person? How dare he attempt to seize Chun Yi's bow and arrows? Does he wish to court death? They murmured. Alas, this individual is dreadfully unfortunate, choosing to rob none other than Chen Yi. If he were to bow and apologize to Chen Yi now, perhaps he might still find forgiveness. The slaves continued to discuss amongst themselves. To offend Chen Yi is to seal his own fate. Chapter 83. The Burial Soil Undead. Chen Yi, possessing the prowess of half-step innate strength, is an unparalleled archer, renowned as the divine marksman of the slave camp. Having claimed the lives of no fewer than 800 undead, one must not underestimate this figure of 800. The undead differ fundamentally from the living. Only a shot to the source of the undead's essence, located in the brain, can ensure their demise. Strikes to other areas prove nearly futile. Furthermore, these undead possess formidable strength, with even the weakest among them reaching the level of acquired realm, exhibiting a terrifying combat capability, unyielding to pain and death. It is exceedingly challenging for living beings of the same realm to vanquish their undead counterparts. On the sidelines, Fengxie observed the unfolding scene, choosing not to intervene but instead displaying a keen interest in witnessing the true strength of the newcomer, Ning Chuan. Chen Yi, noticing Ning Chuan's unwavering grip on his bow and arrows, felt his expression darken to an extreme. As the divine marksman of the slave camp, he could not allow this individual to usurp his weapons without consequence. Failure to teach a lesson would render him a laughingstock within the camp. In the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in Chun Yi's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Ning Chuan. The Fuhu fist, one of the formidable techniques of the Buddhist sect, was executed with overwhelming force, accompanied by a resounding roar akin to that of a tiger, imposing an immense sense of pressure. Especially when infused with a hint of innate energy, its might could easily devastate an opponent at the peak of the acquired realm. However, in Ning Chuan's eyes, this Fuhu fist appeared rather ordinary. Chen Yi had evidently yet to master the technique. Although it seemed fierce and dominating on the surface, it was riddled with flaws. Ning Chuan possessed numerous methods to counter this punch, yet he opted for the most straightforward approach, extending a single hand. With a resounding thud, Chen Yi's forceful punch was effortlessly intercepted by Ning Chuan, who remained utterly unmoved, as steadfast as a mountain. The scene resembled a fully grown adult effortlessly blocking a punch from a mere 3-year-old child. This spectacle left the onlookers wide-eyed, questioning their own perceptions. Chen Yi, with his half-step innate strength, was among the elite within the slave camp. None dared to confront his punch head-on, save for the 2 leaders of the camp. Yet, here was Ning Chuan, a newcomer, casually absorbing Chen Yi's formidable strike, leaving the spectators in disbelief. Particularly, Chen Yi himself felt as if his punch had struck against a towering mountain that commanded his gaze from below. Subsequently, Ning Chuan delivered a kick. This seemingly mundane kick sent alarm bells ringing in Chen Yi's mind. He attempted to evade, but with his fist still grasped by Ning Chuan, escape was impossible. With a resounding crash, Chen Yi was propelled backwards by Ning Chuan's kick, blood spilling from his nose and mouth as he collided violently with the icy wall, his insides rattling in agony. You. Chen Yi's eyes widened in shock, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. The onlookers were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They had never anticipated that the renowned master of the slave camp, Chen Yi, could be so easily toppled by a mere newcomer before them, rendered unable to rise again. The gaze of the crowd towards Ning Chuan transformed, imbued with a mixture of reverence and fear. In this realm of slaves, strength reigns supreme. Ning Chuan, as a fresh entrant, had already established his reputation by besting Chen Yi. Even the leader, fiancée, regarded Ning Chuan with evident surprise. It was no wonder that Ning Chuan dared to act so boldly. His prowess was indeed formidable. Now, may I wield a bow? Ning Chuan inquired of fiancée. Certainly. But how skilled are you in archery? Fiancée asked, narrowing his eyes. The resources in their slave camp were exceedingly scarce. If Ning Chuan's archery proved inadequate and he were to waste arrows, it would be a significant loss. My archery is unparalleled, Ning Chuan declared without a hint of modesty, exuding an aura of immense confidence. In a place where strength dictates respect, humility would only invite scorn from others. Furthermore, he spoke the truth. His archery was indeed exceptional. Unparalleled archery? You are quite bold to claim that. Fiancée and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that Ning Chuan would assert such a thing about his skills. With strength to back it up, what is there to fear in speaking the truth? Ning Chuan stated boldly. To boast without merit breeds insecurity, yet to proclaim one's abilities when they are genuine is simply a statement of fact. Very well, Fiancée replied, shaking his head in skepticism, though deep down, he remained unconvinced of Ning Chuan's purported archery prowess. In his eyes, Ning Chuan was merely an arrogant youth. This sentiment was echoed by others present. They viewed Ning Chuan with disdain, believing he had overstepped his bounds simply because he had demonstrated some ability. Unfazed by the scrutiny of the crowd, Ning Chuan resolved to let his actions speak for him rather than engage in futile arguments. After retrieving a quiver of arrows, he ascended the towering northern wall, which soared 200 meters high. Night had completely fallen, yet the brilliance of the white snow and the moonlight rendered the surroundings relatively bright. However, the abyss outside the northern wall, known as the burial soil life restriction zone, was an ominous void, consuming all light as if it were a black hole. Strange, chilling, and profoundly dark, even with the activation of his mystic eagle eye. Ning Chuan could only discern the area approximately 300 meters beneath the icy wall. For others, visibility was even more limited, rendering the base of the ice wall invisible. Before long, he spotted the undead of the burial soil life restriction zone lurking beneath the ice wall. These undead bore a striking resemblance to the zombies depicted in apocalyptic films. However, unlike typical zombies, these entities appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, as they concealed their presence in the darkness. Moreover, their limbs were equipped with razor-sharp claws, enabling them to scale the ice wall with ease. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, Ning Chuan released it with precision, the iron arrow slicing through the air and piercing the skull of one of the undead. After receiving the system notification, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. The undead he had vanquished was a pinnacle of the postnatal realm, yet the reward he received was disappointingly meager. Could it be a consequence of my ascension to the innate realm? Ning Chuan pondered inwardly. His constitution had undergone a profound transformation, rendering it incomparable to his previous postnatal state. Furthermore, the internal energy within him had metamorphosed into innate true qi, a force far more potent than mere internal strength. Let it be, Ning Chuan mused. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. He shook his head. If these burial ground undead could indeed respawn infinitely, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent training ground. Moreover, there were surely stronger entities among the burial ground undead. If he were to slay an innate level undead, the attributes he would gain should far exceed mere fractions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows rapidly dwindled from Ning Chuan's quiver, while his physique and innate true qi experienced a slight enhancement. However, this caught the attention of Fengxie. Ning Chuan, what on earth are you shooting at? Just look at how many arrows you've wasted. Fengxie exclaimed, his expression darkening as he reprimanded Ning Chuan for haphazardly firing into the abyss beneath the ice wall. Chapter 84, Waste of Arrows? I am slaying the undead of the burial ground. Earlier, Ning Chuan proclaimed himself a master archer, yet no one, including the leader Feng Tai, believed him. Thus, upon ascending the ice wall, Feng Tai kept a watchful eye on Ning Chuan, eager to witness his so-called unparalleled archery. However, before encountering any undead from the burial ground, Ning Chuan began to shoot arrows haphazardly. His speed was commendable, but what good was it? The arrows were meant to slay the undead, not to be squandered in chaotic shots. No matter how swiftly he released them, if not a single undead fell. What was the point? I am not wasting arrows. I am indeed slaying the undead of the burial ground, Ning Chuan declared, gesturing towards the abyss-like darkness beneath the ice wall. Slaying the undead? Feng Tai's expression darkened further. Was Ning Chuan truly so audacious as to lie without a script? Below the ice wall lay an impenetrable darkness, resembling an unfathomable abyss. After firing off a barrage of arrows, Ning Chuan claimed he was targeting the undead. A preposterous assertion indeed. Do you not believe me? Ning Chuan inquired. I trust you, indeed. Hand over the bow and arrows to Chen. Otherwise, who knows how many arrows you will waste? Feng Tai bellowed in response. Chen stepped forward once again, extending his hand for the bow. Having initially believed in Ning Chuan's prowess, he was now disillusioned by the chaotic flurry of shots. Do you wish to be punched? Ning Chuan asked calmly, raising his fist. You. Chen recalled the painful kick from Ning Chuan, feeling as though he had been struck by a battering ram, the agony nearly rendering him unconscious. He now understood the vast chasm between them, both being half-step innate realm practitioners. As Ning Chuan lifted his fist, Chen instinctively recoiled. Just then, a towering figure approached, bolstering Chen confidence. Ning Chuan, I shall repeat myself. Return the bow and arrows to Chen. Feng Tai's expression was grim, his gaze piercing, and the overwhelming pressure of his innate realm prowess descended upon Ning Chuan like a tempest. It was as if Feng Tai would not hesitate to act if Ning Chuan failed to comply. Yes, return them to me. Otherwise, do not blame Feng Tai for his lack of courtesy. Chen, emboldened by Feng Tai's presence, found his fear of Ning Chuan dissipate. He doubted Ning Chuan would dare to provoke the innate realm master Feng Tai. Is the innate realm so formidable? I have slain those of that caliber before. If you do not wish to be the leader of the slave camp, I would not hesitate to kick you out. Ning Chuan's eyes flashed with intensity, and an unparalleled aura erupted from him. Currently, Ning Chuan exhibits merely a half-step into the realm of innate mastery. However, the formidable aura he emanates is hardly inferior to that of Fengxie, a being of innate status, and may even suggest a subtle advantage. This revelation caused a notable shift in Fengxie's expression. If previously Ning Chuan had struck him as a solitary and proud wolf, he now resembled a poised, vibrant tiger, ready to pounce. Moreover, Ning Chuan claimed to have slain an innate master, a statement that, while difficult to fathom, is not entirely implausible given the force he exhibits and his demeanor before Fengxie. Most significantly, Ning Chuan arrived under the escort of a fierce cavalry from the Man Mountain tribe, a privilege that underscores his extraordinary nature. Hence, upon their first encounter, Fengxie took the initiative to approach, testing Ning Chuan's prowess with a slight display of his own strength and elucidating some of the slave camp's regulations. Such treatment would be unthinkable for an ordinary slave. However, Ning Chuan's audacity to defy him ignited a profound anger within Fengxie, yet reason dictated that it would be wiser to refrain from further provoking Ning Chuan, as the consequences could be unexpectedly detrimental. Very well, just wait and see. After casting a lingering glance at Ning Chuan, Fengxie turned and departed. Observing this, Chen Yi, standing nearby, dared not act out of line before Ning Chuan and hurriedly followed Fengxie, anxious to avoid incurring his wrath. The other inhabitants of the slave camp, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. It became apparent that this newcomer, Ning Chuan, was a formidable individual, compelling even the leader of the slave camp, Fengxie, to retreat. In that moment, Ning Chuan's reputation within the slave camp soared dramatically. The others soon recognized that Ning Chuan was not someone to be trifled with. Subsequently, after exhausting all the arrows on his person, Ning Chuan seized hundreds more from his fellow slaves and unleashed a barrage upon the seemingly abyssal ice wall below. The slaves robbed of their arrows could only cede in silence, for they had witnessed Ning Chuan's might firsthand. His kick had sent Chen Yi flying, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. And he had confronted Fengxie, who ultimately yielded. Thus, despite their arrows being pilfered, they dared not voice their grievances. Nevertheless, the limited resources of the slave camp made the waste of so many arrows by Ning Chuan a source of deep anguish for them. Regrettably, they were powerless to resist or even intervene. Just as Ning Chuan continued his reckless assault upon the burial soil of the undead beneath the ice wall, a figure clad in the standard armor of the Man Mountain tribe approached with purposeful strides, accompanied by Fengxie and Chen Yi. The other slaves were immediately galvanized. They had not anticipated that Fengxie and Chen Yi would summon a commander from the 29th Regiment of the Man Mountain tribe. Upon witnessing Ning Chuan's indiscriminate firing at the ice wall, the regiment commander erupted in fury. Halt! Who gave you the audacity to waste military supplies in such a manner? The leader, known as Griba, is similarly a formidable innate realm expert. His furious roar carries an overwhelming aura, even more powerful than that of Fengxie. Am I to squander time while hunting the undead in the burial soil? Observing the enraged Griba, Ning Chuan maintained an air of calm, exhibiting none of the fear that other slaves displayed toward this commander of the 29th Legion. The other slaves, including Fengxie, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. No one anticipated Ning Chuan's unwavering defiance. Even in the presence of a commander from the 29th Legion, he displayed no hint of trepidation. It is crucial to understand that the leaders of the 29th Legion wield absolute power over life and death, capable of executing disobedient slaves at will. Chapter 85. An unassailable existence, Ning Chuan. Beneath lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness, seemingly endless, rendering the unseen visible to none. Yet you claim to be vanquishing the undead of the burial soil? Griba's gaze was as cold as ice as he fixed it upon Ning Chuan. You may not see it, but that does not mean I am blind. Ning Chuan asserted once more. Do you dare to argue with your commander? Do you believe I will not slay you where you stand? Griba drew his blade with a swift motion, resting it against Ning Chuan's throat, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, a frostiness creeping across his features. Kill me? You can certainly try. Ning Chuan's demeanor remained steadfast, unperturbed throughout the confrontation. Even with the blade pressed against his neck, not a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The other members of the slave camp watched in stunned silence, their admiration for Ning Chuan reaching new heights. Such audacity! To stand firm against the leader of the slave camp, Feng Tai, was one thing. But to confront a commander of the 29th Army was nothing short of reckless. They believed Ning Chuan's days were numbered. For them, the commanders of the 29th Army held the power of life and death over their fates. Just as the onlookers braced themselves for Griba to deliver a fatal blow, they were astonished to see him sheath his weapon. At that moment, Griba's forehead throbbed with anger, his fury reaching a boiling point. Who was he? He was the commander of the 29th Army of the Man Mountain tribe, wielding the power of life and death over the slaves. Yet here he stood, publicly defied by a mere slave. What infuriated him further was his utter inability to retaliate. For the king of the Man Mountain had decreed that no commander was permitted to harm Ning Chuan under penalty of death. Griba was perplexed by the king's order, yet he dared not defy it, begrudgingly sheathing his blade. However, even if he could not slay Ning Chuan, he resolved to teach him a lesson. In the next instant, Griba unleashed a furious punch aimed at Ning Chuan. To his surprise, Ning Chuan met the blow with equal force. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the air, the tremendous energy radiating outward, halting the snow and wind in a 10-meter radius for 3 breaths. Griba staggered back. His gaze locked onto Ning Chuan, astonishment etched across his face. How could he find himself at a disadvantage against someone merely half a step into the innate realm? Could it be that Ning Chuan was truly this formidable, engaging in a fistfight with the commander of the innate realm and emerging with the upper hand? Ning Chuan was the sole slave sent by the savage cavalry of the Man Mountain tribe. Who was he truly? The onlookers in the slave camp were left agape, utterly unprepared for Ning Chuan's overwhelming strength. Particularly Feng Tai, one of the leaders of the slave camp, found his pupils constricting in disbelief. Even he would not dare claim he could withstand Griba's assault and gain the upper hand. Yet Ning Chuan had accomplished just that. Had he truly slain someone of the innate realm? Feng Xie took a deep breath, his heart tumultuous. Meanwhile, for Jelly Ba, the individual in question, emotions surged even more violently within. For a typical martial artist, the innate realm is unquestionably superior to the acquired realm. The force of an innate warrior can easily overwhelm one of the acquired realm. Thus, it was expected that this half-step innate should have been effortlessly sent flying. However, the current situation was perplexing. His furious punch was unexpectedly blocked by a half-step innate, who even seemed to gain the upper hand. For Ning Chuan, this occurrence was quite normal. He had deliberately restrained his realm to that of a half-step innate. Had he unleashed his full power, bolstered by his current Xian Luo body, a single punch could indeed have ended Jelly Ba's existence. Shall we continue? Ning Chuan inquired calmly, gazing at Jelly Ba. You humph. Jelly Ba inhaled sharply, letting out a cold snort before turning on his heel to leave, his fury reaching a boiling point. He had never anticipated Ning Chuan's strength to be so formidable. From their previous clash, Jelly Ba realized that even with his innate prowess, subduing Ning Chuan was nearly impossible. Moreover, the Mountain King had decreed that they were not to lay a finger on Ning Chuan. Thus, both in terms of strength and status, he found himself utterly powerless against Ning Chuan. This was infuriating for someone who wielded the authority over life and death of slaves. Most distressing was the humiliation he felt before so many slaves. He could do nothing against Ning Chuan. Remaining in that place any longer, he risked losing his sanity. As Jelly Ba departed, the gazes of all present towards Ning Chuan underwent a profound transformation. Previously, they had feared him due to his strength. Now, their apprehension stemmed from his audacity to confront a commander of the 29th Army. They had anticipated Jelly Ba would eliminate Ning Chuan. But the outcome was astonishing. Ning Chuan remained unscathed, while Jelly Ba retreated in disgrace. At that moment, speculation arose regarding Ning Chuan's true identity. Feng Xie's expression shifted dramatically as he resolved never to provoke Ning Chuan again. A figure so fearless, whom even a commander of the 29th Army could not subdue, was not someone he dared to challenge. Although Ning Chuan was not the leader of the slave camp, he had undoubtedly become a unique presence that commanded respect and caution. Some astute archers promptly handed over their arrows to Ning Chuan, and the remaining archers soon followed suit. Rather than allow Ning Chuan to seize their arrows, they chose to offer them voluntarily. Ning Chuan accepted all without hesitation, swiftly shooting them toward the icy wall. Yet, this time, no one dared to voice any objections. Zongtu dead spirits. The Zongtu dead spirits are climbing up. A cry of alarm rang out from a distance. Numerous Zongtu dead spirits were seen scaling the icy walls from other locations, all entering a state of combat. Strangely, not a single Zongtu dead spirit was seen ascending the icy wall overseen by the slave camp. What an oddity! Why have no undead emerged here? Indeed, after all this time, not a single undead has been sighted. Wait. The absence of undead could not possibly be due to that fellow Ning Chuan having eliminated them all. Could it? Could it be that what he claimed earlier was true? Has he truly been slaying the burial grounds undead? The eyes of the individuals from the slave camp were filled with perplexity as they gazed upon Ning Chuan. It is worth noting that, after nightfall, the area beneath the ice wall resembled a bottomless abyss, utterly devoid of visibility. Previously, they would only commence shooting arrows once the undead had ascended to a certain height. However, Ning Chuan, indifferent to the astonishment and confusion of others, relentlessly fired arrows into the depths beneath the ice wall. Regrettably, his supply of arrows was limited, amounting to merely over 1,000, and before long, he had exhausted his entire stock. Chapter 86. The Innate Undead, Slain by an Arrow. As Ning Chuan's realm ascended, his ability to vanquish the peak of the postnatal undead of the burial soil yielded merely 0. 1 in attributes. The attributes gained from slaying postnatal beings below this pinnacle were even more dismal. After expending over 1,000 iron arrows, Ning Chuan's enhancements amounted to a mere 80 for the Xian Luo body and 96 for innate true energy, along with a handful of inconsequential gains. Subsequently, while a few more undead crawled up, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Ning Chuan managed to seize a dozen or so more, while the remainder was dispatched by others in the slave camp. The scarcity of arrows was a hindrance. Otherwise, all these undead would have been his. Nonetheless, the overall count of these undead was not substantial. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. The icy wall overseen by the slave camp had seen fewer than 2,000 undead ascend. And even with ample arrows, it would not suffice for his needs. After dispatching the last of the undead, Ning Chuan cast his gaze toward the base of the icy wall, yearning for the presence of some innate undead. Slaying such beings would undoubtedly yield greater attribute gains. As he stared intently, a surge of malevolence, teeming with an insatiable killing intent, suddenly bore down upon him. Following this ominous gaze, he beheld a single innate undead. Its blood-red eyes fixated upon him. This was an innate undead. Kill him. This thought ignited within Ning Chuan. Upon noticing the attention from Ning Chuan, the innate undead revealed a terrifying grin, making a gesture across its throat as if to signify decapitation. Huh. To dare provoke me from beneath the icy wall. Do you truly believe that once my arrows are expended, I am powerless against you? Concentrating his energy, Ning Chuan scoffed at the undead's taunt. If it thought that the depletion of his arrows rendered him helpless, it was gravely mistaken. Drawing his bow, he conjured an arrow formed from innate true energy, directing it straight at the sentient innate undead. Upon witnessing this, the innate undead displayed a disdainful expression, brandishing a bone knife to counter the impending arrow. Yet, as the knife clashed with the arrow, its expression transformed from contempt to astonishment. Soon after, terror gripped the innate undead as tendrils of black smoke erupted from its form, as if being seared by an inferno. A harrowing cry, laden with despair, resonated in the air, instilling a profound sense of dread within all who heard it. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the innate undead was reduced to ashes by Ning Chuan's arrow. Xian Luo body 3 innate true energy 2. The undead was suffused with a chilling aura of death, yet my cultivation of the Xin Yang technique, a supreme martial art, produces true energy of unparalleled strength and brilliance, making it the ultimate nemesis of these undead. Ning Chuan's gaze flickered with determination. The martial arts bequeathed by the esteemed ancestor Ning Chuan are indeed formidable, effortlessly vanquishing the undead of the burial ground. Given this, might I venture forth into the burial ground myself? Naturally, Ning Chuan must first make adequate preparations and refrain from delving too deeply into the burial site. He possesses a keen awareness of his own capabilities. It is certain that more powerful undead lie dormant within the burial ground, and with his innate strength, a brief foray around the periphery should pose no significant threat. As the first light of dawn crept across the horizon, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the sky, the people's vision extended further than before. Then, Feng Xie and the group from the slave camp gazed with profound skepticism and curiosity towards the base of the ice wall. Last night, Ning Chuan had confidently asserted that he was slaying the undead of the burial ground. Indeed, during his archery, no undead had managed to scale the city wall. Thus, they were eager to discern whether this was mere happenstance or if Ning Chuan had truly vanquished the burial ground's undead. To their astonishment, the ground below was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the undead. Truly, the count was approximately over 1,000 corpses, and every arrow had found its mark upon the heads of the undead. As the denizens of the slave camp beheld the disarray of undead remains at the foot of the ice wall, their expression shifted markedly. Previously, they had presumed Ning Chuan was indiscriminately loosing arrows, wasting ammunition. They had not anticipated that his claims were indeed factual. He was not shooting aimlessly, but was genuinely slaying the undead of the burial ground. Particularly, the so-called sharpshooter of the slave camp, Chen Yi, paled at this revelation, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. While it was one thing for Ning Chuan to perceive objects in the dark, a skill not commonly seen but not overly rare, it was entirely another to consider the conditions of last night. The biting wind howled fiercely, and snow fell in torrents. The violent gusts could easily divert an arrow from its intended path, and the swirling snow severely compromised visibility. Coupled with the darkness and a distance of over 200 meters, even Chun Yi could not confidently claim he could accurately strike the head of an undead creature. Yet, Ning Chuan had accomplished this feat. Chun Yi had even taken the liberty to count personally 1,200 arrows, each striking a corresponding undead, with not a single miss. At that moment, he could not suppress the urge to bow in respect to Ning Chuan. In comparison to Ning Chuan's archery, his own skills seemed laughably inadequate, and there existed no basis for comparison. Ning Chuan's prowess was truly deserving of the title peerless, and he was thoroughly impressed. At this juncture, Ning Chuan descended the city wall amidst the awed gazes of the slave camp's inhabitants and surrendered his equipment. However, instead of returning to his tent, he sought out a quartermaster from the 29th Army, candidly stating his need for a substantial quantity of arrows. "How dare a mere slave make demands of me? Who grants you such audacity?" The quartermaster, enraged, raised his hand to strike Ning Chuan. The slap resonated sharply. However, the quartermaster's hand did not connect with Ning Chuan. Rather, he was sent sprawling by a counter-slap, losing several teeth as blood flowed freely from his mouth. Rebellion. This is an affront. Eliminate this audacious slave at once. The quartermaster cried out in despair. Upon witnessing the scene, the soldiers of the 29th Army immediately drew their weapons. How audacious for a mere slave to dare strike one of their quartermasters. It was nothing short of madness. Just as tensions were on the verge of erupting, a deep and authoritative voice resonated through the air. "Commander, this slave has actually assaulted our quartermaster," one soldier exclaimed, gazing at the imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. "We pay our respects to the commander." The other soldiers promptly knelt on the ground. The commander, the highest-ranking officer of the 29th Army, the principal authority, declared, "A mere slave dares to strike our quartermaster. Let him be executed." Commander Gorgon cast a fleeting glance at Ning Chuan, and after uttering his decree, he turned to return to the barracks. A slave was hardly worthy of his consideration. "Kill me? That would require the consent of your mountain king," Ning Chuan replied calmly. Chapter 87. The Inverted Celestial Pattern. The Night of the Blood Moon. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, all present were instantly taken aback. The commanding officer was undeniably audacious, almost soaring to the heavens. The quartermaster, who had just received a slap from Ning Chuan, repeatedly voiced his hope that the commander would administer a severe punishment to this audacious slave, who seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. They had encountered arrogance before, but never of such magnitude. Their supreme leader, Commander Gorgon of the 29th Army, would need to seek permission from the Mountain King to execute a mere slave? It was utterly ludicrous. Not only could he slay one slave, but he could also annihilate the entire slave camp without reporting to the Mountain King. Slaves were regarded as expendable fodder, their lives deemed worthless, easily extinguished. Observing the unfolding scene, Feng Xie and others from the slave camp had already condemned Ning Chuan to death in their hearts. Why provoke anyone, let alone the supreme authority of the 29th Army, Gorgon? It was as if he was impatiently seeking rebirth, utterly lacking in self-awareness. What an audacious claim. Gorgon sneered coldly and immediately reached for his battle knife, intending to cleave Ning Chuan in two. However, as the blade was drawn halfway from its sheath, he seemed to recall something. "What is your name?" Gorgon inquired, scrutinizing Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan." Ning Chuan met Gorgon's gaze without fear, responding candidly. "Ning Chuan, I see. Why did you assault the quartermaster of my 29th Army?" Gorgon's eyes narrowed upon hearing the name. Previously, the Mountain King had issued orders for them to pay close attention to this slave and to ensure his life remained unharmed. "I merely sought additional arrows to better vanquish our foes. If he refused, so be it, but to dare strike me in return." Ning Chuan spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. He was regarded by the Mountain King as a vessel for nurturing the blood path's longevity goo, and as long as he did not create significant turmoil, he would remain unscathed. A mere quartermaster was inconsequential. If he had to be struck, then so be it. How dare a lowly slave make demands? "You shall be executed for daring to strike me." The quartermaster glared at Ning Chuan, his irritation mounting as he shouted in fury. Quartermaster apologized to Ning Chuan. Commander Gorgon commanded, "You insufferable slave, your end is near." "HM? Apologize?" Initially, the quartermaster believed the commander would impose severe punishment upon Ning Chuan. But as realization dawned, he stood frozen in place. What was happening? This slave had struck him, even knocking out several teeth. He had expected Commander Gorgon to punish Ning Chuan, yet the outcome was that he was to apologize to this slave? Confusion, humiliation, and disbelief swirled within the quartermaster, leading him to think he had misheard. But upon meeting the commander's serious and authoritative gaze, he understood he had not erred. Commander Gorgon indeed demanded that he apologize to Ning Chuan. "Why, yes, I apologize." Though the quartermaster felt an immense sense of indignation and reluctance within, he dared not defy the orders of the commander and thus approached Ning Chuan to offer his apologies. "How many arrows do you require?" Commander Gugong inquired once more. Surely, the more, the better. Ning Chuan responded. Quartermaster, provide him with 3,000 arrows, commanded Gugong. Yes, my lord. The quartermaster nodded, his dissatisfaction reaching a peak. Yet he refrained from voicing his grievances. At that moment, curiosity about Ning Chuan's origin swept through those present. A mere slave, audacious enough to strike a quartermaster in front of Commander Gugong, astonished everyone. What left them utterly dumbfounded was that this slave emerged unscathed. While the quartermaster had to apologize to him, an extraordinary reversal of fate. Particularly, Feng Xie and others from the slave camp now regarded Ning Chuan as a celestial being. A veil of mystery enveloped Ning Chuan in the minds of the slaves. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Ning Chuan headed straight to his tent after achieving his objective. Commander Gugong watched Ning Chuan's retreating figure, a flicker of amusement and derision crossing his gaze. Did he truly believe he could be appointed a general by my king? How utterly laughable! You are merely a tool wielded by my king. Go forth and slay as a dog for my king. Gugong sneered inwardly. Ning Chuan was entirely unaware of Gugong's thoughts. Even if he were, it would matter not. Gugong fancied himself on a higher tier. Oblivious to the fact that Ning Chuan had already ascended to the pinnacle, Ning Chuan fought not to be exploited by the king of Manshan, but to grow stronger through battle. Crunching through the thick layers of snow on his return to the tent, Ning Chuan discovered the one-armed old Zhou was engaged in expanding his quarters. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Ning Chuan queried, perplexed. The previous tent was hastily erected and far too small. It was quite uncomfortable, so I thought I would enlarge it for you. Despite losing an arm and his combat prowess diminishing with age, old Zhou had survived in the brutal slave camp, a testament to his cleverness. After witnessing Ning Chuan's strength and Commander Gugong's attitude towards him, old Zhou quickly recognized that he had to cling to this formidable ally. Even if he could not fully secure his favor, fostering a good relationship with Ning Chuan could only yield benefits. Thus, despite his exhaustion from the previous night's vigil, old Zhou persevered in expanding Ning Chuan's tent. It must be said that old Zhou's skill in tent construction was exceptional, out of sheer necessity. He had erected countless tents for others. Before long, a tent 3 or 4 times larger than the previous one appeared before Ning Chuan. It not only provided superior warmth but was also far more comfortable. Old Zhou, thank you. Ning Chuan expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. I'm off now. Just call if you need anything. Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively and, demonstrating remarkable tact, exited the tent. Last night, Ning Chuan dispatched a multitude of the buried Earth's undead, and at this moment, he undoubtedly requires rest. Should he linger any longer, it would surely evoke Ning Chuan's disdain. With the departure of old Zhou, Ning Chuan commenced his respite, preparing to restore his energy for the imminent battle that awaited him this evening. As night fell once more, Ning Chuan and his companions ascended the ice wall, where 3,000 arrows were meticulously arranged atop the battlements. However, this night was far from ordinary. The moon in the sky appeared to be stained with blood, transforming ominously into a blood moon. Upon witnessing this sanguine orb, save for the recent arrivals to the northern wall, the expressions of the others swiftly contorted into a visage of profound dread. For it is well known that on blood moon nights, the undead of the buried Earth's forbidden zone erupt into chaos, and even some of the innate undead are awakened. Chapter 88. Prestige, the name of the leader. The night of the blood moon, often referred to as the night of death, casts a perilous shadow upon the land. Under its ominous glow, the restless spirits of the burial grounds rise in fury, and even the primordial undead awaken, rendering the night exceedingly dangerous. At this moment, all the stationed soldiers and slaves atop the northern wall bristled with tension. Upon receiving the alarming news, Ning Chuan felt no hint of panic or dread. Rather, an unexpected anticipation stirred within him. In stark contrast, the slaves of the camp were enveloped in despair. Leader, what shall we do? One pleaded. Indeed, leader, I heard that during the last blood moon night, our camp nearly faced annihilation, and you were one of the survivors. You must devise a plan. Another urged. Leader, you cannot simply stand by and let us perish. The collective gaze of the slaves fell upon their leader, Feng Xie, their faces painted with hope, yearning for a strategy to save their lives. Seeing their distress, Feng Xie rubbed his temples, his own face marred by an unshakable sorrow. The blood moon night heralded the fury of the burial ground spirits, and even more formidable undead would emerge. What could he, a mere leader of a slave camp, possibly do? Yet, endowed with innate strength, he believed that with caution, he could navigate through this perilous night. As for the fates of others, they were beyond his control, leaving him to offer continual reassurances to the camp's inhabitants. A plan? Alas, there is none. As the moon hung high in the night sky, it became ensconced in a shroud of crimson. From within the burial grounds, a chilling, eerie howl erupted, sending shivers down the spine. It seemed as if this night belonged to the revelry of the burial ground spirits, even amidst the howling winds. The guards upon the icy wall discerned a faint rustling emanating from below. Ning Chuan peered down, and indeed, a multitude of burial ground spirits, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, began to scale the icy barriers at an alarming speed, more than thrice as fast as before. This was fortuitous. Yet, they were too scattered. If only they could coordinate an assault like the Harki tribe's attack on the Iron Black City, for arrows launched in unison. A celestial alignment to swiftly vanquish the foe. Gazing at the 3,000 arrows at his side, Ning Chuan deftly bent his bow and nocked an arrow. Swiftly, the iron arrows flew forth, striking down the burial ground spirits with unerring precision. Concurrently, he sought out the more formidable undead among them. At this juncture, other sections of the northern wall were already stained with blood, the air filled with screams, roars, and the sounds of gnashing teeth, instilling a profound terror. Yet, the icy wall manned by the 29th Army slave camp remained unscathed. Not a single spirit had managed to ascend. In that moment, the camp's inhabitants looked upon Ning Chuan, tirelessly drawing and releasing arrows, and found him to be a figure of remarkable stature, single-handedly ensuring that no burial ground spirit could breach their defenses. Ning Chuan, leader, all these arrows are for you. Indeed, Ning Chuan, the master of archery, has proven unparalleled in skill. I am in awe. Ning Chuan, I sincerely apologize for my previous disdain towards you. At this moment, within the slave camp, the multitude of slaves inadvertently began to address Ning Chuan with the title of master. This undoubtedly signifies their acknowledgement of Ning Chuan's prowess and his esteemed position within the slave camp. Fengxie, one of the leaders of the slave camp, felt a tumult of emotions as he listened to the crowd's reverence for Ning Chuan. His own authority was merely a result of his innate strength, compellingly obtained. The respect he garnered was superficial at best. In stark contrast, Ning Chuan, on this fateful night, had ensured that not a single casualty had befallen the slave camp, and his prestige had surely eclipsed Fengxie's, earning genuine admiration from all. Unperturbed by the accolades, Ning Chuan continued to draw his bow and shoot down the horde of burial soil undead. Some astute individuals among the slaves adeptly gathered arrows and presented them before Ning Chuan. With a mere extension of his hand, he could easily retrieve the arrows and maintain his relentless assault. Ning Chuan cast a glance of appreciation towards these quick-witted individuals, which elicited their exuberant delight, as they perceived it as an endorsement of their efforts by their esteemed master. As Ning Chuan felled more than 2,000 burial soil undead, an innate undead finally made its appearance. However, instead of immediately scaling the ice wall, it observed its subordinates from a distance as they fell like dumplings. Its cold, bloodthirsty gaze fixated upon Ning Chuan, who was tirelessly drawing his bow atop the ice wall. This was the very innate undead that Ning Chuan had previously dispatched with his arrow, and it had miraculously returned to confront him. Come forth, innate undead. Hurry. Allow me the pleasure of your demise. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the innate burial soil undead, though regrettably, it lingered just beyond his effective range. Eagerly, he awaited its approach. Shortly thereafter, Ning Chuan beheld another innate undead emerge. This particular burial soil undead was extraordinary, exuding a mid-stage innate aura. Its body cloaked in a layer of green scales, wielding a steel fork, and adorned with menacing spikes upon its back. Every movement exuded a palpable sense of danger. Is it you who killed me last time? The scaled undead inquired, pointing at Ning Chuan atop the ice wall. Indeed, it was he who shot me down with a single arrow. The innate undead affirmed, hatred evident in its gaze directed at Ning Chuan. Humph. How disgraceful for a being of innate status to be slain by one merely half a step away from it. The scaled undead, displeased by the admission, scoffed and struck the innate undead on the back of the head, sending it sprawling. Yet he is undeniably formidable. The innate undead protested as it regained its footing. Defiance etched upon its face. Regardless of his strength, he remains only half a step away from innate. Watch how I shall vanquish him. The moment the scaled undead concluded its declaration, it advanced into Ning Chuan's range. Beneath his feet, he unexpectedly tread upon a peculiar method of movement, allowing him to approach the icy wall with the swiftness of the wind. Upon witnessing this, Ning Chuan's eyes brightened, At last, the moment had arrived. Now that his adversary had entered his range, escape was no longer an option. Despite facing a mid-stage innate realm skeletal being, Ning Chuan afforded it the respect it deserved. Arrow condensation technique. Ning Chuan silently commanded within himself. An arrow, forged from primordial true energy, swiftly took form, imbued with the power of qi penetrating mountains and rivers, enhancing its might. It is worth noting that when he previously shot down the earlier innate skeletal being, he had merely released an arrow formed of primordial true energy, without invoking the full force of qi penetrating mountains and rivers. Today, this demonstrated Ning Chuan's seriousness regarding this mid-stage innate skeletal foe. Whoosh! The arrow was released, hurtling towards the skeletal being. Umph! Merely an arrow refined from primordial true energy. The skeletal being scoffed, exuding an air of disdain as it brandished its trident, intent on shattering the ethereal arrow. Chapter 89. Another batch of slaves. However, at the moment the steel fork collided with the ethereal arrow, the expression of the scaled undead shifted dramatically. How could an arrow shot by a mere half-step innate being possess such formidable power? Moreover, this ethereal arrow was imbued with an overwhelming essence of pure yang. With a resounding thud, the scaled undead was propelled backward by the force of the arrow, although it did not meet its demise. The searing yang energy inflicted excruciating pain upon it. Yet, before it could react, another ethereal arrow shot forth. Save me. The scaled undead was taken aback, having utterly underestimated its adversary. Despite the fact that they would resurrect shortly after death, the agony experienced before dying and during revival would relentlessly torment their nerves, rendering their existence a living hell. Another innate undead, instinctively sensing the peril, rushed to rescue the scaled undead, but it was ultimately too late. Thud. The scaled undead was pierced through the head by the ethereal arrow, and the intense yang energy reduced its body to ashes. A chilling scream echoed through the air, sending shivers down spines. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Yellow gem X1. Witnessing this, the heart of the other innate undead turned cold. It dawned on him that the previous encounter had not seen the opponent exerting their full strength. In that moment, without a hint of hesitation, this innate undead turned to flee, resolute in its decision never to approach this icy barrier again. These undead endured immense suffering during both death and resurrection, and now, to face the torment of being scorched by yang energy before their demise was a terrifying thought. However, the innate undead's instinctive attempt to save the scaled undead had already placed it within Ning Chuan's effective range. How could Ning Chuan allow it to escape? Whoosh. Thud. Ultimately, this innate undead could not evade Ning Chuan's arrow, being shot through the head and subsequently reduced to nothing but ashes by the yang energy. Xian Luo body 2 innate true chi 3 if only more innate undead would come. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. The rewards for slaying innate undead far surpassed those for dispatching postnatal beings by more than tenfold. As dawn broke, the frenzied and bloodthirsty burial soil undead finally retreated, signaling the end of the night of death. Yet, although the night of death had concluded, the cries and wails of the people persisted. That night, the garrison stationed at the icy wall suffered heavy casualties, their blood staining the ice. Only the section of the icy wall defended by Ning Chuan and the other slaves experienced minimal losses. Approximately 5,000 burial soil undead had attacked this portion of the ice wall. The quartermaster had only provided Ning Chuan with 3,000 arrows, and the archers from the slave camp had also contributed their arrows to him. Before the burial soil undead could even reach the icy wall, Ning Chuan had already felled over 4,000 of them. The remaining 1,000 or so undead, upon scaling the ice wall, were subsequently eliminated. Ning Chuan reaped significant rewards. Xian Luo body 502, innate true chi 513, and also obtained a yellow gem. This yellow gemstone is no ordinary stone. It is an exceedingly rare treasure of nature, capable of unconditionally enhancing the grade of equipment. On this night of the blood moon, I have experienced significant growth, and it won't be long before I feel I can step into the mid-stage of the innate realm, Ning Chuan mused internally. Then, amidst the awe and gratitude of numerous slaves, he made his way to his tent, eager to test the effects of the gemstone. At this moment, although Ning Chuan had never declared himself the leader of the slave camp, in the hearts of the camp's inhabitants, he had already assumed that role. After all, most of them had survived this blood moon night by following him. Upon returning to his tent, Ning Chuan took out the yellow gemstone he had obtained after slaying the scaled undead. By placing the gemstone near the equipment he wished to enhance and channeling his true energy, He could merge the gemstone with the equipment, thereby elevating its grade. The Xiantian Overlord Spear, renowned as a legendary weapon in the martial world, was the first to come to mind. Would it be possible to enhance it with the yellow gemstone? With a thought, Ning Chuan retrieved the spear from his system space, but after several attempts, he met with failure. The Xiantian Overlord Spear was the pinnacle of equipment, and the yellow gemstone could not augment it, nor could it do so for the Wushuang set. Next, Ning Chuan produced the Crimson Moon Bow. This bow could only be classified as a low-grade exceptional piece of equipment, and it seemed likely that the yellow gemstone could enhance its rank. Indeed, as Ning Chuan brought the gemstone close to the Crimson Moon Bow and activated his true energy, the gemstone transformed into a liquid form and was absorbed by the bow, with a flash of crimson light. The Crimson Moon Bow successfully ascended to the ranks of mid-tier equipment, bestowing a 10% increase in the potency of its arrows. One must not underestimate this 10%. Previously, when Ning Chuan shot the scaled undead with the void arrow, which carried the force of mountains and rivers, an additional 10% enhancement would mean he could eliminate the scaled undead without the need for a second arrow, such as the magnitude of the difference. Once I reach the mid-stage of the innate realm, I shall venture into the forbidden zone of buried life. Ning Chuan whispered to himself, contemplating his next moves. Currently, as only an early-stage innate practitioner, it would be somewhat reckless to enter the forbidden zone. However, once he breaks through to the mid-stage, his Xianyuan divine body should reach a small level of completion, and his innate true energy would swell beyond that of an ordinary mid-stage innate warrior. At that time, utilizing the arrow condensation technique to unleash 3,000 to 5,000 void arrows would pose no challenge at all. As noon approached, the snowstorm began to relent. Old Zhou, the one-armed elder, brought Ning Chuan some food. Given Ning Chuan's current standing and prestige in the slave camp, he naturally dined on the finest fare. Even Feng Xie and another leader dared not voice their discontent. Old Zhou also benefited from Ning Chuan's influence, enjoying a significant upgrade in his rations. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Old Zhou poked his head out of the tent for a glance before retreating back inside. What is happening outside? Ning Chuan inquired. It's the cavalry from the Mankind tribe. They've brought another batch of slaves. Old Zhou replied. Indeed. Ning Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Although the Manshan tribe and the Great Jin dynasty had forged a 5-year peace treaty, the two other tribes of the Golden Horde would undoubtedly disregard it. The slaves captured by these two tribes were distributed here in equal measure. Soon enough, these newly arrived slaves, upon understanding the hierarchy of strength that governed the slave camp, began to assert themselves without hesitation. At this moment, Old Zhou felt a newfound confidence. In the past, whenever a batch of slaves was delivered, he would tremble with fear, for his frail age and the loss of an arm rendered him a true soft target. However, now he had secured the support of a formidable ally, and thus no longer felt apprehensive. Ah, this tent is quite splendid, larger than the usual ones, and certainly more spacious and comfortable. You too, vacate the premises immediately. This tent now belongs to me. A burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard, barged into Ning Chuan's tent, intent on driving both Ning Chuan and Old Zhou out. Chapter 90. Are you Ning Chuan? A special presence in the slave camp? Huh, what audacity. You dare to seize Ning Chuan's tent? I truly admire your courage. Did it not occur to you, before attempting to take the tent, why it is larger than others? Before Ning Chuan could respond, Old Zhou had already let out a cold laugh. Ever since he had latched onto Ning Chuan's formidable presence, he had to stand even when answering nature's call, for his back was too rigid, and his legs could not bend. Not to mention, Ning Chuan's prowess in the slave camp was already at the pinnacle, and even the supreme authority of the 29th Army, Gugong, spoke to him with great respect. Gugong, the ultimate authority of the 29th Army, wielded the power of life and death over the entire slave camp. I take what is grand. There's no denying it. My strength is overwhelming. After the burly man with a bushy beard finished speaking, he exuded the aura of a half-step innate realm. Following his words, a cold smirk appeared on his face as he reached towards Ning Chuan and Old Zhou, intending to throw them out. Half-step innate. Ning Chuan, who was dining, suddenly raised his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, 2 chopsticks pierced directly into the burly man's neck. You. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ning Chuan, seemingly unable to fathom that a formidable half-step innate warrior could be defeated by mere chopsticks. To dare to seize Ning Chuan's tent is to court death. Get out, Old Zhou declared, kicking the burly man out of the tent. The burly man struggled and convulsed a few times before completely losing his life force. Xian Luo S body 0. 2. Innate true chi 0. 3. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the slave camp, shaking the ground. What is happening? Do they not know that Ning Chuan is dining? Old Zhou immediately exited the tent, shouting in reprimand. He saw two figures spitting blood, flying backward, one of whom came hurtling directly towards him. Old Zhou instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the oncoming figure. Otherwise, his frail body would have met a grim fate. The leader of the slave camp appears to be nothing remarkable. He couldn't even withstand a single punch from me. I hereby declare that from now on, I, Zhao Guangshan, shall be the leader of the slave camp. A burly middle-aged man with a bare upper body and bulging muscles slowly withdrew his fist, his voice, bolstered by innate true chi, resonating throughout the entire slave camp. The two figures that had been sent flying were none other than the two leaders of the slave camp. One was Feng Xie, and the other was named Wang Hong. Both Feng Xie and Wang Hong were at the early stage of the innate realm. However, Zhao Guangshan had already entered the mid-stage of the innate realm, rendering their combined efforts insufficient to withstand his punch. This also demonstrated that Zhao Guangshan's strength was extraordinary, even among mid-stage innate warriors. Bowing to leader Zhao. In that moment, everyone in the slave camp lowered their heads and shouted in unison, filled with awe for Zhao Guangshan's formidable power. In the realm of innate power, both Feng Xie and Wang Hong have achieved considerable strength. However, due to their comparable abilities, neither could dominate the slave camp. Now, with the arrival of Zhao Guangshan, who possesses formidable strength at the mid-stage of the innate realm, he has subdued both Feng Xie and Wang Hong, ultimately claiming the title of the camp's leader. Boss Ning Chuan, Feng Xie and Wang Hong have been defeated. What shall we do? Old Zhou inquired nervously upon returning to the tent. The sudden change in leadership within the slave camp did not bode well. Unconcerned, it has nothing to do with us, Ning Chuan replied, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, indicating that the new leader's ascension held no relevance for him. For Ning Chuan, the only thing that mattered was the act of vanquishing foes, concealing his aura with the breath-concealing technique. He masked his cultivation at the threshold of the innate realm, deliberately avoiding attracting the attention of the barbarian mountain king. Thus, he had no desire to reveal his true strength. Indeed, Old Zhou nodded in agreement. However, not long after, a figure strode directly into Ning Chuan's tent. It was Zhao Guangshan, the newly appointed leader of the slave camp. You are Ning Chuan, the unique presence within the camp? Zhao Guangshan scrutinized Ning Chuan. His imposing figure reminiscent of a small mountain, his voice deep and laden with an oppressive aura. Is there something you need? Ning Chuan set down his bowl and chopsticks, meeting Zhao Guangshan's gaze directly. Humph, you possess quite the audacity to meet my eyes, Zhao Guangshan declared. Now that I, Zhao Guangshan, am the leader of the slave camp, I advise you not to be a thorn in my side. If you truly provoke my ire, I shall not concern myself with your identity. Do you understand? He unleashed the aura of his mid-stage innate realm, pressing it down upon Ning Chuan. Upon entering the slave camp, Zhao Guangshan sought to assess the formidable figures within. While Feng Xie and Wang Hong were well known as the camp's leaders, he was taken aback by the existence of a unique character like Ning Chuan. With strength at the half-step innate realm, he could contend with an early-stage innate realm leader. Moreover, after confronting the supply officer of the 29th Army, Ning Chuan not only emerged unscathed but compelled the officer to apologize. Although Zhao Guangshan was unaware of Ning Chuan's true identity as the new leader, he could not allow any rebellious elements to exist within his ranks. Is there anything else? Ning Chuan maintained his composure in the face of Zhao Guangshan's oppressive aura, as if a gentle breeze had merely brushed past him. This moment caused Zhao Guangshan to narrow his eyes. For even Feng Xie and Wang Hong could not remain unfazed under his overwhelming pressure, yet Ning Chuan had managed to do so. Furthermore, when Ning Chuan's gaze met his, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him. A mere illusion. It must be an illusion, he reassured himself. How could a half-step innate be a threat to one at the mid-stage? With a disdainful snort, Zhao Guangshan dismissed the thoughts from his mind and exited the tent. Watching Zhao Guangshan depart, Old Zhou could not help but let out a quiet sigh. Despite Ning Chuan's formidable prowess, he remained merely at the half-step innate level. Zhao Guangshan, a formidable figure in the realm of innate mastery, stands firmly in the midst of the mid-stage of this profound state. Even Feng Xie and Wang Hong are utterly outmatched by him. In light of the circumstances, bowing down is indeed the wisest course of action. As dusk descends, the undead of the burial earth stir once more. Ning Chuan, as is his custom, skillfully dispatches the undead with his arrows. Such diligence. It is no wonder that those ruffians supply you with an abundance of arrows. Ning Chuan's unparalleled archery skills have reached the ears of the newly appointed leader, Zhao Guangshan. Observing Ning Chuan's fervent efforts, a sardonic smile graces his lips. Beneath the ice wall, the innate undead that Ning Chuan had slain twice, along with the scaled undead he had vanquished once, have returned to the icy barrier. Moreover, they are accompanied by an even more formidable undead, one who has attained the late stage of innate mastery, clad in dark crimson armor and wielding a skeletal blade. This menacing figure gazes coldly at Ning Chuan with its crimson eyes. Is it truly that mere half-step innate being who brought your demise? The voice of the armored undead resonates with a profound fury. Chapter 91. The contest between the clam and the heron. The fisherman gains. Indeed, the innate death spirit and the scaled death spirit bowed their heads in shame. After all, being slain by a half-step innate warrior is hardly a matter of glory. Humph. Useless. Watch how I eliminate him. The armored death spirit let out a cold snort, its crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a thunderous crash, the armored death spirit forcefully stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble as its body shot upwards like a cannonball, twisting and turning above the icy wall. Swiftly heading towards Ning Chuan, an innate late-stage burial earth spirit, and it's charging at me, quite a formidable foe. Ning Chuan murmured to himself. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned to flee. With all his strength unleashed, he was confident he could eliminate this innate late-stage burial earth spirit. But such an act would undoubtedly expose his own power, inevitably inviting the suspicion of the barbarian mountain king. Thus, Ning Chuan planned to lead the disaster elsewhere. A late-stage innate commander of the 29th Army was not far away overseeing the battle. He intended to let the armored death spirit and the commander inflict mutual destruction before he made his move. Thinking of escaping? Do you believe you can? The armored death spirit sneered upon witnessing this, casting a crimson gaze at the innate death spirit and the scaled death spirit once slain by Ning Chuan. As if to say, do you see? I have yet to strike, and already they are frightened into a retreat. The innate late-stage burial earth spirit is charging forward. The innate late-stage burial earth spirit is charging forward. As Ning Chuan ran, he shouted aloud. When the throng of slaves and guards atop the icy wall heard of the innate late-stage death spirit, they were all taken aback, believing Ning Chuan was jesting. After all, during the blood moon night, no innate late-stage burial earth spirit had been sighted. How could such a being appear in these ordinary times? Yet, as the armored death spirit leaped onto the icy wall, all the slaves and guards panicked, realizing that it was indeed a powerful innate late-stage spirit. In the next moment, the armored death spirit transformed into a veritable meat grinder, slaughtering every slave and guard that stood before it. However, at the sound of Ning Chuan's cries, the innate late-stage commander of the 29th Army reacted swiftly, drawing his battle blade and charging directly at the armored death spirit. If this armored death spirit was not halted in time, the icy wall might very well be on the brink of collapse. Die. The armored death spirit, seeing an innate late-stage commander blocking its path, was filled with murderous intent in its crimson eyes. With its skeletal bone blade sweeping forth, a surge of true energy erupted, akin to a roaring tidal wave, crashing towards the commander. The commander, witnessing this, had a fierce glint in his eyes and likewise swung his blade. Boom. The clash between two innate late-stage powerhouses sent forth a powerful and violent energy that swept in all directions with each collision. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan remained on the sidelines, watching the fierce battle unfold, occasionally shooting at some of the burial earth spirits scaling the icy wall. Before long, the Grand Commander found himself grievously wounded, multiple blades having pierced his flesh, while an overwhelming aura of malevolence and decay clung to his injuries, rendering them not only irreparable but also incessantly tearing at his flesh, causing blood to flow freely. Meanwhile, the armored undead, undeterred by its injuries and fearless in the face of death, suffered only minor detriments, which were hardly of concern. Help! Please, someone help! The Grand Commander's face was a portrait of despair. Indeed, in a battle between beings of the same realm, living entities were no match for the undead. Thus, he was left with no choice but to seek assistance from the leaders of the innate realm surrounding him. Alas, those leaders were also preoccupied with the innate undead. Damn it! Why are there late-stage burial soil undead appearing today? The Grand Commander cursed inwardly. Generally, late-stage burial soil undead remain dormant, awakening only under extraordinary circumstances. Yet here he found himself in such a predicament. "Grand Commander, allow me to lend you a hand." Suddenly, Ning Chuan's voice rang out. Observing the Grand Commander on the brink of collapse while the armored undead remained vibrant, he seized the opportunity to unleash an arrow imbued with the essence of the mountains and rivers. The Grand Commander, initially taken aback by Ning Chuan's unexpected offer, was soon met with dismay upon sensing the aura of a half-step innate realm emanating from him. "You mere half-step innate, how do you expect to assist me?" What a joke. It would be a blessing if you don't complicate matters further. In the next moment, the arrow, suffused with the essence of the mountains and rivers, struck the armored undead. Though it did not pierce its skull, the searing warmth of yang energy inflicted excruciating agony upon the creature. Witnessing this, the Grand Commander's previously dark expression brightened, and he cast a grateful glance at Ning Chuan, seizing the moment to mount a vigorous assault on the armored undead. Ning Chuan's arrow had decisively turned the tide of battle. "Continue. Keep firing at it," the Grand Commander bellowed, eager for Ning Chuan's continued support. "Here it comes." Ning Chuan released 2 more arrows. With the Grand Commander's distraction, the armored undead was struck again. The burning yang energy left the creature in profound torment. "Ha! Excellent shot." With Ning Chuan's assistance, the Grand Commander laughed heartily, his combat spirit invigorated. This infuriated the armored undead, which for the first time experienced the might of Ning Chuan's archery. The most vexing factor remained the Grand Commander. Had it not been for his interference, the undead would have dispatched Ning Chuan long ago. "Cursed be it. If I cannot slay that archer today, I shall make do with you first." Though the armored undead appeared to be retreating under the combined pressure of Ning Chuan and the Grand Commander, it harbored its own intentions. Realizing that a prolonged struggle could lead to its demise, the moment the Grand Commander and Ning Chuan cornered it against the icy wall, the armored undead's crimson gaze gleamed with a fierce light. In an instant, it lunged forward, seizing the unsuspecting Grand Commander in a vice-like grip, and leapt off the icy ledge. He resolved to eliminate the Great Commander first. For the flesh of those in the late innate stage was indeed a significant boon for them, the necromancers of the burial earth. To his astonishment, the armored undead leaped from the ice wall. Ning Chuan, witnessing the armored undead clutching the Great Commander as they descended, found joy rather than surprise in his gaze. Earlier, he had contemplated how to achieve a double kill. He never anticipated that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Ning Chuan hastened to the edge of the ice wall, only to discover that during the fall, the armored undead had astutely positioned the Great Commander above, intending to instill in Ning Chuan a sense of hesitation, fearing to strike lest he harm the commander. Yet, whether the Great Commander lived or died was of no consequence to Ning Chuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the 10 Stars Convergence, channeling the power of the mountain and river. With a series of piercing sounds, 10 ethereal arrows imbued with the energy of the mountain and river pierced through the bodies of both the Great Commander and the armored undead. In that instant, disbelief was etched upon the faces of both the Great Commander and the armored undead. The commander could hardly fathom that this mere slave, Ning Chuan, would dare to strike against him. Meanwhile, the armored undead was enveloped in confusion, questioning how these two were capable of turning on each other despite being allies. Chapter 92. Entering the midst of innate stage. The secret of Zhao Guangshan. With a thud, both the armored undead and the commander crashed to the ground. The commander, expending his last ounce of strength, gazed at Ning Chuan atop the icy wall, his eyes aflame with fury and regret, before he ultimately succumbed to the void of death. Meanwhile, the armored undead was reduced to ashes beneath the searing rays of yang energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received rewards. Yellow Gemstone 2, Xinluo Body 5. True Qi 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received rewards. Yellow Gemstone 2, Xinluo Body 6. True Qi 5. The system's voice resonated within Ning Chuan's mind. Indeed, with these 4 yellow gemstones, the quality of the Crimson Moonbow should ascend once more. Ning Chuan mused internally, then shifted his gaze toward the remaining earthen undead, continuing his rampage until dawn, when all the earthen undead retreated. Xinluo Body 86, True Qi 92. If this momentum continues, within a mere 10 days, I shall surely step into the midst of innate stage. Ning Chuan reveled in the burgeoning strength of his physique and true Qi, his countenance serene while his heart brimmed with joy. At that moment, he approached the edge of the icy wall once more, peering down. Not only Ning Chuan, but a considerable crowd soon gathered here, for it was the very site where the commander and the armored undead had fallen. Last night, upon witnessing the commander being dragged down by the armored undead, some soldiers had contemplated a rescue. However, the thought of the abyssal depths beneath the icy wall, teeming with earth and undead, rendered them too fearful to proceed. To descend would risk not only their own lives but also the chance of failing to save the commander. Yet now, beneath the icy wall, the commander's body had long since vanished. The flesh and blood of a late innate stage warrior is a veritable feast for the earth and undead, and it was likely they had consumed every remnant of them. Nevertheless, the death of one commander was an immense blow to the entire 29th Army, inciting the wrath of its leader, Gorgon, to a fever pitch. How could there be a resurgence of late innate stage undead? Is the cataclysmic event of the century upon us ahead of schedule? It cannot be. It absolutely cannot be. Gorgon's expression darkened to an extreme. The mere thought of the cataclysm sent tremors through his very soul. The century-old calamity foretold the resurgence of the earthen undead, breaking through the icy wall to devour countless lives. Should that day arrive, he, the ruler of the 29th Army, would be rendered as insignificant as an ant, with his very existence hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had already surrendered his equipment and returned to his tent. Last night, many soldiers and slaves had witnessed the armored undead dragging down the late innate stage commander from the icy wall. To them, the commander had been sentenced to death. Historically, no one who had fallen from the icy wall at night had ever returned alive. Thus, the commander's demise bore no relation to Ning Chuan. As for his own arrows fired at the depths of the icy wall, they had been aimed solely at the earthen undead. In the absence of irrefutable evidence, no one shall dare to implicate themselves in the death of the Grand Commander, not even the highest authority of the 29th Army, Gorgon. Upon returning to his tent, Ning Chuan immediately infused all 4 yellow gemstones into the crimson moon bow. With the integration of these 4 exceedingly precious treasures, the bow's rank was indeed elevated once more. It appeared not only more exquisite but also enhanced the potency of the arrows shot by 30%, surpassing its previous might. During the subsequent 10 days, the grave soil region fell completely silent, with no more formidable undead daring to assault the ice wall. Ning Chuan, armed with his bow, continued his routine of slaying the undead of the grave soil, swiftly augmenting his strength. I feel a breakthrough is imminent. One day, after dawn, when the undead ceased their attacks, Ning Chuan submitted his equipment and returned to his tent, where he promptly assumed a meditative posture to initiate his breakthrough. Before long, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through. A tremendous aura was about to erupt from within him, only to be completely concealed by his breath-concealing technique. Ning Chuan successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the innate realm, his chi-si expanding to more than tenfold its previous capacity, and the quality of his innate true chi experienced a significant enhancement. Previously, when Ning Chuan ascended to the innate realm, the depth of his internal energy far exceeded that of his peers. Therefore, upon reaching the innate realm, the robustness of his true chi was likewise unparalleled among his contemporaries. Now, as he advanced once more to the mid-stage of the innate realm, the expansion of his chi-si rendered him incomparable to ordinary practitioners of the same tier. Presently, the total amount of true chi within Ning Chuan's chi-si was nearly equivalent to that of 20 practitioners of the same level. Furthermore, his absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into innate true chi, was over 20 times faster than that of his peers. Additionally, through prolonged battles, Ning Chuan's physique attributes were significantly enhanced, and he refined his body using the blood and slaughter techniques left by his ancestor, Ning Chuan, ultimately achieving a minor completion of the Xianluo body. This minor completion was already sufficient to rival the physiques of those above the innate realm. If a minor completion of the Xianluo body can render my physique comparable to those above the innate realm, to what extraordinary heights would a major completion elevate it? As Ning Chuan felt the powerful force coursing through him, his heart whispered with anticipation. Moreover, his Xianluo body was further augmented by the blood Dao's longevity goo, which rendered him impervious to poisons, defended against inner demons, and facilitated rapid recovery and longevity. Unquestionably, relying solely on conventional human wave tactics, it would be impossible to subdue Ning Chuan. Only a multitude of peers or a stronger force could potentially achieve such a feat. With my minor completion of the Xianluo body and robust innate true chi, I should be able to venture around the periphery of the grave soil. A fierce glint flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. Meanwhile, the newly appointed leader of the slave camp, Zhao Guangshan, was in his tent. Gazing at a palm-sized stone entwined with malevolent and deathly energies, his expression shifting dramatically. This stone, as legend has it, possesses the key to unlocking a forbidden realm of buried life. Indeed, it seems that disturbances have arisen. But can I truly acquire the treasures hidden within this secret domain? Zhao Guangshan pondered, his expression constantly shifting until a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, leading him to a resolute decision. There was no turning back. He must venture into that perilous secret place. However, such a treacherous journey necessitated the assistance of allies. With a steadfast demeanor, Zhao Guangshan summoned Feng Xie, Wang Hong, and a cadre of half-step innate slaves to his tent. He spoke plainly. Those who would accompany him would be freed from the curse of the undead upon their return. Can you truly lift the curse of the undead that binds us? Feng Xie inquired first. Rest assured, if I declare it, I shall make it so, Zhao Guangshan replied. And with a swift motion of his hand across Feng Xie's chest, the mark of the undead curse began to dissipate significantly, much to the overwhelming joy of the gathered slaves. If not for the shackles of the undead curse, how could they possibly find themselves in servitude here? Chapter 93. Stepping into the forbidden ground of death. Should we invite Ning Chuan? Feng Xie suddenly inquired. Though he possesses only a half-step innate realm, his strength is remarkably formidable, and his archery skills are nothing short of extraordinary. No need to summon him. Zhao Guangshan shook his head. Despite having interacted with Ning Chuan for only a brief moment, he sensed an underlying threat emanating from him, especially after witnessing Ning Chuan's archery prowess. Zhao's unease began to fester. The upcoming expedition to the burial ground was of paramount importance to him. While he felt confident in managing Feng Xie and the others, he lacked faith in his ability to control Ning Chuan. Thus, he resolutely refused to allow any potential hazards to infiltrate his plans. Ultimately, after dismissing Ning Chuan's inclusion, Zhao Guangshan and his companions commenced their preparations for the journey to the burial ground. First and foremost, this expedition must occur during daylight hours. For it is in the light of day that the spirits of the dead lie dormant, and with careful caution, they could avoid awakening them. Nevertheless, even during this time, peril lurked in every shadow of the forbidden ground. Fortunately, Zhao Guangshan possessed a unique bone infused with both deathly and ethereal energies, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would guide them safely to their destination. Thus, after thorough preparations, Zhao Guangshan and his party stealthily set out. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, unnoticed, stealthily exited his tent and descended the ice wall, successfully stepping into the forbidden ground of death. The vast expanse of this realm was shrouded in a dense mist, obscuring its true size and the countless spirits entombed within. As Ning Chuan ventured deeper, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him, sending a chill coursing through his veins and raising every hair on his body, even diminishing his strength by 20%. Good heavens! Just stepping into the forbidden ground of death has instilled such a profound sense of peril in me, and my power has been suppressed by a fifth. Ning Chuan's mind raced in astonishment. His heightened perception sensed an impending dread within the depths of this forsaken domain. The mist harbored deadly toxins. But for one with the Xian Luo divine body like Ning Chuan, it posed little threat. Humph! Ning Chuan let out a cold snort. Donning the unparalleled battle armor bequeathed by his ancestor, Ning Chuan, gripping the third-rank divine weapon, the Xiantian Overlord halberd, and slinging the Qi Yu Bao across his back, he radiated an aura of unmatched might. In that moment, Ning Chuan transformed into an indomitable warrior, dispelling the suffocating pressure of the forbidden ground. As long as I do not delve too deeply into the forbidden ground of death, I shall face no issues. Ning Chuan inhaled deeply, whispering to himself. Even with the Xian Eagle SI activated, his field of vision was limited to about 100 meters. Moreover, the instant he entered the forbidden ground, the cacophony of the outside world vanished entirely, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Creak, creak. Ning Chuan treaded softly upon the snow, advancing with measured steps. At intervals, he would activate his talent for tracking, following the scent of the burial soil's undead. Without such guidance in this vast and desolate region of the burial soil, searching blindly would likely lead to an endless endeavor. Judging by the aroma, the resting place of the undead was drawing near. As if on cue, after the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, Ning Chuan indeed stumbled upon a densely packed cemetery. This graveyard was expansive, with many gravestones bearing inscriptions that had become nearly illegible due to the ravages of time, exuding a sense of desolation and decay. The pervasive aura of Yin and death instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in those who beheld it. Ning Chuan circled the gravestones, discerning that this cemetery contained the remains of no fewer than 1,000 souls. Undead, the dawn has arrived. It is time to awaken. Upon uttering these words, he gripped the Xiantian overlord halberd and struck it forcefully against the ground. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the impact of a falling star, causing the earth to tremble as a multitude of undead were forcibly roused, their furious howls echoing through the air. Yet, in the next moment, these wretched souls met their demise at the hands of Ning Chuan wielding the halberd. It must be noted that the Xiantian overlord halberd, renowned as the third-rank divine weapon in the martial world, possessed a fearsome might, complemented by its inherent area of effect damage, synergizing perfectly with Ning Chuan's innate true energy of utmost purity. In the presence of the halberd, the burial soil's undead appeared as fragile as mere paper, incapable of withstanding even the slightest gust of wind. Who dares to tread upon my burial soil's forbidden zone and disturb our slumber? A deep, menacing roar resonated from the depths of the graveyard. Simultaneously, an immensely potent aura erupted, sweeping outward with the ferocity of a tempest. Upon hearing this voice, the undead beings immediately knelt, as if in reverence to their king. Creak, creak. A formidable black silhouette gradually emerged from the mist, exuding an oppressive presence. Ah, such a grand display. Have you forgotten how I dispatched you twice? In response to the furious roar, Ning Chuan displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, his gaze held a trace of amusement. Having long desired to enter the burial soil's forbidden zone, he had made ample preparations, memorizing the scent of the innate undead. The very reason Ning Chuan located this cemetery was through tracking the aroma of the innate undead. Now, the very being he had previously vanquished twice dared to act arrogantly before him. As anticipated, the innate undead, still shrouded in mist, and yet to fully reveal itself, stiffened at his words. Is it you? You possess audacity beyond measure to encroach upon my burial soil's forbidden zone. You are doomed. Stop him. Quickly, stop him. At the utterance of these words, the innate undead turned and fled, instructing its subordinates to delay Ning Chuan rather than to eliminate him. This revealed a profound understanding that while its minions might be capable of stalling Ning Chuan for a time, the prospect of slaying him was utterly hopeless. A multitude of undead, summoned by a command, charged fearlessly towards Ning Chuan, striving to create an opportunity for the innate undead to flee. Confronted by the onslaught of these postnatal undead, Ning Chuan required no particular technique. He wielded the Xiantian overlord halberd with abandon, commencing a ruthless slaughter. With each sweeping strike, dozens of undead perished beneath the halberd. In merely half a stick of incense, he annihilated over 1,000 undead. Such was the exhilaration of the carnage. A smirk graced Ning Chuan's lips. Thousands of undead surrounded him in a relentless assault, and the density of their numbers rendered the act of killing akin to mowing down grass. After exterminating all the undead, Ning Chuan's gaze shifted towards the direction of the fleeing innate undead, and a cold smile crept upon his face. The notion of escaping before him was nothing short of a fool's errand. Meanwhile, on another front, Boss Zhao Guangshan. Just now, did an innate undead just zip past? Feng Xie and Wang Hong exchanged solemn glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty as they inquired. Chapter 94. In the life-forbidden zone of the burial soil, can we still be bullied by humans? The mists within the life-forbidden zone of the burial soil not only obscure vision but also diminish one's perception, disorienting individuals. In the team led by Zhao Guangshan, only Feng Xie and Wang Hong, both of whom are at the innate realm, vaguely sensed a burial soil spirit passing by not far from them, which filled their hearts with an acute unease. The burial soil life-forbidden zone is inherently perilous, and if they were to awaken more burial soil spirits, their ability to escape the zone would be uncertain. Nonetheless, in pursuit of breaking the curse of the undead that afflicts them, they resolved to take the risk. Naturally, they harbored some thoughts about the secret location Zhao Guangshan spoke of. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how could one hope to capture a cub? Opportunity coexists with danger. And thus, under Zhao Guangshan's fervent assurances, they proceeded. However, upon entering the life-forbidden zone of the burial soil and feeling the suffocating aura of death, a tinge of regret surfaced within them. Yet, having embarked on this journey, there was no turning back. Anyone daring to retreat would likely be the first to perish. Zhao Guangshan would not allow this covert operation to be exposed. It is merely your illusion. It is daytime now, and the spirits in the burial soil life-forbidden zone are all in slumber. How could any innate spirits be roaming about? He insisted. Moreover, should an innate spirit discover us, it would undoubtedly attack. So rest assured, I am guiding everyone along a safe route. There will be no issues. On the surface, Zhao Guangshan maintained an air of nonchalance and offered his unwavering guarantees, yet inwardly, he began to curse his fate, possessing a mid-stage innate level. His perception surpassed that of Feng Xie and Wang Hong. While Feng Xie and Wang Hong vaguely sensed a burial soil spirit pass nearby, but were hesitant to confirm it, Zhao Guangshan could ascertain with utmost certainty that it was indeed an innate spirit. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him. Logically, burial soil spirits should be dormant during the day. How could an innate spirit be active now? However, having already entered the life-forbidden zone, there was no turning back. It must have been an anomaly. Zhao Guangshan reassured himself and, guided by the intertwining energies of death and Yin, led the group onward. Meanwhile, the innate spirit that had passed near Zhao Guangshan and his companions sensed something amiss as it fled. What is happening today? Why are so many beings encroaching upon my burial soil life-forbidden zone? The innate spirit was filled with questions, but dared not halt. Instead, it continued to flee in a certain direction. A premonition gripped it. Should it dare to stop, it would undoubtedly perish again at Ning Chuan's hands. Furthermore, with Ning Chuan now daring to step into the burial soil life-forbidden zone, it presented a prime opportunity for retribution. While attacking the ice wall, Ning Chuan had many allies. Now, within the confines of the burial soil life-forbidden zone, it was entirely the domain of the spirits, who could continually resurrect. Even employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers could lead to the solitary Ning Chuan's demise. Soon, the primordial undead arrived at another graveyard, making a beeline for a particular tombstone. This is bad. Wake up. The humans are coming. The primordial undead exclaimed urgently, incessantly striking the tombstone. Humph. Who dares to awaken this king? A deep, wrathful voice emanated from beneath the tombstone, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power. Enough of your posturing. That human who shot us has already trespassed into our burial grounds. The primordial undead insisted. What? That human is here? The awakened scaled undead immediately felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively wanting to flee. The scaled undead was acutely aware of Ning Chuan's prowess. While his archery was astonishing, the most terrifying aspect was that the arrows he shot were imbued with immense yang energy, an absolute bane for beings like them. Hence, upon learning that Ning Chuan had arrived, he instinctively considered retreat. However, a thought struck him. This was their territory, the burial grounds, where they held the advantage. How could they allow a mere human to intimidate them? With this realization, the scaled undead felt a wave of shame wash over him for his initial instinct to escape. Damn it, I have long desired to eliminate that human, the scaled undead declared. How many allies does the human have? He inquired, grasping his steel fork from the crypt. Only himself. However, there is another group of humans that has also entered our burial grounds. Though their intentions are unclear, they are likely not with him, replied the primordial undead. What? Just him? Where does he find the audacity to step into our burial grounds? This is outrageous. Let us go and deal with him. The scaled undead seethed with anger upon hearing this. As for the purpose of the other group of humans entering the burial grounds, they decided to deal with Ning Chuan first. Wait, that human is quite extraordinary today. He is not only clad in a specially designed battle armor, but also wields a formidable halberd, displaying remarkable combat prowess. Therefore, I believe we ought to seek additional assistance. The primordial undead stated solemnly. Humph. There is no need. Within the burial grounds, our strength will be significantly enhanced, while that human's abilities will be somewhat suppressed. Moreover, this mist is a toxic substance for living beings, with our advantages. Why should we fear him? Besides, he has no allies with him. The scaled undead retorted with a cold snort. It was a profound humiliation for him, a mid-stage primordial undead, to have been shot down by Ning Chuan, who was merely at the threshold of the primordial realm. Now, how dare that human step into the burial grounds alone? He would ensure the human would not return and cleanse his shame. But I still feel it would be wise to seek some assistance. The primordial undead hesitated for a moment before suggesting again. Humph. Since when have you become so cowardly? If you wish to find help, then go. I am about to slay that human. The scaled lich let out a cold snort, awakening thousands of his subordinates, and proclaimed, the time, the place, and the will of the people are all in my favor. Capturing a mere human is but a trivial task. Soon, one by one, the undead were roused by the scaled lich, clawing their way out of the grave to set forth against Ning Chuan. Observing this, the primordial lich hesitated momentarily, his gaze conflicted, yet prudently decided to seek assistance. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan halted in his pursuit of the primordial lich, suddenly aware that he was being surrounded by a throng of burial ground undead. Leading the charge was the scaled lich, whose booming laughter echoed ominously. "Cursed human, how dare you tread alone into my domain of the undead? Today marks your demise." The scaled lich's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Ning Chuan. Chapter 95, Surrounded? My demise? You may attempt it. Ning Chuan faced the encircling undead of the burial ground, and rather than displaying any semblance of fear, a subtle smile graced his lips. These mere postnatal realm undead posed no threat to him. Even if he stood still, they could not harm him. To speak candidly, thousands of postnatal realm undead were utterly insignificant before the current Ning Chuan, serving merely as attributes to enhance his physique and true energy. To venture alone into the forbidden zone of my burial ground, and yet dare to be so arrogant. What audacity! Let us see if you can withstand this challenge. Kill him. The voice of the scaled undead was frigid, its gaze suffused with murderous intent. It was curious to discover what audacity propelled this human to such arrogance. Standing firm against the thousands of undead under its command, the throng of burial ground undead surrounding Ning Chuan responded with furious roars, charging recklessly toward him. As for the scaled undead, it wisely refrained from rushing in first. It was no fool, this human, bold enough to invade the forbidden zone of the burial ground and remain unfazed in the face of thousands of undead, might possess hidden cards. To recklessly charge forward might lead to its downfall before revenge could be exacted. Hence, it opted to let its thousands of undead expend their energies first. Clad in unmatched battle armor and wielding the Xiantian Overlord halberd, Ning Chuan beamed with an even brighter smile as he observed the thousands of undead surging towards him. In the next instant, he sprang into action, gripping the tail of the Xiantian Overlord halberd with his right hand, unleashing a powerful sweep in all directions. The vigorous true energy surged forth like an unrelenting river. With this single strike, more than 30 undead cried out in agony as they were consumed by the searing sunlight, turning to ash. Additionally, due to the splash damage from the Xiantian Overlord halberd, over 100 more undead were reduced to dust, utterly obliterated. In one fell swoop, more than 100 undead perished. Haha, what exhilaration. Truly exhilarating. Ning Chuan laughed heartily. The sensation was indescribably satisfying, particularly as he faced a throng of thousands of undead. Each swing of his weapon resulted in the demise of hundreds, the density of opponents providing ample opportunity for such carnage. Although the attributes of these postnatal realm undead were mostly fractional, their sheer numbers made a difference. In a brief span, Ning Chuan's true energy surged by 256, and his Xianluo physique increased by 230, with his attributes continuing to rise as he vanquished the undead. Meanwhile, the scaled undead, observing from the sidelines, furrowed its brow tightly. This human was indeed formidable, after so long in battle. He had annihilated over 2,000 of its undead subordinates without exhibiting the slightest sign of fatigue. His stamina and true energy flowed like an endless river, seemingly boundless. Particularly, the mighty halberd in his grasp was the primary reason for the obliteration of its 2,000 undead. The battle raged on, with Ning Chuan wielding the Xiantian Overlord halberd, rampaging through the throng of thousands of undead, unscathed by their attacks. These undead creatures were utterly unworthy of approaching Ning Chuan, as they were swiftly annihilated by the formidable Xiantian Overlord halberd. The scaled undead grew increasingly agitated, furrowing its brow tighter with each passing moment, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Was this individual truly human? Was he not merely a monster clad in human skin, though endowed with boundless physical strength and true energy? How was it that the suppression of vitality within the grave soil life forbidden zone seemed ineffective against him? Most perplexing of all, despite the venomous mist surrounding them, he exhibited no signs of poisoning after such a prolonged engagement. As the scaled undead witnessed its minions dwindling, a flicker of panic ignited within. Once so resolute, convinced that it held the advantage of time, place, and circumstance, it now realized the situation was not as straightforward as it had presumed. Why am I feeling this way? Should I truly fear that wretched human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the scaled undead's expression darkened to an extreme. This human before it was merely a half-step into the innate realm. While it itself was at the mid-stage of the innate realm, logically, it should not harbor any fear of such a being. Indeed, at present, Ning Chuan's aura still reflected that of a half-step innate, as he had yet to unleash his full potential. In the next moment, the scaled undead gritted its teeth and stomped its foot, seizing an opportunity to launch a surprise attack against Ning Chuan. Although Ning Chuan was skilled in archery, he was presently relying solely on the advantage of his weapon. Thus, the scaled undead executed a direct ambush. Its steel fork shot forth like a venomous dragon from the sea, aiming directly for Ning Chuan's vital heart. As the fork cut through the air, it stirred ripples in the void, radiating outward with astonishing power. Humph! Ning Chuan emitted a cold snort. His perceptive abilities far surpassed those of his peers. To attempt the surprise attack was nothing short of folly. In the next instant, the Xiantian overlord halberd collided violently with the steel fork wielded by the scaled undead. Boom! There was no doubt. Upon impact, the steel fork was utterly shattered by the Xiantian overlord halberd. The overwhelming force pulverized the scaled undead's arms, sending it hurtling backward. How could this be? Was he truly just a half step into the innate realm? The scaled undead's eyes widened in disbelief, its understanding of power shattered by Ning Chuan's prowess. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage innate scaled undead could effortlessly dispatch a half-step innate with a mere gesture. Yet, what was happening now? The grave soil life forbidden zone was meant to suppress the strength of living beings while enhancing that of the undead. Moreover, the pervasive mists were lethally toxic to the living. Yet this human not only disregarded the suppression of the grave soil, but also the toxic vapors. Most astonishingly, he had decimated thousands of its undead minions without exhibiting any fatigue, shattering its trusty steel fork with a single strike and inflicting severe injury upon itself. Was this truly the strength of a half-step innate? When had the power of a half-step innate become so formidable? Was this truly the world as it had once known it? At this moment, the scaled undead began to question the very essence of existence. Flee! It was imperative to escape. The scaled undead, now filled with trepidation, dared not entertain thoughts of vanquishing Ning Chuan. All that occupied his mind was the desperate need to seek reinforcements. This human was utterly monstrous, an adversary impossible to defeat. Now, to contemplate an escape? Alas! It was too late. Ning Chuan thrust the Xiantian overlord halberd forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave sent all the undead in his vicinity sprawling. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Chuan grasped the vermilion moonbow and initiated the arrow condensation technique. Whoosh! The arrow of nothingness shot forth, aimed directly at the scaled undead. No. Sensing the lethal intent behind him, the scaled undead let out a mournful cry. Yet, suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated his vision. Ahead appeared an army of undead, reinforcements summoned by the primordial undead. Save me. Please, save me. The scaled undead cried out in desperation. Chapter 96, The Unmatched General. Utilizing a blade to slay. Alas, it is too late now. Thud. The arrow of nothingness pierced through the body of the scaled undead. As the sun's warmth incinerated it, the scaled undead let out a wretched cry, ultimately transforming into a pile of ashes. Cursed human, how dare you invade the forbidden grounds of my burial earth and slaughter my undead? You are doomed. The armored undead, with eyes ablaze in crimson, witnessed the scaled undead disintegrate before him, his fury igniting like wildfire. This human truly has overstepped his bounds. Meanwhile, the innate undead harbored a profound sense of relief within. He had never held faith in the scaled undead, and now, that doubt was vindicated. Not only had the minions of the scaled undead been utterly annihilated by Ning Chuan, but even the scaled undead himself had fallen to a single arrow. Had he not sought assistance earlier, he too would have met the same fate as the scaled undead. The previous scaled undead had once claimed the same. Alas, it is I who lives, and he who is no more. Gazing at the suddenly appearing armored undead, Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy instead of fear. Just when he had not yet achieved his full measure of slaughter, the armored undead had brought forth thousands of burial earth undead, providing him with another opportunity for harvest. Humph, that was a mere waste, had it not been for the strong presence of your kind at the ice wall. Do you truly believe you would have survived this long? The armored undead's gaze was frigid, his words dripping with condescension. He stood at the pinnacle of the innate late stage, and, having devoured the flesh of the great commander, his strength had surged once more. Just a step away from reaching the apex of the innate realm. Such formidable power naturally inflated his confidence. Even though Ning Chuan, at the threshold of the innate realm, had slain the scaled undead before him, he still regarded Ning Chuan with disdain. No matter how strong Ning Chuan was, he remained merely a half-step into the innate realm, his strength inevitably limited. Thus, today he would consume the flesh of this exceptional being, stepping into the innate pinnacle. In the next moment, the armored undead wielded his skeletal battle knife and swung it down towards Ning Chuan with tremendous force, akin to a mountain crashing down, accompanied by a cacophony of wails that unsettled the mind. Had I not wished to conceal my strength at that time? Do you think you could act so audaciously before me with your innate late-stage realm? The moment Ning Chuan's words fell, he ceased to suppress his power, unleashing the aura of the innate mid-stage. In the face of the armored undead's descending strike, Ning Chuan swung his Xiantian overlord halberd with all his might. Boom! The knife and halberd collided violently, unleashing a ferocious energy that swept through the surroundings like an 18-level tempest, sending debris flying and snow swirling. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all burial earth undead were blasted away. Even the innate undead could not escape unscathed. You actually possess the innate mid-stage realm? The armored undead's crimson eyes were filled with shock, his expression revealing an unprecedented level of disbelief, for in this clash, he found himself thoroughly at a disadvantage. After a brief stalemate, the armored skeletal warrior was sent flying by Ning Chuan's spear strike, the purest and most radiant innate true energy igniting its anguish cries. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Chuan employed the Godspeed electric step, moving with the swiftness of lightning, his form transforming into fleeting afterimages as he rapidly pursued the retreating armored skeletal warrior, delivering another fierce strike. The armored skeletal warrior, witnessing this, could only barely raise its skeletal blade in a futile attempt at defense. With a thunderous crash, as Ning Chuan's Xiantian overlord spear descended, the armored skeletal warrior was driven into the earth like a nail, creating a crater nearly 100 meters wide. Help! Quickly save him! The innate skeletal being was the first to react, urgently commanding the surrounding burial soil spirits to rescue the armored skeletal warrior. However, the full force of Ning Chuan was not something mere skeletal beings could obstruct. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Ning Chuan resembled an unparalleled warrior, vanquishing all foes in sight, unimpeded by any adversary. How can you be so powerful? I refuse to believe it. The armored skeletal warrior roared, its heart brimming with rage as it exerted every ounce of strength to withstand Ning Chuan's onslaught. Yet each clash inflicted upon it the searing pain of yang energy. A blood hole, transparent from front to back, had already formed on its chest from the scorching true energy. Believe it or not, before me, you are nothing. Ning Chuan, gripping the Xiantian overlord spear, pierced through the armored skeletal warrior's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. With a resounding crash, a violent gust of energy swept outward, decimating the surrounding attacking burial soil spirits, leaving countless casualties in its wake. I will not let you escape. The armored skeletal warrior, enveloped in the purest yang energy, screamed as if a mere mortal were cast into raging flames, its cries echoing incessantly. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it was ultimately reduced to ashes by the relentless onslaught of yang energy. Xianluo Body 6, True Energy 5, Yellow Gem 2. What the hell? The innate skeletal being, witnessing the demise of the armored skeletal warrior at Ning Chuan's hands, was struck with profound dread, doubting the capabilities of the scaled spirit. It had summoned the armored skeletal warrior of the innate late stage, believing it could subdue Ning Chuan. The unexpected outcome, however, was a devastating defeat at Ning Chuan's hands. Thus, if not now, when would it flee? Yet, this time, Ning Chuan had no intentions of sparing the innate skeletal being. An ethereal arrow, without a hint of surprise, swiftly claimed the life of the innate skeletal being. Xianluo Body 2, True Energy 3. Following this, Ning Chuan unleashed a merciless slaughter upon the remaining burial soil spirits, who possessed little more than the instinct to kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, finally in my grasp. Zhao Guangshan beamed with delight, clutching a red gem ring, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Boss Zhao, have we depleted 90% of our forces just for this gem ring? Feng Xie and Wang Hong's expressions darkened. What was initially perceived as a daring venture into the forbidden realm of the burial grounds, where they hoped to partake in a small share of fortune, culminated in a devastating toll, wherein 9 out of 10 met their demise, yielding nothing more than a rather ordinary gemstone ring. Indeed, it was for this mere trinket that they had risked their lives. Very well, we may now commence our return. Once we reach the encampment, I shall lift the necromantic curse upon you, Zhao Guangshan proclaimed, thumping his chest with unwavering assurance. Yet within, a tempest of murderous intent brewed towards Feng Xie and Wang Hong. Lift the necromantic curse? Such delusions are unfounded. All participants in this endeavor must perish. There cannot be a single survivor. However, Zhao Guangshan himself was gravely injured, his vital energy and stamina severely depleted, rendering it impossible for him to eliminate the remaining Feng Xie and others by his own hand. Furthermore, the toxic mists posed no immediate threat to them, as they had ingested detoxifying elixirs. Hence, the only recourse left was to inadvertently rouse some burial ground specters and employ them as instruments of his deadly intent. Chapter 97. Zhao Guangshan's Bewilderment. Where have the undead gone? Creek. Zhao Guangshan and his companions treaded upon the snow-covered ground, embarking on their journey back. The snowstorm raged fiercely, erasing all traces of their arrival. As the leader, Zhao Guangshan took the lead. I recall there being a cemetery not far from here. Let the undead there deal with your class. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao's eyes as he whispered to himself, guiding Fengxie and Wang Hong towards a graveyard. Along the way, Boss Zhao, why do I feel like the route seems off? We did not come this way, did we? Fengxie furrowed his brow, voicing his inner doubts. Ever since Zhao Guangshan acquired the gemstone ring, an unsettling premonition had arisen within him. Indeed, Boss Zhao, we have strayed from our original path. Haven't we? Wang Hong chimed in, expressing his skepticism. Despite the cemetery being shrouded in mist, their innate warrior senses surpassed those of ordinary individuals, allowing them to discern that their current route was not the one they had taken earlier. What do you know? Just because our route was safe on the way here does not guarantee our return will be without peril. Zhao Guangshan retorted coldly. Fengxie and Wang Hong, though still feeling a pang of uncertainty and anxiety, chose not to press further. After all, they were in this together with Zhao Guangshan. Moreover, despite Zhao's superior strength, he was now on the brink of exhaustion. Should he entertain any ill intentions, they would not allow him to escape unscathed. They were united in their fate, thriving or suffering together. Before long, a graveyard came into view. Boss Zhao, this is the resting place of the undead. Why have you led us here? Fengxie and Wang Hong's expressions turned to shock and anger. Disturbing the slumbering undead in this cemetery would surely spell doom for them in their already weakened state. To survive, follow me. Zhao Guangshan maintained an outward calm, while inwardly he smirked coldly. Simultaneously, his concealed hand grasped the stone imbued with a mix of deathly energy and shadows, channeling his true energy into it. Utilizing this stone would not only awaken the slumbering undead, but also render him nearly invisible among them, as long as he refrained from attacking. The undead would remain oblivious to his presence. A moment later, Zhao Guangshan's brow furrowed slightly. Having infused his true energy into the stone, he wondered why the undead of this cemetery had not stirred. Confusion enveloped him. As they entered the graveyard, Zhao Guangshan's understanding deepened. There were no undead present. The ground bore traces where they had once emerged, and it seemed the time since their departure was not long. At that moment, Zhao Guangshan felt a growing bewilderment. What was happening? It was daytime, the very time when the undead should be in slumber. Where had they all gone? Why was there not a single one in sight? Upon witnessing this, Fengxie and Wang Hong's wariness towards Zhao Guangshan diminished slightly. Boss Zhao, you truly are remarkable. To think that he had already foreseen the absence of spirits in this graveyard. Fengxie expressed his admiration. Indeed, Zhao Guangshan truly possesses remarkable foresight and preparation. Wang Hong couldn't help but nod in agreement. The others also began to shower Zhao Guangshan with compliments. Initially, upon encountering this graveyard, their expressions turned grim, doubting whether Zhao Guangshan intended to lead them into a trap. However, upon entering, they found no spirits. It was as if all the phantoms had vacated the premises in advance. At this moment, everyone held Zhao Guangshan in high esteem, utterly astonished by his uncanny ability to predict such a scenario. The path he chose for them was indeed safe. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangshan, while feigning composure at the flattery from Fengxie and Wang Hong, was inwardly cursing. Where on earth had all the spirits gone? Why was there not a single one? How could he execute his plans? Zhao Guangshan seethed internally. However, the absence of spirits in this graveyard did not imply that the next one would be devoid of them. He was resolute that Fengxie, Wang Hong, and the others would not leave the burial grounds alive. The gemstone ring he had acquired, seemingly ordinary in their eyes, would spell disaster for him if it fell into the hands of the wrong person. Soon, Zhao Guangshan led Fengxie and Wang Hong onward. Before long, they arrived at another graveyard, yet it was eerily similar to the previous one, devoid of any spirits. At this moment, Fengxie and Wang Hong's admiration for Zhao Guangshan reached new heights. If the first graveyard had been a matter of luck, the second's lack of spirits was a testament to Zhao Guangshan's prowess. They were eager to understand how Zhao Guangshan had deduced the absence of spirits in these burial grounds. As Zhao Guangshan listened to the praises surrounding him, he struggled to maintain a smile, while frustration boiled within him. Was this group of spirits conspiring against him? Previously, he had nearly crossed paths with a primordial spirit on his way here, yet now, as he guided everyone deeper into these graveyards, not a single spirit was to be found. Damn it, I refuse to believe that the next graveyard will also be spirit-free. Infuriated, Zhao Guangshan pressed on with Feng Xie and Wang Hong. Ultimately, the outcome remained disappointing. The third graveyard, too, was devoid of spirits. At that moment, Zhao Guangshan was utterly exasperated, convinced that these spirits were intentionally thwarting him. Zhao Guangshan is truly formidable. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder how he discerned that these graveyards were devoid of spirits. Hearing this, Zhao Guangshan could no longer contain himself. How was I supposed to know how to determine the absence of spirits in a graveyard? Who on earth knows where these spirits have vanished? They are clearly working against me. Zhao Guangshan's face darkened, and he could not suppress his vitriol directed at the spirits. Whenever he did not need them, they seemed to be everywhere, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. At this moment, it is your turn. How could you have vanished? Just then, Boss Zhao. There appears to be a wraith ahead. Feng Xie pointed towards a shadow amidst the mist, his voice heavy with foreboding. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions shifted dramatically, their hearts brimming with trepidation. Zhao Guangshan responded, his spirit instantly invigorated, nearly breaking into a smile upon finally discovering the wraith. However, as Zhao Guangshan scrutinized the shadow closely, he realized it was merely a corpse of a wraith with its skull shattered. Moreover, as they approached this wraith's remains, they were astounded to find an abundance of wraith corpses surrounding them. What is happening? Why are there so many wraith corpses here? In that moment, shock washed over Zhao Guangshan and his companions, leaving them bewildered about the events that had transpired. Yet soon, they would unravel the mystery. For they stumbled upon a small hill, a mount constructed from the stacked bodies of wraiths. Atop this ghastly hill stood a terrifying figure clad in battle armor, wielding a massive halberd. Chapter 98. What a coincidence! What brings you to the forbidden zone of the buried earth? Hiss. The undead. The undead have all been exterminated. How could this be possible? There were at least 10,000 of them, and now they have been annihilated by a single individual? Who on earth is he? Zhao Guangshan, Feng Xie, and Wang Hong gazed in astonishment at Ning Chuan, who stood proudly atop a mountain of corpses, gripping his battle spear. They could not help but draw a sharp breath, their eyes filled with disbelief, and their hearts gripped by sheer terror. It was no wonder they had found numerous graves devoid of any undead. It turned out that this horrifying figure before them had slaughtered them all. In that moment, Zhao Guangshan, Feng Xie, and Wang Hong felt their eyelids twitching and their legs trembling. Such combat prowess was utterly terrifying. Wait, why does he seem somewhat familiar? Feng Xie scrutinized Ning Chuan, who was standing atop the mountain of corpses, and suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Ning Chuan, he is Ning Chuan. Feng Xie's finger trembled as he pointed at Ning Chuan, his voice rising in pitch. What? Ning Chuan? The others were jolted into awareness by his exclamation. The name Ning Chuan resonated like thunder within the slave camp. Even those unfamiliar with him had heard whispers of his reputation. Not to mention that after he had confronted the supply officer, not only did he remain unscathed, but the officer was also compelled by the highest authority, Gorgon, to apologize to Ning Chuan. This alone was enough to signify that Ning Chuan was extraordinary. Coupled with Ning Chuan's formidable strength, he had become a unique presence within the slave camp. Thus, the people there were well acquainted with him. Yet the scene unfolding before them now made Zhao Guangshan and the others question their very existence, feeling as though Ning Chuan had become a stranger. During their time in the slave camp, Ning Chuan had consistently demonstrated the strength of a half-step innate realm. However, now, his aura suggested he had reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Moreover, his power was horrifyingly peak, having slaughtered over 10,000 undead, forming a mountain of corpses. So that is how it is. Zhao Guangshan gazed at Ning Chuan, standing atop the mountain of corpses, and felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder he had felt a sense of crisis when facing this unique presence from the slave camp, which had left him apprehensive. It was precisely why he had chosen not to invite Ning Chuan on their expedition into the forbidden zone of the buried earth. He feared he could not control him. At that time, he had believed it was merely a figment of his imagination. After all, he was a formidable warrior of the mid-stage innate realm, while Ning Chuan was merely a half-step innate. There was an immense chasm between them. Yet now it seemed his instincts had not been mistaken. Ning Chuan was indeed an immensely terrifying presence. The heap of undead corpses forming the mountain was the most compelling evidence of this. What a coincidence! I never anticipated that you would also venture into the forbidden zone of the buried earth. Zhao Guangshan and his companions had discovered Ning Chuan, and in turn, Ning Chuan had noticed them as well. This prompted Ning Chuan to narrow his eyes. He must ensure that his power remained concealed. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Zhao Guangshan nodded, a reluctant smile barely gracing his lips, while a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Why have you entered the forbidden zone of the buried earth? Ning Chuan leaped down from the mountain of corpses. His piercing gaze suddenly fixated on Zhao Guangshan and the others. Boom. An invisible aura of pressure erupted from Ning Chuan, not a deliberate act on his part, but rather a byproduct of having slaughtered over 10,000 undead. The terrifying bloodlust had now fully manifested. In that instant, Zhao Guangshan and the others felt as though they were but a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, perilously close to being engulfed by towering waves, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Zhao Guangshan clenched his teeth, his body trembling, demonstrating palpable resistance. He did not wish to speak. Nor could he, for this was his greatest secret. Yet, in his silence, the others were unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ning Chuan, and they divulged the entire sequence of events. At that moment, Zhao Guangshan's teeth ground together in frustration, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him. He had intended to disturb the undead of the buried earth, to silence Feng Xie and Wang Hong. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered Ning Chuan, and even his own secret was laid bare. In the next instant, it seemed that Zhao Guangshan made a decision. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and a murderous intent enveloped him as he launched an attack on Ning Chuan, aiming directly for a vital spot with his battle knife. Although he had sustained injuries and was greatly fatigued during the acquisition of the gemstone ring, he believed Ning Chuan's condition must also be dire. After all, he had just annihilated thousands of undead. His stamina and energy should be nearly depleted. Furthermore, Ning Chuan had taken the initiative, wielding immense power to intimidate them, which surely indicated he was at his weakest. Such a ruse had long been seen through. To think that he could intimidate him with such tricks was nothing short of foolishness. Thus, if not now, when would he strike? In any case, his secret must not be revealed. As Zhao Guangshan charged at him with the knife, Ning Chuan's expression remained as calm as a still pond, his gaze composed and unflustered. He did not evade or defend. Instead, he raised a hand, reaching for the battle knife imbued with innate true energy and sharpened to its utmost edge. Zhao Guangshan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Ning Chuan's audacity to grasp his knife with bare hands. A smirk of mockery and delight spread across his face. Although he could not fathom Ning Chuan's reasoning, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. This strike would surely sever Ning Chuan's hand, allowing him to capitalize on the moment and eliminate this greatest threat. Afterward, he could devise a plan to deal with Feng Xie and Wang Hong, ensuring that no one would uncover his secret. A flawless scheme indeed. The others watched in disbelief as Ning Chuan reached for Zhao Guangshan's knife with his bare hands, internally shaking their heads. The weapon in Ning Chuan's grasp was clearly no ordinary item. However, in the face of Zhao Guangshan's full-force strike, Ning Chuan not only refrained from evading, but shockingly chose not to wield even his extraordinary battle spear, effectively courting his own demise. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that Ning Chuan's hand was beyond salvaging. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded that left all present utterly astounded. To their disbelief, Zhao Guangshan's fierce blade was deftly pinched at its tip by Ning Chuan using merely his thumb and forefinger. The anticipated scene of Ning Chuan's hand being severed did not manifest before their eyes. A collective gasp echoed throughout the area as the realization struck. Those like Feng Xie and Wang Hong were acutely aware of Zhao Guangshan's formidable prowess. It was undoubtedly immense. But what was happening now? The powerful thrust of Zhao Guangshan's blade was effortlessly grasped by Ning Chuan with just 2 fingers. Was this an illusion? Or were they ensnared in a dream? Meanwhile, Zhao Guangshan himself displayed an expression of incredulity. Chapter 99, Annihilation. The Harvest. Do you wish to kill me? Ning Chuan gazed calmly at Zhao Guangshan. I. Zhao Guangshan, confronted by Ning Chuan's tranquil demeanor, swallowed hard, his face ashen, and his forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. He had assumed that Ning Chuan, having slaughtered countless undead, would be utterly depleted of energy and spirit, making him an easy target for his ambush. However, to his astonishment, Ning Chuan's strength far surpassed his expectations. His physical prowess was terrifying, as he effortlessly grasped Zhao Guangshan's full-force strike with merely 2 fingers. The sheer calmness in Ning Chuan's eyes made Zhao Guangshan tremble violently, for that gaze rendered him no more significant than an ant. He could not fathom why. Despite both being at the mid-stage of their innate abilities, the disparity in their strength was so monumental. Despair etched across his face. Die, Ning Chuan murmured, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom. The force was truly horrifying, distorting the air as visible ripples radiated outward. To Zhao Guangshan, Ning Chuan's palm descended like a colossal mountain, unstoppable and inescapable. No, Zhao Guangshan cried out in anguish, attempting a futile struggle against his fate. With a resounding crack, as Ning Chuan's palm struck down, Zhao Guangshan's skull shattered like a watermelon, blood splattering and staining the snow beneath. Feng Xie and Wang Hong, witnessing Zhao Guangshan's demise, felt their hearts race, their faces paling to the extreme. Now it is your turn. Ning Chuan's piercing gaze suddenly turned towards Feng Xie and Wang Hong. He understood that his true power must remain concealed to avoid inciting a wave of trouble. Thus, Feng Xie and Wang Hong had to perish to eliminate any potential threat. Flee, quickly! Feng Xie and Wang Hong, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Ning Chuan, did not hesitate to turn and escape, their hearts gripped by terror. To besiege and confront Ning Chuan, they were utterly deluded. Even Zhao Guangshan, at the mid-stage of innate abilities, had not stood a chance against him. They were no match at all. As for begging for mercy, that was even more out of the question. Ning Chuan had been concealing his strength for a reason, and now that their presence had unraveled his intentions, pleading would be futile. Only death would silence them and grant assurance. Thus, their only recourse was to flee. Yet, to escape from Ning Chuan seemed a vain hope. Standing firm, Ning Chuan did not even move his feet, retrieving the crimson moon bow and unleashing a flurry of arrows. Don't! Feng Xie and Wang Hong, facing the ethereal arrows, found themselves without the means to resist or evade. Thud, thud, thud. The lifeless bodies of Feng Xie and Wang Hong crumpled to the ground, devoid of vitality. Today's slaughter yielded a harvest of 1830 for the Xianluo treasure body and 1856 for true energy, along with the acquisition of 8 yellow gemstones. Today has been extraordinarily exhilarating. If I were to experience such a massacre once more, I might very well ascend to the latter stage of the innate realm. Ning Chuan, feeling the burgeoning power of his Xianluo treasure body and innate true energy, murmured softly, his expression brimming with excitement. Subsequently, he approached the lifeless body of Zhao Guangshan and removed the gemstone ring from his finger. This exquisite gemstone ring is a rare spatial storage ring, capable of holding 1 cubic meter of items, containing a plethora of treasures within. Among these treasures, the most abundant are a collection of spirit stones, an invaluable resource known for its vast applications in cultivation, true energy restoration, and as a catalyst for various mechanisms and formations. However, such stones are exceedingly rare within the realms of the Great Jin Dynasty and the Golden Tint Khanate. Even a single piece would incite a frenzy among martial artists. Yet this ring contained a staggering 800 spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there was a token, a stone infused with deathly and ghostly energies, and 2 maps crafted from animal hide. The token bore an intricate design of auspicious clouds on its reverse, while the front was adorned with a flamboyant character representing Zhao. Clouds. Zhao. Could it be that Zhao Guangshan hails from the Zhao family of Yunqi Valley? Ning Chuan pondered internally. The Zhao family of Yunqi Valley is renowned for their medical expertise, with 1/3 of the physicians in the Great Jin Dynasty being intricately linked to them. Ning Chuan then examined the stone imbued with deathly and ghostly energies. After a brief study, he quickly discerned its remarkable utility. It not only facilitates the extraction of the negative energies encapsulated in the necromantic spell, but also conceals one's presence, ensuring that one remains undetected by the undead as long as no offensive actions are taken. A splendid find indeed. As for the 2 maps made of animal hide, one of them depicted a specific area within the life-forbidden zone of the burial soil. Zhao Guangshan must have used this map to precisely locate 3 burial sites. Possessing this regional map of the life-forbidden zone is akin to granting Ning Chuan wings. To his astonishment, the map detailed a dozen or more burial sites of varying sizes. Furthermore, the blood drop-shaped area at the center of the map, could this be the resurrection point for these undead? Ning Chuan mused internally, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If he could indeed locate this point, it would be a tremendous boon for him. The other animal hide map illustrated an unfamiliar territory, replete with seas and islands, leaving Ning Chuan bewildered as to its location. Today's harvest has been remarkable. However, as night falls, it is time to return to the camp. I shall come back tomorrow. Ning Chuan stored all his treasures within the system space and made his way back to the slave camp. Whether departing from or returning to the camp, Ning Chuan drew no attention from anyone. As darkness enveloped the land, he once again ascended the city walls. Meanwhile, the disappearance of Zhao Guangshan, Feng Xie, and Wang Hong incited extreme fury in Gorgon, the supreme authority of the 29th Army. Yet, even the necromantic spell failed to reveal any trace of Zhao Guangshan and the others. There are only two possibilities. Either the necromantic spell has been dispelled, or Zhao Guangshan and his companions have perished. Regardless of the outcome, Gorgon's mood plummeted to the depths of despair. Zhao Guangshan and his companions are undoubtedly among the most formidable slaves within the encampment. Should the necromantic curse be lifted, the repercussions would be dire. If Zhao Guangshan and his comrades were to perish, one must ponder the circumstances of their demise. Who could possibly eliminate so many without a trace? This matter necessitates a thorough investigation. As for Ning Chuan, the perpetrator of Zhao Guangshan's downfall, he currently stands upon the icy wall, quietly meditating and resting. Remarkably, throughout this night, no undead have assailed this section of the ice wall, while the cause remains unknown. This has brought considerable relief to the multitude of slaves and guards alike. Only Ning Chuan anticipated such an occurrence. He had vanquished all the burial soil undead that sought to attack this ice wall. Now these burial soil undead are likely congregating at the resurrection point, awaiting revival. The slaves and guards rejoiced, yet at this moment, the supreme authority of the 29th Army, Gagong, found himself in a state of utter disarray. The disappearance of Zhao Guangshan and his allies is troubling enough, but the absence of undead assaults on a portion of the city wall feels distinctly unusual. Could this be an ominous portent heralding an impending catastrophe of a century? Chapter 100. The Blood Lake, the Necromancer's Resurrection Point. On the following day, Ning Chuan paid no heed to the turmoil of Gorgon, the supreme authority of the 29th Army. After making some preparations, he resolutely stepped into the forbidden zone of the burial soil once more, this time guided by the regional map of the necropolis. Ning Chuan did not seek out the necromantic burial grounds, but instead headed straight for the blood-shaped area, eager to ascertain whether it indeed served as the resurrection point for the undead. Following the map's directions, after considerable travel, Ning Chuan finally arrived at the blood-shaped region. To his astonishment, it revealed itself as a vast lake of crimson hue, where countless skeletal remains floated, and some resurrected undead clawed their way out from its depths. The mingling sense of blood and decay filled the air, inducing a sense of nausea. Indeed, this place was the true resurrection point for the undead in this region. Upon the shores of the Blood Lake, the armored undead, scaled undead, and innate undead appeared despondent, their expressions grim. Alas, that human is exceedingly powerful, and I fear that after having slain us once, he shall surely return to do so again. I can hardly muster the courage to return to the burial grounds. What are we to do? Sighed the innate undead, weakly inquiring. Curse it. Last time, I underestimated him. Otherwise, I would have surely vanquished him. The scaled undead pounded the ground with his fist, seething with indignation and defiance. Enough with the bravado. If you were truly so formidable, why did you not dare to return to the burial grounds yesterday? Why did you not attack the human on the ice wall? Retorted the innate undead, a look of disdain crossing his face. Damn it, if I cannot defeat that human, do you think I cannot contend with you? The scaled undead, stung by the reminder of his failure, glared fiercely, rising abruptly with his steel trident, ready to confront the innate undead. Cease this folly. You two wretches are so easily frightened by a mere human. You bring disgrace upon us undead. The armored undead interjected sharply, putting an end to the commotion. At his words, both the innate and scaled undead rolled their eyes, simultaneously displaying contempt. You call us wretches, yet where is your superiority? After resurrecting, have you not also remained here at the Blood Lake, too afraid to return to the burial grounds? Are you mocking me? If I cannot defeat that human, surely I can contend with both of you. The armored undead, enraged, brandished his skeletal battle blade and unleashed a furious assault upon the scaled and innate undead. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. The scaled and innate undead pleaded for mercy, bowing their heads in submission. Boss, other undead feast daily upon fresh human flesh. It cannot be our fate to hide indefinitely. The already battered innate undead expressed his grievance earnestly. Among the undead, territories were delineated, and theirs was the section of the ice wall guarded by Ning Chuan. Moreover, each month, they were required to offer a certain quantity of blood and flesh to the powerful entity residing in the blood lake. Otherwise, they would face true death and never resurrect again. Indeed, boss, what if we seek assistance? At this moment, the scaled undead proposed that it was virtually impossible to eliminate Ning Chuan with just the three of them and their meager contingent of undead. Furthermore, with Ning Chuan guarding the ice wall, any chance of obtaining even a morsel of flesh would be exceedingly limited. Thus, the only way to restore their former state of abundance was to eliminate Ning Chuan, the source of their affliction. Assistance, the armored undead murmured inwardly. Being cornered by a mere human to such an extent would surely invite ridicule from other undead of similar rank. Perhaps before long, he would become a laughingstock among his kind. Moreover, should his superiors become aware of his predicament, he might be branded as inept, a fate he fervently wished to avoid. Yet, without seeking help, they were utterly powerless against Ning Chuan and might even cease to exist if they could not offer flesh as a sacrifice to the blood lake. Alas, there was no alternative. Even if it meant tarnishing his reputation, he had no choice but to seek assistance. When those beings realized the strength of the human, they might understand the dire circumstances that compelled him to do so. With a sigh, the armored undead rose to seek aid. Wait, if I am not mistaken, is that figure approaching the blood lake, the powerful human? The innate undead exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, fixating on the silhouette moving towards the blood lake. Hiss. It truly seems to be that human. But what could he possibly want at the blood lake? Is he courting death? The scaled undead rubbed its eyes vigorously, confirming that it was indeed the formidable human who had once decimated them. Disbelief etched across its visage. It must be noted that the blood lake served as their resurrection point, harboring nearly 100,000 undead, including a significant number of innate-level beings. No matter how strong this human was, could he truly contend against 100,000 undead? It was preposterous. The human must have accidentally stumbled upon the blood lake. Otherwise, the sheer number of undead would have terrified him into submission. However, this presented an excellent opportunity to rid themselves of him. The armored undead's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially contemplating a plea for assistance, it now found the human unwittingly delivered to their doorstep. Now, they could resolve this matter decisively at the blood lake and avoid seeking help altogether. Impudent human, you have chosen the wrong path. Heaven offers you a route. Yet you venture into hell. Today shall mark your demise. The armored undead bellowed, its voice resonating and capturing the attention of all undead. A human? A human dares to enter our blood lake? The undead murmured, their eyes fixated on Ning Chuan, the intruding human. Boom. The overwhelming pressure generated by the congregation of 100,000